Yaga, you know how we do. The C blockery in this bitch. It's popping, man. Yeah. Swap one. Skydon. Old type IC3. Old type right reaction. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So, we got today's question inspired by uh the people trafficking camp in Enfield. There was a people trafficking camp in Enfield. One sec, yeah. Yeah, there's a people trafficking camp in Enfield where the people were, quote unquote, under modern day slavery. Yeah. So the man then was going to Poland, telling their, obviously, the poorer people there, or people that just come out of jail and low prospects, that they got work for them, and then they trafficked, and then they brought them to the, yeah, to Enfield, to a factory farm sort of thing. And then some of them was working for like 50p an hour or something like that. And some people never got no wage. So I thought today, does capitalism create a safe space for slave traders? Mm. But yo, listen, you got to jump on early today though, still, because obviously it's Saturday, yeah. But what it is, yeah, is that I got a fucking couple jobs, and they're not that far apart, man. So, so I need some assistance. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so, what I was telling you, man. Yo, all right. So yeah, so that's the brief face to the story. Obviously, you heard about the cockle pickers. You heard about the illegal immigrants that people bring over to work in their restaurants, all stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That due to capitalism, that people are going to go back, go back to their own country, offer people prospects which they know are not there, all because they're going to be paid or going to be able to make money off of them. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, man. So I saw a bit of news about um, was it modern day slavery thing in Birmingham and Enfield, North London. No, we good. Where do we come from? No, we good. Yeah, yeah, man. That's easy. How do we get those? That's easy. Please believe it. Yes. Is there a relationship between capitalism and slavery? Reported, reported.
Good morning. Good
Hello?
morning.
Yeah.
G
Yeah, yeah.
as of late.
Good morning, mate.
Block is smashing it as of late.
Yeah, man. Cheers. That's what it is. Actually, you know what it is, yeah, is that obviously, like, there's a lot of religious questions that just keep going over and over again, yeah.
Yeah,
But sometimes it's like a never-ending story sort of thing, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah,
But then there's other questions that are surrounding or affecting everyone, whether you're religious or not,
yeah,
which people can make a change to, which affects, you know what I'm saying, which could
yeah.
brighten up all of our lives. The
Correct.
majority, and it's causing pain on majority and causing pleasure for a minority.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Yeah.
So, what
So,
do you think about the question of the day?
yeah, the question of the day: Capitalism, does it create space for slave traders? I would say no. Uh,
Wow.
yeah, I'd say no. It's not capitalism because, as far as I see capitalism, it's just capital. Capital is just like having um, the means and resources. It's just like it's just resources and means, but it's the ideology um, that shapes or um, drives the use of capital. So just because you've got money in your pocket,
Yeah,
it's not the money itself or the capital itself. It's
yeah,
it's what you're thinking. If you're an individual, and if you're a group or society or a lodge or a business, you can have capital, but it's the board of
yeah.
directors that decide what to invest in and what not to invest in. So it still boils down to the belief system of the people that are in control of the capital. So that's why I said no. Capitalism does it create space for slave traders? I'm saying no.
So, what creates the slave trader then in a capitalist system?
Well, first of all, you'd have to see that your organizing group. Well, basically, what I just said. It's the philosophy and the ideology and the values and the cultural values and the habits and the way of life of the people in control of the capital.
Good morning,
So,
ICG. Good morning, Velle, gentlemen. Salam.
Good morning, good morning.
good morning, good morning,
Salam.
Morning.
good morning, good morning.
Morning, Rupert.
I'm finding it really funny that the guy who's always talking about banks, right, seems to like be failing to recognize the role of banks in slave trading and capitalism and how that is connected.
Oh
That's
yes,
crazy. That
Oh,
is crazy.
I've been called that many times.
Yeah. But what? I did want to hear Isaac for his answer to what he thought. If it's not capitalist, what it was that I heard you said it's. Would you repeat what you said though?
What it is. It's the ideology of the group or individual that is in control or has managed to gather a certain acquire a certain amount of capital. So just like you having money in your pocket does not necessarily mean that you're going to be start abusing people. You can decide to use that money to do other things. You can decide to use that capital to do other things. So so a group, an organization sitting on capital, or even a gang, they can decide what they're going to do, what business they're going to do. And you know, I suppose sex and drugs is a very powerful way of generating extra capital, but it's still down to the people.
Scenario, I agree.
Yeah.
And what is the reason why these people are working in these conditions then? Yeah, so there's sweatshops in like Taiwan where people are making Nike trainers for probably less than £2 a day or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the same trainers they're selling for £160. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So therefore, they're making capital. Yes, they're making money.
Yeah, but is it not the motivation of the extra capital of why they're able to go to other countries which have less than favourable human rights laws and employ people there to gain more capital?
Yes, on a fundamental level, but once you've gained all that capital, you must have a mission. You must have a goal. What you're trying to do with all that capital, so that the goal or the intent of what you intend to do with the money is what drives you to try and make that money.
But that's what capitalism is.
No. That's money is just the tool, I would say. But
capitalism, it's an ism, innit?
Yeah, but
it's not having capital. It's capitalism.
But the first slaves, so we know we have from the Mesopotamian records, right? From the Code Hammurabi. Sorry, I'm like slow this morning. We know that slavery's existed for at least documented for 4,000 years, right? But capitalism only showed up in the 17th century. Right. So slavery predates the theory of capitalism.
Right, 100% true.
So there's been slavery in all cultures and stuff. Slavery is power. Is slavery efficient? It's efficient if you're a capitalist, sure. But there was slavery without capitalism.
Right.
So, because capitalism only shows up with Adam Smith. Yeah, the capitalism only shows up with Adam Smith.
Wait. At that time, when they had the first slaves, or when they was slaves, was the reason that they had slaves, was it to make extra capital or extra, you know what I'm saying, like extra stuff for themselves at that time? Was it, or was it like,
I think
was it a reason like, say, someone that broke a law or code or whatever, and their punishment was to be someone's slave for a certain amount of time or something like that? Or
I think slavery
what was the motivation for people being slaves at that time?
But slavery has always been about power, not money. Money is a new form of power, but slavery has just been about power, right?
Right.
So
you're just arguing over what come first, the chicken or the egg. That makes sense.
But capitalism
is power, isn't it?
But capitalism was only 17th century, right? Adam Smith only writes in the 70s. So before Adam Smith and capitalism, everything was feudal. There was no capital markets or anything. There was no capitalism. Money was not free.
I can't believe both of you two. Like, I rated you as intelligent. How can capitalism not lead to slavery? It don't make sense. It's so simple to understand how capital or capitalism leads to slavery. It's just obvious, because for me to have money, and for my money to be worth something, and for my money to be powerful, that means you have to have no money, no power. So it's obvious.
No, I think you can.
And what's the point of me having power if I'm not going to exert that power?
No, but I think you're confusing economic power for physical power of a person. Yeah, you can have economic power and not slave someone. I've never taken a slave this week, not this week anyway. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, but I've spent money.
But there's opportunity for it.
Can you have economic power? Wait. Can you have economic power? Yeah,
and be
like
just.
The people that are working for you, and have a workforce that's not underpaid or working in bad conditions at one part. So like not.
Well, this is
like
the thing.
We're saying, with Nike or with Amazon, it's more with the factories in China where the people are underpaid and underworked. So it doesn't necessarily come on the Amazon, but they're funded by Amazon.
Yeah,
You know
but
what I
this
mean?
is also a myth,
That makes
right?
sense, yeah?
Because this is a myth. Because Milton Friedman, one of the great economists, said it beautifully. He said the beauty of capitalism is no transaction ever happens unless both people are satisfied. So you're being told here some social justice story that the Filipino kid has made $2 a day. The Filipino kid did not have to take a contract for £2 a day. The fact that he took it,
It's so funny. It's
That's
hilarious.
too simple, man.
He's actually
That's too simple,
comedic. I don't know what part you're quoting, but he was wrong. Sorry to tell you.
Friedman was not. He was wrong about other
He
things. He's
was
not wrong about that.
wrong. He was wrong. He was wrong.
Yeah, no, but no, really. If I had to take the job, that would be slavery. But if I chose to take the job because I
No,
didn't
no,
want
no.
to go hungry, that's not slave. That's not the word. That's a different word you can use, but that's not slavery.
What you
Slave
originally
labor.
quoted about the
Slave labor.
Mesopotamians
I
wasn't
tell you why it's
slavery.
slave
That was
labor, yeah?
servitude.
Man, I tell you why it's slave labor, yeah? Because obviously the it's when they're getting paid below the poverty and they're working in less than beneficial conditions. It's different if there was like say there was other places where they were saying that they could get paid more. But if they go to somewhere else, they're still gonna get treated shit and
Yeah, but
paid
see, this is,
where
but you,
less as
Velle,
well.
this is a left wing myth. Yeah, this is a left wing myth because I'll tell you what. Let me give you a simple example. Yeah, all right. Let's say everyone is paid full price. Would you pay £600 for the trainers?
People are.
No, the reason you're paying 100 is
And
because it's like drugs. Yeah, because there's a demand,
that's what
there's
I'm
a
saying. Because
supply.
because
If there was no
nah
demand for
and
trainers to be made cheaper and cheaper and disposable consumers, you wouldn't have disposable labor. The market is discovering, hey, lots of Western people in the West want to buy cheap shit and throw it away. And that's why we get lots of little Filipino, Bangladeshi kids to make them. You take away the demand, there's no supply, right? So you're equally responsible for those slave guys. Every time you use your Nike phone, you're
Look,
responsible.
thing.
You can't
Oh,
just
that's
Ralph,
an
blame the
interesting
supplier.
angle.
you're an intelligent person, right? And you came close to my way of thinking a second ago when you said capitalism or money is power. It's just another form of power, right?
It's one form of
So
power. There's one form of
so if
power.
we
It's not
build
the
a
only form of power.
model, if we
Yeah.
build a model of how we get to being slave masters over other people, right? We have to start with power, right?
Yes, power is you got my
Right.
attention there.
So now
Power
we're
is the
halfway
ultimate
there.
power.
So now we're halfway there. So we've got power. They ain't got no power. We
Yeah.
are corrupt and unethical, and our main desire is to generate more capital. And we infringe upon other people's human rights to the point where we're literally slaving them.
Yeah,
right?
but
The main
Then
desire
if
is
that
yeah.
model,
Hello,
if
can
that
for
model that I'm
profit.
presenting to you, hold on, if that model that I'm presenting to you stands, right, which it does, then you
No,
cannot deny that capitalism does leave a space.
big up
If
everyone.
capitalism without ethics leads to
good morning.
slavery, then we can say
I have to,
that
I have
that,
to, I have to.
that it
I
leaves
have
a
to
space for
disagree with you,
slavery.
In which case,
because
No.
only if you are therefore if you say you are by definition you're guilty of being participating in the slave ownership,
I can't even.
then I agree with
I
you.
can't hear properly. Can you hear me though?
yeah, I'll
Well,
tell you what.
I agree with you, Khan.
Everyone that buys into the capitalist system is an unwilling partner in it. Yeah, because
No, they're willing
although you may
partner,
not
Velle.
know, listen,
Willing,
no.
not unwilling. Willing.
First of all, yeah. First of all, I'll say they're unwilling partner, yeah,
Can you
because
hear me?
they're buying.
Yes, I can
Yeah, I can
hear
hear
you.
you. Fine, I can
Spice
hear you.
36.
Hold on a sec, though, yeah.
Good morning.
Hold on a sec, Spice, yeah. Why I'm saying an unwilling partner, yeah. Why I said an unwilling partner first of all, yeah. It's the majority, yeah, because the majority of people and the majority of people that buy these different trainers or whatever, they don't know where the factories are, how it's made, what conditions the people are living in, but they're still funding, they're still buying the thing. Well, some people do know. I'm not going to act like everyone doesn't know. I'm
Yeah, and
saying,
they still
but the
do.
majority of people don't know.
Yeah. But does it
So let
change
me
their
give you some.
behavior?
Let me give you some example, Velle, anyone, right? So every time you smoke weed, everyone you smoke weed, all weed and drugs are
There you
associated with
go.
murder, with
There you
rape,
go.
with drugs, right?
Right.
So are you
Yeah,
gonna?
there you
Wagwan,
go.
wagwan,
Wait,
brethren.
hold on. You know what happens? Wait.
Told you.
There you go.
Hold on a sec, yeah. Listen to this, wait, Spice, I'm gonna let you come in a sec, yeah. But Ralph did try a tricky one day, yeah. Alright, that's cool, yeah. I'm saying, yeah. Some people may be going through some shit, yeah, for some other people to be getting drugs in country. That's why I call for the legalization of all drugs, yeah, which would stop that issue anyway, yeah. But on the next point, like I was saying, yeah, obviously if Ralph, every time you buy cocaine, Ralph, yeah, You know what happened?
Cocaine. Oh, I wish I could buy cocaine.
In the Colombian jungle, you know the little kids that's fucking stamping on cocoa leaves in the
Same with the
jungle.
weed. Yeah, same with the weed. Yeah, all the drugs. Yeah, same with the herb. Yeah, same with the herb. Yeah.
Right.
Every time you smoke a joint, bro, some little kid or some woman has had to suffer.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now that you know that, Velle, are you going to participate in the slavery? Is my question.
I'm willing to participate in this capitalist system, you know. So,
You what?
but I'm trying my best. I'm unwilling participant in the capitalist system. But I'm trying my best to do my best in it. Yeah. So, well, I can do better. I will do better. So that's what I will do. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Because you try to slip away from the actual point of what we're talking about. Yeah, like we're talking about the capitalist system sort of creating states where people can be treated bad for the gain of someone else's wealth.
Yeah, the capitalist. You're right. Capitalists will exploit people to maximize profit. In a pure free market, I'm going to choose the one that's best for me. That's what capitalism says. You do what's best for you. I do what's best for me. If you try to produce social justice, you're interfering with the market. Right? You're effectively interfering with the market. You're saying, don't buy this guy. Don't buy from this Bangladeshi guy because he's got a sweatshop. Buy from the Swedish guy who doesn't have a sweatshop, and you have to pay 3 times the price. Now, are you saying capitalism is causing that? I don't think it's causing it. Yeah. I think it's facilitating where, because remember, capitalism, Adam Smith and Friedman, you can just walk away from the transaction. You don't have to buy that weed. You know a little boy is suffering somewhere because you bought the weed. You don't have to buy the weed. You can be all moral and not buy the weed, right? But every time you buy the weed, you know some girls raped somewhere in the crossing from Mexico to California. Some woman was raped somewhere for the drugs. Right? So,
yes.
So,
yes.
The truth. You're gonna hack the hack.
Ralph is wild.
Carry on with the troll.
You're wild.
Hack the hack, man. You're gonna hack the hack. Huh? It's true though, isn't it? But look at it this way.
Yeah. We'll let Ralph slide with that one, yeah, but let Spice make that point. You wanted to make a point earlier on.
Get in there, Spice.
We got yourself as well, yeah. Yo, Spice, you there? Hello?
Hey, there might be a routine inspection for Spice or something. Maybe there.
Yeah, no, obviously she got a kid there as well, isn't it? So.
Alright, I'm just kidding.
Yo, what? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, man.
Yep. Natty.
Yeah, big up IC3, Velle, Khan, Ralph, Spice.
Hello. Morning.
So I think the confusion here is between capitalism and power. Is it powerism or whatever? But capitalism or capital might be the most efficient tool for managing power, but it's just a tool. Power is something else.
Yeah, capitalism is just a way of exchanging power, if you like, right? I've got something you want, you've got something I want. And then because we exchange the things we want and we're both satisfied that the exchange is good for each other, then we conduct the trade.
Yeah.
You got a can of Coke, I want the can of Coke, I give you a quid, you give me the Coke. You say, hey, the can of Coke is £7. I look at you, go like, nah, it's not worth £7.
How much you pay for your Coke? Yeah, £1, yeah?
Hey, how do you think Indians are the richest guys in England? All right, Velle, special price for you, mate. £6. Yeah. And the Saturday discount, £5.25.
Ralph, how much Coke do I get for £6 though?
I don't know, because people always seem to think I know a lot about Coke. I don't know, man.
Nah, Spice. Well, I couldn't hear you, Spice. No one could hear you.
I can't hear Spice.
I can't hear you, man.
Mute, I think, as well. No, but you know the point Velle's trying to raise.
Yeah, I can hear you now, Spice.
Yeah, you now.
Yeah,
we hear you now.
Okay. I was gonna say, Ralph, you can't say that because obviously when people are working and they're not getting paid or paying less, and someone else is making money of it, that is slave labor. You understand what I'm saying? And even when you're saying about the slave trade, it was for capitalism. That's why they were sold and bought and traded like livestock. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So
No, but
obviously people made money of the slave trade. So that is capitalism, right?
no, that's not capitalism. Let me give you an example. So would you go to work for free?
No, it is because someone is. No, they're not working for free.
No, would you go to work for free?
But even if they're working for free, someone else is profiting of the fact that these people are working and not being
Okay,
paid.
well, let me give you a simple
Work
example,
at a
Spice.
job and you don't get paid your minimum
Yeah, but
wage.
I can flip that,
then
Spice. I can flip it easy. Let me give you an
on.
example. Will you give me all the money you have right now? Will you just give me your money? And the answer is no, right? Okay, yeah. So why is that? Because it's yours, right?
Yeah, but that's not the same thing, Ralph. Because these people are in positions where they're in poverty, where they have to work. So it's not even the fact saying that they're choosing to work for. Then they're actually not. You understand what I'm saying to you? It's like if you go and work and they don't pay you your wages, that's a problem, right?
That's
You have to get the correct.
Yeah.
You have to get the correct. You have to get the correct wages. So obviously, these people, like someone said, is working to make trainers and then it's getting paid double. They're making money. That's capitalism. You understand
Yeah,
what I'm
okay, but
saying
let
to
me
you?
give you
And
some
that is
examples,
slave.
Spice. So, Spice, suppose you open a shop, yeah, and you had 3 people working in your shop, right? And you open the shop as a business to make money. Would you give all your profits to the people who work for you so you make zero money?
Hell no.
Hell no.
I'm
Now
not
the
going to
question
give
is,
them.
so why do you think why
I'm
do
not
you
going to
think
give
it's
them all my
immoral for
profit.
someone else to do it?
But obviously they have. But obviously they have to pay. Yeah, because number one, there's children that are underage that are working and not even by law they're not supposed to be working, and then
By
obviously
law.
the conditions they're working and the treatment they're getting.
Yeah,
So
but
not they're not getting paid or
that's
getting paid
exception talking about. So
next to nothing.
there's only
It's
10
the treatment
countries.
and the conditions as well.
Yeah, I think there's only 10 countries or 9 countries in the world that still have slavery, modern day slavery, right? About 9 or 10 countries, if I remember right. But if you take the slavery example out, where you actually have a slave, where someone is forced to work against their will, you don't have to take the job. Someone else can take the job. You could take another job. That's the beauty of capitalism. If I could hire 10 little boys who are 12 years old to make my trainers, and
People are
20 other, but
people are
20 other
profiting
boys, but
off the
20 other
trade.
boys,
Slave trade was
but
where people were profiting of people being shipped around and traded like livestock. So
yeah,
people
but
made
profit,
money.
but
Yeah,
you said you're
that's the
for
whole
it.
point of capitalism.
But
So
you're for profit,
you
right?
can't separate the two. The
But
whole
you're for
reason for slavery in that time was for people to make capital, for people to earn money. You understand? That's why they were traded. That's
yeah,
why they
but
were
you just
sold.
agreed with me. But you agreed that
You
you wouldn't
understand?
give
So
me your
someone had to
money.
was making
But you
money of
agreed
it.
you wouldn't. But Spice, you agreed you wouldn't. One, I asked you, would you give me your money? You said no. Two, I said if you had a shop, would you give all the people who work for you money? You said no.
But when you're saying I won't give you, money, you're saying it as if it's by choice.
Yeah, but by
They didn't
choice
have a
you're
choice.
choosing. But you're
You
choosing
understand
not
what
to,
I'm saying
Wait,
to
not to
you?
give me your money.
Listen, Spice, would you have to have nets outside of your window so your employees would jump out the balconies? You'd have to catch them still so they couldn't kill themselves. If you had a factory, would you have to have nets outside of your
Say that again,
factory?
because I can barely hear you.
If you had a factory, yeah, Spice, yeah, would you have nets outside the
Yeah.
windows so the employees can't jump out the window so they don't kill themselves?
Yeah, I'll make sure that they're working in good conditions, and I'll make sure they were paying enough to earn for the work they're doing, which is
Right.
something that they're
So
not doing. You understand what I'm saying to you?
that's what I'm trying to say. And obviously, in the capitalist
So
system, and
these people are not getting paid. Yeah, exactly. And then
everyone takes advantage of it, innit? Yeah, because like we said, some people buy cheap goods from China. Some people buy goods from
Ethically sourced.
superstores.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been sourced from China. They don't even know it's been sourced from
But
China.
see, the beauty of Adam Smith, when he wrote all his foundational work in London on capitalism, he said, look, rather than I do this, you do this, he does that, she does this, is if you let the market decide. And that's what capitalism is. Saying, if I don't want a job from A, I'll go to job B. And if employer A doesn't want to pick these guys, he picks B. To add up all the wants and he wants, she wants, the market discovers what's optimal.
Yes, that's right.
So
Yeah.
you don't
The
have to.
market
If you
decides.
We're older than this.
yeah.
I
So
think
let's say I was a woman. I was a woman.
Everyone's not fully against capitalism. Look, yeah, we're not fully against capital. Well, me personally, I can only speak for myself.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
But
say
I don't-
I'm fully
yeah,
against capitalism. Wait, hold on a sec. I'm just against some of the bad practices that can lead to stuff like the factories in China, the way that diamond mines in South Africa and in you know what I'm saying, like that can lead to stuff
labor
where
conditions.
So that's
labor
law, isn't it?
conditions.
That's
labor
culture.
conditions. Yeah.
That's
Cultural
culture.
whose
That's
culture?
culture and law. You see, law is downstream from culture and way of life.
Yeah.
So once you start saying, "Oh, the Chinese are this," and you're talking about the Chinese people and their government and their state and their rules and their laws.
Yeah, but the only reason why the Chinese people are treating their people bad to get to the top is because of capitalism.
No, because of power.
Well, power and capitalism. So capitalism equals power.
Yeah, but capitalism is not moral. It's just neutral.
Yeah, I'm not saying.
That's right.
Wait, I never said capitalism is moral. I never said that it's moral or it's it's amoral still. Yeah, because it's just it's capitalism. Yeah, by itself.
Yeah.
It's the way that people are using different strings of capitalism to, like you're saying.
Yeah,
like,
but it does have
it
does have elements of immoralness, but obviously we know that we're not going to ban out capitalism altogether, because obviously we know there's a purpose for it. But it's like Velle said, it's just the practices and the way, because a lot of things are normalized. So you have this ideal, like, as if to say, it's cool for people to be working and getting paid next to nothing, but remember, if you're working and that was you, and you didn't get paid your wages, you would have a problem.
Yeah, but you know what, Spice? But I agree with you completely. I agree, but
other element of capitalism is that it. Go on.
No, I agree, but the only problem I disagree with is when you blame the supply side and not the demand side. Let me give you an example. My missus is very fussy about things like her food. Everything is locally sourced, organically produced. She won't buy a chicken from Sainsbury's or something. So she has to pay a lot more money for food. So she's going against the bad conditions for the chickens, right, to buy her food. So if you're against child slave labor producing Nike shoes, you stop buying Nike. And eventually the market corrects itself.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
So now you really care. You really like. Let me give you an example. I won't buy Nike.
Wait, listen. You'll buy stuff from Primark instead or whatever. Yeah, because you whatever, and they've still got factories in them places as well.
Yeah, but then if you know they have factories, you shouldn't buy from Primark. If you cared about the workers' kids, you shouldn't. So let me give you an example.
Where can a poor English person buy clothes from where the factories are not using child labor?
Charity shops, Christian shops. But let me give you something.
Now you have to
that's cheating. Charity shops not really.
Now you have to second-hand clothes, and even that, where's the charity shop is getting clothes of people where the capital's already been made on it. Shops anyway.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about?
But as a buyer,
wait, hold on. You got to saying charity shops like that was the actual answer. If you go into the charity shop and look in the label of all the clothes, they've mostly come from the big name shops in the first place.
Yeah, but remember the charity shops out of the capitalist system
in Europe or whatever.
Yeah, but the charity shops out of the capitalist system, they're not buying clothes. They clothes they were given. But let me give you a simple example. I take a course now, as of a few years ago, because I will never buy Nike again, right? I won't buy Nike until Colin Kaepernick's deported. So I make a choice. It's a moral choice. So I can no longer buy Nike, yeah? So I don't buy Nike anymore, right? Now, that gives me... now, that gives me a high... so that gives me a high...
Ralph is a mess,
you said they don't buy a higher cost. Most people butt hurt over it as well.
Made a moral choice.
You are the best slave ever. Trust me.
Okay, Ralph, I agree with you.
Yeah, the award for best slave ever goes to...
For the standpoint of the ideal of I agree with you from the standpoint of this idea of equality. Obviously, that's not really.
No, but my point is, if you cared about the child, let me give you an
I
example.
think
I
it's just
have a
a
friend. I have a
illusion,
friend, and
because
she's.
everyone's not going to be a thing. But at the end of the day, would you like your child to? I don't know whether you got children, but would you like your child to be working in sweatshops under certain conditions, knowing that they're getting paid next to nothing? You
Oh,
understand
but
what
you
I'm
know what?
saying?
I have a
but
friend. You're right.
nobody's
There's
would
certain
like that.
elements of
But
it
nobody would like that. But I
that
have a
is
friend. You're right. But I have a
a
friend.
Yeah, but
She
benefit.
does.
that
Like,
question is
obviously,
obvious, isn't
people
it?
have to make
Yeah.
money, but
Yeah, but I
Let,
have a friend. But
you
my
understand
question
what
is really about
it is
money.
what
let,
it
Why
is.
let,
don't you
let me ask
do?
a
It's a fucked
question.
up
Let me ask a
situation.
question. It relates to capitalism, right? So where we're living, yeah, it's all blinged out, innit? Now, when you're saying to someone in Poland, yeah, I'm going to sellotape you to the bottom of a lorry, I'm going to take you somewhere that's better than here. Don't you think that person's going to say, where are you taking me? And when you say to them, England or London, and they're like, yeah, take me to where the money's at. Yeah, they're prepared to suffer and slave
Right.
themselves for however long with the hope that they're going to escape, and then they're going to be in the back doorway of getting into the land of the free and where the money's at. So
Land of hope and
capitalism
glory.
serves another purpose, yeah, another way of capitalism, making slavery or making people happy to be slaves in the
Yeah,
West or
you're
to
right.
the West.
You're 100% because Adam Smith wrote. He called it the
That's two for
invisible
me,
hand.
yeah. So it's
No,
two
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
zeros so far.
having
yeah.
So,
2-0
Velle, you
because
keeping
having
count?
slaves.
It's
Well,
two
he's
for
keeping
me, yeah.
count. But
Zero for them.
Adam Smith said exactly what he said. It's ultimately the invisible hand or the selfish motive that keeps capitalism, what makes capitalism beautiful. You look after what's good for number one. You look after what's good for you. If you really care about the sweatshops, I've got friends like this. They won't buy anything that's not ethically sourced. They know which shop.
Hmm.
So if you really care, they're not going to buy
Yeah.
Adidas, Nike, or they won't buy an iPhone.
Hmm.
So if
Yeah,
you
I
really
think
care,
it's difficult.
if you
Yeah,
really care about the little kiddies in the factory, don't buy their shit. That's why I don't
right.
buy Nike. Yeah, I won't buy Nike.
But then you can't buy
Yeah,
anything. What can you buy?
yeah,
But
no,
if that's what you care about, you
that's
can buy.
right.
There's an entire
You're saying
industry.
you have to ethically source everything that you
There's an
buy, but
entire
then
industry.
Of
The
everything
course, if
German,
you're that
you buy.
serious,
yeah,
Hold
just
on,
serious,
everything you
100%.
buy can't be ethically sourced, though, can it?
Yes, it can. There's an entire industry. The German government just invested last year 4.2 billion in ethically green source products for clothes and everything. There's an entire industry
Mm.
based on people who put on their price buying criteria. They put the ethical value of a component. The Germans are now branding across Europe green compliant science, ethically
But
sourced.
the Germans might not be as capitalist orientated
No, because they
as
no, because no, they are
as the
because they see
English,
a market.
because they
No,
have
they
other
see
things that
no,
they
no,
hold
they're very
higher than
advanced.
capitalism.
No, they're very advanced. They see
Their
that
whole
there's
country
some.
is called Aleman, all
Yeah, but
men.
yeah, but
Like that shows you where
my
they
point.
are.
But my point is, Khan, there's an entire industry of people who will only buy things that are ethically correct, ethically sourced chicken, ethically non-battery farmed
Right, I'm glad
chicken.
you mentioned
Yeah,
chicken. If someone's going around the supermarket and they've got
yeah,
option of buying a £3 chicken or a
yeah.
£12 chicken, and they can't afford to buy the £12 chicken, are they going to go, I'd really like an ethically raised and sourced chicken, but can't afford it, so I'm just not going to buy the £3 chicken? They would end up buying it still.
No, you could
That's what
actually
Velle's
choose.
saying about not being always voluntarily
Yeah.
involved. There
But
is an
this is
element of
can I
not being
hey,
voluntarily
can I
involved.
ask a question?
Yeah,
Can I ask a
please.
question? Okay, look. Um, just listening to the conversation, it looks like there's a big confusion between capitalism, which appears to be, I think we're agreeing, is a amoral entity, right? It doesn't have morals. Capital
Right.
doesn't have morals. Yeah, gold, a
Mm-hmm.
diamond. You can't talk to a diamond and say that's wrong or right. It's just
Mm-hmm.
right. So and then the use of capital. That's where the
Mm-hmm.
morality comes in, because I started noticing people
Right.
slipping in the words like law or that's not
Mm.
right, and then they swing back to capitalism. So you
yeah,
have
So what's the
to,
question?
yeah,
What's the
yeah.
question? What's the question?
So the question is, would you agree with me if I make the statement? If I make this statement, is this statement
Mm.
correct?
Mm.
That if the tool is small, the amoral tool, if it is small,
Mm-hmm.
you will blame the tool user. But if the tool is so massive that you can't even see the user, you'll tend to blame the tool itself.
Yeah, I'll agree with that, but I'm saying it's irrelevant.
That's the statement.
It's irrelevant to the original question, because it's like I could just quote. I'm 2-0 up on you. I'm going to quote the Bible now, and it's going to be 3-0. The desire for money,
Okay.
yeah, the desire for money, yeah, the hunger for money, the quest for money is the root of all evil. Not having money, not being rich, not being. Hold on, let me make the distinction. You can quote me better. I'm a Muslim. I don't know the Bible, but listen, let me say, right? Let me say. It's not having money. It's not being rich. That's wrong. It's not having capital. Yeah. It's the desire for generating capital at the expense of others that puts you in a condition where you could be immoral. You've gone from amoral to immoral.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen, let me ask a quick question.
One second, just let me get the Bible quote right. It's the love. Yeah, the love of money. It's the love.
Okay. All right, cool.
All right, but let me just because I heard Ralph saying a lot of stuff about buying ethical food and sort of stuff like that, and I was gonna say, like, if your wife is so ethical, is she ethically employed? Does she work for a company that doesn't outsource any of its work to any of these Chinese companies or anything like that? Or do you work for a company that doesn't work for
we both work for
company
ourselves.
that doesn't do?
We both work for ourselves, so no, so that's not relevant. But she's very ethically. She's not like me. She's into ethical things, especially on food, for example, and clothes. She's into ethical treatment of animals and stuff like that. Me, I'm not.
Most English people are.
I just wanted to
they're in a position to be able to do that financially. They're secure. They can make the choice of what to buy.
Well. Hey, big up, guys! Guys, I just wanted to make. Hey, how's it going?
This prick, Billy, block him! Don't let him show that T-shirt.
What?
Stop playing.
Don't do this thing, man. Listen.
I just wanted to
one set back to Don't listen. When Ralph does his stupid stuff, like, you know what I'm saying, like, just brush it off, man. You know what I mean? He's got a T-shirt that says White Lives Matter, but he's like Indian guy.
Hey, Khan, you heard that? You be told off, mate, Khan.
I just wanted to make a statement about the whole ethical shopping sort of thing. It's all good and well when you can say you can purchase ethically, when you can pay those higher prices, when you've used capitalism and its unethical methods to make your money to buy ethically.
I don't think I'll ever agree with this heathen, but I am actually agreeing with him.
But you worded it better. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna leave you on here because I'm at a job now. So
I know. Ralph says him and his wife are self-employed, but the companies that you deal with, are they all ethical? Do none of them have sweatshops somewhere? So of course you're buying and selling, even if you're self-employed, with potentially unethical corporations in order to make your money in the first place.
I'm not claiming I want to do ethical buying at all.
I know, but what I'm saying is, for those who make this claim, your wife says she buys ethically, but the money she makes to buy those ethical things is unethical somewhere down the line.
Yeah, if you consider, if you put morality onto capitalism, sure. I don't. I don't. I'd make my own moral decisions. Even though I've got hundreds of trainers, I won't buy Nike anymore since college.
I know. I agree with that. But what I'm saying
is that's not an ethical decision.
When you look at the whole, when you look at the whole capitalist system in its totality, you can never really say you're ethical. Because you have to be unethical. Be dealing with someone that is unethical somewhere down the line. It's unavoidable. It's absolutely unavoidable.
It's like Sun Tzu's Art of War all over again.
Banksy makes a good point, because the supply chain cannot be guaranteed to be ethical all the way down the supply chain, right?
All right.
So you might buy someone to buy something, you bought the computer, but someone who actually, the kids who actually boxed the computer might have been doing it under conditions. So somewhere down the line, they may be. So my question is, I think all you can do is act in your own best interest. and then don't let your morality inform what you do. If your morality says, I don't want to buy anything with poor labor conditions in Bangladesh, then you make the choice ethically, and then the market adjusts itself. So if suddenly people start buying ethically, the sweatshops would go out of business. The fact that they don't go out of business shows you the majority of people are unethical buyers. Blaming capitalism or blaming the suppliers is just...
We're not blaming capitalism. We're just saying capitalism as a pure form of capitalism, not the capitalism that we currently use, because obviously that's different. We're talking about capitalism in its pure form. Yeah, can it lead to the abuse of others or ultimately slavery? And you cannot deny that that's the case. That we've got to really distinguish what we do as separate from that. So we are capitalists, but we're ethical. So we're combining ethical behavior with our capitalist tendencies, and we're coming up with our modern, well, supposed to be, way of dealing with things.
I'll be honest,
so for example, I'll give you a basic example. So for example, I work, I've got money, I get married, I've got a wife, I'm keeping her at home like a servant, basically. But I'm being ethical to her. In other words, if we get divorced, she gets half the house. So this is what I mean. We're still capitalists, we're still using other people, but we're just treating them in a way that's acceptable. So, we're involving ethics into our capitalism. Now, when you look at capitalism in its pure form, it's like IC3 said, it's an amoral model, which is prone to leaning towards immorality. So it does need to have checks and balances with the capitalism.
No, I think you keep saying the right thing and the wrong thing. You keep saying you're trying to say you're trying to give capitalism, which is a system of exchange, moral values, but morality is executed by human beings.
I've actually done the opposite of that.
So let me put it this way:
I'm saying it's amoral.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's amoral. It's only you can be moral. Only you can be moral, right? You can say, hey, I don't want to buy Colin Kaepernick.
Oh, I see what you mean. So you're saying that when I'm saying it has a tendency of leaning towards immorality, I'm more referring to the user, the person.
Yeah, not the system.
Yeah, I accept that. I accept that. Yeah.
Because ultimately, it's like saying a hammer has morality. A hammer doesn't have morality. A hammer is just what it is. You can choose to make a house with a hammer, or you can bash someone's head in.
Right.
So the hammer isn't moral.
Yeah, and I have a collection of nickel-plated hammers I keep for just that purpose.
Nickel-plated?
Yeah, nickel-plated chrome hammers for people who are not.
When you say you have a selection, do you mean like they're all different sizes and that?
Yeah, nickel-plated chrome. I have a little collection of hammers and stuff like it.
Nice.
Lovely. Khan, you killed the joke, okay? You killed it, okay?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a sexual deviant like you. I don't know what it is. Like, maybe he's got a selection of nipple clamps. He's got a chrome selection of nipple clamps that goes with the hammers. I don't know.
I'm trying to learn. You overanalyze the joke, right?
Yeah. So have we all agreed now that capitalism does not?
It's not moral.
Is no excuse. Yeah. No, capitalism it does not create space for slave traders. Do we all agree now?
Right. I will, even though it's 3-0 up, I will concede and I will agree with you.
Yeah.
Especially you got to think about it. Even sorry, go on.
Come back, no.
I was saying, Khan, even think about it. The very device right now you're using, have you ethically sourced every element that is in that device? You know the cobalt.
I'm not claiming to be ethical. Everyone knows me. I'm a bad motherfucker. I am claiming to be a bad motherfucker.
But what I'm saying is,
never said I'm ethical.
If you really go down and start digging deep about how ethical your life is, you will find many things that you, out of necessity, have to use, which were sourced unethically. It's somewhere down the line, somewhere down the supply.
Wasn't there a case of PlayStation 2 was such a big seller that they actually had to employ gangs, not gangs, but armies in Africa to basically go in and fight another tribe of people to get their hands on the minerals required to build more PlayStation 2s. I think that's a known fact that people died.
Even now, the cobalt, the silicon, the elements that you need for the mobile battery that you use, the ion
I'm not gonna
lithium,
lie, that's the
all
worst
of
thing I've ever
all of
heard.
those things are mined
Mm,
in Africa
mm,
and
yeah,
are not
yeah.
ethically sourced. But the
But
thing is,
here's the
you have
thing
to.
about you, Banksy. Are you using that fact? Yeah, are you using that what you just stated as a way of deterring people and making them feel disgusted, or are you just
No,
trying to basically make people feel climatized and naturalized to this
no,
corruption
no.
and say, well, everything we
What
do
I
is corrupt anyway, so what's the point
yeah,
of
but
caring?
no. But what I'm
That
saying
seems
is,
to be more
what I'm
your
no,
angle.
no. The thing is, what I'm trying to tell you, it's just like people who are like, uber vegans or giants who don't want to kill anything. There is limits to what you can do, and before you
All right.
become paralyzed
And
from
that's
doing anything.
yeah, and Banksy, that's a good point. Remember, you also had, I watched one of your funniest videos where you had to go against that little vegan clown who shows something in the corner speakers corner. I had to go against him as well. And he came up to me and he started going all this logic about treating animals. I said, look, mate, I just like that look in their eye when they flip at the last moment before I eat them. And that was the end of the moral argument, right? Because his morality is based on
Yeah.
you got to keep the animals and love them like I love each other. And I'm like, no, I just reject your morality. I want to look at that deer as it looks at me in a sad eye before I bite into
before
it.
you
Right?
before you cut his throat.
No, before I
No,
bite into it while it's still kicking.
yeah.
Yeah, of
But what I
course.
mean is, yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Unfortunately, there are certain things when it comes to morals and ethics in which if you take it to the absolute maximum, you will be paralyzed from literally doing anything because
Well,
everything you do
you'd have to
break it.
check out a society. You'd
Yeah,
have to
but
become a monk.
Banksy, you're sounding more like a utilitarian now. Like you're saying,
But
you
I'm,
Oh
know,
yeah, he
do
is.
I am a
yeah. So
utilitarian.
yeah,
This is
so am
Exactly.
I.
unfortunate.
That's what I'm saying.
Unashamedly.
Yeah, so am I.
Yeah,
But that's not the point, is
because
it?
unfortunately there is literally, I mean, what Ralph was saying about clothing. Now, yes, you can morally. I mean, people were like, "Oh, well, how can I? I'll go to Primark. Well, then where can I shop? You can actually sew your own clothes. You know that, right? You can actually make. You can go buy material and make your
It's
own
No,
true.
clothes.
It's true.
Nobody wants to fucking talk
can't,
about
Yeah, you
that
can.
shit.
can't.
That was
That's
actually
what
the answer,
basically
wasn't
school
it? That
can't,
was actually the
can't,
answer to ethical clothing. Make
can't,
your own.
this
Yeah,
can't. This is what these simpleton schools are for, yeah. For just for the next generation, for the next production line. Do you know what I mean? For the warehouse jobs, for these jobs and all that stuff there. That's all it is, mate. Know what I mean? And then you've got like
Yeah.
the big boy like universities, and they're for the motherfuckers who's gonna run things.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
ultimately, it's
Would-
power rules the world, right? And your
That's what
individual
school is
power.
for. That's like, look, if they taught us at school, this is how you build a house. This is how you sew your clothes. Like they used to teach you this before. This is how you do
That's
like
right.
all
Yeah.
these things. All right,
Yeah.
but no, they're teaching us to start getting ready to start working in a shop.
Natty, the schools, if you, I don't know if anyone else hasn't figured this out. Schools are not there to teach you to be a independent thinking individual. They are there to teach you to be a worker bee so that you go out into the companies and corporations and think you can climb your way up the ladder and just be a good tax-paying citizen
Yeah.
with basic
How many-
arithmetic and the reading and writing abilities.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
they're
what
selling you
schools
a
are there
dream.
for.
You're sitting in a classroom with 36 classmates, and you're all going to be a manager, and the next lot are all going to be managers, and they're all going to be managers, but no one's ever thinking about who's going to be the on the shop floor.
Exactly. But no, but that's what school is. If your parents, those who are rich, figured this out a long time ago, you put your children in schools in which they teach them to be leaders and not worker bees. Your average state school,
amen to those schools.
yeah, that's why
College.
the rich put their kids in private schools. Your
That's
average comprehensive is to teach your children to be good tax-paying worker bee citizens.
Correct.
That's
And
what they are there to do.
and on the other side, liberalism and liberal capitalism says the only point of your world life is to go through life consuming shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
I mean, well, look
I don't know
at
if
it
it's
like
Hey,
this.
buy another
liberalism.
TV, buy a
When
drink,
we had
have
the big
another
boom of like
TV, buy
IT
a
and
house.
computers, yeah, it was how much was it? I think the biggest pay was £7 an hour. So they needed shitloads of people to be like computer literate. And so I was like, yeah, that's what I need to be at school. Bloody £7 an hour. That's loads of money. I can't be on this £3 or £2.80, what they want to give me just before I leave.
Yeah, but that's what now you have the
Well, yeah,
biggest. So
that's
if
what
you
I want
look
to
at
be. Now
you look at the
everybody wanted
whole,
to do
if
computer.
you look at why we have mass
Everyone,
migration and why we have the globalism and global capitalism or neoliberal capitalism doing what it's doing is eventually we look at the Western world, the source of economic power, it has run out of ability to grow its GDP. You can't get any more GDP growth out of white people. So now the idea is to bring in as many people who are from the underdeveloped world so that the capitalist system can extract value from them. All those poor
exactly.
migrants, they haven't bought a Mercedes yet. They won't be able
Every
to, but their
penny
grandkids
counts.
will. And they're just going to keep sucking in more bodies because the idea is the more bodies you get and the more GDP growth. So we are, if anything, to use the word slavery, we are slaves right now to the neo-global homo capitalist system.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what we are slaves to.
Did you add homo in there as well, quickly?
Yeah, global homos for global homogenized. We're
Right.
all just one race, the human race. We're all just the same. Man is equal to woman. Homosexual is equal to heterosexual. We're all just one consuming and producing widget. We call that global homo in the right.
Can I ask this question? What to see what you think of this? Would you agree that those who have an ideology and a mission will rise
See it. You
out
can just
of this
eat.
utility?
They'll do what you say.
No.
Sorry,
If
run
you
the question
have,
again. Run the question again.
yeah, those who
I'll go
have
back for a sec.
a morality or values or cultural values and a mission, they will rise out of rise above this kind of utilitarian mindset. So
people of faith.
No.
People of
Nothing
faith.
can trump. Nothing can trump utility. Nothing can trump
Sorry?
utility. Nothing can trump utility.
I
Without a
couldn't, but
function, without a purpose, you're non-existent.
yeah,
No,
but I don't think that's what he means by utilitarianism. I think he means, correct me if I'm wrong, ICG, he means is if I have moral values, can I use them to transcend the utilitarianism of the capital market?
Utilitarianism
that's right.
is okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and the answer is absolutely yes. I mean, I can just point to my good brother Bob as an example.
Right.
Bob aspires to the ascetic. He aspires to be detached from the flesh and of the
Really
spirit.
using Bob, ain't you? But you couldn't find no other better Christians than Bob. Fuck's sake.
I just started referencing someone you guys all knew, as opposed
Use
to someone you
you,
didn't
you,
know.
you are a real utilitarianism, just making use of what you find lying around you.
No, I'm what you didn't.
That's like the pinnacle of utilitarianism.
I'm intellectually what you call a complete dickhead. So I don't know if I'd call myself a
Bob's like on the level of Maku. Like, what are you chatting about, Bob?
But no, that's
for real. He gets chased out of churches. Like, Bob tries to go in churches. He's like making a video going, "Oh, we're outside this church, but I can't go inside." Yeah, because you got chased out of there for being a nutter.
Did he?
Yeah, like, what do you mean, Bob? What do you think Bob's doing at Speaker's Corner? Like, Christians can go all around the world preaching, but he chooses to go somewhere where, like, he's just going to be surrounded by Christians. It don't make sense.
I can't bring myself to say a single bad thought about my brother Bob.
All right, cool. Let's leave it.
So what do you think about this then? What do you think about this? That those who dwell in the world of morals and ideas and faith and culture and ways of life, those who think on that level, they are really in the realms of the nutters. But then again, they're the ones that eventually have the power to decide what sanity is.
I can answer that in a different way. I would say that there's two types of people. The ones who have internal locus of control, who take responsibility for everything they do and actually don't believe in God or anything like that. Then people are on average more successful. But people who are like having a locus of external control, like believing God and things like that, yeah, can outperform their own potential exponentially. Like, they can do things like part the Red Sea. Do you get me? So therefore, like, yeah. So, you know, it depends on what war you're fighting. Get me? It depends on what kind of general you need to lead you. Like, if you need people to lead you to the promised land, yeah, you need someone with an external locus of control. But if you want to, like, you know, dig your heels in, build a community within a community, like, you know, like for example, in England, and you want to survive, like for example, there's Jews that have done really well in the UK. They would have to be internalized in their control, in their power.
Yeah, it's a survival. You're actually on the money there. It's a group survival strategy, strictly speaking. So if you look at our communities, the Jewish community is a great example, the Indian community as well. They're highly nepotistic cooperation and very insular because it's a group survival strategy in a population that's not theirs. They don't have to behave the same way in Israel, right? Because they don't have to do that, But yeah, that's a really well said, though, Khan. That's a really good point. Leadership or true visionary change only comes from those who sound completely like they're, as you might call them, monothers, right? They sound like what they're saying.
Ralph, bringing it back to religion, if you look at historically, the leaders of any big movements, there's always been two, like John the Baptist and Jesus, Che Guevara and Fidel Castro, who is it? Kemal Atatürk and Ismet İnönü. Like, there's always been two leaders, and they both cover one usually covers one aspect, and one usually covers the other aspect, and then they combine it to basically be an effective leader. One of them will always seem like the front man, but really they're working together. And you always see that historically, like in movements that have been successful, they've always had really a leader and a general. There's always
you're absolutely right, but
that's the reason for that.
There's another pattern also. When you look at all punctuated big changes in society, what happens? They always look the same shape, and this shape is getting quicker and quicker. Things compress for a while. They get compressed and compressed and compressed, and what becomes normal, the cultural, the thing that becomes normal till it's compressed, and then a small amount of people puncture it and change it completely. Then it goes to a cycle again. So a small amount of Germans.
So what you just explained, if I was to draw a linear line, a compression, so like a downward slight like dip, and then an explosion upwards, and then back down to the normal line, but obviously with the momentum bringing it down, it would go slightly lower than the normal line, and then a normalization again. What have I just described is just basically a heartbeat on an ECG monitor. Now, if you imagine the shape of a heartbeat on an ECG monitor, that is like a universal. It's like, you know, like fractal geometry where you see fractals everywhere. That model, that shape that you see there, from my own observation, I'm saying, is basically what you've just described. It's very universal. And you can apply it to a lot of things.
You're right, except for just one little change in that thing you said. It compresses, and then something happens, and then in the technical descriptions of such things, it's called a punctuated equilibria. So let me give an example. The clouds all look like a certain way, and then something happens in rain, and it shakes it like a kaleidoscope, and then a new shape arrives. So you're right, it's like a heartbeat, but every time that explosion, that cycle is over, a new shape emerges from the old shape. And that's how all changes happen. Women's rights, French Revolution, slavery being made illegal. It's that all of these things have a compression. Then something happens, and that's when the leaders arrive. And the irony is, it's always a small number of people that you haven't heard of before. So no one had heard of Marx before Marx. No one had heard of Jesus before Jesus. No one had heard of Che Guevara. No one had heard of Adolf Hitler. No one had heard of Einstein. He was just a clock. It's always a small amount of people at the right time that punctuate shit and change things. No one had heard about Banksy before he did what he did tomorrow. Yeah, no one had knew what.
So what do you think of this then?
Good point.
There was a quote I saw last week by G at Speaker's Corner. He had a quote from one of the old Rothschilds, one of the former ones, and the quote was, "Competition is sin." So big, powerful financiers, they say competition is sin. What do you think of that?
It can be either way. He could be saying, if you're in a position to rival me and compete with me, I'm looking at you as a sinner.
Okay, what else? Monopoly.
There's an old Catholic, and so this speaks to the one of the three branches of Christian ontologies on charity and justice. But there's an old Catholic saying that says, "Nothing for myself that is not also for others."
So that you sound like Muhammad now, peace be upon him.
Yeah, God bless. Yeah, peace be upon Muhammad too. But no, I mean, no, heaven forbid. But yeah, so nothing for myself that is not also for others would be something that would be anti-competitive. But competition itself doesn't have to be immoral, right? I mean, there's an old joke, isn't it? These two best friends in a forest, and they see a tiger coming up, and this guy quickly starts putting on his trainers. The guy says, "Hey, you can't outrun the tiger, the trainers." He says, "I just have to outrun you."
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
classic. Yeah.
So,
yeah,
so that so I know competition. In that case, competition is immoral, right?
Okay,
yeah.
so if competition is immoral and competition is sin, and that view's been around for a long time in different formats, then the idea of going to trying to create a world government which equalizes
You mean
everybody.
like global imperialism?
Yeah,
Is it
yeah.
a
So
sin?
yeah, because if you
I'd
stand
like to
by
hear
that
what
statement,
Ralph thinks about that. Ralph, how do you feel about global imperialism? You think it's a
What do you
sin?
mean? I don't believe in globalism in the neo-global sense of the word. I'm anti-globalist.
Yeah, I thought you'd
I
say.
believe ultimately there should be seven races sitting around a round table.
oh right,
Interesting.
great. Okay.
Very egalitarian.
I
Right.
didn't say they had equal sized chairs. I just said be sitting around a table. I didn't say who would be sitting at the head of the table.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
I just said there's a table of chairs, man.
Okay, so let me push it a bit further. What do you think of this? I'm saying that if you destroy competition, you also destroy human nature itself.
Absolutely.
Anybody agree with that? You agree,
Yeah,
Ralph?
but I would say when you say human nature, there is a higher nature. There is a higher human self that doesn't compete. And I think if you destroyed competition, you might open the door for more people to attain that. So when we look at the ancient
What is
Greeks, for
that?
example, like their understanding didn't just come, like just out of the blue. Like it was socio-economic as well. So they didn't have to work. They had servants and slaves. They sat around all day eating high protein meals like fish, and like that sparked a higher level of thinking. It might not be fully ethical, like what
Yeah,
we're saying, like
yeah,
slavery is
yeah.
wrong, for example, but like their socio-economic situation of not needing to work and having the free time to sit around thinking, not competing with each other, but basically focusing on being the best that they could be, in like within themselves. So like working out, am I a good person? Am I a bad person? And like start asking these questions on how can I be a better person? Do you know what I mean? And they weren't competing with each other
Oh,
No,
right. At the
in that
expense,
respect.
but we are
at the
wired to
expense of
compete.
others.
No, but we are wired to compete, man. So that I once had an ECG brain test at MIT years ago where they were researching dopamine bursts for competition, and I was wired up and I had to play chess. And if you play speed chess, you play anything competitive, even on these streams, every time you think like Khan was getting all excited, hey, it's 2-0 to me, it's 3-0 to me. Everything you have that competitive urge, you're getting a micro dopamine burst into your brain that is
Okay.
rewarding you with pleasure for competing.
Mm-hmm.
So when
But
you
that
were
doesn't
all
mean it's a good
excited there,
thing,
you
It
weren't
doesn't mean it's
you
something you
weren't
should
talking about.
cultivate.
But hang on, you were excited, weren't you, Conrad? You were
Yeah,
excited when you had the 2-0. You felt
yeah,
that
yeah.
competition because you were getting
Right.
one over someone else.
But this
And
this
then
the
getting
thing
one
with
over
me though,
yourself is not your high order.
because my higher self is highly evolved, and
But it wasn't when
and
you
it's too
played
Yeah,
two.
perceived,
yeah, Kane,
and it's too
Kane,
perceived. It's too
Khan,
perceived.
Come, bro.
My
Khan.
lower
Look at
self,
2-0,
I can
2-0,
hold on. Let me
2-0.
finish. Let me finish. Because my higher, let me explain. Because my higher self is highly evolved, I can allow my animalistic and lower urges to kind of like run free because like it's like having a pit bull on a choke chain. Do you get me? So
No.
it's just
Please say that
part of
again.
being a human. How I explain it, yeah. If you think about this, I worked this out years ago. If you think about it, there's like literally 5 aspects to being a human. That's why, like, if you look at a lot of witchcraft and that, they use the 5-pointed star because they all represent different aspects of a human. But how I learned this was because when I was young, I used to watch this program called Monkey Magic. And then when I got older, I realized that all the 5 characters were actually one person. Yeah. So monkey is your rebellious, cognitive side that questions everything. Like the pig is like your desires and your greed. Yeah. And the sea monster, whatever, Sandy, whatever they call him, is like your depressive subconscious nature. Like I could go on, but it's boring, isn't it? But you get the point. Yeah. So those 5 aspects are actually one person.
No, that's it.
Right. So when we're talking about human nature, we have to realize it's like it's not just one thing. Yeah, competition is part of human nature, but is it the ultimate human nature?
Everything.
Is it the higher level human nature?
It's not the higher, but it might not be the higher.
The biggest thing, yeah, that in my life, yeah, is obviously learning more. Yeah, to be clever, to be smart. So that is how.
But what happens when you've learned enough, though? Then what you do?
It depends who you are, but me personally, like, look
what
at these
happens when you're so saturated with knowledge and words and that, like, you know, and you're saturated, you're full, you can't learn anymore. Then what you do?
You can, because the world will. You're not the only one who's getting saturated. There's always other people. Everyone's like learning, and some people are learning.
No, but what I mean is there's a time for knowledge and there's a time for action, isn't there? There's a time to put what you've learned into action.
Yeah, so you do that, and then that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I do anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like put it this way, yeah. You got scientists, yeah, who are doing cloning, right? And they say to them, oh, you're only allowed to put it inside the egg. Once it goes inside the egg, after a week or 2 weeks or something, you got to destroy it. They're not going to destroy it, Khan. You know, and I know that the curiosity of their minds, they're going to want to make it obviously become, you know what I mean, like a different species. They're going to want to know what it's going to be doing. So that's what is happening in the world. That's evolution.
So okay. So I'm trying to it sounds like everybody's bouncing from one side to the other. So if competition is part of human nature, then the statement that competition is sin, that's made by the bankers, by the way, is another world completely.
Depends on whether they view sin as a good thing or a bad thing, because a lot of them are known for being Satanists, and I think that Satanists, by definition, cultivate sin and corruption. So, you know, someone saying something is something depends on who they are, who's saying it.
Yeah. So the principle of competition being sin. Competition is a bad thing. It's a source of human problems. So some people hold that view.
But an elitist would say that, because they don't want to be dethroned.
So
from a Muslim point of view, from a Muslim point of view, competition is a good thing. Like that's why Islam is not anti-capitalist. It's not anti, like, you know, competition. It's not. The reason for that is these elites, they want you to be sedate. They want you to be happy with what you've got. They don't want you to be competitive. They don't want you to be
in the system.
They don't want to be dethroned. They just want you to be content.
In the system, and they don't want you to think. You don't need to think. There's a certain level that you need to be at.
So it just goes back to the Matrix, innit? With a red pill, blue pill. The guy says, give me the blue pill, let me wake up, eating a fake steak that doesn't exist, and being happy and content in a fake world. He's happy to do that because rebellion is too much effort for him. He just doesn't want to have the burden on him.
Check this, right? There's an ant colony, right? I was watching this program, right? Now, if one of these ants step out of line out of the ant colony, they try to like sort him out, talk to him. And if they can't sort him out, they believe that they have to kill him, because if he starts putting this scent, like this bad vibe, they say it happens quite often. Like some of the ants go a bit rebellious, and they're not tuning into the same frequency as the other ants. So these other ants that are like, you could say generals or higher at a higher level, they'll come over to him and be like, all right, let's try and give him some rehab. And if he's not on it, they kill him, because they'll be like, because you're going to destroy the whole of the hive. You're gonna
Absolutely, and
bad.
other species have it. You're right. Ants do that as well. The soldier ants will do that because, after all, from the ants' point of view, silence is violence, right? If they weren't going to check that ant, and the ant wasn't checked, he's going to lead a pheromone trail, and he's going to do what is not best for the whole colony as a whole. So ants put the colony's needs above the individual ant needs. That's why they're very. That's why they've been around longer than us, right?
That's right.
That's right. And it's a race. It's a race for them. Everything. Look, and it's exactly for us. Yeah, we've got races against the seasons. Okay, like for harvest, it's a race. It's like a competition, days and everything. Everything in our lives becomes like a rush, like a race to do, a race to get home, a race to do this, a race to do that, a race to blah blah blah blah blah. But it's not real. It's like all this stuff here is in our heads.
Okay. So what are you concluding? Yeah, from that illustration.
But what
are
I'm
you
trying
saying?
to say to you is that's how the system. There's a system that we can't go back. Right? Like like when people want to say, who are we? What are we? We don't need to go back to look past that there. Okay, because we evolve. Everything evolves. Like the car and the horse. When we used to ride the horse, we could go a bit far back there, but then beyond there, it's beyond our knowledge. What the fuck do we need to load that for? I'm so advanced. You're talking shit to me. Talk to me about hydro, blah blah blah, and this blah blah blah. Like that's what these scientists know today. They're talking about that. You say to a scientist, "Oh, what do you think about the steam engine?" They'll be like, "Listen, don't talk to me about the steam engine. I'm on this. This is what I know. This is because we're trying to get better, and it's a race. Even with this thing with China."
Yeah, but see, the thing is, Natty, what you're saying is very unnatural. Yeah, what it is the farmers, they grow stuff and they have a surplus of food, which is the beginning of capitalism. And then with that surplus of food, they can pay people to be scientists, to be artists, to be soldiers, and then you have civilization. So without the farmers, without the capitalism, none of it would be possible. So what you're saying is the opposite of that. You're saying we're so locked up in our system that we're detached from our origin, we're detached from what supports us, and therefore what that leads to also becomes pointless for us. So we're floating around in the middle with no attachment to what's nurturing us, and no appreciation for our ultimate expression. So science has always been at the cutting edge.
Check this out.
Come with it then. Right, drop a bomb though. Don't say check this out and then say 1 + 1 = 2. Say check this out and then fucking rock my world, innit?
What I'm trying to say to you is depending where you are born, you will get born into a system. Okay. And that system first gets taught by your parents. Okay. And then their parents are taught, but not only that, there's a system.
But not all systems are designed to be such an illusion. It's not designed to be an illusion. Yeah, everything's a system, but there's systems that are designed to not appear as
in the background.
To not appear as systems. They're illusionary.
In the background, back chat. Okay, so Natty,
get that.
After all that, everything you just said, the impression I got is that we all started off in our more primitive form as being beings of competition, but as time progresses, our ultimate end will be to be as beings that do not compete. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying, if I was to look, I'm saying this right. If I was to wake up, I know that apples and shit grow on the tree. Okay, I know water. I could go down to a stream, boil it. Okay, I know there's certain things I could do to live free. But it's all in. But everything else that I'm doing, like in a world like that, you're living like here, or like in America, or like like where you're living around stone, concrete, and everything like that. There's a way of that you have to pay to live, to do these sort of things. That's what I'm basically trying to say. Like we are paying.
I don't understand. I don't understand how that applies to the question. is competition sin?
Because no,
And
it's not.
is competition part of human
Money,
nature?
money.
Good morning. If competition is part of human nature and part of what makes us human, then competition needs to be preserved or conserved in some way. If competition is sin, then people that are trying to compete are savages. It's one of the two.
I don't look at it that way. I look at it as a
Okay.
different way. I look at it as there's only three modes in game theory of existence because competition implies more than one actor on the board. You can't
Right.
compete over an island by yourself. So either you just coexist, or you cooperate, or you compete. Those are the three game theory strategies.
Wait a minute, say that again. Say that again. Let me
You
write
either
this
just
down.
coexist.
Wait,
You're
let
not
me
compete.
write this down so I
Yeah.
could use my thread.
You
Coexist.
either coexist, so you and I are on the field, and we don't
Okay.
we don't care what the other person does. We're neither competing nor cooperating, or we
Okay.
cooperate because it's in our best interest to work together.
Cooperate.
Yeah, or we compete because we're it's a zero-sum game. Only one of us will get the apple on the tree. So those are the only three modes of game theory of multiple strategies, right? So the question is competition necessary? Yeah, it's the game theory strategy when there's a zero-sum game. So if there's only one apple on the tree and there's three of us, we could choose to cooperate and share the apple three ways. We could not care. One guy could say, I just don't want an apple. I don't care if you have one or I have one. All three can kill each other to get the apple.
Okay.
Right. So at various levels, the engagement, so competition is one of the modes is evolutionarily wired into us. Anyone who has children, who've had children of a close age, will know that they compete instinctively. They compete immediately for your mother's attention, for the father's.
Why can't agree?
Wait,
Why
let's slow
can't
this
two of
down.
us agree to giving one person the apple?
You could do so, but one person might want the whole apple.
But that would still come under one of the three. That would still come under one of the three things that
Depends how many apples there are. Depends how many apples there are.
One.
No, it's only one apple.
One.
No, but he's listed three things. Yeah, you got to come up with something that's not one of them three.
Yeah,
but you're not.
Yeah.
Coexist, cooperate, or compete.
Now the question becomes, which is the right strategy for the individual and what is the right strategy for the group? So let's give simple examples. If I have two kids and I got a bag of sweets, I don't want my son and daughter to compete. I want them to learn to share it. If, on the other hand, I have one bag of sweets and there's three other kids I've never seen before walking on the street, I want my kid to have the sweets and not the three other kids, for example. So whatever strategy I apply is going to depend on who I'm playing and how I'm playing the game, right?
Yeah.
So each one of them is valid. I don't want my son and daughter to compete for the kiss of their mother. I want them to have a kiss each.
Okay.
But they should not be competing against strangers' kisses, right?
Right.
So then they put on the competition. Now, which strategy works for you depends when and where, right? And but all three are legitimate.
What's this model? What's it called? This model? Where's it come from?
These are just strategies in game theory. So if you imagine game theory is the maths and the computer science that deals with all possible games. So capitalism.
Yeah, I really like that. I really like that.
Yeah, so it's a game theory strategy. Now, whether I put moral values and ascribe moral values to competing versus cooperating is a different thing. That's you trying to say morally cooperation is superior to competition. That's just you making a moral stand. It's not real. It's just you saying, I don't want to compete. I think competing is not. But then I say, hey, but don't I want the best 100-meter sprinter? Don't want to see the best singer, the best dancer? I'm not going to get that by cooperation. I'm going to get that by competition. Because competition breeds excellence, right? Competition is how you get ahead, right? It's how you breed the better painter, the better writer, the better singer, the better dancer, right?
Right. So therefore,
which is what liberals and left-wing people hate, which is why if you look at the last 10, 20 years, you want to give every kid in school a consolation prize, a participation medal.
What is the topic?
The topic is capitalism. Does it create space for slave traders? So we started off with that on that topic.
The current panel has come to terms with that equation. We've balanced the equation.
That's right. So we're trying
what was your solution?
No, it doesn't.
Capitalism within itself is amoral.
It's amoral. That's right.
But capitalism came out of slave trade.
No, it never.
Here we go.
No, it didn't.
Huh?
No, it
No, it
didn't.
No,
Yes, it did.
capitalism only showed up in
And
the
it started
70s.
from the corporations of the companies that evolved into around creating that capitalism. It evolved out of it
No, capitalism, slavery is
from
3,000.
the times of history.
Yeah, but in history,
Slavery
slavery is
from the when we're talking about the Royal Charter, and when the Royal Charter fleets started to go out, where the competitiveness came out of it.
now maybe you're using different words to me. Slavery is 4,000 years old. The first slaves are documented in Mesopotamia. Capitalism only shows up in the 17th century.
Industrial revolution.
Slavery is there well before capitalism, right? Capitalism is only
Slavery was before, and then when the corporations that were involved in the slavery, it became capitalism.
No, capitalism came out because Adam Smith wrote the works on capitalism in England.
Yes, I know, but it originally is come out of slavery.
No, it hasn't.
The times of the corporations competing with each other, in forms of why we had all the wars and the spice wars and whatsoever.
That's
because
all
all corporate companies were the ones that provided that in forms of, like, you could name the Niger Company, the Burberry Company.
No, but that's not capitalism.
On and on.
That's not capitalism, right? That's all feudalism. Capitalism only shows. That's not capitalism. Capitalism, maybe you have a different meaning for the word capitalism. Capitalism only shows up in the 17th century. Everything prior to that, slavery for the last 4,000 years, that's all feudalism and imperialism.
It even mentions it in forms of history that it mentions that the corporations became capitalists.
I don't know what you mean, but what do you mean by capitalism? Maybe you have a different meaning of the word than I do.
Yeah, unless we define our terms, we can't communicate.
So capitalism, this idea that capitalism and slavery, no, slavery's been existing. The first slaves are from Mesopotamia, right? So we have about written record of slavery about.
I'm talking about transatlantic slavery.
Yeah, that's only of interest to black people and that, but majority of slaves are not black people, right?
But then when you hear the corporate companies speaking within the textbooks of that form of history between after the Queen Elizabeth the First in the 1500s, you will hear them mentioning that most of these guys became very wealthy, and this is where the capitalism began.
No, but wealth has always existed. Capitalism.
I know wealth has always existed, but the competitiveness.
But capitalism means that property was freely exchanged in private hands. And the theory of exchange that deregulated ownership from the state only shows up in the 17th century. It's not capitalism before Adam Smith.
It only shows up in the state.
No, it only shows up in the world in the 17th century. There's no capitalism.
The 17th century, can you tell me time and date, please, and what law?
17th century is when Adam Smith writes his treatise.
Yeah, in times of Alan Smith. So
Adam Smith invented capitalism. Well, he formalized.
Wasn't he influenced by the by what was stated within I would say in today's treaties and things like that?
No, because if you look at a good example of, let's say, colonizing power, look at the East India Trading Company predating Adam Smith. That wasn't private. That wasn't true private capitalism. It was still owned and connected to the Queen, to the monarchy, and to the state. It wasn't Barclays doing it. Yeah, so even at that point, capitalism didn't really exist. Slavery's always existed, and wealth
slavery's always existed. But then when I can go back to the livery company. And they explain it in their texts.
No, capitalism, if anything, capitalism was the best thing to democratize ownership, right? Capitalism took away the power from just the few and tried to give the economic power to the many, right? Do you see what I mean? That's the difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can appreciate why you think it matters for slavery, but I don't think I would link capitalism to it. I'd link power to it. So what enslaved black people in the case of Africa was not capitalism. It was imperialism. It's done for imperial reasons, right? It's done for empire, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. It's not capitalism. You can't blame capitalism, but capitalism puts the ownership on you and me.
Okay, so let's go to what is the criteria of capitalism?
Private ownership and a free exchange of goods.
Huh?
a private ownership of property and the free exchange of goods.
So then, wasn't corporations in that criteria?
No.
No, because a capitalist is an individual.
Yes, and there were individuals that I can tell you, especially the one, what's his name? I'll draw his name out, who built up the whole of Hammersmith. And in that time, in the 14 to 1500s, he is able to use capitalism to able to generate whatever he had to do.
Let me say something. Let me say something right now. Even if you prove that capitalism was born out of slavery, that does not equate to capitalism either favoring or not favoring as a condition for slavery.
And the word capitalism was mentioned.
No, but capitalism.
Yeah, but I'm not saying it wasn't mentioned. What I'm saying is, once capitalism has been born into this world, regardless of where it come from, it will be self-serving. Yeah. No, so if it's in the interest of capitalism to stamp out slavery, it will. You're not listening. You're not letting me make my point.
Over it, where they took his belongings.
Listen to what I'm saying. Once capitalism is born into this world, regardless of wherever it comes from, it becomes self-serving. If it's in the interest of capitalists to stamp out slavery, they will. And that's happened.
Correct. You're absolutely right. Because capitalism is amoral, as we said. It has an immoral compass. You can be, like we said this morning, you can do ethical buying or non-ethical buying. The market doesn't care. When Adam Smith introduced capitalism, all what happens from the 17th century onwards, all the power that was feudal and imperial was dissipated and democratized, and that's where you get the birth of the modern market and the modern world, right? And that was a single Englishman.
A simple Google search can just show how much Ralph is gaslighting now. So basically,
I don't think there's such a thing called Google search.
So basically, when was capitalism created? Google that, and you can. The first thing that comes up from Britannica. Although this continuous development of capitalism as a system dates only from the 16th century, not the 17th, antecedent, hold on, it gets better. Antecedents of capitalist institutions existed in the ancient world, and flourishing pockets of capitalism were present during the later European Middle Ages. So if Ralph says, capitalism is private,
that's the textbook intellectual definition by Adam Smith. Have you read any?
So people owned slaves for 4,000 years, so then they owned capital. Is that right, Ralph?
So there's other forms of capital, Lister. No. Farmers are capitalists. That's everyone that owns property is a capitalist.
Exactly.
Because they're generating more property.
And in Hammersmith, I've got to get his name out. He owned the whole of Hammersmith.
But I think you're
slavery.
But none of this helps us answer the question.
But you're confusing.
But it's not helping you answer the question at hand, though.
But you're confusing an elementary amateur confusion in words of the word capital to a system called capitalism. Capitalism is a system took over from feudalism after Adam Smith.
Yeah, no one's denying that. But the fact that capital institutions existed before that is true. So it's not like it's
but that's not capitalism.
But you've got to understand. You've got to understand that it's on like an increasing development. It's not there was no capitalism and then
but like Lister, you're getting into an argument of what came first, the chicken or the egg. Did capitalism born out of slavery or vice versa? That's not going to help you answer the question at hand.
No. The problem is Ralph.
Thanks, mate.
He doesn't understand what this guy's saying when what he's saying is actually correct.
Yes, but let me ask you: have you read Adam Smith?
I don't need to read Adam Smith
because you only jumped on to have a pop at me. You have nothing to contribute.
No, it's
Adam Smith, and you're confusing.
The fact that you're saying two things at once. You're saying the exact same thing that
capitalism is not capital.
It's a form of capitalism, and then owning slaves must therefore be a form of capitalism, but not in the described way. Like, for instance, communism existed before communism. When we lived in tribes, people used to take ownership of their little village.
Communists existed before communism.
Until Karl Marx came along. So forgive me for saying that capitalism was founded or described in the same way that racism was described, and it wasn't invented in the 16th century. It was just described.
Okay,
it's a continuous development.
Okay, sure, that's your view of it, but everyone who's read a book, and you've obviously not read Adam Smith, would disagree with you.
Alan Smith.
1 minute, I want Lister to explain something. Lister, explain how we go from capitalism to fascism, because I'm sure it's just one step.
Oh my God.
I mean, you don't have to go from capitalism to fascism.
Right, but there is that route available. That is that possibility, isn't it? And it's to do with power, isn't it? So we're generating power. People use power in a corrupt way to inflict their will upon others. That's fascism, is it not?
For instance, now we're moving towards like a corporate kind of takeover, which seems to be based on power and authoritarianism, gaslighted as a libertarian. I'm free to own whatever the fuck I want.
All right.
So yeah, in a way, in a sense, this is fascism. Kind of, we're leading into fascism from capitalism, in a sense. Yeah.
We currently are, you're saying?
Yeah.
I agree with Lister.
Ralph will like my next video coming out. The psychopathy of far right politics.
Nobody watches your videos, dude.
Nobody watches my videos. I just get more views than subscribers. Yeah.
I have no idea. I wouldn't know because I don't check. I'm not subscribing. But no, so
Ralph, would you not like to talk about your neo-reactionary ideology? Because that's pretty much what that's pretty much your area where what we're talking about now, isn't it?
Too many people speaking. On
corporations taking over capitalism and enforcing a fascist like dictatorship.
I have no idea what you're talking about. So,
well, why don't you never talk about neo-reactionary ideology? What would your neo-reactionary world look like, Ralph?
No, I think I don't talk to you.
No, you don't talk to anyone about it, Ralph. I've watched all your videos. And you talk about a bullshit cathedral.
Hey guys, everyone's shouting at one time because it's getting a bit jungly. It's getting a bit like jungly. Let's pick something good, man.
Can I ask a question?
You know Nicholas Crispy?
Do you know who? Sorry.
Do you know Nicholas Crispy?
Nicholas.
Oh, he's the guy who invented Rice Krispies. I know him.
Rice Krispies. No, tell me about
I'm joking.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah, go on, man.
Right. This issue of capitalism and then fascism and the relationship between capitalism and fascism, or the transfer, can capitalism move into fascism? I think that goes back to what we were discussing earlier when the bankers believes that competition is sin. So if you have the philosophy as a capitalist bank, as a banker, and you believe that competition is sin, then obviously you would be trying to be tailor the market in a way where you have total control. Is that correct or wrong? I don't know. I'm thinking.
Fundamentally, at its heart of its core intellectual underpinnings, fascism is anti-capitalist. Right? Fascists are not capitalists. They may use capitalism. They might use capitalism to serve the blood and soil of the people, but fascism is based on preserving either the race or the religion of its people. So fascism puts its people first. So putting the people first is a core tenet of fascism. Whether it's authoritarian fascism, clerical fascism, or ethno-fascism, it was going to put its people first. Capitalism, as we described earlier, is amoral. It doesn't put people first.
It puts the appearance of its people first.
Interesting.
I'll agree with that, but it puts the appearance of its people first. It doesn't necessarily put its people first.
But that would be something to argue with fascists, not me. But the point is, fascism, at fundamentally, its core pinnings will not put profit or capital before people. It will put people first, right?
So why?
Blood and soil before profit.
Why don't you talk about your own ideology, Ralph?
Why? I don't. Why should I talk to
reactionary
you?
ideology?
Because
you talk a lot about fascism and ethno-nationalism.
So let me
talk about what you act, because you're not an ethno-nationalist. You're not a nationalist either. So why do you talk about that shit? Stop gaslighting us, Ralph, and talk about neo-reactionary ideology and what a neo-reactionary world might look like.
I speak to people who are very qualified on such subjects. That wouldn't be you.
Well, why not?
Well, let me ask you this: why do you want to keep talking to me when I don't want to talk to you? Answer that first.
Because so Ralph, if you didn't,
why do you want to keep me? My question is why. My question is why do you want to keep talking to me?
I'm answering you, Ralph. If you didn't want to talk to me, you wouldn't have talked about me on a daily basis for multiple weeks, if not months.
Yeah, that was just mocking you.
Yeah, and now I'm fucking exposing you.
Oh, that's what you think, but you're just
yeah. That's what I know, because you're ghosting me. As soon as a psychopath gets exposed, they ghost me.
Yeah. So
and that's what's happening. You said you were going to review my Fascist Beware of the Neo-Reactionaries video, and as soon as you watched it, you thought, "Fuck, he's exposed me. I have to ignore it and ghost him." That's a characteristic of psychopathy, and that will be included in my videos.
Okay, that's your ego running around. You're obviously a stalker. You've stalked Tommy for years. You've stalked me for a couple of years now. You're just a psychotic stalker. No one cares. I don't care.
I'm not stalked anyone, mate.
But some people.
You're the one. You're the one who talks about me on a daily basis like some fucking sad obsession.
No, you're the one making videos about me non-stop, etc. Right? Yeah, right.
Stop, mate. You're not even going to appear. You're done, Ralph. Although you're the inspiration of this next video, I'm not even going to fucking appear in it because you're a fucking waste man.
Hello. But hang on, actually, other people have asked me. People frequently ask the question. I've never asked you this, Lister, personally. Are you, by any chance, homosexual or bisexual?
What does it matter?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just very curious when a male shows another male this kind of interest. I'm usually, a lot of people ask if, are you homosexual, bisexual? Just curious.
No, I'm straight.
Are you? Okay, wow.
Yeah. I don't want to suck your cock, Ralph.
Oh, good Lord.
Look. I'd like to.
All I want to do, Ralph, is talk about your neo-reactionary ideology and get you talking about what you actually believe, and not what you not talking about constantly what you don't believe. Like that's gaslighting, Ralph. So stop gaslighting. Can we talk about
fascism and then perhaps talk about neo-reactionism in its relation to fascism?
So neo-reactionary thinking subsumes all political ideology.
One second. Before we go into the neo-reactionary, I just want to clear up this thing about fascism, because I think it's quite interesting what you just said there, if I got it right.
I can help you. I can tell you a lot about fascism. I'm very familiar with fascism.
I just want to attack this fascism, because I think we've moved from capitalism with this as part of this subject. Then we moved into this fascism, and then they'll talk a bit about neo-reactionary. So I understand. Do we all agree that fascism or fascist states sees itself above capitalism? Yes.
No, capitalism is an economic political theory at its heart, right? Fascism is a theory based on the blood and soil of the spirit of a people. So at its heart and its axioms, fascism has two branches: ethno-fascism and so clerical fascism. Iran is a clerical fascist state. Saudi Arabia is a clerical fascist state. Right? Okay. They are authoritarian states, but the unity of the people, the fasci, the bundle, is united around the faith, in this case, Islam. Ethno-fascism, or the branches of ethno-fascism, put the people without faith first. Right.
Okay.
But they put that before economic models, before distribution. So fascists can be either left-wing or right-wing economically, because they don't put money before the people. They put the blood and the soil of the people first. The people are the heart of fascism.
Fascism
the nation is the heart, not the people. The nation.
The people.
No, the nation.
Oh, here we go. So that's quite. So
they will quite happily throw their people under a bus if it's for the to protect the nation.
Correct. The people.
No, so if they will throw the people under the bus to protect the nation, it's for the nation. They will just say it's for the people because that's more easy for people to kind of get behind.
Yeah, but thank you for telling fascists what they think. But the point is,
no, it's gaslighting, it's lying, it's misdirection.
Okay, let's break this down. Let's slow this down.
Is Lister going to do
Let's slow this down.
It's a discussion, Ralph.
No, but the listen.
When I feel like you've finished, I'm gonna interject.
Okay, correct.
Yeah.
So so fascists put, if you read fascist writing, so most of them will always put the people, i.e. the collective, not one person. They'll put the collective, the people, they'll put the people before the individual. So they're collectivist strategies. At its heart, capitalism is an individualistic strategy. It puts the invisible hand, the selfish hand, the profit motive.
The selfish hand, yes.
So would you agree with that then?
Another psychopathic trait there.
Yes.
Would you agree with that, fascists beware? Would you agree with that, more or less?
More or less.
What Ralph was saying.
More or less.
So fascism. Let me throw this in.
So then, if we moved on to neo-reactionary, you'll find that
wait a minute.
don't care about the nation or the people.
Slow it down.
They just care about power.
Okay. We'll get there. I just want to clear up this fascism thing. Clarify it, because you guys are well ahead.
I'm very well read on fascist writing.
Yeah, both you guys are very.
Have you field any fascist questions?
Right. So it appears to me, from what you've both agreed on, that fascism seems quite a good thing then, if it's putting the people first over capital. Would you agree with that?
No.
Yes.
It's putting its people the fascists have defined.
Correct.
They've identified their people.
Exactly.
And then they're putting their people over capital or whatever.
And other people. And other people. Yeah, obviously.
Okay. Yeah. So let's
agree with that?
Let's take Nazi Germany, for instance. That some of the first people to die to the Nazi regime was socialists, communists. The people who opposed the Germans, who opposed the Nazis in their own country. So they don't. So fascism doesn't put its own people first. It puts its nation first. And if its people seem to put their nation, if they believe their people are putting their nation under threat, those people will just get wiped out. So it doesn't put their people first; it puts their nation first. So I don't agree with the way that you're.
Okay, well, just let me explore a bit more, but from what fascists beware said. So therefore, if the Nazis, for example, just an example, were putting their people that they had identified as their people first, and then you had a group, some of those people then started to follow an ideology that
was anti-fascist.
Was anti-fascist.
They would be the enemy of the people, and they would be dealt with.
There would be, that's right. So I imagine there would be
even if they break no laws.
Sorry.
Yeah,
even if they break no laws.
Yeah, because the laws.
Hold it there. Even if they break no laws. So this is where I want to come in with this model about this law. You see, laws are just, you might disagree with this, but laws are just a formalization or codification of a people's habits, culture, and ways of life.
Of power, strictly speaking. So every time you enter, for example, let me give you some example. Traffic regulation is fascistic, because if I drive my car, at 100, if I drive my car at 100 miles per hour, the state will use authoritarian force to lock me up. If I drink a lot of alcohol,
democratic.
If I drink
democratic.
a lot of alcohol,
it's not authoritarian.
Let's take turns to speak. If I drink a lot of alcohol and drive my car, the state will use authoritarian force by the state, even though it's democratically given. It will use authoritarian force to arrest me and put me in jail.
But that's nothing to do with fascism.
So laws of IC3 are of codification. All the words used are right, of power, not convention. And in the case of liberal states, those states are given by democratic power. In the case of fascist states, to be given by authoritarian power. So authoritarian power is from the left and the right. So the communists are authoritarian.
So I like the distinction you made there: democratic power and fascist power.
Correct.
Authoritarian powers. So
yeah,
you can't say that.
communist
You
authoritarian,
can't
right?
say that because we have laws, all laws are fascist because they're powerful.
No, I said authoritarian. So
no, but that's what you're
No,
you're insinuating.
You need to calm down a bit and listen to my
And
words.
here we are, more gaslighting. Calm down, questioning my mental state. I'm calm, Ralph. Just talk about the issues.
You don't sound it. You sound a really, really high frenzied.
High frenzied, more gaslighting. More gaslighting.
So
just talk about the issues, man. Like,
Khan's get a word in with you around. Khan, that's why I don't speak to you, because you can't speak to you. You can't.
No, because I exposed you. So you've got to keep going. No, let's get the hierarchy. What's that hierarchy? You're on about a level fucking 5 right now.
We'll get there. Let's slow it down.
Focus on that issue without even thinking about me talking to you. Just don't imagine it's someone else talking to you, Ralph. Because obviously my voice upsets you.
Look,
gentlemen,
my camera's on. I don't look.
Hello.
So if you look at authoritarian power, it'll have 3 forms, right? You have authoritarian power from the right. You consider autocratic, fascistic, Iran, Saudi Arabia. You have neoliberal democratic power, and then you have communist authoritarian power. So communist authoritarian power exhibited by any other communist example you want to pick chooses authoritarian power against its people. What the real thing is the collective power against the individual. In the neoliberal world, that's codified, as you said, right, for the IC3, in a set of laws, and those laws are considered democratically surfaced. In the case of authoritarian regimes like communism or fascism, those authoritarian views, those laws are not surfaced by the will of the people, it's surfaced by the will of the collective. In the case of the communism, it's the betterment of
the will of the collective is the same as the will of the people.
Now, go on then, fascists beware. Go and say your bit now.
I mean, he was almost right of everything there. It's not the will of the collective as it's the will of the authoritarian ruler who claims to speak for the people, but really he doesn't. He just speaks for himself.
Like the Communist Party, would you, right? Would you agree?
Like the Communist Party.
Correct. So when the communists implement themselves, they do it by the party and the Communist Party. And the Communist Party claims it speaks for the people, but it really speaks for the Communist Manifesto.
Well, it depends if this is a communism like elected by democracy or communism taken by force.
Communism is anti-democratic, like fascism.
No, it's not necessarily. Like,
well, have you read Das Kapital?
Communism is an economic. Communism is an economic model that is practically the opposite of capitalism. They sit on opposite ends of the spectrum. So you can have authoritarian style communism or capitalism, or you can have liberal style communism or capitalism. So you don't necessarily. You can have it in you can have a democratic.
Name one liberal.
You can have a communist state.
Name a single liberal communist country in the history of mankind. And the answer is 0.
A liberal communist. There's mixed economies.
Not a different word. A liberal communist country, please. Anyone ever in history? And the answer is none, because you don't know what you're talking about.
You have democratic. You change the words again. You have democratic communist states.
No, you can't.
What do you mean you can't? You have them.
No, you can't, because you don't understand.
They exist.
Communism or democracy.
Communist democracies exist.
Name a communist democracy.
Cuba.
China.
Do you know how democracy works in Cuba, Ralph?
Yes, I know how democracy works. It's an authoritarian government that actually tortures and imprisons Cuban dissidents. That's what all the Cuban dissidents I've spoken to have run to Florida.
They might rule in an authoritarian way, but they have democracy. So that democracy is.
No, but they don't have a democracy because.
Tell me how. I can explain to you how democracy works in Cuba if you'd like.
No, I've lived in the United States for a long time. I've spoken to many Cuban exiles.
Cuba's not in the United States. So I can tell you obviously don't know how democracy works. So would you like to hear how democracy works in Cuba?
Have you ever spoken to any Cuban exiles from this democracy speaking?
Yes, Ralph, I have. Yes, Ralph, I have. Would you like to hear how democracy works in Cuba?
No, I don't.
Or would you like to just tell stories from your friends?
Yeah. So my point is that the Cubans have.
You don't want to hear. You don't want to hear how.
See what I mean? You just
because you don't know something. You don't want to hear it.
Sure, you're not homosexual.
Oh my God!
Ralph, would you like
Let's
to?
just go one at a time. One at a time.
Would you like?
Amazing
Ralph,
ritual.
would
Every
you
time I
like to
log onto the
hear
screen,
how democracy works in Cuba? Yes
said
or
no.
no?
I
If
said
no, you want to stay ignorant to it. Okay, well,
No,
I'm
I
going to
want
tell
to
it
hear from
anyway,
you
and you
because
can
you don't have
shut
any
your ears, Ralph.
authoritarian.
You can Ralph, you can
Yeah, but
shut
you
your
don't have
big
any
ears if you don't want to hear
authoritarian.
it, and then the
Ralph,
audience can hear
Have
it.
you
let's hear
even read
about
my
Cuba.
stuff?
One second,
Yeah,
Ralph, please. Let him talk about Cuba.
For you, I see three, of course.
Ralph,
Yeah.
Ralph, you shut your big ears for like a couple of minutes if you don't want to hear
Right.
this.
Go on
Oh,
then.
you've already got your earphones on, so just
Okay.
unplug that. You don't need to hear this because you don't want to hear it. White
No,
lives
Right.
matter. Yeah, Ralph, my life matters. Thanks.
Yeah, not yours.
Cuba is
Anyway, guys, I'm
Cuba.
going to bounce because this guy's like not very bright. I'll see you chaps later.
Okay.
Oh, bye, Ralph.
Take care.
Yeah. So communism in Cuba.
So
Democratic
Cuba's
communism in Cuba.
Cuba's democracy. You don't have to be a member of the Communist Workers' Party to get elected. Anybody can get elected. There is no money in politics in Cuba, so there's no advertising for yourself. Everybody is on that equal footing. Everyone has that equal chance of being elected as their councillor or MP. So anyone can go for election, assuming that they have so many nominations in a similar way that we have.
Okay.
Their voting booths are flanked by two like Boy Scouts or like kids from their national service, where that inspires their parents to keep checking up on them. It becomes like a family thing, so there's always people around in the voting booth. It would be very difficult to cheat the system. So as soon as the voting's finished, the cameras are put onto the box and they're counted instantly. There's no downtime between the end of the count and the results being announced. It's a continuous on camera we finished counting, here are the results. And if it's close, anyone can do a recount. Anyone can attend the voting count. So if I can go down to my local voting booth and just go and watch the count and take part in it, it's the most kind of accountable democracy that I've ever come across. So to say that it's authoritarian is kind of like, nah, mate, it seems like they've got a much fairer democracy than ours, which hasn't been corrupted by capital, where in our system it's the person who the people who have the most money get the most advertising, get their name out more, and then they get elected. That's not democracy.
Right. Okay. So how does the communism part come in then to the Cuban democratic system that you just explained?
It just so happens that the Communist Workers' Party are the biggest party in Cuba. So, like here, the Tory party is the biggest party, but it just so happens that the Communist Party in Cuba has been the winning party for a very long time. So they have been able to choose the prime ministers in a representative democracy type way, in just the same way that we have over here. So if anyone is going to criticize Cuba for their democracy or their communism, it's like, well, it's democratically
right. So let me see if I
there.
understand what you're saying. Right. It appears to me from what you're saying that Cuba has the best democratic system.
I would say one
of the best. Yeah,
one of the best, because I don't know.
Right. Okay. One of the best democratic systems. But the party, communism in Cuba is not actually communism. What it is that it's run by a party called the Communist Party. So just because it's the Communist Workers' Party, Cuba is not actually communist. What it is, it just has a very good democratic system. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see if like a fascist party came along and they won, what would happen?
What? Hold it. So right. So
I don't think it would happen.
Is it possible? Hold it. So based on the model you just explained there, a party which calls itself the Communist Party sets up a very good democratic system. So in reality, when the rubber hits the road, it's a democratic system.
They've basically taken
just
all
hold
money
it. Run by a party called the Communist Party. So in theory, you could have a fascist party or a party that calls itself fascist, but actually runs as good as a democratic voting system as Cuba. So the fascism and the communism is not actually real here. All it is they just happen to be names of parties, but in reality, it's actually the actual system is democratic. And you're saying that it's unlikely that a party that calls itself fascist would have such a would have the ability to set up such a good quality democratic system. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the problem with fascism is it is anti-democratic. It's not like capitalism, because the opposite of communism is capitalism. They're the economic models. So the opposite of fascism is libertarianism. They're the models of like power and authority. So when wait a
minute, let me write that down. What did you just say just there? You said opposite. Say it again.
So the opposite of communism is actually capitalism, but people mistake.
Hold it. Just let me write this down. Communism opposite is capitalism.
So they're basically economic
and then
models.
What's the other one?
So and then the other opposite is authoritarianism, opposed to libertarianism.
Opposed to libertarianism.
So like Ralph was saying earlier, fascism can be like on the left, it can be on the right. It just has characteristics that revolve around like authority and power and like a nation instead of economic like things. So they will use economics if it's beneficial for the nation or if it's beneficial for themselves. And also going on to the democracy, lots of democracies have these like guardrails. So for instance, we have this unified idea in the UK that we need to preserve our democracy. And to do that, sometimes right-wingers have to work with left-wingers to prevent authoritarians coming, or left-wingers have to work with right-wingers, depending on which way you look at it, to stop the authoritarians coming in and then destroying our democracy from within. So that's what fascism is. They're not interested in democracy. Every fascist regime that has come in has tried to subvert democracy and make it less easy for people to vote or take part in elections, make it less easy for people to get the right information to be able to vote with like knowledge. So there's a lot of, so that's the reason why a lot of like anti-democratic ideologies or parties seem to get banned. That's why you'll find the FNATs and Mark Collette struggling to get his political party off the ground, because we all know that it will be anti-democracy, and that is the one thing that we all agree we must preserve, and if not preserve, make better and more.
Right. Okay. Right. So I understand what you're saying, that fascist power would destroy communism, or fascism would destroy
democracy.
Democracy. That's right. So fascism is the enemy of democracy, in your view. So would true communism be an enemy of democracy?
It depends. If a communist party comes in and wins power through like rightful democratic ways, but then goes beyond his democratic mandate, then that would become authoritarian. But if he has a democratic mandate to install like communist ideals or to move it towards communism, that wouldn't be authoritarian. So if there is a mandate to make certain laws in the world, that law doesn't then become authoritarian. That becomes the will of the people, like the democratic will of the people.
Okay, so would I be correct in saying then that if people democratically elected a fascist party to rule, as long as that fascist party didn't overstep its democratic mandates, then that would be okay? Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess, but the problem is that has never happened. That has never happened where fascists have taken power and they've kept the democracy kind of rules fair. It's never happened.
Right, and the same goes for communism then, correct?
No. So, like I say, in Cuba, they have free and fair elections.
Yeah, but they're not. Cuba's not communist.
They are.
No. We just went through this. What happens? There's a party. There's a communist party or a party that calls itself communist in Cuba, but the election process or the system, they have a very good quality democracy. So therefore, democracies override it. So communism in Cuba is just the name for a party. It's actually democratic, and they have a very good quality democratic process. That's what I understood from what you're saying. So it's not really communist, is it?
Well,
it's
if you want to describe it like that, at the moment, under its democratic regime, it is communist.
Sorry, Lister. Yeah, no, it's not communist.
I mean, it's a fair point if you want to describe it like that. It's a democratic communist
communism.
State
Listen, you have to go to the definition of communism. You have to be sincere with the definition. Communism is defined as a moneyless, stateless, and classless society, where the idea of what you call private property is abolished and whatnot. Yeah,
right.
That has nothing. That has got nothing to do with what Cuba is on. So yeah,
but
that's what I'm trying to say. Sorry.
Like, no, they kind of have that. They get their houses.
This work. Let's slow this down. Let's slow this down.
Let's slow it down.
This kind of.
Yeah.
It's not kind. It can be kind of communist, but it can't be kind of communist because it's democratic. So this kind of, all it is the communism. It's just it's just a label for the party, but it functions as a democracy. Correct?
Yes. So you can.
Right. There you go.
But then we're not capitalists. Then we're a democracy, and then no one's ever anything but democracy. Like at the moment, our democracy has implemented a capitalist structure. So we are both capitalist and democratic.
Sorry, I was going to say democracy has got nothing to do with capitalism the same way it has got nothing really to.
Yes, I appreciate what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. However, you can still say this democratic country at the moment is communist, or at the moment is capitalist, or is trying to run its self on those ideals. It's just what we're arguing now is pedantic. I think.
No, because kind of agreeing. Because you have to. Like I said, we break it down the definition, right? If I gave you the definition of moneyless, stateless, and classless, we go through whether or not Cuba fits into that model. Is Cuba a monolith society?
I mean, it pretty much does. There's like two wages.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
But, like it is. Like everybody's pretty much the same class.
Does it have money?
Okay, so your definition, where are you getting that from?
Oh, come on.
You don't. You have to have money. Just because you have money doesn't mean you can't be communist. Money has to exist.
No, that is the literally definition of communism. Is trying to tackle the question of abundance. That's the point. So when it comes from the idea, you have to understand, and this is why a lot of the people who call themselves leftists get beat up, because they don't understand these definitions. So when you were talking earlier about an example of a society where something like this was achieved, no, there is no country. But when you go to certain examples, there is the revolution in Catalonia, there is free territory of Ukraine. This is very well known amongst people who call themselves communists or leftists. The problem is that where communists.
By the way, I'm not a communist.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But I'm just saying that for people, because a lot of people don't know and understand these definitions. That
they get dizzy.
Yeah, so when you're looking for amongst people on the left, there are people that who would argue that communism did exist, and this was in Russia, this was in China, this was in North Korea, Cuba, and some people will take it. Some people, depending on who you talk to, they will say, yeah, they were definitely communists, and that it was Western propaganda that was trying to make them seem like they're not, or Western propaganda trying to make them seem like they were bad. And other people say no, like they were never ever communists. Like even in writings of Lenin, he doesn't even. Lenin says that there is nothing like true communism. It's just state capitalism.
Do you know what? I agree. Yeah, and you could say the same for capitalism. At the moment, we don't have capitalism. We have corporatism. We have capitalists getting bailed out at the expense of everyone else. That's not a individual kind of like. So I agree with what you're saying, but we are getting really into the specifics, and I think it just loses.
That's the place to be. That's the place to be. We want to get into the specifics,
Where's Ralph? Where's Ralph? Ralph ran away. Oh man!
Like I say, as soon as I come, he'll cry about, there's a police investigation on him, and it's like, nah, mate. Like I've not. The police have never been here.
The reason why this is why I was even laughing at Khan is that if you look at the proceeds of the triangular slave trade and how people profited and were able to buy land to develop even Great Britain itself. If you go to the different boroughs, you will find out that most of these lords gained quite a lot into developing it for self-gain.
For sure.
And that's why I said define capitalism. So then if I said that you said what you said, then I say, okay, so if I get a guy that was doing that, like as I was mentioning, do you know Nicholas Crispy? Because Nicholas Crispy is the person that built up the whole of Hammersmith. He had factories. He was doing so much business and his wealth was so massive.
Yeah, like it just is when capital has existed since, like how long have coins existed? The idea of capital has existed. So there's been pockets of capital. There has to have been pockets of capitalism, like in the world, until someone described it and put pen to paper. Like people would have acted and acted like capitalists before someone recognized, oh, this is a thing, and I'm going to write about it. That's how it would have went.
Yeah, but that's why I asked him, was he influenced? Because if you noticed...
Yeah.
But if you noticed, what's his name that he was talking about, he was influenced just when slavery was coming to an end. And the 1700s would make sense because most of them will they were spending on their proceeds of what they were earning.
For sure.
Ralph,
is he in the chat?
Hello.
No, the other Ralph.
Ralph. Yeah. So would you agree then, Mr. Riggs, that capitalism itself is amoral. It has no morals. Or capital itself has no morals. It's actually, the morals are in the hands of the people that have the capital, what they decide to do with it.
You know, this is where it starts to go into other stuff.
Let's go there.
Has it got any morals?
Yeah, if I make the statement, capital has no morals. It's amoral. It's amoral. It's just like a hammer or a tool. It has no morals. How you use the tool, or the way the tool's being used, is the responsibility of the owner of the tool, or the person that is using the tool.
But then, would you say the tool itself is structured in like a form of a program where it doesn't go left or right? It just does what it's supposed to do.
Yes.
Then it can't have no morals.
Good. Right. So it's so you agree then? Capital has no morals.
But the individual is what defers it.
Yeah, or the groups, or it could be a cabal or a group of people that decide how to invest the capital, or what to do with the capital.
And that's what I was saying, is that this is what the guy did. He invested in his own community and made it a wealthy community.
Right. So it's not the capital or capitalism. It is the ideology of the person who owned the capital.
But his organization is another ball game.
Okay, expound. What do you mean by organization?
By his let's say, for instance, I have to look at the company he had, which had the road charter. When they utilized the spoils, they started to people. It's hard to explain it in forms of business.
Yeah,
they're able to utilize the spoils to able to invest, to able to create more business, to able to go back to expand. So he had directors and things like that.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So he has what? Did you say directors?
But not in that terminology of what we say today. But he had members.
Right. Okay. Good. So therefore, the point I'm trying to make as a conclusion to the conversation, that I'm referring back to Velle's original question of the day: capitalism, does it create space for slave traders? No, the answer is no, because capital and capitalism is amoral and then has no morals. So therefore we start to look at the people and the organization, because an organization is the people, correct? An organization is based on the relationship between each of the people in that organization, and what rules of behavior that's agreed. Or not just an organization, also a group of a community.
Basically, the capitalism without rules would be like the Wild West, and it would be incredibly bad for the most vulnerable people in society. That's why we have socialism.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, good. I like that. So capitalism without rules. So the rules is not in the capital, but the rules are in the people.
Yeah, it comes from the individuals or the collective.
Right. Okay. So it's still not the capital. It's still not the capital.
Yeah, you're right. Capitalism is amoral. It's just a certain
capital. But when you talk about capitalism, then how does that refer to it? Because there were people that were even at the time of the wealthy getting wealthy, there were people suffering because there was even food shortage at a period of time.
Yeah, but capitalism then, because we've already agreed that it's amoral, it's just like toolism. So in other words, I've got a hammer and I can do certain things, and then I want to get I'm in a race to get as many hammers as I can to do what I need to do. So it appears because I'm just trying to collect more and more hammers, that it doesn't really matter how many hammers I have. It just means that I'm trying to collect more and more hammers to increase
okay, let's just clear this out. How would you define between capital and capitalism?
I would say capital is amoral and capitalism is amoral, but the ism just means that you're trying to improve the tool itself, either increase the quantity of the tool, or the quality of the tool, in order to achieve the purpose that your group or yourself have decided. So therefore, you're using the tool or the hammer to do the work of the mission statement that you've all agreed, and then the hammer starts to wear out, so you just need more hammers. So it's just the ism in that is still.
You're trying to say it's more than one. So you're trying to say there's more than one hammer.
Exactly, because it's the faith. It's the faith. Capitalism is the faith in the tool.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. So in let's say in a certain period of time, if there was many organizations in different in saying, like, for instance, you have people that are doing the fur, people doing the alcohol, people doing all different types of products and services. Would you say that was capitalism?
Yeah.
Okay. So then if you look into forms of slave trade, you know that there was times of fur, spices, coal, there was all different types of products that
Correct.
was in the slave trade, in the fact that if you look at the triangular slave trade, where the first protocol was to take the slaves, which is a product, you took them to the Caribbean, you created sugar, that's a product, you took the sugar, you took it to South Carolina, you made the rum, you took the rum to let's say Africa and sold it to Africa before you actually brought the produce of all your stuff, and then take it back to Europe, and then sold that, and then able to make jewelry and products, other different products, to taking that product back to Africa to start again to getting slaves.
Yes. So all of that, all of that is just capitalism. It's just tools, but the end goal was to conquer Africa, and control the land itself and the people.
Actual conquer Africa. I think it is to gain wealth and power for the individual
and the group or the society.
So it
or
doesn't
the
matter where it was just that Africa was the place where they could get the people trafficking from.
Yeah, okay. Which are just commodities.
Yeah. So it could be anywhere in the world.
Right, and it's still going on.
Yeah, people went around the world to like trade goods, and then they just commodified black people.
Correct.
Basically what happened.
Right. So the clash is that is the black people, rather than just blacks or Africans as a commodity. When you start putting the people in there, then it means that the people may have had their own culture, their own values, and their own morality. So there you have a clash of morals, or you have a clash of culture. Does that make sense? Because as soon as you start saying that they're people, then the people are people, aren't they?
Yeah.
So therefore, the people have culture, they have views.
Let's take the people out of it, right? And
sorry,
let's class let's take the word people out of it, and let's class people as a form of stock.
Okay, good. Okay. Yes. So as long as it's stock, it's no different from gold or diamonds, slaves, diamonds. It's, you know,
and
oil. It's just commodities.
Yeah, exactly.
But
So
once you put the people in there, then you got problems, because then you have a clash of civilization, a clash between moralities.
Yeah, but that's why in America you will find out that most of the people that came from Africa to Americas were not. They didn't class them as people, but they classed them as a form of a product.
Of course, yeah, that's right. That's right. Stock, as you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, stock. So they didn't. It was hard for them to have any form of ownership of land.
Yes, exactly. Because it's like saying, "Oh, I've got a diamond here. This diamond owns 60 acres." It's like, what do you mean? Oh, I've got a lump of gold here, and this lump of gold owns 60 acres and a mule. It sounds stupid.
Exactly.
Because it's not a person, is it? It's just a commodity. So if you've got a slave, how can a slave own anything?
Exactly. So when you actually look at the overall, you can see this thing has been going. It's intertwined.
In what way?
In forms of the slave traders and as we said, the word capitalism. These people are intertwined in it because it was formatted through that. And once they're able to,
slaves are capital. Slaves are capital.
But
capitalism,
the triangular slave trade was capitalism.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We agree. We agree. It's just capitalism.
Yeah, and
they're not people. They're just stock.
Yeah. So once we understand that the triangular slave trade, how long was that triangular slave trade going back into? And we're going to the back of, and this is what I was saying, going back into the times of Queen Elizabeth I, which is the times of the Royal Charter started to take in effect, and this was coming into the 1600s.
Yeah.
So when someone started to call it capitalism in the 1700s, doesn't mean that there wasn't capitalism in the 1600s.
Yeah, like you've got so many examples of like early capitalism, like with the Silk Road, capitalism could like the birth of money is like you suddenly own some capital that was like it's worthless before. It was just metal, and now it's been turned into like a coin that is suddenly useful. You've got your own house. You've got some capital. You've got your own farm. You've got some capital.
It's the same thing with like when you talk about petroleum or you talk about cocoa. Your cocoa it's not really valuable until it's refined into chocolate.
Right. Just like a slave that's untrained or a horse that's not trained. So if you teach the slave to read, it's the same. You increase its value. You increase its value.
Exactly. So now you see the trauma.
Like the first banks were looks like they came into being in the 15th century. So capitalism was a kind of slow kind of just it evolved into being until someone thought about writing about it and described it.
Yeah, I suppose it's just efficiency, isn't it? It's just efficiency. You get so good with your hammer, and the way you and your people use hammers is so good that they call it hammerism. So they start writing about how the use of hammers.
Yeah, exactly.
So it becomes an ism, but it's just the same raw basic.
Yeah, yeah, if everyone went around just using hammers for everything, then someone would eventually write a book about hammerism, describing why it exists and like how
That's right. That's right. How it developed. Yes.
Yeah,
that's right.
like
yeah. Yeah.
that's pretty
Definitely.
much capitalism.
Yeah. So that's I think So it's so going back to the question of the day, we can safely say that capitalism does not create space for slave traders. It's the creation of the space for slave trading is really in the ideology of the people that are thinking in that way.
Yeah, I mean, yes
create.
and no. Like this is the thing. If you have an ideology that is based on just the like creation of profit and personal wealth, then it does have this kind of, it can go two ways. It can be this ruthless, I need to get as much as I can by any means possible, or I just want to get enough for me, and then everyone else can share whatever's like left. And I imagine the mentality of society could be engineered in such a way that would favor one or the other.
Oh, what do you think of this? If I was to change the question of the day to say, capitalism, does it create space for gold traders? Capitalism, does it create space for oil traders? Capitalism, does it create space for diamond traders? I suppose then I'd have to say yes. Then I'd have to say yes, wouldn't I?
Yeah, but because if you look at it,
I'm getting emotionally involved.
Yeah. if you go to any stock exchange and you look at the history of any stock exchange, remember that even some people that were in the UK, in Great Britain, they had slaves that they never seen in their life.
Oh yes, that's right. Yeah.
This is where the form of stock exchange came about.
Right.
Because it was based on that families can invest into something and get money from it.
That's right, and be detached from the actual commodity. Yeah, so basically I'm swinging from left to right, and I'm getting a bit dizzy because I'm becoming emotionally attached to the word slave. Exactly. But if you change the word slave to commodity or gold or diamonds, then it just flows. Capitalism, does it create space for commodity traders? Capitalism, does it create space for oil traders? Well, capitalism, does it create space for wool traders? But because of the word slave, then that emotional part of the brain kicks in, and then I get all confused. so I'm saying yes or no. I start off by saying no, and I'm saying yes. If I just get cold, be totally cold, and just see slave as a commodity, then there's no problem.
Like me coming to you, it's like me coming to you and telling you to come invest in Bitcoin.
Yes, exactly. That's right. So you can see how it's easy to get confused, because I started off with no.
I gotta go, guys. It's been nice chatting to you.
Oh yeah, brilliant. Thanks very much for that insight into democracy and communism and fascism. Fascists beware.
Yeah. Keep making sure you give Ralph a hard time.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Big up.
Yeah. Wow. This is quite a conversation. Capitalism, does it create space?
That's why that's why
for traders.
I was trying to say to him is that it's not just because someone puts a label on something that it never happened or it wasn't going on.
Yeah. That's right.
Because
It's just a
it
book.
could have been a total. It could have been a total. It could have been moneyism.
Yeah. Because the question of the day: capitalism, does it create space for traders? Yes, of course. But when you put the word slave in there, it's like, oh, my head starts spinning.
Exactly.
Start spinning. What do you mean, slave?
That's how when you're doing your research in forms of history is and I've always said that motto: follow the money, and the money will tell you the truth. The reason why I used to say that is that I take my emotions away from things and look at it in forms of business. Now, when I look at it in that perspective, I now when I take my emotions from it, I now look at things as in that we were just at the wrong place at the wrong time. If they could find something else in another place, it would have happened anyway. In that factor, they discovered free. We might say they wiped out people off free land to gain free land. They had free workers. They needed certain foods because there was food shortages.
Yeah.
So in that was maximum profit.
Yes.
Imagine now you got a shop and people working in your shop for free, and you're getting goods in your shop for free. What kind of profits are you making?
See, I tell you a reason why I think as well I got a bit confused, because I started off by saying no, then went to saying yes, because you have to be kind of what's that word when people a split personality?
Wow.
Yeah, you have to be a kind of split personality, because once you start talking about reparations, you're putting on the human hat as well as the business hat. You have to walk around with two hats. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be able to switch and put on the business hat and say, okay, capitalism, does it create space for traders? Yes, of course it does. But capitalism, does it create space for slave traders? Then you say, oh, what? You put on the other hat and say, no, whoa, let's slow this down. Slaves were these people. You see? And then you start along that argument.
Yeah, what's happening? I was in the background doing something, but I don't know. Did you guys come to an understanding, or was he still
well, I switched actually, because I started off the stream by saying the answer to the question: capitalism, does it create space for slave traders?
Of course it does.
I was saying no. I started off the stream by saying no. Okay. But I think it's a fault of mine in that I got too emotionally attached to the word slave. But if you remove the word slave, capitalism, does it create space for traders in diamonds, gold, oil, or whatever? Oh, yes, it's obvious. It's a yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So you have to have a kind of dual personality. You got to be able to go into business mode
and see people as commodity.
Yes, and then you negotiate from that perspective. But when it comes to reparations, then you start talking about people, and then people then have a culture, and then people then have habits. They have a way of life. They have values, and so on. And they have their own laws, they have their own social constructs and religion. Then that's an abuse of slavery. Would be an abuse of a people.
Okay.
But if these are not people, they're just commodities. Then capitalism goes hand in hand. It's not a problem.
But even I would even argue today, yeah, even though it's not the slavery that we've seen during the 17th, 18th, and even to the 19th century, right? I would say that the form of thing that we have, they call it servitude, right? Or now they call it indentured servitude, and they call it wage labor.
Right. So that's acknowledgement of the people side. Was it that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. What
Because
what do you mean by that?
even back, they will pay you. They'll pay you under the minimum. What do you call it? The wage price.
Yeah.
So they say they'll pay the minimum, even though it's still slavery. But what they're doing is to take away the word slavery. I'll give you a penny.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. So we're paying you.
And this is why. This is why.
Worse, actually.
When we look into the British system, they say that they didn't do no slavery because the word slavery, if they had applied it and allowed slaves to come into this country, then that means the poor people of this country will become slaves. So to avoid that situation, they will say that these people were servitude. These people were servants.
Yeah. That's right.
But
so
really, they were slaves.
Oh, you have to be careful. You have to be careful with the words. You see, if you're paying someone, you can. If you're paying someone, they're not a slave. You could abuse them. If you abuse them, it's just bad treatment.
Exactly.
Hold it. It's bad treatment in the business or exchange.
Okay, so if
it's not slavery, they get out of it.
If you came to co-op today, yeah, and you was working for me in co-op, and I only paid you to in this day and age, I said, you know what, your wage is going to be 10 pence a week. What would you call that?
That's not slavery. It's breaking the law because the minimum wage. The minimum wage is not 10 pence a week.
Remember, there's no law. I'm just using that as an excuse. There's no law. I'm paying you 10 pence a week.
But if there's no law, why should I pay you? Why should you pay me 10 pence? Even 10 pence? Why should you pay me at all? If there's no law, just hold a gun to my head.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that they used that scenario within their law system to protect themselves.
From
but the real truth is, you're not earning nothing. Because what does a slave earn?
Nothing.
So, but then what would you class as a slave?
Hold it. Wait, but how can a slave earn? A slave can't earn because a slave is a commodity. So it's like saying how much does a diamond earn, or how much does a chunk of gold earn, or how much does a barrel of oil earn? The earning doesn't match. It doesn't match.
I hear what you're saying, but they used it as the terminology to changing the image of slavery. They would say, like, for instance, they will provide you your keep, but all you've got to do is work.
Yeah, but does a dog earn? Does a sheep earn money? Does a cow earn money?
It earns its milk.
That word doesn't go. Sorry?
It earns its right to food, its right to do whatever. You know what I mean? It gets its freedom sometimes. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, but that word. Let me look at this word "earn." Let me see actually what's it.
I think where I see where you're missing it is that even during the times of slavery, you know, they had a house. You know what I mean? Like that was what the slave masters would argue, that we treated our slaves well because we provided them with food, hospitality,
Yeah, I understand.
you know what I mean? So today it could be switched to this point of, oh, we're providing people with shelter, lunch breaks, all this stuff, so they can't complain.
Okay.
As long as we're doing this for them.
All right, so let's look at the word earn.
You know what? I kind of like the way you break down words and you try to.
We have to, because people just.
Yeah.
I'm getting dizzy.
Yeah.
I'm getting dizzy in this conversation.
Yeah.
You know, so I've got to do. I've got to do this. So the word earn. See, verb. Earn, third person present. Earns, past it. No, hold. It means.
Guys, I'll be back.
It means to obtain money in return for labor or services. Obtain money or obtain something in return for labor and services.
So then, would you say?
Hold it. Let me read the rest of it. It's similar to of an activity cause someone to obtain money, of capital invested, gain money as interest or profit, of gain deservedly in return for one's behavior or achievements. In return for one's behavior and achievements. Well, if you're a good dog, we'll feed you. If you can jump high, if you're a good racehorse and you win races, that's good behavior because you stay online, you stay in the racing lane, you do what the jockey says, and it says or achievements. Well, you win races. So sometimes, yeah.
So a slave, if you do well, you may become a house slave.
Yeah, but no. You see, this word slave and earning doesn't go together. No. Slaves cannot earn.
Okay, take the word slave again, take it away, and say labor.
Well, it says of an activity or cause someone to obtain money. But yeah. Yeah, but laboring for what? You're earning.
You're laboring to
obtain
gain
money in return for labor or services.
So by you chopping the sugar cane fields, you're receiving food.
Yeah, to keep you going.
To keep you going. Then you do well in chopping them sugar cane, you may able to come into the house.
Yeah, but you're still. Yeah, but all that is that it's still not earning. All it means is that you're moving the piece of gold or the bottle of oil from the field into the house because it's more convenient because of the behavior and the achievements. So if this bottle of oil or this candle is stable, that means behavior and achievements. If this candle or this or vase of oil and flame is stable enough, then you bring it closer to home. You bring it closer to home. It doesn't earn the right to go into the house. It's just that the person who owns it decides that it's safe enough to bring it closer. To more convenient, to place it at a more convenient place. So just like you might have wild animals, they keep far away from the house, And then domesticated animals, they keep close to the house, but it's still an animal. So earn doesn't come into it. Sorry, I'm gonna I'm gonna say no. Slaves cannot earn. When you move into the realm of earning, it's something else. The abuse might be just as bad, or the abuse could be even worse, actually. But it's still earning and slaves don't go together. So I suppose the confusion will keep people spinning around in their heads and make them into animals. Because if you're confused, you can't defend yourself. You become dumb. You become dumb, a dumb animal. You can't speak properly. You can't defend yourself. You can't talk properly in the court system. You know, you're nothing. So no more than an animal. So I'm saying slaves cannot earn, but people that earn can be treated, can live a life worse than a slave. Can be put in a situation where life for them is worse than being a slave. And slaves, although they don't earn, slaves can be in a situation where they're living much better than somebody who is earning. But I'm saying that they're two separate entities, two separate situations. Yeah, because I think it's the same confusion that happened to me today, with the question Velle asked. Capitalism, does it create space for slave traders? So because of the word slave, I got emotionally connected to the word slave, and I couldn't see the relationship between capitalism and trading. So if you leave the word slave out, capitalism, does it create space for traders? Of course it does. But I said no, it doesn't, because of the word slave. So yeah, you have to watch these words. Capitalism, does it create space for oil traders? Capitalism, does it create space for gold traders? Of course. Capitalism, does it create space for diamond traders? Yes. But once you put that word slave in, capitalism, does it create space for slave traders? That's when it just spins all over the place for the dizzy like me. I just have to try and center myself, because the trading of a human being, something different. Yeah, so do you agree with me, Mr. Riggs, or are you still fighting for the earning slave or the slave earner? The earning slave, the slave that can be, I just don't, I think they're just two separate things altogether. Is anybody else? Velle, is anybody in the back? Yeah, so that's my stance. Who wants to challenge? I am saying slaves cannot earn. And people that earn cannot be slaves, no matter how bad things look. Let me just check up this word, slave. Slave. Especially in the past, a person who is the legal property of another and is forced to obey them. Here we go. I think 9 ETH. Velle, 9 ethers in the back. I think there's some other people. Yeah, so let me read that again. Slave, slave, slave, slave. Right, okay. Slave, especially in the past, a person who is legal, who is the legal property of another and is forced to obey them. Slave. A person who works very hard without proper remuneration or appreciation. Similar, a person who is excessively dependent upon or controlled by something or a device or part of one directly controlled by another. So slaves also similar to work excessively hard, slaving away. Velle, I think there's people in the back chat, people in the back chat. Yes, so it's legal property and is forced to obey, while somebody who earns, it's a deal. Could be a very bad deal, but it's still a deal. It's a deal. But slave, you're forced to obey, and you're legal property. So they're two different things. I'm saying slaves cannot earn, and those who earn cannot be slaves. Yeah.
Big up, Icy Tree.
How you doing?
You alright, bub?
How you doing?
No,
Yeah, so what's your view?
Sound really low, man.
Who, me?
No, it might be my thing still. Sounds very low. Hold on, I'm gonna leave and come again. Biggage, I'm coming out to come back in.
Okay. Yes. So So yes, I'd like to expand this, see if anybody wants to give any feedback. But if we could agree that capitalism is amoral, that means it's got nothing to do with morals. It's just like a tool. It's a system. It doesn't have any feelings or biases. It's just an ism. Capital does not have any morals. It's just capital. Then it relates to trading, in that the perfect trader, or the idea of a perfect trader is that the trader has the ability to totally detach himself or herself from the items that they're trading. So you cannot be a good trader. I'm making a statement now, so I'd like people to challenge the statement, or if they agree or disagree. To be a perfect trader, to be a skilled trader, you must have no emotional attachment to the products or commodities that you are trading. What do you think of that? And then as a result of that, capitalism and trading, so the trader takes on the same, or tries to take on, the amoral mindset of the capital that he or she is trading. Although the trader would be a human being and the capital is not human. The capital is just commodities with no feelings. So the trader would aspire in some strange way to be the personification of capital itself. So I'm just shooting from the hip there. Don't know if anybody wants to respond to that. Yeah, so I'm saying the perfect trader becomes an almost human form of the capital that he or she is trading. Becomes amoral in what they are actually doing. Because if you have morals, if you have any physical or emotional attachment to the things that you are trading, it will mess up your ability to trade. You've got to focus on the profit, because if you're trying to sell fruit and you have a fruit shop and you like the bananas, if you might start eating the bananas in your fruit shop. So when the customer comes looking for a banana, they can't find any because you've been eating them. So therefore you cannot trade bananas effectively, because you're emotionally, or you have a personal desire for bananas that is impacting your ability to trade that product or commodity or whatever, rather than focusing on profit. So I'm saying, just like when you go to the post office or the bank in some strange way has to be detached from the money itself. Yeah, the bank, because those people that are working on the desk, when the customer's coming in to deposit money, when the customer's coming in to deposit money or withdraw money, if the people that worked in the bank were starting to stuff notes down their pockets, then they can't work in the bank, and the bank can't work. Yeah, so to some degree, a person working in the bank, or a post office, they see all this cash in front of them, they're detached from the cash. They're detached from money, even though they live by money. They almost require money to live. So so if you can't control yourself whilst working in a post office or whilst working in a bank, if you can't control yourself, you'll start stuffing some of those notes down your own pocket. So you have to remain detached from the product itself. And I'm saying that those rules apply for all traders, whether you're trading in money or trading in people. Well, you're not trading in people. When you're trading in slaves, you'd have to detach yourself from seeing the slave as a person. Otherwise, you won't be able to function. You can't be a slave trader if you get personally attached to the slaves. You can't be a diamond trader or a gold trader if you're getting personally attached to the diamonds and the gold, because when you're supposed to be trading, then you'll just be hoarding the diamonds and hoarding the gold, and you won't want, if somebody comes ask you for some gold and ask you what's the price, you won't be able to function. You won't be able to function. You just have all the gold on the shelf.
But can you hear me, IC3? I don't know if you can hear me now.
Yeah.
Okay, it wasn't too good before. All right, bless up yourself. How are you today?
In good spirits. And yourself?
Excellent, excellent. Yep, ditto. Give thanks.
So what do you think of the question of the day?
So let me just double check again. It is capitalism. Does it create space for slave traders? Well, obviously, it creates space for slave traders, because capitalism is about money, right? So let's do it your style and give a definition of capitalism so we know where we're coming from. So capitalism is an economic and political system in which a country's trade and industry are controlled by private owners for profit rather than by the state. So by its definition, then yeah, of course it can lead way to slavery. So yeah, is my answer.
Okay. Yeah, I said no at first, actually, in the beginning, but I think my mistake was, well, is it really a mistake? I became too attached to the word slave because I started to see those slaves as people. which blinded me to the idea that capitalism obviously creates space for traders, no matter what they're trading. So,
yeah, because unfortunately, slaves that's how they were seen, as a commodity, as a product.
yeah,
I'm sure you know about how the stock market started in its genesis, etc., etc. So, yeah, of course it does.
and then when I was putting on my reparations hat, then I'm thinking about the word slave in human terms. See, so you have to be kind of, bipolar when dealing with this issue of reparations. You got to be able to switch from business mode to human mode rapidly.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. Still, that's an exercise that we all have to really work on, I suggest.
Yes.
Because obviously for us it's very emotive,
right,
and emotional, whereas for others it's just very much
business.
Indeed. So that's why I said, yeah, logic over emotion sometimes, especially when we're having certain debates or arguments with certain types of persons, because they're not going to see it the way in which we see it. So we've already lost the argument if we approach it from an emotional standpoint.
Correct.
Yeah, you got to be as cold-hearted as them skunks, man.
Yeah, so you just got to switch. I mean, this is proper bipolar stuff. The reparations debate and discussion is real bipolar, approach. You got to be able to switch from one to the other. Yeah, that's why that reparations issue is so, I think, why it's so highly charged, why it's so difficult. I've tried to, in my approach to see, that's why I talk about reparations. I use the codes, see, because the codes is the kind of the nearest way. I think people can then start to switch to that business mode. So when I say black IC3, it's like, whoa, what do you mean IC3? Oh, that's just colonial, all these codes and all this stuff. And people start getting all emotional about it. But you have to you need to be able to put on that business hat, because the IC3 codes, they still use them in the city of London. The police still use them there, and it's very clear exactly who you're referring to. And so if you attach the code to a commodity, because that's, when you go to the shops, you have all your food and everything you buy in the shop is barcoded, isn't it? So the barcodes help you to
it's an identifier.
Yes, it's an identifier. So people get emotional about the identifier, and say, oh, you shouldn't talk about the slaves or black people using those codes and so on. But as you were just saying earlier, not everybody has the same emotional outlook on the whole situation. So therefore,
and it could be argued, why should they? Do you know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, why should they? Yeah,
it's not their sufferation and it's not their legacy. So yeah, I can appreciate that still, and give thanks for those that do. You know what I'm saying to you, because there are those that definitely what's the word, empathize with our most recent journey, and there's others that really couldn't give two shits, man.
Exactly.
So you know what I'm saying.
And it's the people that couldn't give so-called two shits are the ones that have got all the money and the benefits. and they're the ones that we'll be looking to balance the books, as it were, to balance the accounts. So it's a swing between right and left, kind of a bipolar thing. You have to be able to switch and have two different hats. One hat with your business hat when you just talk codes and insurance and dates and times and quantities. And then the other hat, you say, well, these were actually people. And then if there were people, then you have to associate them with culture, ways of life, a way of life, values, laws, and so on. But yeah, because diamonds that don't make laws amongst themselves, nuggets of gold do not sit in meetings and develop gold culture. Oil doesn't discuss issues and make decisions. Oh, what do you think of the statement? I'm saying that slaves cannot earn, and those that earn cannot be slaves.
100%. I'm with you. And yeah, I don't know if you know, and thank you for your comments as well that you've been leaving. Appreciate. But you know, I done a story. Well, I don't know if you do know, so let me start that again. I posted a story, 90 for 99. Come check me out, family. You don't know the settings. But I posted a story that was basically talking about let me not miss thingy wobby, so just give me 1 second. So I know there's people on here that are hot. So I don't wanna get the wrong 1 second, family. I'm just going to my channel. Nah, I'm really joking, but hold on. So yeah, it's talking about modern day slavery in Leicester, and they basically talk about sweatshops.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, for myself, I think we need to find another word for such occurrences. You know what I'm saying? Because for me, when you hear the word slavery, there's no pay. Do you know what I mean? There's no going and coming.
Exactly.
And all the rest of it. And then that's why I was getting upset a few months ago, whereby when we was having the you know, the whole slavery argument. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but you know, there was a whole month-long slavery argument. But one of the things that someone done was try to bring in modern day slavery into the argument. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Which for me just sort of takes away all the emphasis and focus on what really slavery is. You
Exactly.
know? So even
bamboozling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, black people always getting bamboozled. But
that's why I say to the family, we have to stay focused, uncle. You know what I'm saying? Stay focused.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, man.
Yeah, go on. Continue.
Yeah, so I'm just saying.
Spike Lee, the movie Bamboozled. Yeah, have you seen that movie?
I have not. No.
Oh my word! Yeah. So go on, continue. Go on then.
Is that one to put on my list? Yeah, because I'm not.
Sure, you've got to see that. Yeah, because it's describing exactly what you're talking about. You see, it's about, you know, by talking about modern day slavery and the way the people are earning such little bits of money, and they're working in sweatshops and all this lot. But that's modern day slavery. You know, that's pure propaganda, bamboozling, messing people up.
Absolutely. So I'm saying they need to find another term for that, because I'm not taking anything away from those situations in the sweatshops, etc. And I'm not taking anything away from if they are being underpaid, etc. That obviously that is not right. However, we should not be trying to go into an arena where we're using the word slavery.
Correct.
You understand me? Yeah, man. Because Because what I'm saying to you, Uncle, yeah, is that if we keep fast forwarding, especially when I'm hearing all prison for was it people are trying to equate slavery to the prison system and all this type of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? If we keep fast forwarding, we're going to come to a time whereby when you look at the word slavery, it's going to be us there. But as the enslavers, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to, and I'm talking about the that's in regards to the county lines thing still. So I sort of went off track a little bit. But yeah, man, we got to find a different word for that. You know what I mean? Like, we cannot call it slavery. Yeah, that's a disrespect to all the ancestors that went through that shit, man, because no one didn't get paid no money. You know what I mean? No one weren't going home to their loved ones to be able to complain about their shitty day at work where they're getting shitty wages. You understand what I'm saying to you? So it's for us to be we gotta be on that, man. So
bamboozling. Dreadful.
Yeah, man. So that's why the family has to keep
double check
focused,
that.
man.
Spike Lee.
Yeah, Nins Coolers, I'll take that exploitation. I'll take that because it is an element of exploitation, 100%. But to call it slavery, oh hell no! Not when you can go home and you can make love to your you get me, and you can no. We're not calling that slavery. You understand me? Because my people then weren't able to go and do the things that these people that are getting £3.50 an hour can do. Even the mere fact that the man was able to complain on camera. You understand? Come on, man.
Let me write this down. Modern day slavery. Modern day slavery. Let's see what they say. Modern
American
day slavery is
slavery. No, it's not, Nins Cooler. Stop it, man. It's even in the clause of the 13th Amendment. Fam, we are not going to compare the American prison system, as fucked up as it may be, to slavery. We're not doing it. Well, I'm not doing it. Not a fuck, man. You understand me? Worse if you're actually in prison for a flipping good reason. You understand? If you broke the law, this, that, and the other, and you're in jail for that, then you're not a slave. Stop it.
That's what it says here. Look, slavery in the 21st century. Contemporary slavery, also known as modern slavery or neo-slavery, refers to institutional slavery that continues to occur in present-day society. Estimates of the number of slaves today range from around 21 million to 46 million, depending on the method used to form the estimate and definition of slavery being used. The estimate number of slaves is debated, as there is no universally agreed definition of modern slavery. You see that? Those in slavery are often difficult to identify, and adequate statistics are often not available. The International Labour Organization estimates that, by their definitions, over 40 million people are in some form of slavery today. Some form of slavery today. 24.9 million people are in forced labor, of whom 16 million people are exploited in the private sector, such as domestic work, construction, and agriculture. 4.8 million persons in forced sexual exploitation, and 4 million persons in forced labor imposed by state authorities. And 15.4 million people are in forced marriage. Then it goes into trafficking of persons and so on. So there's no clear definition of slavery, modern day slavery. So they're saying.
There's a Modern Day Slavery Act that should give the definition.
Let's look that up then. Modern Day Slavery Act. Oh, right, 2015. Let's see what they say. Modern Day Slavery Act, 2015. The Modern Slavery Act 2015 is an act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom. It is designed to combat modern slavery in the UK and consolidates previous offences relating to trafficking and slavery. The Act extends to England and Wales. The bill was introduced to the House of Commons in draft form in October 2013 by James Brokenshire, Parliamentary Undersecretary for Crime and Security. The bill sponsors in the Home Office were Theresa May and Lord Bates. It received royal assent and became law on the 26th of March 2015. So James Brokenshire was quoted as saying that the act would send the strongest possible message to criminals that if you are involved in this disgusting trade in human beings, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and will be locked up. Disgusting trade.
Can you see how
in
slick
human
this
beings.
is?
Yeah, that's right. Oh,
They
this is
are
like
so slick.
yeah.
You
Oh,
understand
look
what I'm
at
saying to you?
this.
They are so
Disgusting
slick.
trade.
And
Look at
then
that.
you've got people falling for it.
Look at this. You're right. You look at this. Disgusting trade. So trade is just trade, but it's in human beings. Let's see what it says here. It was designed to combat modern slavery. So what is modern slavery? Contemporary slavery, also known as modern slavery or neo-slavery, refers to the institutional slavery that continues to occur in present-day society. What is slavery? Slavery is any system in which principles of property law are applied to people, allowing individuals to own, buy, and sell other individuals as a de jure form of property. The enslaved
Yo,
person.
Nins, yeah, I'm reading what you're saying, yeah. You understand what I'm saying to you, okay? And again, that's gonna need another definition as well, Bab. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? But we're not, it's a very dangerous game that's being played here. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Very dangerous game. So we need better definitions, but we can't just fling people that go to prison under slavery. No, we can't do that. You understand me? We can't do that.
No,
yeah,
no, you
because I
can't.
know
No,
women
no,
that are
no.
going into jail, they're not getting their belly cut out. You understand me? When they're pregnant. You understand me? Stop it, man. Stop it. Just stop it. So we need some better definitions, but we are not gonna put prison service or prison system slavery or whatever the fuck you want to call it the same as slavery. Not a fuck, man. Do you understand? Yeah, not a fuck. And like I'm
Yeah,
saying, it's a disrespect. It's a
yes,
disrespect
definitely.
to the
Yes,
people them that have actually been through slavery, and in a time where we're even getting to a point where it's properly being acknowledged. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And all the rest of it. And then people like you want to come in with this fucking prison slavery bollocks. Stop it, man. Yeah, just stop it, fam.
That's a separate issue.
Foolishness, that, man.
It's a
And
separate
that's what
issue.
I'm saying, man.
Yeah, it's bamboozling. Basically, just bamboozle. You gotta watch that movie.
Cooning is what it is. It's fucking cooning, man.
No, they're bamboozled. You got to watch that movie. It's look at the word. Let me get this word. Bamboozle. BAM.
There's people that have gone into American jails for the most heinous things. The most heinous things. And you want to now compare that man to a slave? Huh? Who got taken out of his lands? Oh, stop it, man. And this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, family, man.
Yeah, basically, bamboozle. Yeah, bamboozle means to cheat or fool, deceive, trick, delude, hoodwink. Yeah, so if you don't if you're not careful with your words when dealing with this issue of slavery, you'll be all over the place. You just get bamboozled.
Let's call that one exploitation as well, then, Ninskulis, yeah? Let's call it exploitation. They're exploiting the fact that the man them are in jail because they've lost their freedom. You with me? I'll even take that. Yeah, and because they've lost all their liberties and whatever, then they're at the what's the word? At the bequest, or you know what I mean, under the whatever of the people that run the jails and all that. I will take that. No problem. But we're not calling it. Well, I can't call it slavery, innit? I can't do that. I can't do that.
No.
You understand me?
You got to,
I can't do that.
Yes. So the question was, what if prisoners are forced to labor for private companies? Yeah, but are they being paid? They're prisoners. So prison is one issue. And then forced labor by private companies is another issue. So you can see that this has all been well thought out by the people who are controlling this stuff, because people are just so confused and bamboozled over this
Well,
issue.
Nins, I just read your comment. No one's comparing slavery of old to the prison system, but it's slavery whether you accept it or not. It's in the 13th Amendment. It says you can be a slave as a punishment for a crime. All right, cool. All I would say there is, again, they need that's very bad language. You know what I'm saying to you? And then they were being slick from then, if anything, because they put it in their amendment. Yeah, right. So they were just being slick for mourning. That's all that tells me. Yeah, and already trying to cover their tracks. Yeah, but not me. We educated out here, boo. It's not happening, mate.
Yeah, they're just they're just messing, because they know about the system of slavery, and then they also know about all the court cases and all the discussions they've had, and so they can plan way ahead to all the court cases that may happen 10 or 50 years or 100 years time. You know, they can plan the language and confuse the language. And if you're confused in the language, you can't actually get a target on this thing. You can't. How are you going to successfully organize for reparations or for justice, or for, you know, how are you going to do that if you haven't got the proper language? You've got to have the proper language. So rather than just throw around the words willy-nilly, when it comes to court, that's not going to work, because they'll just say, "Oh, but you said this word. Oh, but you've changed your mind. Oh, what exactly do you mean?" You better sort out. All of us have to sort out exactly what we mean before it hits the courts, or else you're just going to get blown up, sunk. You're going to get sunk. So they're not the same. And if you can't find words to clarify the difference, then you have to make some up. So when you're asked, what do you mean? You'll say, well, I'm using this word to mean this because I do not want it to be confused with this. And so on. Yeah. So I'm going to go now, leave the panel. I've got things to do. And I hope to come back on a bit later. Very interesting discussion. But beware the bamboozlers, because they are smart. Have a good day.
Bless up, IC3. Bless up, bless up. I was just reading the 13th Amendment still. Ooh, good. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna read it anyway, family. Well, actually, let me see. Right. Okay. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, I see in terms of the 30th Amendment of the United States provides that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. So I understand that it's in the 30th Amendment, but what I'm saying again is that at the end of the day, you know what I mean, they knew what they were doing with that language, as far as I'm concerned. Do you know what I'm saying to you? And already it was like some forward-thinking damage limitation. You know what I'm saying to you? But yeah, I'm definitely not of the school of thought of comparing, you know, modern day prison system to slavery. Not at all, man. So let's see what's going on in the chats. Don't know where to be, but then B. I can't even stay here too long myself, but let's see what I go on. Big Edge. Let's see what's going on. Was Paul smarter than me when he told slaves to obey their earthly masters? What? Okay, I see Walter and Nins are doing their thing. Okay, yeah, them two are definitely doing their thing, boy. What's going on here? No, they're not being paid to get put on board. I don't know. Some prisoners, I don't know. I don't want to say, but I know some prisoners do get paid still. All right, family. So, boy, I don't even know, man. I don't even know. All right, let me see what I got. Is there anyone in the chats here that that knows about Ethereum or or deals with any sort of yeah, not even Bitcoin, but Ethereum in particular? Anyone in the chats deal with Ethereum? Let's see. While someone else is coming on, waiting to come on, let me just ask the people them something still. You misspelled kangaroo. Did I? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Lottie. Hey. So now you have read the 30th Amendment. Would you class it as slavery then, even though you read it in black and white? Like I said, Nins, yeah, I understand that they have used the word slavery, but I wouldn't use that word. And that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? They know what they're doing when they're using certain language. Yeah, so like I've already admitted, I've seen it in black and white. You heard me say that, but I still disagree with that language. Yeah, and I disagree also, you know what I'm saying to you, to call modern day prisoners slaves. We have to find another word. Like I said about the sweatshops. Yeah, we consider that they are being exploited, etc., etc. But yeah, I'm not going to compare it to slavery. No way, man. But I understand why these things are being done. Like I understand why there's such a thing as the Modern Day Slavery Act, 100%. Because, like I said, if you forward 100, 200 years, 300 years, do you know what I'm saying to you? What was one of the most abhorrent things in recent history? Trust me, it will be whitewashed a certain way, where you'll find when you see the word slavery or modern day slavery, you're gonna see the brother down the road who they've arrested for doing county lines. Trust me. So that's what I say to that, bub. Okay, so it's your subjective. So it's your subjective opinion. If that's what you want to say, bub, like I said in it, for myself, and as you know, Nins, language is very, very important. Very, very important. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So yeah, we can't take it willy-nilly when it comes to the way in which certain things are written. They know what they're doing, but I'm more interested in persons that would actually would agree with such a statement. You know what I'm saying to you? That modern day slavery I mean, like I said, it's the word, man. It's the word slavery. We need to find another word. As a Juju from our property, an enslaved person is unable to withdraw unilaterally from such a. Yes, Mr. Riggs, you're right, bub.
What's good?
Yeah, we're just the issue of somehow the issue of slavery has come up, and Nins has pointed out that they're trying to say that the modern day prison system is tantamount to slavery, yeah. I'm saying that I'm not with that. They need to find some other words. And then Nins has brought up the 13th Amendment, where it basically says that anyone that is in jail can be basically treated as a slave. That's the long and short of it. Unless you want me to.
That's why most people will say enslaved instead of slavery.
See, even that's a bit better. You understand what I'm saying to you? Just the thing of EN makes that a little bit better. But I'm saying that we're not going to be comparing slavery to prisoners. You understand me? Especially where there's people that are in there for heinous fucking crimes, and you want to call them a slave? No. You get me? And I'm also saying how words are important, Tessa. You know what I'm saying? Because even if you know, and I'm sure you do, you know about even the Black's Dictionary of Law and whatever, and you know that the wording and what it means is completely different to what people out here are thinking when they're using certain words.
Yeah, but that's why words are in French or certain words are in Latin, depending on what the jurisdictions of whether it's law or accountants, depending on how it's dealt with. So some of these words, what we've defined it, we've taken it to a different definition.
Exactly. But I'm saying I'm more surprised that there's people out here like Nins, for example, that's actually, you know what I mean? They're buying this nonsense. They're buying it. You know? And that just shows me how easy it is to change up the thing, man. Yeah.
100 years from now, they'll be saying that bad is good.
And that's what that's the exact point that I was just making, Tesla. That hundreds of years from now, when you look at when you look at who a slave master is or whatever, it's gonna be the brother down the street who they've got for county lines and all that. Because that's the same sort of comparison that was being made. Yeah, before they were trying to bring county lines into modern day slavery. Or I think they're putting it, in fact, I think they're actually putting it in the Modern Day Slavery Act.
Because it'd be stupid to do that, because really and truly, some of these county line things are not really children being forced, but they've been enticed.
Yep. And again, the wording is so important. You know what I'm saying to you?
Because it's not like these people are strapping them in the house and telling them they can't do certain things. It's just that they owe a favor, so they have no reason but have to do something because of what's been told them to do. That county line thing, you can't put that to slavery, because then you're going to start to say, okay, if I compare it to what happened to slavery back then, it's crazy.
And this is what I'm saying, man. This is exactly what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? We've got situations where we know that in times of slavery, people had their nuts chopped off. Like, you know what I mean? Can't do nothing, can't forward on no generations. And that's what we got people like Nins comparing it to. Where man can go jail, man can come out of jail, man can still get married, he can still have children, he can still reform his life, he can still do stuff. And you're trying to compare that to slavery, where you was enslaved for more. Stop it, man. Stop it, man. Stop it, man. You know what I mean? There's no comparison. We're not ever going to compare the modern day prison system to no form of Islamic or sub-Saharan slavery and no type of transatlantic slavery. You know what I mean? And when I say comparison, I mean just the use of the word. So we need to find another word. That's my point. Yeah, that's my point.
Name
Question of
just Arab slavery.
All right, so Jupiter says, what about the modern day slaves in Libya? Now that's a, you know what I mean? That's a more interesting point. It could be argued. You understand what I'm saying to you? I mean, even just that, just oh fuck's sake, man! I'm telling you, man.
It's slavery, communist, capitalism. That's what we were talking about earlier on today. It can't be capitalism because the slaves from the Arab slave trade was for their own personal benefits. Where the triangular slave trade was a business and multiple businesses.
No, I haven't watched the 13th. I haven't watched it, Nins. I might try and check it out still, but I haven't watched it, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying to you? But all I'm trying to say to you is you got people in jail for the most heinous things, right? They've done the most heinous things. Yeah. And as such, they need to be somewhere. And all I'm saying is that I'm not here trying to call these people slaves. Simple. You understand? And if this documentary does something else, then boy, but that's what I'm saying right now. And I can't see me taking back that talk there still, because obviously this is not the first time that I've heard such an argument.
Velle Khan is at the back.
Fat dietitian, how can the word whitewash be racist? Like, what are you talking about? Oh my gosh, how can that be racist, bro?
Someone's at the back.
Oh my Lord, have mercy. In fact, I heard her use the word whitewash earlier. Is that not racist?
I think people in the chat are just trolling, man. They're just trolling us.
Oh my life, they're hilarious, man.
Oh no, about fat dietitian, you know, they're jokers, man.
All right, well, bless up anyway, man. Do you believe that the prison thing about your today is tantamount to slavery? Are you of that opinion, Khan?
No, I just think that they're just trying to stop people making money without them getting their cut, innit? So they're like, oh, people are using other people to make money. How are we going to stop that? Oh, we just call it slavery. And then
so why do
outlaw
you
it.
think persons like Nins is underpinning this type of opinion? And he's doing it very staunchly, my ad.
I can't really talk for Nin because I don't know what angle he's coming at it from or what level of information he's been exposed to. I'm just saying it's common sense that we're living in a small country, let's face it, and England's small, man. And there's this glass ceiling that they don't want people to accumulate wealth, even cross-generationally, like you can't accumulate wealth. They got barriers in place. Now, when you look at all these barriers that they're putting there, it's just to stop us accumulating wealth because they're trying to stay wealthy and have their power over us. It's common sense, isn't it? If we could make money off of each other, like if I could hire people to come to my house and be my servants, and you know what I mean, I'd be making money off of their backs, let's say. I'll be accumulating wealth in a way that is outside of the government's remit, and they won't be happy with that, so they're just going to outlaw it. Simple as that, isn't it? They could dress it up in whatever words they want, but that's ultimately what it is. You know what I mean? It's just about accumulation of wealth. You know, they don't want to see us accumulating wealth because we could, like, no matter where you accumulate your wealth from, you could always turn bad money into good money, innit? You could accumulate wealth through whatever ways you want, and just that then becomes power, and that power you can do something that's counter to what their intention is, and then for them that's a big problem. Do you know what I mean? But then there's other ways that you can look at other ways, like these footballers that earn so much money, right? They don't do nothing special with their money. You know what I mean? They don't invest it in communities. They don't try to change the system because they know that if they did do that, they'd get outlawed too. Their wages would get slashed overnight. You saw footballers, like big time footballers that are earning money that come from poor backgrounds thinking, right, let's all put our money together and do something drastic, do something that's going to change the system. Well, overnight their wages will get slashed. Now you see little things pop up like David Beckham's football academy and whatever. It's just a little thingy dodge for a minute, a little tax dodge. Man sets it up as a charity. Yeah, I'm helping the kids.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Bob. Sorry, Bob. Go on.
No. Go ahead.
No, sorry. I was reading Ninja's thing, you know. I do apologize, Khan.
Go for it. Go for it.
Thinking out loud. Sorry, Bob. So, Nins, all right, I'm reading what you're saying there, and I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I do understand what you're saying, and I understand that context. Hold on a sec. I do understand that, Bab. Yeah, but again, we need to find another word in it because that's not slavery, Bab. You know what I'm saying to you? It's something else, but it's not slavery, man. And that's what I'm saying. That's all very dangerous, man. You know what I'm saying? Let slavery be slavery, man, and let other things be other things, man. Do you understand? That what you're describing there is still fucked up, Nins. I'm not taking away from that, innit? And I understand. Yeah. But it's not slavery, bruv. Come on. That's all I'm saying, man.
Dark magic.
Huh?
Who's dark magic?
Dark magician.
Yeah.
He's a very good friend of
I heard he got a new job.
He's a good boy.
Somehow he got a new job in the coronavirus, boy.
He's on the firm. Put it that way.
Documentary.
He's on the firm.
Realize what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna watch it, Nins. I'm gonna watch it still. I'm gonna watch it.
It's on YouTube, I think.
But I still can't. It's the word slave, Nins. You get me? I can't see me. You know what I mean? Changing on that one still.
Fair enough.
And that argument kind of has certain ripple effects as well, man. But I will watch it though. You know what I mean? It'll be interesting to see. But I do, and I do appreciate, because I think what's his name? But he had to go back with another addition to the amendment because he really knew that on its own wasn't gonna
carry his motion.
Yeah, and keep the slaves and keep the black people safe. So I do understand what he's saying. Don't get me wrong. But again, I can't compare it to slavery, man. I just can't, man. We need to find some other words, man.
Look, Nanifa, while we're on this subject, man, let's explore what certain people are saying. That certain people are saying that racism no longer exists, and that currently black people are asking for rights that they already have. Like, what's your take on that? Because obviously, you know, you're at the heart of this matter. Like, I think your view would be more like, you know, to the point. So I'd really like to ask you that question. You get me?
BLM.
Big up.
BLM. That's my take.
Yeah, I'm with that.
You know what it is, yeah? Like, obviously, you know that we're not on the BLM thing, yeah? But obviously, the sentiment, we're on that 100%, you understand? But I have to admit that what I've definitely is that I've actually now understood the need for BLM. You with me? Because I think, yeah, man, because you know what it is, yeah? You see, between Brexit and now BLM, I think a lot of suppressed feelings are coming back to the floor, or to the, you know what I mean? Because
to the forefront,
I even acknowledge that a lot of the indigenous Brits have had to suppress, their
racism.
I'm gonna say their feelings. You know what I mean? Because my thing is, right then, because obviously we know, and we're even old enough to know that there's a time in place in England where there was racism, and different places will be more racist than others, and there'll be more overt racism, and then, you know what I mean, it became more covert, as it were. So my thing is, did all the racism just vanish? You know what I mean? Where everyone took a tablet and was, solved their racism overnight, or did it kind of go underground and, become different things? You know what I'm saying? And that's why I said from the beginning, that's why I said, when I started coming online, that's why I'm like, right, I don't even mind speaking to people like Vinny and Jupiter and that, because I've missed them. You know what I'm saying to you? You can't...
I get that.
Do you know what I'm saying to you? Because you would go to certain places like a pub or whatever, and you'll see these characters. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. Like right now, I've even put on a little thing on my 90 for 99 again family, but missing the old days Khan, because there was a time when, I don't want to say, you know what I mean, like people.
You're right. There's a time where these conversations we're having online, we could have had face to face with people, debated them, conversated with them face to face, and there would have been real people who we knew in our lives. It wouldn't just be some fake character on the internet. Do you know what I mean? And it was more real. It was more real. And when you win a battle or an argument or a debate and you get your point across, it was more of a win, isn't it? There's more of a victory.
That's how you changed minds.
That's exactly. That's right.
Change racism from the. It can't be from a slogan or a this and that. It's got to be hearts and minds, isn't it? Do you know what I'm saying to you? So like,
because our generation, it was rife, innit? That racism, their boldness, their in-your-face racism was everywhere, innit? Like we grew up in that environment, and like we kind of like took credit for being the generation, or let me say honestly, our elders, generation before us, that we witnessed, were the ones that took the credit for changing that. You get me? Well, we give them the credit, I should say, because they did. People put their lives on the line to change things, and it stayed changed for a long time. You get me? And when you see how we've gone back a step, you got to understand who's at the forefront of that was the BBC. Question Time, putting racists on the panel, saying, oh, well, we need to hear their view as well. Nick Griffin, like these kind of things is what swayed it back now, along with the internet, that people can speak their views, be openly racist. This is what's allowed the weeds to outgrow the grass now. You get me? So so this is the situation. We've gone back a step, and it's been engineered. And like Akala said, it's from the top down. It's from the aristocrats and the top level people and the elite through the BBC have enabled this situation to happen, to where now you've got people that are emboldened to be racist in your face again, and they think that it's their right. They think that it's their right to be racist. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Do you know what I mean? So we've gone from freedom of speech to freedom of hate. They're saying that they want freedom of hate. They want to say, like, emulate in America, where we have got the right to use the N-word in your face. I'm going to call you a nerd, and there's nothing you can do about it. No, not at all. We don't accept that. Do you know what I'm saying?
But I hear you, but what it also, see, again, me, that's what I say. I don't know, maybe I'm a bit different. Like, I would rather know that that's how you feel. What I don't like the smiley one, Khan. You with me? That's the smiley one. So I would prefer them more overt, to be honest. I ain't got no problem with it. And that's why I'll speak to these people, no problem. And you know what I mean? But I hear what you're saying still, but I just think that's why sometimes it's not good to suppress people's feelings, isn't it? Because then it comes out.
Yeah, I agree with you. On a personal level, I'll rather have them face to face, like I would have my enemy standing in front of me. But on a societal level, to have them as a certain percentage of the population where my children are growing up, and I'm not always there to back my children up or to guide them in how to deal with these people. And if these people got a stakeholder or a foothold in that society, for me, it's an issue. You know, like if I'm sending my kid to school and the teacher's like, well, I'm an out and out anti-BLM, pro EDL, and it's my right to vote Brexit and and he's the teacher of my child at school, and like, you know, he has some sort of sway over his thinking. For me, it's an issue. For me, it's an issue.
Nah, to be fair, I think the teachers today, they are pretty what's the word? I think that they're more, what's the word? They don't really show their political leanings and that. I think they're quite, I can't think of a better word. Let's just use roboticized for want of a better word right now. Because I think back in the day, teachers were far more political. Like you would know teachers' leanings and that. Like,
right.
Some of my teachers would tell, you know what I mean? They're telling you that they're going on certain rallies and this and that. And,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I think I don't think the teachers are.
But this is what I'm saying. We're going back that way. Get me? We're going back towards an era where people's opinions are going to be more vocal. They're not going to feel shame to hide it. They are going to tell you, even like, you know, telling children at school, like, why was our teachers talking to us about politics?
Afternoon, people.
100%, man. It's going back the other way. It's 1993 people.
Hey, man.
Respect. Oh, reaction. That's like, you know what, right? You know, I could sit here and join you in your childish antics, with you know, sort of trying to draw out people with racist, retarded actions. So, like you jumping up and down with "White Lives Matter" on your chest with a big smile on your face is like
no, but the irony, brown man wearing it.
Yeah.
That's what made it funny.
Not as funny as all the white people going Black Lives Matter, right? All the white people going Black Lives Matter. Must be the same way.
No, because Black Lives Matter includes white people, isn't it? It's actually a white movement, isn't it? Black Lives Matter is a white movement that incorporated black people into it.
It's a Marxist movement, not white.
It wasn't started by black people. A lot of black people reject Black Lives Matter.
I just want to ask him a question.
So it's not the same.
Let me just say, so this is what the sort of person will do. After the Holocaust, jump up and down with Nazis' Lives Matter. It's basically what he's doing. So what you're doing, right, reaction, is you're jumping up. So say like the war, just give you an example. And you would be standing up with Hail Hitler, I love Hitler, or what, or Nazis' Lives Matters. Right, and you'll be like, that's basically, and you'll be standing up there, poking your finger and laughing at Jews.
I got a call.
That makes sense.
Only if you think the analogy is correct, but it's not, because the analogy is flawed, isn't it?
No, it's not. No, it's not, because I'll tell you why. Because we are the Jews, and the Nazis have been killing us. And so what you've done is, you know that black people are dying, and they're dying by white people, especially. So what you've done basically is, for this scenario in particular, when it comes to race relations between whites and blacks, it's the same. Whites killing blacks. It was like Nazis killing. It was under the same oppressive.
I can understand. I understand. I hear you, man. I hear you. I hear. Do you know the only slight problem with the argument?
Would you ever stand up with a Nazis' Lives Matter in on a Jewish panel? Would you?
So then the only problem with that argument is, do you know the most number of people who kill black people in England are black?
That doesn't matter. Forget about your statistics.
No. It does matter. It does matter. That's why your argument. With the deepest respect, your argument is dumb as pig shit, right? Because most people killing black people are black people in England.
Look, stop trying to look. Stop. Address what I just said. Address what I just said. No, because I've just put.
You don't want to.
No, I didn't say I wasn't.
I hear you, bro. I hear you, bro.
No, I will. Honestly, Ralph, mate, I will address it.
Thank you. If you care about black lives, you need to talk about it.
And like I addressed it last time you came on, and we spoke about the same thing about black people killing black people. Yeah. But still, that still doesn't take away the fact that I saw a reasonably handsome chap with oversized ears
That wouldn't be me then, mate. Never been accused of being good looking. No,
but honestly, right.
Yeah, tell me.
I feel like it's a bit unempathetic or a bit callous of you, even.
Callous, even.
Yeah.
Do you believe white lives matter?
Yeah, but that goes aside. Of course it does. But do it. Why don't we do White Lives Matter when there's like a white sort of massacre?
Because Black Lives Matter is anti-white. That's a short answer.
Yeah, but do you know what? Look.
Black Lives Matter is a racist organization targeting white people.
Okay, is Red, Black, and Green, Black Panther Party, racist?
Is what? Sorry, Red, Black.
Is Black Panther Party in America racist? What's worse, Black Panther Party or BLM to you personally?
I have more respect for the Black Panther Party. I have nothing but derision for BLM.
Okay, okay. At least you're being honest. Okay.
Black Panthers stand for Black nationalism.
Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, it's like a chant, isn't it? Like robot, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives.
But,
yeah, but Black. Yeah, I have more respect for the Black Panther Party, man. The Black Panther Party are proper Black nationalists.
Jumping on a Jewish panel saying Nazi lives matter when a Holocaust had just happened, or they're just still sort of being pressurized. They haven't got any reparations. They're still at the bottom. You know what I mean? It's just like someone's just been burnt in a house and you just poke fun laughing at them whilst they just run out of the house.
Yeah, because the problem right now is that white lives are under threat. Like nothing before, right?
Oh, stop it now, man.
No.
Don't come with. I expect better of you, Val, man. Like, I don't expect that from you, Val. Stop
but
it,
you know
man.
what the amazing thing was yesterday? The amount of white people who were triggered by such an idea because they've been programmed to think that, Black Lives Matter good, white lives matter bad. Right? Now, if you said all lives,
I think that was a problem from the.
But that's only some white people, though. With all due respect, Ralph, isn't it? Yeah.
I need to insist. I was there yesterday. I was watching. Me and one of our squadrons are running around Islington, Camden.
One of your squadrons, yeah.
gang. And we were running around, right? And some of them just couldn't hack it. And some of them obviously smile, some people amused. And you look at it and think, wow, what level of programming must the media and society put on people to feel this way? Because if you said all lives matter, I'm with you. But if you say Black Lives Matter, I say, okay, I'm with you. As long as you say Black Lives Matter and you say White Lives Matter. If you say Black Lives Matter now, or Black Lives Matter first, or only Black Lives Matter, then you're just anti-white.
No.
I can't take that.
Ralph, can I ask you something? Do you think there's some white people that are feeling a little bit left out at the moment? Like they're not at the party or something? Because that's kind of vibration I'm getting, man.
Yeah, those people, my people, if you like, those people, we're not in part. We don't want to be part of that party.
So then what's the problem, man? Just chill out, have a drink, have a line, and just relax.
Yeah, that's me, man. I'm pretty relaxed.
Nothing. Like, I mean, you wearing a t-shirt saying White Lives Matter is of no consequence to me. You know what I mean? I'll find
I know that, sweet. I know, sis. You're not gonna react to that. You're too good.
But, I do find it funny that is some of the reactions out there, though. You know what I'm saying to you?
Oh, so mate, you should have seen it yesterday. Yeah, the reactions are hilarious. We filmed lots of great footage because when you throw it in their face. So if I said to this one woman, I said, "Do you agree Black Lives Matter?" She's like, "Yeah." I said, "Do you believe it White Lives Matter?" She's like, "Well, no, I'm not sure. I can't." I'm like, "Well, then that just says it all, isn't it?" So if I say Black Lives Matter and White Lives Matter,
but to be fair though, Ralph, I don't think it's black people out here differentiating between black and white lives. You understand what I'm saying to you? I don't think that's what we're doing now. If there's some kind of political vibrations doing that, but that's not black people. Yeah, no, right now we're just trying to.
They're not walking around with only Black Lives Matter on their chest. So come on, bro. Come on,
mate. We went into BLM and the BLM protest. We went in there. You can check out the footage on my channel. It's all over the place. And this black girl was screaming, "No, Black lives only. White lives cannot matter until Black Lives matter." So that's
they must have been very stupid then, that person.
Those are the people I'm trying to confront.
Yeah,
I want the Black Lives Matter to people to say White Lives Matter.
What do you mean confront them? Confront them and say what?
I confront them in their lack of moral growth. To try to help them along their moral and spiritual journey.
So hold on a minute. So what do you say to a white person that says the same thing?
Same thing.
Yeah, but you see, at this point, Ralph, you're not even being, you know what I mean? Like I said, I would expect a little bit better from you. However, obviously, I know you're in your political game. You understand what I'm saying to you? But anyone with a, you know what I mean, an ounce of knowledge would seemingly have to appreciate, you know what I mean? Like I said, I understand the whole BLM thing in it, but the mere fact that I know what it is anyway, it's just banning certain people, and I understand that, but it's just a bitter pill that has to be swallowed in it. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
to you?
this
But
is. I think so. We're living in a very who was it? Khan was saying, yeah, we're living in a day in a very changing age and time, right? So all that work of the anti-racism, all that's being rolled back now, and we're going to high-speed polarity. So I'd like to make sure that polarization is addressed correctly.
whoa, hold a minute. When you say high-speed polarity, what do you mean, Bab?
The divisions in society are accelerating like nothing before. Nothing I've seen. You and I are the same generation age, yeah? And this is not like the late 70s, early 80s. We're going back to that point now at a higher and higher increasing speed.
Where are you seeing this?
Only on immigration. Only, and even then, it's not even.
Did you even notice what happened with the last protests, the statues, the police, the violence, the far right, the BLM?
That's white on white.
That's exactly. That's nothing to do with black people. Listen, that's nothing to do with black people, Ralph, and you know it. Yeah, you know that. So you need to start making some differentiations between, you know what I mean, the you know what I mean, the letters BLM, who's behind BLM, and who's doing all them things.
But I've said this from the start. Yeah, I stand with any black people who stand against BLM. I'm your friend.
No. We don't need to stand against BLM. No. That's not what it is. But what you're not going to do is accuse us of things that we have not done. Yeah,
I'm not accusing you. I'm just saying all the people who participate with BLM, right?
Yeah, but I hear you, but I know exactly what you're trying to do with it. So I'm not having that.
Yeah, a couple of people on an autistic scale is going to be drawn out, like thinking it's genuine. Yeah, clearly. So
what BLM is doing, with its might and power and media and whatever the fuck else is behind it, it's making certain things have to come to surface. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's making certain big, massive organizations have to start acknowledging certain things, which for years, normal black people have been talking about, but we weren't getting no headway. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of things that are being said and done today via BLM, it ain't nothing that we ain't been shouting about for a long time. Long time.
Yeah, that's what I mean, and that's why it's polarizing society like nothing before, right? Which is, I think, it's a good thing.
Society, then that just shows then how racist society is, then, isn't it? Because
I think so. I think English people have not been allowed to really express their racism for the last decade or so because they're scared, they will lose their job, they'll be fired. So what you've done is you've got this air of false suspension in the air that people can't say what they think. They're scared they'll be banned on Twitter, banned on social media, lose their job, ostracized in public. So the real state of nature has been suppressed. And now that BLM is bringing it out, right? BLM is letting it come out.
Proud of that, though, Ralph. You sound literally proud of that.
Oh, no, I think because ultimately for peace and harmony and prosperity, we must return to the truth, right? And the truth is, the truth is what the truth is, right? You can't have people...
Yo, let me say this. He's confusing the minds of the people. When a white person spends I'd say a year around black people, they're changed people, isn't it? You can't convince that people returning back to racism. There's people that would never ever go to racism.
Yeah, but there are a lot of people becoming increasingly more polarized on issues like race, right? A lot of polling and showing BLM, they're bringing the statues, attacking Churchill. This is polarized. Ordinary English people who are not very political, they weren't maybe very pro-white or pro-black or left or right. They're getting increasingly politicized. They're getting increasingly, let's just say, waking up.
But they're not very clever, because anyone with an ounce of thingy bobby would see exactly what's going on. Yeah. And all the things that the white people you're talking about are getting pissed off about. That's not what black people are doing.
No, I know. This is why I say it's dangerous. Black people should be loud and proud to make sure they distance themselves from BLM. Because otherwise you're going to be thrown under the same bus when the time comes.
No, but that's being done anyway.
Yeah.
That's being done anyway, Ralph. Yeah. Even when we say that we're not, even on this very platform, even when we done a whole week show about it, saying that we're not supporting it, we broke down all the different reasons why we went into where the money goes, this, that, and the other. People still come on here and say that we're BLM.
I don't say BLM. I know you wouldn't be BLM. I need to be sensible. But I'm sure there are others.
It's in these persons' interest, yeah, who are pissed off with, you get me, the fact that Black Lives Matter right now. It's in their interest to fling all black people under that bus so that they can just all start, you know, trying to violate.
That's a definite danger, and that's already happening. You're right.
Exactly. I'm not saying it, Ralph. Yeah. But this is when you're actually looking in their face, as it were, and telling them, I'm not BLM. You are BLM, and BLM is this.
You know, a BLM, a military movement. Would you say they're a militaristic movement?
They're militant.
But man, right now, like I'm saying, BLM is highlighting enough fuckers, and for that alone, let them go on. BLM
will do what BLM has to do.
Highlight and remember, it's not just Black Lives Matter. It doesn't just cover black people. You know, right now in America, you got the native Indians. You know what I mean? They're getting their conversations in. You understand? So we know how it goes, and we know, Ralph, that under black people, every under organization is gonna, you know what I mean, run their thing. You know how it goes, Ralph. Everyone, I'm sure you ain't. got one of your there. Fucking
I haven't seen anything like this since the late 70s, early 80s. This kind of level of tension.
They're trying so hard that they're getting gay guys that are walking around, waving their hands side to side, pushing their bottom out, left, right to left, right, dancing, synchronized, and they're trying to convince you that this is a militaristic force, a Marxist-like militaristic force. I mean, I don't know if you guys are trying to make us piss ourselves with laughter.
But they're not militaristic in the sense that they don't have arms, but they're militant in the sense that they're willing to take physical direct action, right?
But you respect that, though, didn't you?
Say again, sorry?
You respect that, didn't you?
I would respect a black nationalist movement, but BLM is not a black nationalist movement. It's
but what he's talking about, those weren't BLM, Ralph. You know they weren't BLM.
Oh yeah. But look, you asked me what I think. Yeah, the Black Panthers. I can understand black nationalist movements. I would support a black nationalist movement. Sure, I wouldn't support BLM.
Oh my bad. I thought he was talking about, because I don't know if you've seen some videos of some black people in America where they're all armed up and that.
Yeah, that's proper. That's
there's the Second Amendment guys. The guys running over the guns and stuff. Yeah.
You rate that right, Ralph?
Yeah, but those guys are quite interesting because I'm not sure if that's just pure Second Amendment, i.e. guns and protecting it, or they're actually also securing black people in case they think black people will be shot by white people with guns. That's why I haven't followed it very much. Because America's guns, isn't it? So you never know.
When the Confederates went there and they were some of the young black girls, so
but that's protecting people with guns in America. Yeah, that's fine. You have the right to. Black guys have the right to arm up, so they have the right to have open carry. They have the right to walk around with guns. I support their rights to do that.
Yeah, buddy. Good because it's making some of the shit come to the surface, and for that it has to be worth it, man. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's also highlighting how much the country is built on slavery and so forth and so on. And I think what it is, that is a bitter pill for certain indigenous white people to swallow to understand some of their history, because British history, even when taught in Britain, is very very pretty, not very smelly, is it, Ralph? Which we know it really is in real life. And I'm sure American history, the way they teach it, is probably quite similar. So, yeah, man.
What's going on, people?
The truth is coming to light, man. Yes, Dark Magician.
How's it going, Nines? You all right?
Like, for example, some people had to learn, right reaction, that there was between 10 and 15,000 slaves in Britain. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, but slavery, slavery's always been there, right? And this idea.
No, though, right reaction.
A lot of white people don't think about black slavery. They don't think about it. It doesn't cross their mind. And even if you tell them about it, they don't feel any empathy.
Nah,
they don't. And I'll be honest, I talk to lots of white people all day. I tell you, they just don't feel anything for black slavery.
And you know what? Why should they?
Exactly.
You know what
No,
I'm saying?
this is their position. They're not going to feel anything for something that happened 300 years ago.
That's cool. So then, whilst we're doing our thing, just chill out, innit? Chill out, have a beer and have a line. Chill
I'm
out.
a hella chill, man. I want
You know
to have
what I'm saying?
a
I
meeting
thought
where I
you
snack.
moving around right reaction this morning. I'm thinking this guy's moving a lot first thing in the morning, man. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, man. So, Dark Magician, how's your new job going, Bab?
I've left already.
No way.
Yeah, I took the job, and then my old employer came back to me with a better offer, and so I handed in my notice immediately, and I've just finished it yesterday, and I begin again at my old position with a better contract on Monday.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's why I haven't really been around.
That's some sort of privilege, you know, but I wouldn't do that. I know you.
No, it was a very difficult decision to make. It's a very difficult decision to make because
So
obviously I'm a man of my word, and I gave my word, and then but it is business efficacy, and that is the way of the world, and you've got to do what's best for you and your family. So that's what I did.
So you done what was you done your month then, yeah, and kept it moving.
Yeah, basically, yeah. No, but I did do a lot of work for them, and I left on good terms because I came in as a new employee.
What if they now come and countered? Said, nah.
Well, I was kind of waiting for that to happen, but it didn't. No, because the position that I got was because of COVID funding that has been injected into various different charities, and I moved from a big charity, but to an even bigger charity, and they weren't obviously they took on multiple people. They literally doubled their charity in size, and so they obviously weren't able to go to the trustees and get extra funding, but I don't even know if they even asked about that. They just basically accepted my notice.
I think they're pissed off, Dark Magician.
They were a little bit, yeah, but and it's difficult. This is when it's possibly the hardest decision I've ever had to make in my professional career, but it is what it is, and you live and die by these decisions, don't you?
So have you got a bigger office now, or?
No, not a bigger office. Just a better contract. That's all.
Well, if I can hear you, well, not hear, but I can feel you smiling from here, Dark. So.
Yeah, that's the capitalist in me.
Well, spread the love, man. Come and spread them vibes, boy. But yeah, well, big up yourself anyway, man, because
this is
the world we live in, man.
I didn't even know you had your own channel, so I went and I've gone and subscribed. So.
Oh well, thank you very much, man. Have a look around. If there's anything that interests you.
No, of course, yeah. I've been having a look, and I'll be delving into that when I've got some time.
All right then, excellent. All right then, so yeah, man. Gosh, man. I wish I could rub your shoulders now or something and get some of that luck, boy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll be passing some your way.
But yeah, listen, anyone that's even been able to go out there and secure employment in this time and things like that, big up yourselves, man, because I know there's still people out there making big moves, man. So big up yourselves, people, man, because there's some people that are never, they never stop, and we have to commend them still. And like myself, that like to chill out sometimes. But yeah, man. So I don't know if you've answered the question of the day. I believe you have. In terms of, let me see, where's my phone?
I think it's self-evident that it does, and it has.
Indeed. I don't know.
I wouldn't say that it has to necessarily be that way. as like, you know, you were talking about earlier, you were saying whether capitalism is amoral or immoral. I think that capitalism is amoral in the sense that it's not really concerned with aspects of ethics and morals, but it's the intention of your enterprise that will ultimately determine whether capitalism is moral, immoral.
Agreed.
Yeah. So that basically it's pay people enough and tax people enough. Then capitalism can actually benefit people.
There's a difference. There's a difference, like capitalism. What do you want to define as capitalism today? So free market should be available. Okay, that's it should be a human right for people to be able to openly trade with each other. It's when we start talking about the hyper conglomerate corporate globalization of capitalism and basically finance today, which, you know, suppresses wages and creates poverty. And in terms, you know, I know you don't like the term nines, but it still exists and it is in legislation, modern day slavery. Now, of course, you can never, ever compare that to the transatlantic trade slavery. And
bondage, basically.
You can't do that. And we should always have a separate, you know, category for that, of course. And it should be taught on the curriculum so that people understand the difference between that. But there is a modern day slavery because those circumstances and those social surroundings do not exist for that to be able to in main Western countries don't exist today and would not be accepted. And so, of course, you're never going to have that again. That was a particular time in history, and we should, you know, it's important that we continue to be educating ourselves on that and teaching every generation about it so that we don't commit to the past as we did, because those who do not know history are doomed to repeat it.
Yeah, I mean, for myself, you know, it's definitely about definitions and terminology. Do you know what I'm saying to you? And for me, it's even very lazy to even call it modern day slavery. I just find that
if you're able to come up with a better word, then we can entertain it. It's just that, you know, I think that saying modern day slavery doesn't take away from the transatlantic trade. But
you see,
as long as you educate on history, then people will know the difference between the two. Because it's anybody who's educated or anybody who's interested in study will be able to have the capacity for nuance and the capacity to be able to separate the two. They are not the same. They are very particular times in history. It's just that today there is a form of slavery, but it's not, in no way is it comparable.
But you see, the thing is, Dark Magician, is that one, we know that most people, unfortunately, they're not educated, this, that, and the other, yeah? And
that's
they make it, well, exactly. So we have to take that into consideration. And two, you say that because remember, in terms of being on YouTube now, the whole reason why modern day slavery came up is because someone tried to bring it, yeah, to sort of underpin the whole slavery argument. If you remember, going back to that Thursday, yeah, slavery is a test fam, yeah. Someone tried to bring in modern day slavery again to try to underpin the point that was being made on the other side.
I absolutely get what you're trying to say. Yeah.
So when we're saying slavery,
whitewashing going on, yeah, I get it. I get it. There's a type of whitewashing going on.
Thank you.
Yes, I get it.
I'm
I
glad that you
understand what
said
you're
it,
trying to say.
when I said it,
and
someone
you're
said
totally
something.
right. You're totally right in what you're saying. But the difficulty is that there is no other language that we can use, because let's take, for instance, the prisons issue. Yeah, we're kind of divided on that. The prison labor, the slave stems all the way back to slavery. And there are descendants of slaves now that are being used as with slave labor. So there are prisoners who are actually working for Starbucks and massive, you know, companies, and a lot of those are descendants, African American descendants of slaves. And let's not beat around the bush. You know, the majority of people in prisons are black. Yeah, so there is a modern day slavery, and we should have a definition for it. It's just that, yes, you are absolutely right. We cannot, compare the two. Like you said, these people would be thrown overboard on ships if they were expendable.
Yeah, but that's a very extreme. They actually, I'd say, slavery back in the day, they weren't imprisoned 23 hours of the day. So we could compare it to today.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can definitely can have that conversation, but in this context, what Nines is trying to say is that there is a kind of revision of history going on by saying that we can compare slavery today with slavery of yesteryear, where a cotton field owner would own people and could literally do anything to them, could kill them if they wanted to. That's not the same as prison slave labor. That's not the same. It's not comparable in that sense.
God, I was going to say something before you move off that point. Someone today, he's very popular actually. He's for poetry and spoken word and whatnot. And he said they took the chains off our hand and they put it on our head, right?
Oh yeah, they I know there's another meme that goes around that said that they came with the Bible and told us to close our eyes and pray, and when we woke up, we had chains around us.
Oh,
beautiful pieces of poetry and rhetoric. But what I'm trying to stay on the point that Nines is making, which is I think is relevant, is that chattel slavery and transatlantic slavery was a very particular type of slavery that went on to a very particular group of people in a very particular for a long period of time over a period of human history.
Okay.
And so yes, we've broken away from that to some extent, but it's still around in its various forms. And until the only way that we can separate the two and make it comparable is education. Is to keep educating each generation, because remember, each generation has to learn for itself. Okay, they have never been born before. They've never lived. They were never conscious before. Okay, they come into this world, and all that they have to know about the world that they've inherited is about history. That's why history is so important.
Right. Yeah.
To continue to teach history, every aspect of it. The good and the bad, that is so important. I always say that history belongs to the observer, because unless you've observed it, unless you've taken the time out to go and study history, it doesn't belong to you until you've done that. Once you've observed it, then it belongs to you, because you now have an interpretation of it.
Yes. So Constantine, big problem when it comes to knowing your history. He destroyed half of it. But yeah, you're right, because the reason and the main thing that you're going to get out of that as well is that people aren't just going to be overlooked. So they're descendants of slavery. Yeah. I mean, that is important. It has to be addressed, because then if we try
why is there this massive tension or rejection of Black Lives Matter? The very principle of that is something that we should, if you're educated, if you're if you're a philosopher, that's something that should be, discussed and pondered upon. There is a rejection, a massive rejection of that, or the reply to Black Lives Matter is all lives matter.
Yeah,
as if, to diminish the difficulties that we can all agree are happening even today to Black people.
No, but that's just a left-wing Marxist point of view.
I don't think it is, because you were also yourself agreeing to a lot of that earlier on, Ralph.
Well, I'm saying if you say Black Lives Matter only and it diminishes things or it marginalizes, all of this is left-wing rhetoric.
It's fair to say that there are huge groups of American white people that are reacting to Black Lives Matter
Yeah,
in
where
that
it's
very
helping
sense.
them racinate. Yeah, they're re-racinating
because
as
they
white
feel
people.
like they're being attacked. Like it's like you're and so they've put Black Lives Matter down on crossways and things like that, BLM, yeah, and then white people have come out and they've started throwing black paint over them.
Oh yeah,
Now
I can assure you, even in England now, there are many
that's an interesting
movements
interaction.
performing guerrilla activities now, and they're just going to increase and escalate in response to the BLM activities. A lot of white people are really pissed off.
Yeah,
they're really
So
pissed
hold
off
on
at
a minute.
BLM.
What are these?
That's interesting to me. That's what I'm talking about. I think that interaction between the two groups is very interesting. That's where
It
the
is.
conversation for me is.
It is for me as well. It's that it's teasing out which bits are legitimate concerns for a black or non-black side, and which bits are part of that thin line where the war is, right? That thin line of the fence where you're on both sides. And right now, BLM has done. I'll be blunt. BLM has done doing more for the white rights movement than anything we could have hoped for. The more BLM activity is, the more and more people who are just ordinary white people are going, bloody hell, they went after Churchill's statue. And these people are not political or racinated. Now they're re-racinating at a high speed, which is what we're hoping, in our
Wait a
side
minute.
to achieve.
But was it black people or white people that pulled down that statue?
Oh no, it's a white liberal.
Whole group.
So then, how? And this is what I'm saying. So it's just an excuse to attack black people because people know that it's not black people doing all these things.
But Ralph won't say that it's black and white.
Oh no, it's white people. Absolutely, no, but it's absolutely white people because we know that the Black Lives Movement is being run by the progressive white left.
Yeah, but
It's
you're not going to be going after
progressive white left. It's funded by the white left.
Yeah,
it's
but you're going to be
by the
going
white
after black people. Though. That's my point.
Can you quantify
No, we're going
that?
after left too, Nineats. We're going after left. We're not letting the white lefties go.
Can you substantiate that claim? Because I don't even know who Black Lives Matter are.
Oh, most of their funding in the US is.
They are?
Yeah, their funding in the US is coming from Soros. So he gave, I think, 6 million or 5 million for his last 2 rounds for the Open Society Foundation.
Is this a conspiracy theory, or can you actually
I think it's pretty much. Yeah, I think if you go look it up, BLM are quite open about their links to Open Society.
But again, can you show any? Can you point to any analysis that's going to be able to substantiate that, or is it just going to be?
Yeah, I'm sure we can. I'm sure we can find it out. Have you looked yourself?
No, I haven't, because as far as I'm aware, I don't have any stock in Black Lives Matter. To me, they just seem like
Sorry, just to interject. I've looked and checked, and I can confirm.
God, if you go on, who? Because we haven't really
Big up,
what's up?
Big up, Kingo Wagwan.
Big up, We haven't. You can't really
they seem
identify.
to me to be like Antifa, or what's that other group?
Extinction Rebellion.
No, I think Extinction Rebellion can actually be quantified to who they are. But I'm talking
Antifa. Antifa not really an
class.
Organization though. So Antifa is hard to compare them. Antifa are distributed and decentralized. Right? They're not an organization.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the point I'm trying to make. Is not Black Lives Matter pretty much the same?
No, Black Lives Matter. If they've got a registered company, they're going to have to pay taxes.
It's not one central. There's no trust deed. There's no founder. There's no there's no organization or a charter. Do you see what I'm saying? There's no incorporation, unincorporation. There's nothing like that at all to be able to say here is a group of people. It's more of a hashtag, and you jump on that hashtag, and then there's various different groups jumping upon it, right?
Yeah, but they've raised what? They raised 400,000 in June in 72 hours from their crowdfund campaign. Who's controlling the money?
What was that? Yeah, exactly. So to me,
so for me, let me ask you this question: Would you be more alarmed if the money was not controlled by in an auditable, traceable fashion?
I'd like to see it being controlled. I'd like to see it under a trust. Of course, I'm a lawyer. I'd like to see it under a charter and a deed.
Under charity status, or under either charity status or corporate status,
or a humanitarian status,
or NGO, or some kind of
a charter and an unincorporation. An unincorporation where they have a charter, they have what we call in equity any given postulant, somebody who can be identified as part of this group and has an equitable interest in it, and they are under a charter. Even if it's private, it's still a charter, and then you can call it a recognized body. Until that time, it works well.
You're right, man. I don't think anyone could prosecute or take BLM to court, because I think the entities are controlled by a cartel of people.
I don't think that's entirely true, but
I think they're controlled. There's a cartel of kind of
an
people
individual
running
or a group of people, and then they could attach it to the principle or the hashtag, as we would call it nowadays. So that's all hashtags are, aren't they? They are virtual principles that we
absolutely. But that notwithstanding, nevertheless, legal incorporation notwithstanding, BLM obviously represents this thing, isn't it? And that's the thing that society is reacting against, and it's reacting against it quite vigorously now, right?
It's a social anonymous an anonymity. It's a social anonymity that exists, and I think that is important to have. But at the same time, when it becomes such a big organization, it's ethereal, and then
I think there's a bit of a problematic issue with that. I mean, if you're going to be anonymous and you're representing a community, that's problematic within itself.
No, I agree. That's the point I'm making.
You're going to be anonymous to the community you're allegedly representing.
Well, not accountable anyway for any normal legal.
If you're representing in any kind of political purse, you have to be accountable, don't you?
Representative still.
But I don't think that I mean, though it's an important issue, I think it's secondary, the fact that the BLM will have all this support through social institutional power. And obviously, as you'd expect, you're going to expect a sharp reaction coming the other way, right? And that's what we're seeing. In the next 6 months, they're going to escalate all the way to the presidential election. And we expect an escalating response from the right? So that's what's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Trump is doing really badly.
I disagree. I feel like they're gonna drop off the scope now. The pubs are open and whatnot.
You think BLM are going to go out? BLM are going to go to the pubs instead?
Well, no. Listen to what I'm saying, right? So those who support the BLM, they're going to fall off. It's like most trends do. Like
Antifa. This isn't Black Lives Matter first rodeo, is it?
I'm trying to speak here, and I beg you with me because my mic's kind of low still.
Oh, sorry, brother.
So point I'm trying to make is this: you'll still have the hardliner people who represent BLM trying to promote a certain narrative, but the major support will fall off, and if it increases in their ripping down statues and doing all this kind of bullshit, what it's going to do is have the adverse effect of pushing white people towards people like Ralph. So
it's already done that, Buddha. It's already, and we have never seen such a surge in support since BLM.
I've already seen it. People that were once speaking on equality and all the rest of it are now ditched the equality and saying, listen, I back the white tribe now. I'm white and I back the white tribe. If it's going to be a black and white thing, I can't, although I care for black people, but I'm still white at the end of the day, and therefore I'm backing white people. So that's what
I've had people come up to me and say things to me like, I'm in real life and stuff, saying, I've listened to you for a while, but I've never really thought I had a dog in this fight. And now, since this whole last few months in BLM, they're like, where do I sign up?
Right.
So literally, you see people are not political. They've not traditionally had any strong views. They're being highly ratified.
So hold on a minute. What are they signing up to?
Yeah, exactly, Ralph. They have not come to you out of conscious objectivity or principle.
No, they're reacting to you.
Wait, let me finish. They've come to you out of fear. They've come to you out of their subconscious. They've come to you from the politics of fear and intolerance. That's where they've come to you. That
absolutely
will not last. That will not last.
But the question is this: given that that's the situation, you got to ask yourself: has BLM been a benefit for black people or not?
Any movement,
I would suggest in this instance, they've been a negative force.
Yes, of course they have, but they've also been positive too, because it's opened up a space. So, for instance, that famous cricketer who played cricketer,
Michael Holding.
Yeah,
Oh, I
he
like
made a
Michael,
really
one of
great
my
speech
heroes
about
growing up.
he said he was quite eloquent, and he explained on Channel 4 that, look, I personally haven't had these interactions or these experiences, but nevertheless, this is my understanding of the situation, and I think he made it very clear is that if we don't educate people on the oppression of black people,
No, he didn't say that. He said he used to just brush it off.
Yeah.
but
And
he
see, again,
still
when
was
you say
aware.
oppression,
He was still aware of it, and he was still aware that it was happening to other people, even though it wasn't happening to him. But it's important to educate people, and it doesn't by saying that, you know, there is an oppression of black people, that, but in no way is saying that you as a white person are automatically racist. That's an
yeah, but
important.
So
saying
why
things
are
like,
you wearing White Lives Matter now? Because you're supposed to be highly intellectual, right? Reaction. So why do you feel the need to wear that now?
oh, that's part of my real life activities with others. We have 5 T-shirts printed, and we're going to be spreading White Lives Matter everywhere.
So do you think that there's an opinion that white lives no longer matter then, Bub?
No, I think for us, it's not about that. For us, it's about how quickly can we racinate white people so that they can be politicized quicker. And when they've
Okay,
seen
so you're
BLM,
just doing it to jar people. All right, fair
no,
enough.
not doing, no, not at all. We're
It's a
doing it to
political agenda.
accelerate. We're trying to do it to accelerate the amount of white people
Yeah, that's
waking
quite
up.
pernicious. That's
Yeah,
that's insidious. That's not, you're not coming from a good place there, because what you're doing is you know that T-shirt is going to speak to someone's racism, and then you're going to take that racism and you're going to cultivate it
Yeah,
into a
but within,
political
but
position.
correct.
to
We're
to
going
be
to
fair, to
grow
be
it and
fair,
groom it and make
in a
it
he's
blossom.
only
political position that you can use.
Absolutely,
he's
100%.
only
Yeah,
providing a
That's
service to
fascism.
people
that's
who
not
have that
fascism.
kind of
It
thought
is.
process in the first
It
place.
really isn't. Yeah.
He's only
Sorry,
fulfilling
Buddha, I couldn't hear you. You're very low, man. Buddha, Mike, sorry, I couldn't say once more.
So
Yours is
Ralph is only
the politics of
yo
fear.
muchacho. Whoa, listen. So Ralph is only fulfilling a desire that people have. If people didn't have that desire, there wouldn't be no Ralphs.
Correct. I'm just helping out the cause in terms of, we need 2 things to happen fundamentally in our movement. We need white people to re-racinate quicker, and then we need to collectivize them. BLM is doing a formidable amount of jobs for us to re-racinate white consciousness and then collectivize it.
So what do you hope to do after this what?
To re-racinate, for people to get in touch with their racial
Yeah.
consciousness.
So what do you hope to do once? Yeah. What do you hope to do after that?
Well, in the real life, we're doing lots of things in terms of community network building. At the meta-political, we need to win the narrative war, and then we're on the path to political activities. But there's no election until 2025.
What do you want? What do you want to be the end? So for us, yeah, when we're saying Black Lives Matter, for example, yeah, we're talking about, you know, equality, justice, them type of vibrations, yeah. Okay. So now when you're doing it, what is it that you're after? Because obviously these are all the things that you have already. Yeah. The things that we're just here fighting for are the things that you already have. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah, no, I can agree that you're fighting. Yeah, that would make
Okay,
sense. You're
so
fighting for
let's just
justice
stop
and
there.
equality. Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, so let's make that very clear in terms of where we're coming from when it comes to Black Lives Matter. Yeah, we're not on this, all that, you get me, all that other stuff, not involved.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, of course not.
So now I'm asking you now, what do you want to be your end result? When you get all these white people together and they realize that they're white and that they're proud and all the rest of it, what do you want after that?
We want them to vote on national principles for a nation state.
You want them to vote.
We want them ahead to nation states. If you look at the European countries,
Wait, Ralph, wait, man, just take time. You want them to vote on
nationalist principles.
So nationalist principles. So give me like 3 nationalist principles.
England belongs to the English. There should be no minority rights that are equal to majority rights, and this principle should hold above the first 2. There'll be 3 of them right there.
So hold on, wait. That second one, say the second one again.
There should be no minority equivalent to the majority in a nation state.
What does that mean?
So minority should not be equal to majority. So there should
in
be
the numbers, you mean?
So, yeah, homosexuals shouldn't have the same rights as heterosexuals. Indian people shouldn't have the same right as English people in England. Just like English people shouldn't have the same right as Indian people in India. These are national principles.
So in your thing, as a white person, they should have more rights than me.
That's the state of most nation states, 150 nation states out of 200, yeah. It's only the Western liberal West that has not got this picture.
So what sort of rights are you talking about, Bob?
Oh, just simple rights. I would scrap all BAME legislation. I would scrap all hate speech crimes. I'd scrap all notions of protected cloths. All of these
Protected
things.
what?
So, for example, there's a notion of a protected class. So you can have a hate crime against someone based on their sexuality, their ethnicity. All of these things are called protected classes. We'd scrap all of this.
Okay.
So that in Eastern Europe, they're scrapping any semblance. So Viktor Orban, Hungary. If you look at Europe is 5 years to 7 years ahead of Britain because of Brexit. And they're already showing us all the things they're doing that we're meant to want to do.
So in an ideal world, because obviously you're not white, so it's not even you that's going to be getting these. So let's say in an ideal world,
my white brothers and sisters,
what rights would your wife have over me in Britain then, if you was to realize your dream?
No, not white. It's not about white. It's not about race. It's about ethnicity. She's not British, so she'd have no difference. It's not a racist position. It's an ethnic position. So a white Russian or white German is no different from a Nigerian or Chinese person. They're not British.
Oh, I see.
So it's not racist.
So you're fighting for something that neither you or your wife can attain.
Yeah, just like William Wilberforce, for example, fought against slavery, or Jesus.
No. That's
I'm fighting for a moral position.
No. That's a stupid analogy. Don't try it.
Yeah, I'm fighting for a moral position that doesn't. Yeah, I'm fighting for something selflessly.
Oh, I see. So after the end of this, you and your wife
may have reduced rights. Yes.
Okay. So what will you get? Like, what are you going to be promised? Because you must be getting something for all this selfless work you're doing. So what's your
doing what I believe is right as a Christian?
Oh, back to the Christian thing.
Yeah, I'm a Christian. I can't help that bit. I'm doing what I believe is moral. Forget the religion. I'm doing what I believe is morally correct.
I forgot that's your go-to. So now,
forget Christianity. I'm doing what I believe is right.
So you believe that Jesus will commend you for taking a T-shirt that says "White Lives Matter" and using that to prey upon the unconscious fears and intolerance of other people, and using it for your own political ends? You think that Jesus is going to clap you and write your name in the book of life?
Well, I don't know. What do I do? I quote Acts 17:26 to you.
Remember,
one God, He made all the
your soul belongs.
Did you ask me a question I was meant to answer? You can answer it for me. You did that last time.
Or, I do it
was that a question?
Sorry.
Okay, yeah. So no. If you ask me what I'm doing, yeah, absolutely, because we are taught in the Bible that God believes that God made all our creatures to live in this world together and apart, not together, forced together. No, that's supported by Scripture.
When you stand before God,
yes,
you cannot say that virtue was not convenient at the time.
No, but everything we believe we're doing is moral, right? I would not do something if I thought it was morally.
I don't believe that you feel that it's moral. I feel that you believe it's expedient, which is entirely.
But that's tactical. That would only inform the expediency. It would only inform what my tactics were. But the reason I'm doing it at all is a moral reason.
Your means justifies your ends.
No, it's just moral.
No, that's not moral. Your means justifies your end. So you're doing immoral things to get to a moral end.
No, because because if you're liberal or progressive like you are, if you're liberal, let's pretend you're liberal even, your moral foundations are not the same as mine, right? So what you look at conservatives, you think, oh, what they're doing is evil or wrong or immoral because you don't actually fire the three foundational conservative moral foundational principles. And because you don't fire them, you look at a conservative person.
He's dropped out still, right? Reaction.
Oh, he's gone.
But hold on, let me ask you something then. Is to be racist moral?
Yeah, racism, let's be very blunt. All tribes of all societies, of all ethnicities, within blacks, within browns, have in-group and out-group preference. Racism is a left-wing narrative that tells you if one person says that to the other, it's bad.
No, Ralph.
Yes, it is. That's how racism came.
Ralph.
Yeah.
Okay,
all people are racist.
No, I don't agree with that, Ralph.
Study after study can show you that even from the moment you're born as a baby, before you're 96 months old, you show racial preferences before you're even taught.
Yeah, but hold on.
So the question is when you say it's moral.
You're being absolutely insincere, Ralph. When you check a baby when it's born, it will identify with its caregiver. If the caregiver is white and the baby's white, you're going to interpret that as being a racial bias. Where in actual
No, they've
fact,
done
the caregiver.
experiments. No, they've done
No, but
experiments where they've done double blind. No, no, I'm telling you, but have you seen the experiments? They've done double blind
Yes, I
trial,
have.
field experiments,
Yes,
yeah.
I've
And
seen.
babies show
I've seen
racial
the
preference.
experiments, and if you look at the
Yeah.
experiments, you yourself, you're an intelligent man. You know that a baby doesn't identify color, human beings, or anything
No, but that's
like
the point.
that.
It does. No, my point is it does. My
No, it
point is
doesn't.
it's
It
not taught.
identifies through scent and touch.
Yeah, but my point is the baby is
Okay,
already.
don't say yeah. But your point is, I've just explained it to you. The baby goes through scent and touch, yeah, and sound. So
And
whatever the
optics.
caregiver is, it doesn't have a concept of color or race.
I
at a
disagree.
baby's age.
I just absolutely
Okay, you
disagree.
can disagree, but that's your opinion.
And
But
your opinion
stated
is
in
it isn't.
fact,
Yeah.
if you look at the cognitive behavior of children when they're in infancy, there's no way they can discern whether a human being is a human being or what race it is, and all these types of different things. So that's being insincere. But let me ask you a question while I'm speaking to you here.
So hang on. So yeah. Before you
ahead.
ask me the question, to come, I mean, if you want the next time, I'll bring up a bunch of studies that show you, including videos that show you that this is just not true.
Well, I can show you the rebuttal to those said videos.
That would be a great stream to have. Maybe Velle can set one up. Our baby's
absolutely.
racist.
Well, I don't do streams, but definitely we can do
Yeah,
that. But let me ask you something. What would you make of the Cantonese coming to the UK by the million?
They should be removed, and they should not be allowed to come in.
But these wouldn't make ideal British subjects for you in your reign. In your
They'd be better than having a bunch of other types of people coming here, but they're not English and not British, so no. They shouldn't be here. They shouldn't be allowed to come here. Any nationalist would resist any such idea.
And so, why do you think there's a push for them to come here then, if that be the case?
Because they'll be right, they'll be conservative, and they'll be grateful to the Conservative Party. And if you look at Dominic's calculations, because it's a very thin wedge for 2025, all eyes on 2025, right? We're just thinking 2025. And Dominic's calculations of 2025 is going to be, that was a very, very close win. And it required the support of the white left-wing working class people. He might not get it, but if you absent 3 million Hong Kong people, they're going to vote Tory. So he's taking a trick out of the left.
Political move, then, yeah.
Yeah, just like the left has done. The left keeps shipping in non-whites to vote left. Boris Johnson, Dominic has told Boris, "Hey, we need some right-wing voting people. Hey, look at Hong Kong. We get 3 million people. That will probably give us 2025 if let's say 80% of them vote conservative. And given they're Hong Kong high IQ smart people, they probably all vote conservative anyway, right? Most of them.
So you don't see the
same. I know Labour did do that, so I wouldn't be surprised if the reverse was done. To be fair, so yeah.
Yeah, I think they would be both. They vote conservative. They'd be very grateful, right? They came out of Hong Kong. They got a British citizenship. They'll vote Tory.
You know, on your thing, yeah, Ralph. 1 second, Buddha. No, I'll let you go again. My bad, yeah. How do you feel about British people going to other countries then, Bab? You obviously believe that that's not allowed, right? They shouldn't be going, right?
Well, not to live, to live and visit and work. I'm for people coming and going and traveling, but not to have any political rights. I don't think the British should go to Nigeria, India, or anywhere else and have any political rights. No, they can go there to work. You can go to travel. No nationalists are saying people shouldn't come to England. You just shouldn't have any political rights here. You don't have the right to change society here. You come here, you go shopping, come for holiday, come live here, maybe have a job for a couple of years.
I shouldn't have the right to vote then. Under your thing, I wouldn't be able to vote.
In my ideal world, no.
Okay, I wouldn't be able to vote. Would I be able to work?
Yes. Work, pay taxes, sure. You wouldn't be necessarily killed or kicked off because of your generation and stuff, but no more incoming. The old ones can be allowed to die off, and no political rights for sure.
Okay, right.
No voting. You shouldn't be changing anything. There'd be no introducing Arabic in schools. None of this shit. They're not English. So no votes for multiculturalism, and no one's going to shoot you or kill you. And if you look at the nation states in Eastern Europe, that's how it pretty much works, and that's what our objective in Western Europe nationalist movements is, to move towards that Eastern European model. So we got 10, 15, 20 years to chase that trajectory. That's what we're doing.
Give me an example of a country that you're forming your thing on.
The nearest ones that would work for Britain would be countries like Hungary.
Okay.
Poland.
And Poland. All right. So let's take Hungary.
Eastern Europe.
Okay. Has Hungary gone around the world and done any fuckeries?
No, not very much. No, just a Habsburgs.
So, So they've not gone around the world and taken people from here to there.
Neither has Sweden. Yeah.
Okay. So can you understand then why those might be different? Obviously not good countries to make the comparison to, because obviously England's history is not one of just sitting in the corner and chilling out. You know what I mean? And being like, I think you said Switzerland. Switzerland's always been. Hold on a second. Wait a man.
But Nita, if I told white people what you said, they'd just say that's a revenge narrative, and they'll be like, "Well, fuck you. We don't care what you did to you."
No, that's fine. I ain't got no problem. I mean, like I said, they're very uneducated. We know that the majority of the people that you're recruiting are uneducated anyway. I got no problem with that. But I'm just speaking to you because seemingly you're the organ grinder or something. But I'm saying to you now, obviously you just said Hungary and Switzerland. Now those two countries,
Hungary, yeah.
Okay, well, even those, but all of those countries that you mentioned, their records are very different to Britain.
Yeah, but
you get me? So the situation that Britain is in now, a lot of it is down to their history. Would you not admit that, Bab?
You can see if you come from the ethnic outgroup, you would say, but I'm only here because of the empire, or because of slavery, or because of the Commonwealth.
But these are facts, though.
But not for
you can't.
But not for English, not for our voting base. It's a fact for you.
I understand why. I understand that they just want to forget that bit. I understand.
No, they're not just forget it. They don't care.
Yeah, but okay, you don't care, but that not caring is not going to allow you to achieve your aim.
Well, here's the crazy thing is, if we wake up enough nationalist white voters, you can see it from other nations. You can see what Marine Le Pen is doing in France. It won't matter what minorities think. Minorities will not be voting for us. We're not trying to convince minorities to vote for us.
Yeah, unfortunately, I hear you, Ralph, but luckily, England's moved on a bit, man. So all you'll do, you'll probably just get the old NF. You'll get the old NF, the old Combat 18. You know what I mean? You'll resurrect them.
Oh, they're our age. They're our age, 90, mate. They're all old in the tooth like you and I now, right? They're all like retiring. It's the young ones we've got.
Yourself, mate. I'm good at it, yeah. Yourself, yeah.
Blessing sister. No. It's the young kids that we have our majority of people. We're getting all the 13, 14, 15, 16, all into the 20s. That's our core base now.
So what is the younger NF narrative or their message?
England belongs to English.
And what's the age group? Hold on, what's the age group of these people?
Say it again, too.
What's the age group of these people?
What's the? Sorry, it's just me, mate. Go ahead. Age group. The youngest people I think we have probably who are really, where we can consider solid, proud of is maybe from 13 to 14 upwards, which is our target recruiting age. Because why 13, you ask me? Because 2025 is 5 years ago. So 13-year-olds will be voting for the first time in 2025. So we care. We don't care about 11
You're
and 12.
obviously looking to topple the Queen, right? And the royal family. That's got to be part of your plan.
No, we're looking at restoring the nation.
But they're German, Bab.
Yeah, but that's a different story. That's saying, it's just some Anglo-Saxons.
What do you mean it's a different story? The whole country that you're saying you want to be, turn back into English and whatever is run by a German.
No, but I'm saying from your point of view, it might seem like some contradiction, but from our point of view, it's something that doesn't even cross our mind.
Hold on a minute, Ralph. Stop. Wait.
It doesn't bother us.
I'm going to let you go seriously to it, and then I'm going to
address what she said.
Ralph, hold on a minute, Ralph. Hold on a minute. So we're trying to get our country back, but we're going to forget that our country's not ours in the first place. That's what you're saying, yeah?
I'm saying what you seem like to think is a big deal between the Queen and the Germanic interest is not a big deal to us. That's all I'm saying. You might think it's a big gotcha. We don't think about it. We don't talk about it.
Okay, then. So then, all right then. So if the head of the country is German, yeah, who is it that you're getting the country back for? Like, who do you believe? You get me?
For the
people.
The people.
That's what he's doing it for.
For the people, right?
The people.
Yeah, and if you look at it, if I took you into all our forums that you wouldn't really have access
all of
to,
your heroes,
90% of our conversations will never have these topics. That means they're not important to us.
The Britons, the Anglo-Saxons, the Celts.
Yeah, none of these topics are what we would call purity spiraling. None of those will come up. They'll be interesting to some people. But they won't make a difference to.
But just white though.
No, British white. Yeah.
Yeah. So white.
So,
yeah, but no. But for example,
British being all encompassing.
No, let me be precise. So the million Poles and a million Germans here, for example, they wouldn't be considered British and they're white.
But
they just arrived.
Ralph,
They
you
just
do
arrived,
know
right?
that the middle, you will never get the middle and upper echelons behind you. You do know that, right?
It doesn't work like that. There's 6 tribes. If you look at the data, the longest data we have is about 12 to 14 years of government data that divides us politically. And Britain is divided clearly into 6 tribes. That data is solid for over 12 years, and it just keeps
Go
repeating
on then.
itself.
What's
So in
the
the
tribe?
6 tribes, we are both fighting. The 2 left tribes are fighting against the 2 right tribes for the heart and soul of the middle. So if you imagine a little half a semicircle, 6 tribes. The 2 left-hand tribes, like the confident multiculturals who want the multicultural, multiracial world, on our side that we don't. And we're both fighting, and we only need 3 to 5% to swing to make an election difference. So we got 4 years to swing 5 to 7% of the middle to move right. And that's why we are doing what we do. We don't have to convince, we never convince the left tribes.
But hold a minute, wait.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Sorry, go on, Bob.
So what happens to the people of mixed origin then?
They're small data sets. They have no interest to us. Someone who's half black and half white doesn't show up in the data to be relevant. So it might be interesting as an edge case. What if you're half Nigerian and half English? Yeah. But you're 99.9% of non-white people are not that. Right? So they're not interesting to us.
But where do those people who are 99% and their offspring stand if they are of mixed origin?
Yeah, but what I mean, Tarok, is in terms of the amount of people, of the 66 million people on the island, they're not statistically significant number of people. So they don't interest us because they're not numerically significant.
No,
They might be
I'm saying
interesting as an anecdote, but we can deal with them as an edge case.
Yeah, but how does that work though? Because everybody
It's
knows
just an exception, right? Yeah, I mean, we're assuming they're not going to be a big threat to the demographics of the Britain, right? There are not many of them, and not multiplying. If you solve the big problem, the little problems will be less of a problem, right?
Ralph, you know when you talk about the right, yeah, and then you talk about political right, yeah, because you're saying you need X amount to move over, because you're obviously trying to get people in power, yeah. So, and I don't know if I've asked you this before, so if I have, forgive me, but who represents you on the right?
What do you mean, who represents us? So right now we are just a metapolitical organizations, and now the question is either PA becomes the party. If they block PA and they're trying very hard to block it, the EC will create a team.
Wait,
Patriotic.
slow down. Yo, my guy, slow down, man.
No worries. So Patriotic Alternative is trying to register as a party. If they block
Patriotic Alternative
is trying to register as a party. If that fails because they block it, we will create a vanilla proxy party in Plan B, and we'll move our people into it. And then the question becomes: we go after the right wing of the Conservative Party first,
right?
Because that's where the majority of our support is.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So you're trying to get under the umbrella of the Conservative Party. Is that what you're saying?
We're going to try to force the Conservative Party to either break, like that's how Europe did it, or to change its policies. So either we use entryism into the party, or we split the party, just like they did in the right, just like the AfD has done to the CDU in Germany, or the Swedish Democrats did in Sweden, or Front National is done in France. We will force the right wing to either take our policies on or break away their support. And that's how, if you look at the rest of Europe, that's how all the other parties entered parliament. That's how my mate is sitting in the German parliament. So we have 5 years to slowly convince our people to move right and to use that pressure on the right to the Conservatives. We don't care about the left. They're never voting for us. We don't care about them. We don't care about the minority.
How do you defer to the NF? Not the NF.
The NF.
Was it? Hold on, wait. Is it them that got a couple seats? Is it the NF? Hold on.
The BNP did very well in the 80s when the British National Party. The BNP.
No, who was Nick Griffin?
BNP. Yeah.
Right, BNP. Okay, so how does your team defer to them?
Just where we are in history, right? So if you look at BNP when they peaked 2009 and 8, they did really well and stuff, but they were the wrong time in history because the Overton window had not moved right enough. So if you look at the majority of mass immigration came in after 1997. So when the BNP did their bit, they just caught the tail end of it. Most of the normal English white people had not felt the impact of multiculturalism. So in a sense, even though Nick Griffin blew it, they were too ahead of their time. Right now, if the BNP were repeating what they did in the same way, they'd be in the right sweet spot. We are going to be right in the sweet spot 5-10 years ahead because we're projecting where that sweet spot is. And we're going to sit right. And all you have to do is look at Europe. And you see exactly what I'm saying has already happened all over Europe.
Yo,
So we're just going to bring Britain up to speed with the rest of Europe.
Can I just ask a question? Are you head of? Are you anything to do with BNP?
Me, I have lots of mates in the BNP. I'm not a BNP party member, but I know lots of people in the BNP.
You're a party member of any particular white.
We're waiting for PA to go through, or our proxy.
It's in the meta stage, yeah.
No, we have a PA registration in the Electoral Commission, and they keep trying trickery after trickery to block it. We have a plan B and plan C running.
And the core belief of your movement is pretty much retention.
It's nationalism, yeah, straight up nationalism, just like the AFD, the Swedish.
It's ethno, though, isn't it? Basically,
correct.
Amongst also, so you're currently, Ralph, Asian brother, part of some sort of I don't know, English version of the Reichstag.
But there is no English version of the Reichstag, right? The Reichstag,
yeah,
there's no English version, isn't it?
A good day, guys. It's interesting. I'm going to go to chat, listen in, and try and make sense of everything. But appreciate your time and have a good day. Peace.
Peace out. I got to shoot in 5 minutes as well.
So I wanted to ask you about the things that you're talking about, the children, but they're born with some sort of I don't know, so tendencies where they prefer certain other races over the other. I was gonna want to delve more into that.
I think it's like if I remember the date of the papers I've read, I think it's 3 to 4 months is when it kicks in.
Wow.
I think 3 to 4 months is when a baby starts showing racial preferences in faces. Because I think it takes about 4 to 6 weeks for the eyes to focus. I remember my kids as well. It takes about 6 weeks for the actual eyes to focus correctly for a child, newborn child. I think by 3 months enough for the first wave cognitive scaffolding is up that can distinguish race.
Yeah, but Ralph, so where were these?
Two seconds, man, Eva, please. I don't cut you, man, please.
Sorry, Bob. I thought you finished. Sorry, man.
So with this study that has happened, how far do you think this identity of other races with children go as far as?
Well, I think my default understanding is, and this only really applies mainly only to white Western Europeans, not even Eastern Europeans, just Western Europeans. You've got to deracinate them explicitly by education, by teaching, because what you're doing is you're suppressing their natural racial consciousness. And unfortunately, white people are half as racinated than black and brown people. So repeated studies show black and brown people are twice as racialized as white people. White people are half as racinated as. So the problem is, if you look at Western whites, is first of all, they have a system that is educating them against racism, and they're half as racinated as black people or brown people. Our job is to wake them up. And the way you do that is just removing this umbrella, letting them feel their racial awareness.
So what was this done on? So was this experiment only done on white children or done on all different children?
It's been a few years since I read all of it. I can look it up and remember it, but it was done on multiple ethnicities. I remember it was done on Chinese versus Korean versus Japanese babies.
Wow.
It was done on multiple races. So ethnicity is not specific. Racial consciousness is not specific to one type of race, right? But we know from genetic studies very clearly that black and brown people are twice as racialized as white people. White people are running at a disadvantage by 40%. Which is no surprise why white Western liberals have been the easy to deracinate. And that's why our job is to re-racinate them, to make them feel proud to be white again, to make them be conscious that they're white, and to be conscious that they're non-whites who don't wish them well.
Yeah, but to be realistic, this being proud to be white or black is quite of a new invention that was created in the 1800s.
No, it's only been removed from Western liberal Europe, because if you go to Eastern Europe, there's no such problem. Eastern Europeans have no problem being what you would call racist.
Yeah, but what I've noticed, Eastern Europeans study Western European racism. They don't have their own form of racism.
Oh, yes, they do. I've been to Eastern Europe many times. They're very racist in their own way as well.
No, they follow Hitler and most of through his blueprint. Yeah, they mostly follow like
Eastern Europe fought Hitler. What are you talking about, man?
No, my point is that they don't have something of their own, like their own blueprint to actually discriminate people. They use a lot of the Western Europeans' narratives.
No, the Slavic Empire has a history of the Poles versus the Hungarians, Habsburgs versus the Slavs, Slavs versus. There's a history of racial wars and racial preferences. The difference is they have not been educated in Western liberalism to say being white is bad or racism equals bad. So you go to Eastern Europe, trust me, Troy, I don't know if you've been to Eastern Europe very much. You'll feel their racial consciousness, which is a beautiful thing to see. You'll see it coming right out.
I feel what you're saying, but I say that's more tribalism in a sense like that.
Correct. Racial consciousness, racialism is a tribal concept. Right?
Because realistically, Eastern European have never really had a grudge with black people because there's not really much black people that live amongst Eastern Europeans. So what's happened now? They've got the narrative for Western Europeans, and they use that narrative because now they see different nations of people.
Yeah, but if you talk to any black people who've been to Eastern Europe, they'll tell you one thing: they don't feel particularly comfortable.
Like, take for instance, when you see like an Eastern European in England, when I see how they behave, I see that's the natural state how the Western European once was. What's happened to
the Western European? We have a clear history. Western European, in just a matter of 40 to 50 years, has been subjugated by this neoliberal education system, stifled by a system that says, if you just go back to the 60s and 70s, the amount of racism in courts you would see here in England was tremendous. That's all been trying to suppress. It's all been suppressed.
It's more.
Is that what you want then, Ralph?
2 seconds. That's more of a grooming. Like when you see Eastern
they've been groomed out of their state.
Hold on, 2 seconds. when you see Eastern Europeans seeing black people or Caribbean people for the first time, they don't know how to actually react. They'll be like, "Oh, well, I've never really seen people like that. I haven't." Really
it's not as friendly as you think it is, mate. Trust me, it's pretty.
I'm just saying in general. And
it's pretty
to me, that's how the Western European once was. But what's happened now? They've been groomed to think a different light.
The word is they've been deracinated. They've been deracialized.
Hold on a minute, Ralph. Hold on. Sorry, 1 second, too. This beg you 30 seconds. Hold on a minute, Ralph. So you want to go back to a time whereby your dad would be getting bashed up and all that, and people putting shit through your letterbox and putting fires through your letterbox. Is that what you're saying to me?
No, I'm not looking to return to violence any form. I'm looking to return to a state of nature.
Huh?
I'm looking to return to the true state of nature.
No, but hold on, no, Ralph, because we have to keep it real now, because this is where we are coming from in England. Yeah. So by you wanting more to irracinate or whatever the fuck you're talking about. Yeah. Okay. So now, how do we not prevent us going back to them days from these people? We already saw how the boys were when they went down the other day when they thought black people was going to be. Hold on a minute, man. Where they thought there was going to be black people, where eventually they were, but they shouldn't have been. But where they thought there was going to be black people by the fucking statues and all this nonsense. You understand me? We already know, like, where is that what you're looking to go back to, Bab? Because those are going to be.
Yeah, unfortunately that's where we're going to have to head in that direction. Yes.
In order to so that's what you want to actually go backwards. Then that's not even.
Well,
that doesn't even make no sense.
No, I want to go forward. I see where we've already been. It's gone backwards.
No, but hold on a minute. So basically, you don't mind your dad having shit put through his letterbox?
No, I don't think people should. If that's happening, because that in culture has rejected our group. Obviously, my father's not alive anymore. But if that was the case, no, then you shouldn't be living in such a society. You're not welcome.
No, but this is what the racists done, though, Ralph. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but that just means that nation is rejecting that outgroup member. Yeah.
No. Wait.
So if you go to, let me give you an example. You go to India. And you're
no. Wait a minute,
guys
Ralph. No, you're not going to
black guys go to India.
Stop it. Stop talking, Ralph. Pause, yeah? Stop talking, okay? Now, we know, that in Britain, not too many years ago, it was a very racist country, where some fucked up shit happened because of this so-called racism. Wait a second, son, please. Yeah? Now, like, people like no, Ralph, hold on a minute now. What are you actually saying to me? Hold on a minute. Let me get my head right. Take your time.
Take your time.
So like I can understand. No, I can't even understand. No, I actually don't understand
You
it.
have to face it. Go on. You can face it. Just face it. You're almost there.
No,
You
but
have to.
Ralph,
Yeah.
but Ralph, I can't.
You kind of looked at it, then you turned away, then you looked at it again, and you turned away. Look at it and walk right up to the door and walk through it.
Okay, but Ralph, the thing
You can
is,
do
yeah,
it.
in real life, yeah, Ralph, that is only gonna be what's the word? That's only going to help a small amount of people. That's not even going to help Britain as a country, Ralph.
I think it's been the best thing for Britain would be its resurrection and its restoration and reclamation when it claims its own land for its people would be the best thing that happened to it. One could make very strong arguments that multiculturalism, multiracialism has put back Britain in Europe almost 100 years to where it would have been if it hadn't to deal with all this fuckery.
All right, then. Cool. Pause. Pause, yeah. So, all right, then, yeah.
For now, yeah.
Okay, pause. All right, then. So, let's look at that. So, how do you think Britain will be different without, the last 60, 70, 80, whatever years of immigration? How do you think England would be different?
It'd be far more advanced.
Advanced how? Come on, how?
Technologically, culturally, we'd have had better, more advanced buildings, music, cathedrals, space travel, everything Europe was on. Europe was on a trajectory, and it's not non-whites, you have to get this right in your head, it's not non-whites that cause the problem. The problem is caused by multicultural, multi-ethnic societies, which just hold everyone down. If white people, if European civilizations, particularly Western Europe, had been allowed to continue on its trajectory, we'd have solved so many of the world's problems instead of dealing with Black Lives Matter, multiculturalism, multiracialism.
Okay, it's trajectory. So let's talk about this trajectory, yeah. To
the stars.
Okay,
yeah.
All right then. So let's talk about this. So obviously now, immigration started to come like what? So the war ended in what? 45. Immigration started in the 50s, yeah. Okay. So after the war, England was a shithole. Is that correct?
Yeah, all of Europe.
Was fucked. It was fucked up, yeah.
Not just England. All of Europe was in ruins.
But we're talking about England, innit?
Yeah, so all of
because this is where we are. This is where we are that you don't want us to be, and all the rest of it. So let's look at this, innit? Let's look at Great England after the war, this, that, and the other. So boom. What resources would England have used to get on this trajectory that you're talking about?
It would have taken the resources from the developing world because it had the money.
It would have. Whoa! It would have done what?
It would have taken the resources it needed from where it got it. Remember, England has very little resources. England's never had much. Yeah, it would have just taken it. Yeah. Yeah, it's what it's always done, right?
You're a joker, yeah. You're a joker. I don't even need to go any further with this conversation, yeah.
Oh, you were doing very well there, Nitha. You were doing well. Because the point is,
I can't even take you seriously now.
Nitha, most of the immigration you're talking about, if you do the data, the Windrush generation, there's only about 500,000 odd people left from the Windrush generation today in Britain today. The majority of this immigration, this trouble is in the 90s. If you look at the data,
you're
that's
chatting shit, man.
Yeah.
You're talking
anyway, I'm going to
nonsense.
shoot.
But the good thing is, Ralph, and what I will say is this, and then I'll just leave it in it.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the shop. I'm out of cigarettes. Yeah.
But what I will say is that I can see, for those that are uneducated, have very low self-esteem, ain't really got nothing about themselves. I can see how persons like yourself could recruit them. You know what I'm saying to you? And that's
very
all
intelligent people in our movement. Most of the people in our movement are not working class. They're very well educated.
To be honest, I don't. I think it's actually kind of good that the English people want to stand up for themselves and stand up for their identity and their land and certain things like that. And I think everybody else should be proud of who they are as well at the same time.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't hear no talks about the Irish and the Scottish.
Why? When we say British, we mean the 4 tribes, right?
Yeah, but you said English people.
Yeah, so but usually a lot of people say English as a euphemism for what they mean is the 4 tribes.
No, but we're dealing with proper people now. So I said the English natives and the Scottish and the Irish now and sort of things like that. When you say Britain,
the 4 tribes. Yeah, when I say Britain, I mean
other nations of people.
I make that mistake many times. Many of us make that mistake. When you say we really mean the 4 tribes, right?
Oh, not the Commonwealth, the British Empire.
No, just the 4 tribes. The first line of the second verse of the national anthem: one realm of races 4. Yeah.
So what about
Right?
so what about the people that's in Australia then? So what about the people that's in Australia? So what about the people that's in Australia?
Well, there are other people want to talk about what to do, whether there should be an Anglospheric Union, obviously, because obviously there's the larger Anglosphere, the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, etc. They're all still ethnically English people, right? So there's the greater Anglosphere. But we deal with the nation state level first, and if enough European nations are nation power state, which they're doing really well in Europe right now. Really
But this
well
is
in
the
Europe.
thing now. You talk about the English people having an identity, but you still chart on for Britain and the 6 tribes. I.e., you can see even up to the 90s, up to when the Twin Towers,
yeah,
basically, and things like that, and it's still ongoing, really and truly. The Irish people do not want to be part of Britain and things like
Well,
that.
you're right. There's an Irish problem that is a very deep problem. No one knows how to solve it in the movement because the Irish people have a problem. Either they have to give up their 800-year war with the English for the 6 counties, or they have to roll over and let Ireland be replaced by blacks and browns. At some point, we know the next generation, the next generation of the Irish. No, let me tell you what's happening in the movement. The young generation of Irish nationalists, they are looking to break from the IRA. They're looking to break from the 6 county war. They're looking to break from the division between North and South Ireland, which is a proxy war against the English. Because they're waking up the young Irish nationalists going, fucking hell, fuck this 800-year with the English. They're just like blacks and Muslims, everyone running around every day here. So we're hoping that the next young generation of Irish nationalists we're grooming are going to really understand how to give a lasting solving that problem.
Yeah, but realistically, the English people have depopulated the Irish people by sending them to America, the West
a lot of them
Indies,
left by themselves
and
as
to
well,
Australia.
right? Yeah,
So
absolutely. Yeah, it's a very, very sad problem because you've got this long history problem of really what's like a family war. There's a long history problem, and then you've got a political left-right problem between the counties, between Northern Ireland being part of British, which was then ethnically transplanted by Scots and English, well, actually Dutch.
So Ralph.
So there's a little issue there.
So are you familiar with a movie that is called Kidnapped? It's just like Roots, but with Roots, it's not really truthful. With the story Kidnapped, where they talk about their kidnapping Irish and Scottish children and sending them to the Virginia and the West Indies and all these types of things.
Horrible things were done to the Irish
very
people.
real thing.
Yeah, horrible thing was done to the Irish people over 800 years,
And
there's
I
a
actually
long-seated history. Yeah, I know.
And what's happened to those people? Some of them were of royal lineages and certain things who fought against the English.
I'll give you the state. I'll give you the state of play.
And what's happened now? And what's happened now? There's only 7 or like the original surnames what belong to these isles and these countries.
Absolutely, I'm with you, man.
You can tell these people have chucked these people off the island, and nowadays there's only about 5 people that hold these types of surnames on the islands.
Okay.
The majority of
I
these people with these surnames now are in the West Indies, Australia, and in the Virginias.
Yeah, I'm with you. Everyone knows, we know very deeply in the nationalist movement, we're very, very cognizant of the Irish issue. But right now, the good faith we have, forget the Good Friday Agreement, the faith we have is that the young Irish nationalists in their 20s, in their 30s, who stood for election and lost Irish elections, they are looking, going like, look, we need to park this legacy of an 800-year conflict, a fight for 6 counties, because Ireland, they're shipping in because they're shipping in blacks and browns into Ireland in the cover of night.
No, because what's happened now.
Footage. You want to see footage
Naifa, please. Naifa, please. I'm trying to have a conversation.
So
not a shouting match. I want to have a conversation, not a shouting match.
Just relax, man.
So tell me this now. With what's happened to the Irish and the Scottish now, with this British company now, it's literally turned Irish and Scottish how can I say, descendants against them now because of this British identity. So all of this born on the land, you are from the land.
Turok, you're right. There is a family conflict between the 4 tribes. There is a conflict going back arguably 1,400 years or 1,600 years, but definitely going back 800 years in the history of the Isles. There's a family problem. But now the young generation wake up going, hey, let's put the family problem aside, because at night the Irish government is racing in another 2,000 African migrants into this hostel, another 1,000. They're looking up and going, okay, I've got a problem with my brother who's English or my cousin who's English, but this guy from Tanzania, he ain't one of us.
Yeah, but realistically now, you have people from the Edinburgh University. well, now you're looking at people in the Edinburgh University are looking about what has happened through the slave trade and slavery and all
Yeah, but
these
slavery
different
only
types of
matters to
things.
black people.
Then
None of the nationalists care about the
no, it's
slavery.
happened to white people. They chucked all these
Yes,
white
but
people into Australia, into Virginia, in America, and into the West Indies, i.e., Jamaica, Barbados, Bermuda, and
absolutely,
Montserrat.
No, but my point
So
is,
now, so now, what's happened now? You have indigenous Scottish and Irish descendants now, or identify themselves as British people, but took down a statue in Bristol. When if we actually knew about the history of Bristol and how much women and children and men these people used to steal of white origin and sent to all over the earth.
Yeah, people, because remember,
This is why it's a collective effort now, and it was black, maybe some Asian, and a white person helping to take down that disgusting statue, but has literally disrupted the indigenous people of these isles and worldwide.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Tarok, but these are all the positions you talk about are accurate and you're correct, but they're all on the left. We don't care about them.
No,
It's not a conversation for us. It's not a conversation we even have. Our conversation is to restore Ireland, to restore and protect Ireland. We need to deal with the non-whites being brought into Ireland first.
No,
we need to pop the war with the English. No, this is what the Irish nationalists are doing. I'm just telling you what they're doing.
What you need to do is hide history and keep this black and white thing going. That's what really you need to do, because the minute the Six Nations start doing their history and people are going to ancestry.com, knowing who they're really from, this is when you're going to have loads of tension now and arguments and things are going to get brought back up.
I understand where you're coming from, Truck, but it's not on the conversation radar. I'm in 150 different groups, and I don't feel this topic comes up very often. So I'm telling you, it's not on our
a
radar.
lot of people are
The
going
topic
to
that comes out of
ancestry.com and doing their DNA and finding out who they actually belong to.
Yeah, but
looking for their
none of the
coats
people in our
arms.
movement, none of the people in our movement care about these topics. What they care about, I'm letting you know what they care about, is another 2,000 Somalis dropped into Ireland at 3 o'clock in the morning with pre-arranged hotels and hostels. 3 weeks later, they're assaulting and raping little Irish girls. That's what we care about. Not your ancestry DNA to some guy in the 17th century.
To be honest,
I'm
the
just
Irish
telling you the truth,
government,
mate.
the Irish government lended its hand out to Africa. The Irish government never lended its hand out to Montserrat or none of these other places where their descendants are. So really and truly, it's nothing new with Africans and Irish people and certain things like that.
No, I can understand. I can see how you see that there's some, more dogs, more black, more Irish, right? I understand that. Yeah, I get
Exactly,
it. But,
because I'm glad you brought that up, Ralph. Because even when we got the West Indies people, some of the descendants from the Scottish and Irish people came back to England, they could see that this was in full swing. No dogs, no blacks,
there's
no
an English.
Irish.
You're right. There's an English hegemony. There's an English hierarchy. Think of it this way: England is the big brother in the family, and the big brother is going to throw his weight around in the three younger brothers.
But this is the whole reason why.
But they're brothers first against the Indian or the African.
No, they're not, because now they got new brothers. They got the West Indian brothers now, and they got Australian brothers now.
With the deepest respect, that is a
No, because
fantasy you have in your head, my friend.
no. We can go by blood. We can go by blood, and this is the whole reason why they didn't want Caribbean people to mix with the Irish people in Ireland, because even in England, in London, the Irish and the West Indian people holding it down, and we stood up for ourselves and things like that.
Absolutely, mate. When I was down the BLM protest, we had those two little hunting squads in there, and one guy was standing there in the corner, and he tried to hide from us, and he had a big sign that said "More blacks, more dogs, more Irish." We understand what your side wants. Right? We get it.
It's
We're not
about that. We deal with facts. We're not dealing with rhetoric of Afghan and all these 70s programs that used to come on television. We're in a new age now. We deal with information.
Oh, thank you. I love a bit of information.
So realistically, Britain has to ask about has to answer to the Irish and the Scottish people, because they're doing their research now and things like that. And they have to answer for all of those white people. They have to answer for all those white people they sent to the Virginias and in the Americas and Australia.
Yeah, well, I think you should go for it. I think you should try to whirl up that support and see how far you get, mate. Especially
I'm down for the
camera
indigenous people, all races and creeds.
Yeah. No, I hear you, man. I think your principles sound great and stuff. I don't think you're going to get very far there. But I'm out of smoke, so I'm going to have to go buy some. So I'm going to bail right now. I'll come back in 10 minutes.
Some of my good Virginia tobacco, why don't you? Yeah, you earned it. Virginia tobacco, you earned it.
Yeah. Well, hey, if you picked it, you picked it. I'll smoke it, bro. You picked it, I smoke it. I'm using an ADOS product, mate. I'll be back in a bit. Peace out.
And that, my people, this is how we deal with the real issues. And then my fee, run. You know what I mean? Yeah, so it's a fallacy, really and truly, because the minute people start actually knowing who they are, where they come from, i.e., what's that program, BBC? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Hey, Raf, who do you think you are? Some kind of superstar for the right wing. So who do you think you are? This is what's happening now. People are doing their genealogy. People are doing their DNA. You know what I mean? People seeing if they came from rich family, poor family, black family, white family. You know what I mean? So people are doing their research and their due diligence. The people that not took down that statue, they were educated people. They weren't dunce. Yeah, they're not no dunce pull down them statues because you have to be clever how to pull down statue. Can't just pull down statue if he's dunce. So it's clever people that done that. People have to give them a pat on the back for them clever. You dig? Up to the time. It is 2:46. If he knows where he's from, why does he? Yeah, because really and truly, the only reason why Ralph is here because of the empire. You know what I mean? And when people will keep forgetting and forgetting and forgetting, this is why they say 5th of November, remember. Where they get poppy from? This is what I'm trying to show the people. You have to know where people get people's things from, and you find out that it's not for them at the end of the day. This is what happens. Yeah, the Portuguese showed them style of living, potato and fry the fish in batter. Yeah, man. When we was at the south of Spain, a pure sprat and fish, me smell fry, sardine and all them type of living. Pure them style of living them was doing out there. Moors. Should we have a cup of coffee or should we have chocolate? Which tea? What should I drink? Chocolate, tea, or coffee? Is Toro Irish now? Yes, I'm every nation. It's all in me. You dig? Get me? We have to talk up. We have to talk up the things, man. Talking the real history, man. 50 Cent, man. We have to talk these things, man. But this is the thing. This is the thing. They use the word Britain. Britain is a Hebrew word. You know what I mean? The Jacobites. And I don't mean the cream crackers. You know what I mean? Some say Jacobites is crackers. No, man. They had the Jacobite massive, them, or the Jacobites. You know what I mean? This is why I go deep into the language and all these types of things. The language is very important. Mention dwarfs or midgets. I haven't had fish and chips for ages. I always buy large chips when I'm hungry, but end up not finishing. Yeah, true that, man. True that, Jonas. A true word that is. True, but it's expensive now, man. The fish and chips, all big £10 you have to spend for one fish and chips. Yeah, I don't think fish and chips used to be that expensive. But I have to say though, that the Chinese boy, the Chinese know how to fry things good, man. Some of them Chinese fish and chip shop boy. Them man, they know how to fry good. I don't know if this chip shop's still there, but it's in Costa Mouse. I think a 3 Mason Road it upon 3 Mason Road. A 3 Mason for true. Yeah man, that fish and chips there, boy. The Chinese they are cook. Wow. Bad no Ross. Yeah man, them Chinese can fry fish and chips good. Yeah man. Yeah, what other place do good fish and chips now? I know another place. I think a Prince Regent Street. Down a plaster. Me hear them do good fish and chips. Where else do good fish and chips? Hmm. Yeah, because it's kind of a shame IC3 wasn't here to talk to Ralph about the codes. See what codes they're going by. But we need to know the codes. You know what I mean? We should have heard about the codes and see what Ralph said about these codes. But the only one thing I could agree with Ralph is what he said about the children are racist. I think maybe he might be right there. That's the only thing I probably could agree with Ralph for the whole certain thing. Yeah man, the children are racist for true. There are some young racists, not all. Forget the young racists, and the young one you have to watch. My heritage shows Jews married in, but their genes in my admixture. Without a DNA test, we will not know which of my ancestor genes I carry. No, you do. You can go to ancestry.com and go through the genealogy. Like Sean doing genealogy and find out in related to King James to Ross. King James a black man. And a pair of black people them did send from England to West Indies. Because even Sean find his relative in West Indies, yeah. I said type in the name of Barbados. As soon as he type it in, he say, yeah, I was thinking to go to Barbados. I said, yeah, look it up. Him type it up and find out that in one of his relative who them sent from England, probably a descendant of royal family from upper Scotland. He was an abolitionist in the 1700s, around them the time there. Then we say, all right, let's see our next one now. We say type in that name and Jamaica. So boom, you type in the name now and type in Jamaica beside it. Kaboom! Next thing you see pop up, oh, abolitionists again, sugar cane plantation, this, that, and the other. And I said to him, all right now, all right. We see a pattern now, go on. We see his old Virginia company and things. I'm saying, all right. Type in that name of Australia. Boom. Type in that name of Australia now. Come up with some more history. Say, oh yes, if family member get deported from England or exiled from England and end up in Australia. And there's only about 7 people that carry that surname. So them people there. This is why sometimes you find that people change their names and all them type of thing there. Because like when the police look on your family as bad man or bad girl, them every minute them come trouble you. You know what I mean? So some of the people them they went under hiding. You know what I mean? Cause peer trouble, the police will come at them yard every time and trouble the people them. Yeah, man, it's a deep history what's getting unraveled. You know what I mean? And I'm kind of happy still. It's a paradigm. You know what I mean? It's educated people now. And most of the ones who don't know nothing, they still want to learn because they don't know. They pretend they don't care, but them still want to know about themselves. And them is proud. You can't be proud and you don't know who you is. You're a proud stupid if you don't know who you is. You know what I mean? And this is why I say they should not be deporting no Jamaican people, no West Indian people, Pitney. This is why I said they should not even dare look upon them and try and say a bad word to them because they carry the genes of the original indigenous people from Ireland and Scotland on top of it. On top of it as well. So it come like key domino.
Yeah. So Turek, do you remember the long conversation we had about genealogy?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Right. And we spoke about how you can have relatives, and every time you go back, it increases, it doubles up, doesn't it? Like you have your parents, then you have 4 because you've got grandparents, and great grandparents, it's 8. And that only 50% of each genes roughly get passed down. Yeah. And therefore, as you go further down the tree, you could have a relative married in that you don't actually hold the genes of, but actually you are part of that.
As well, 100%. That's why as well. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So when people say that your heritage is this, in reality, your heritage, say like mine, in reality, my heritage has got a Jewish person in it, and therefore that I discovered when I went back, like you said, looking at their ancestry.
Surnames.
Yeah. No, not just the surnames, going and looking at where they were born, etc., and what they practiced and everything else. So I went back and I discovered there's Jewish in my family, which I'm quite proud of. I'm not ashamed of it. Very proud of it. Right? I would be proud if I discovered there was a black person in my family. If I went further back, it wouldn't bother me at all. Because I'm proud of myself, so I'm proud of the mix that I am. But it doesn't necessarily mean that my DNA will be realistic and show up my genealogy complete.
I see what you mean. In that aspect. But it is explaining basically migration patterns of people that are related to you, basically. I see it basically. It doesn't mean that you could be from England or you could be from Nigeria, or it just means that there's people with them same markers in that location as you.
Yeah. Right. So the second question I want to ask you, right, is you've got this new wave of people that I don't agree with, by the way. I think they're racist. This Robin DiAngelo, I think she's a racist. I think she's trying to make everybody racist. I think Ralph would be in more agreement with that communist than I would, which is quite comical to me, if you start aligning what they believe. But they argue that white supremacy is a mindset. It's not actually being white. It's not actually the color of your skin. So which is it?
It's both. Mind, body, and soul.
Okay, so is being black a mindset?
Yeah, mind, body, and soul.
Interesting. And can mindsets sometimes not fit the body?
100%.
There you go.
So what does that mean?
Just means that it's interesting and that it opens up other boxes and that they need to be investigated before people make their statements. You know, it's very easy for the extremists, and I say the extremists, to make plurality the answer when plurality is not the answer because there's too many complexities.
Because think about it, some of the TV programs what show black and white people, you say to yourself, that ain't real white or black people there that's being portrayed on the TV.
Yeah.
Realistically, and what happens now, because our brain is kind of fragile at the same time, but it picks up a lot of things in it basically, like subconsciously. So when you see somebody like, I don't know, Will Smith saying, "Oh yeah, this is how a black person behaves," when you see all the other people and you're thinking, "No, it's only Will Smith behaves that way. He's the true black one, so I need to behave like him," if you know what I mean. But it's like he's just an actor. He just played a part. You can see what he's like in real life.
Yeah. So it's very interesting because you got to ask yourself, are those ideologies nurture or nature? Because you have somebody like Ralph who says it is all defined by your genetics, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you have you will have black nationalists who say, yeah, it's really important because black is all to do with the skin. But like we've just established, it can be mindset as well, and therefore the mindset is your mind is shaped by the environment that you live in and how you're raised and cultivated. So people need to be a little bit more nuanced in understanding what's really going on. I mean, it's like someone like Turek. He would align himself more with blacks because his skin's darker, but he doesn't class himself as black. Or am I getting it wrong? You class yourself as So what is it you say? You're Indian, not Indian. You're
West
native.
Indian.
Yeah, West Indian. So this is what I'm saying. People need to understand there's more nuance and complexity. And if you don't understand the nuance and complexities, it's not because you're uneducated. It's just because you've never been made to think about it.
As well, that's true. That's true.
So
But at the same time, we have to be honest to ourselves. Like this black and white concept is very new.
yeah, it is very new. I mean, if the only thing that I will say for this new wave, the Robin DiAngelo and people like that, is that they've made people investigate it a bit more. But people like Ralph as well. But what I will say is that I throw them all in the bucket as extremists. They're not cases. That's my personal belief. Because if you go back far enough, there's going to be a mixture somewhere. There's going to be an admixture, and I'll tell you for why. Because we all know that the strongest genes survive and the cleverest people, the smartest people are going to get further in life. Okay, we all know that.
Really.
And if you stay just inbreeding, the genes deteriorate, which is why when you get all this these problems with inbreeding, like they say Alzheimer's and a lot of certain types of Alzheimer's are found within the Jewish community because of the inbreeding. You find that you see like Prince Edward's daughter, you know, she's got the eye problem due to inbreeding. Yeah, that's that's one of the inbreeding things. You find it a lot within the Muslim communities. The ones, not all of them, but the ones that do marry their cousins and then marry their cousins and marry their cousins. You find a lot of disabilities, and this is why. So it's actually healthy to allow a little bit of a different race into your family tree at points. And it gives you a little forward boost, because if you carried on inbreeding, what happens is you become imbecile, and it's quite sad, really, that people don't understand these things.
I can imagine. See, it does play a part. I can imagine it's true. Because like with the West Indian people, we're kind of unique in a way. Like we literally got the whole world in us. Some of us, not everybody, but literally like. So one person done their DNA test, and his family's never left Cuba. Always been in Cuba, from Cuba, and there's
Yeah.
other people from different descendancies that's come to Cuba now. And like from that now, he's got everybody from around the world down to Scandinavia, like and
Yeah, I
African,
can
and
believe it. Yeah. It's interesting, very interesting, and that's what I'm saying. My ancestors were all on this isle, but the people that married in had come from abroad, came here and married in. So yeah, I can believe it. And I think it's really interesting. But I just believe that if you go back far enough, everybody's intermixed. And it's also interesting that when they look at our DNA, despite what Ralph says, 99.9% of our genes are similar.
What do you mean?
Yeah, we're more alike as humans than people like to think. And so all this separatism talk is a bit.
No, it's true. No, when it comes down to biologics now, and you need what they call it, a kidney, and all these different things. This is when you see that the narrowing down of genes,
Yeah.
and where you
Yes.
need to get, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but blood alone. I mean, look at the white race, right? You could any race actually. You can have A blood, you can have B blood, you can have O blood, and you can have AB blood. But amongst those, you can have rhesus positive and rhesus negative. So
Yeah, because that's sort of like how can I say, it's from the Asia sort of side, I think.
Sorry, your mic's low, bruv.
Oh, sorry, yeah. No, I'm just
You're on
saying
the
that.
upside of the roof.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, let me take
Go
that.
on, repeat again, bruv. You're low, bro.
Is that better? Is that better now?
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Nincolas, if I did evolve from a reptile, 40 BC, before Caucasians, do you know what? I'm the type of person that would find that enthralling. I would actually embrace that as well. That to me wouldn't be an insult. It would make me unique. I like being unique.
Hey, 1 sec, yeah. I just wanted to check in the chat to see if the reanimator is in the chat. If the reanimator is in the chat, yeah, you got some work to do, man. Yesterday's show, when IC3 and Afghan was talking about chess, that was the funniest conversation in the fucking world. IC3 said to him, yeah, it's like 3D chess. And he goes, oh, I don't like chess, I like drafts. I like drafts. Yeah, man. Yeah, sorry, man. Sorry to cut your convo there. So, man, I just needed to see if he was in the chat. I was driving.
Because even what's his name? I think it's Benjamin Franklin or one of these people. They actually came to America as an indentured servant.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. I can imagine. It's
Yeah, man.
interesting.
So we say you got your Hebrew, yeah? You got Hebrew blood in you, yeah?
I've got Jewish blood in me, yeah.
You could be like one of the lost tribes of Judah, yeah?
I don't know. I don't know if that Bible's the Bible that we read today is the original Bible. Not in my opinion. I think too many things have been withheld, and lots of things have been altered. In my lifetime, they've altered things, haven't they? So, I mean, even our Father who art in heaven, all that bit, that's all been changed, isn't it? Within my lifetime. So.
Hey, you know what, yeah? I'm on a fucking 50-mile-per-hour road, yeah? And you hear me indicating, yeah? So I had to go around the fucking guy who's on a, you know, one of those granny carts. He's on one of those granny carts on the fucking road. He got a cigarette in his mouth and all that. He's just driving along like, fuck it.
I was gonna say, what did you think of what Ralph was saying earlier?
Who, me?
Yeah.
What was he saying?
He was saying
Like, I would tell you what, yeah, actually, when he was talking about he wanted to go back to the old days, and he was talking about when they used to smash up the Indians and all that, yeah. And I was asking if he wanted to go back to them days. Yeah. You know what it is? Yeah? It's like some of these men that want some of these, like when they talk about the old days, yeah. I'm like, what do you mean the old days? Like, What does that look like?
I have no idea.
Yeah, because he said something quite peculiar. He was saying even children and babies are racist.
I would even say about the babies knowing their race and all that.
Yeah,
I'm
what
like,
do you think
what?
on that?
Nah, man, I think that's bullshit, man. That's some around
I
some
think
right
it's
wing
kind
pseudo
I think
side.
it's kind of true, you know.
Nah, do you know why? Why it's not true though? Because imagine if how can a baby be adopted by a whole other family and then not know that the parent's not his parents, even though they don't look like the parent or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That?
but
Or
we've
even
seen cases
feel
like that,
attached
though.
to the person like his mum or whatever.
Yeah, but we've seen cases like that, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You see,
Yeah.
there's probably cases where people have adopted children of different races, and then the children, obviously, where they've like fed and nurtured the children and been like a parent to the actual proper parent to the children from birth, or from when they was adopted, when they was like at a young age or whatever. Obviously, they're gonna have attachment to the person like it's their parents. So if someone else comes in trying to attack so and so just because they're a different race to whatever the parent was, you don't think the child would be like, can't do that?
So you don't think children can't tell people apart?
Yeah, of course they can. I never said they can't tell people apart. I was just saying that a child just going towards the parent because they're black. I mean, I don't know about that. I'm saying that the child going towards the parent because when they was born, they had their skin to skin. The flipping parents have nurtured them. You know what I'm saying? Like they, mama, dada, and all that sort of stuff. And
Alright, I'm gonna ask
you
you a
know what I'm saying?
question
If you
now.
built up a relationship with the baby.
Alright, I'm gonna ask you a question now. Then, so when you were in primary school, could you tell the different nationalities of people?
Yeah, of course, man.
And
That's not what he was saying. He was saying that when you're, you know, like before you can talk and all that, like when you first start seeing and everything, like he was saying that you notice your race and all that, or you notice race and all that from then. I was like, well, that's a bit early, isn't it? Before they've even got their full senses.
Alright, I'm gonna ask you a serious question now. Then,
I
at
don't
primary.
think so. You know what? Years
Hold on,
I
2
lived
seconds, Jude. 2 seconds. I'm gonna ask you a serious question now, Velle. At primary school, could you tell the difference between West Indians and Africans?
No.
Not all. Not always. Not always. There was
Just as
some. There was some.
Just as a child.
No, as a child. Not always as a child. Yeah, and I'll tell you why. Yeah, like you said, there were some African kids that you thought was West Indian. Yeah, that you might have bust a joke around, which was for the West Indians, and they didn't rate it. Yeah, because you didn't even know that my mum was from African or West Indian, like vice versa. You know what I'm saying? Like so.
So you're saying even at children there was some sort of, I don't know, acknowledgement of that.
Yeah,
You know?
I reckon that you notice your race, but I don't think it's like when you're first born. That's what I was disagreeing with, like, because I feel like he was giving it a bit too early. Like when you're first born, you notice that your mum's black and all that sort of stuff, or you're black and.
I see that though, to be honest.
That's what I thought it was. Yeah, who's that?
Sorry, Jupiter, go on.
No, I was just going to say that I don't believe that you do at a very early age. I think what's really going on there is a baby is used to. Have you ever seen any of the fathers? They've put little videos on before where they've had beards and they shave the beard off, and the kids are frightened. The babies are frightened. So what's going on is that the babies are actually used to what they see in their immediate environment. So when they see something that's different to that, they sort of like repel from it, and it could be something just like a beard. It's got nothing to do with color. So, but they're using that to say that it's down to race, when I don't believe it is down to race. I think That comes much later.
All right, one second, yo. Chief, hold on a sec. Yo, speaker's cool now. You gotta talk, B, or you get kicked off, man. No one showing their batios or showing any body parts that should be kept private. I'll mute your mic, B.
He wants to come on showing a photo. If people are really determined to see me without makeup, I'm not bothered. Look, I'll show you me without makeup now. I've got no makeup on now. It doesn't bother me. I think they think it bothers me. It doesn't bother me. You see me with makeup, you see me without makeup. Here I am. Still love myself.
You know what, yeah, it's like...
So Jupiter, when you was younger, could you tell the difference between different races?
No one did see you still, but you turned your camera off. But yo.
Hello?
Yeah, well, go on. Yo, is that speakers? Is that Skips? Oh, snap. Yo, Skips, you gotta talk, you know, or she'll get in dash off, bro. Because all this, you wanna know who everyone else is and no one knows who you are. That's dead, cuz. You don't rate them things right there, man. You gotta say it with your chest if you're a bad man.
No, there's a brown envelope with 2 masks in. Get them out.
Yeah, talk, man. Talk.
Sorry.
Talk, G.
Yeah, so when you was younger, Jupiter, say primary school or nursery age, could you tell the difference between different nations or races of people?
No, not unless it was really obvious. I mean, I remember when I was at nursery, I had a little friend that was, well, now I would say sick, that used to have their head in a bun that I thought was a girl and it was a boy. I remember that. And I felt very embarrassed. Yeah, no, I felt very embarrassed when and I was only about 4 when I realised it was a little boy, not a little girl that I was talking to. But apart from that, no, not really. I mean, I had a next door neighbour when I was younger, much younger, I suppose about the age of 5 or 6. And the next door neighbour, the children, we played with them all the time. And it wasn't until I was sort of like in my 20s, and when I looked back and I bumped into them and we were talking about when we were younger and that I suddenly realised that the elder kid was mixed race and that the other 2 had been white children. It hadn't even occurred to me that because one was a darker shade of skin. But I think that might be down to the fact that even within my own family, my mum's very blonde and blue. My mum's blonde and blue-eyed. In her family, there's a lot of gingers in it. Whereas on my dad's side, they were very dark-haired and dark-eyed, and tanned easy. So in amongst me and my sisters, there was a difference between us. Do you know what I mean? So maybe that made me not see it so much. Like some of us tanned easy, others of us burnt, and I don't know.
I see what you mean. So were there no black people in the area at that time?
Yeah, no, there
So
were.
wait, hold on a sec. To Toro, you say you didn't recognize the difference between people's races when you was in primary school?
No, I think I did actually, to be weird. Like, I don't know how, but like looking back and thinking about it, I think I did.
Obviously, at one time, when I would say, yeah, let me speak for myself, innit? So when before I got to an age where you understood there was more than one Caribbean island in the Caribbean there, then you knew that there was other places. But at one time, I would have thought everyone was Jamaican, because anyone that was from the Caribbean is Jamaican. You get me?
Yeah, but we look alike though. That's the thing, though. If you know what I mean, we sort of hold at least certain features where we could say, oh, that's sort of a West Indian look in a sense.
Yeah.
And maybe even how some of us even talk as well. We just think all Papua is Jamaican.
Yo, Abro, I'm me, bruv. Abro. Bro, I'm gonna call you one more time, you know. Yeah, that's it. Differently, I can't bother to keep playing about with the man just coming on for some idiot business, but come on for seriousness or don't come on in it. Like if you're not gonna talk or nothing, don't jump on. If you're not gonna add nothing to the conversation, don't jump on. If you're just gonna sit there and not say nothing at all, I mean, you might as well just sit in the comment section then, innit, man? Yeah. All right.
But
Carry on to it.
But yeah, it's interesting. No, as you said, you asked me, Tarek, if when I grew up, there were black people. Yeah, there was. But there wasn't many. I'm not going to say that there was loads. There wasn't many.
Because
But there
think
was.
about it, in like say the 90s.
Oh no! By the 90s, I knew
Yeah,
loads. By the 90s, I knew loads. I went to
yeah, because
an all-girls school. I went to an all-girls school and at secondary
I
school.
think in the 90s, more people.
Hello, Tarek? Is it me that's can't hear?
You cut out. I thought I cut out. Cut out.
Yeah, like
You're cutting out, bro. You're coming for one word, like
yeah.
like.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cut out again. You're back in now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Yeah,
now.
can hear you now. I think his thing's cut out. You know when it
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yo, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Alright, go through them, man. What you was gonna say, because you cut out when you was talking, innit? Yes, brother.
Yeah, because I feel like I could tell the difference between certain white people, like people who had ginger hair, accents, like for some reason I always used to think like Greeks and Italians were the same sort of folk, like growing up and certain things like that. So it's like, yeah, I think I could tell the difference in a weird way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's in primary school though, man. Man's talking about when you're like fucking 6 months old.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, yeah, it must go from there. Like, you know what I mean? You can tell the difference because, like, even sometimes you hear, like, babies who just about can talk, but they will point. They'll be like, oh, look at that person. Look at that person. Like, if you know what I mean.
I don't know.
Not like they're being racist.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
just
know, man.
honest.
Carl. You know,
It's very honest.
like I'm saying, like it's like if you was like 4 months old and you could notice the difference between different races. That's a bit advanced, you know.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't.
That's a bit advanced, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Think about it.
But it's like if imagine you're like, you know, like someone's like a good person or whatever, and then and then the baby's around them, the baby will put their arms up to them, innit? Like it won't say, it's a Chinese person, so I won't put my arms up. You know what I'm saying? That it will put his arms up to someone who he thinks is going to be safe, innit? Like where the baby's going to be safe, or where it's going to be happy. It's going to feel like it's going to be fed, comfortable.
I don't think they know. Look at my
No,
white
they do, you know.
No, they don't. Look at my white
I
I'm
can
going to
give you a
you
good example, and everybody's seen it on the net. It's like when you get older, you tell more lies, isn't it? When you're younger, you're more honest. That you just say things, and because you're more truthful in a sense. And there was like a parent that filmed two little white girls, and they gave the two little white girls, one was older and one was very, very young, and they gave them two black dollies. And the older one try and make up her face and smile and try and be. The younger one wasn't having a bar of it.
Now, you're talking about when they're older, a bit older though. That's like primary school ages. We're talking about when they're months old, before they've got to any sort of conditioning in it. Like when any parents have been able to put them to one way, left way, right way, up or down.
Yeah, but they want their toys to represent them, for instance. You know what I mean? So like,
baby, like one of my granddaughters or my grandson, right? For example, they've only known Hector as their granddad. Like they've got other granddads, but they've only known Hector as their granddad. If they were given a black doll, it wouldn't have made no difference to them. So you've got to look at the background of the child and what experiences it's had. Like I said earlier, there's plenty of these things that go around social media where the dad just shaves his beard off. He's still the same man, still same eyes, still same voice, but the
Yeah,
child's
but
frightened.
the point I'm making, the children want toys to try and represent them, or they want a certain toy, a certain look, because they feel that toy is the better one.
No, it's not. This is what I'm trying to point out to you. What I'm saying to you
That's
is it's not
conditioning by that age, man.
if you're a baby, right, and your mum's a bit of a homey mum, right? She doesn't go out much apart from to the local shops, and you live in an area that is predominantly white, right? And they don't, and the only people she actually speaks to is white. The only people that actually babysit are white. The only ones that actually bend down and talk to the children are white. Then that child is only going to assume that white is safety. It's nothing to do with being prejudiced. It's just the fact of its own experience. Whereas if you have
Now, even that, I don't think when by the time you get to a certain age, yeah, but not like when it's like you say, when it's like months old. If you're seeing like, you know, like when the house visitor nurse, the health nurse comes around to check on the baby every couple of months.
Yeah,
and all them sort of things there. You know what I mean? That because the health visitor might be from somewhere where the parents or the family is nowhere near, and then depending on what mood the health visitor is in, is depending on what sort of mood the baby's going to be in with the health visitor, sort of thing, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, no, you're right, Velle, because you've made a valid point there. Because when the children, I mean, look, I've got a lot of black friends, and they've given birth, and I've gone to see the newborn baby. That baby hasn't been bothered about me holding it, hasn't cried. Do you know? And vice versa, they've come to see me when I've given birth, and the baby hasn't sort of like rejected them. So I don't know, Tarek. I don't believe all that rubbish that is from birth.
I'll be honest, it's nothing wrong with it. Like, just being honest, like, you know what I mean? It's not like children just being honest to themselves. Like, they want toys to represent them and look like them.
my cousin's a midwife, isn't it? Like, so she goes and gives birth to multiple babies of whatever race or color or creed, wherever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so if it was like that, yeah, then you literally have to have a black midwife for black babies, a white midwife for white babies, Chinese midwife for Chinese babies, and that's not sort of how it goes.
Let's just be honest to ourselves for once. Even through the child's iris, they're gonna notice the color contrast different.
Yeah, the child can't see for the first at least 3-4 weeks or whatever. You know what I mean? Everything's all blurry. That's what we're trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say to her, man.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to
that's
say
why
it's
obviously
basic,
that's why you know when you have your child, yeah, you do a thing called we had home births in it, yeah, skin to skin in it, like so you take off your top, like mum and dad in it, yeah, so like and then you just sit with the baby on your actual skin in it, on your chest, on your stomach. Do you get me? And then that's where you build the parental relationship with the child. That's that's different to the child recognizing different races and this, that, and the other.
Did you cut the cord as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, so did Hector. Yeah. Beautiful moment, isn't it? It's really emotional, that is.
Yeah. Home birth is the one. You know why home birth is better? Yeah, because my mum was downstairs, my girl's mum was downstairs. You know what I'm saying? Her sister was there. I mean, like we had big dinner and all that after.
I didn't have it.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I didn't have it at home. I had mine at home. I had the same.
We could be realistic now. All right, then with a child now, it's gonna pick up on vibrations. So like even the sound of people's voices is gonna notice the difference. The smell, little things they're gonna notice, which they're gonna be either happy about or disgruntled about.
Yeah, that's normal, but that doesn't mean it's racist. That's just because it's what it's used to.
It is kind of in a sense because like
it's racist, silly.
It's more honest racism in a sense.
What are you talking about?
Honest
It's it,
racism.
yeah, it's just like they know what they like, innit? Like, if you know what I mean, it's just like you pick a preference in it, and after that you're bidding who and what does the best for you and or what ticks your boxes, innit?
No,
Not
if you
really.
look, if you go to a house where you see rice being cooked a lot, and then I don't know, you go to another house. What can I use? There's something else. Yes, smell. I don't know. Say you grow up with a vegan mum who never has sausage or anything like that. You don't really smell meat being cooked, and then you go to a house where they start cooking a lot of meat, and you're a newborn baby. Yeah, that smell might be unsettling because you've not smelt it before. But having said that, children like to explore. So to them, some babies would respond very early on wanting to know what it is. I
No,
don't. I
but so
don't believe racism.
they
I
pick
don't
up on
believe
things. They
racism
pick
is
up on the littlest things, like
just
even accents they pick up on.
yeah, yeah, but they know their mum's voice above all others and their dad's voice above all others anyway.
Exactly. So what they're trying to do with their brain is trying to unique certain vibrations and tones to sounds, if you know what I mean. So certain people will sound a certain way. You think that might sound near
Yeah,
enough to mum
to
or
do
dad or
that,
this, that, and the
because
other.
before we all sort of lived as we do now, it's so the child would recognise who its mother is. It's part of the bonding. That comes from goes all the way back to mammals. That doesn't even come just from the human.
No, but
If
I'm
you,
saying
if
the
you look at,
brain. The brain
if you
picks up
look
on
at
sounds.
mammals in captivity or even in the wild, you will see that when the mother calls them, they know the mother's voice to distinguish it from all others. It's just like most mums can distinguish their own baby's cry. A lot of people think they can't, but they can. Most mums can tell which cries mean what. But yeah, after a while they do. They know whether it's a cry through pretense, whether it's a cry through tantrum, whether it's a cry through pain, whether it's a cry because they're hungry. Most mums are very instinct at it once they get used to it. It comes along with practice and instinct, part nurture. It happens. And I would say even dads too. I bet if you ask Velle, there's been times that his kids have fell over and they're crying, but you run faster sometimes than other times because you know that one time they fell over, but it's not that bad. But another time they're actually screaming, and you think, "Oh my God, that is
Yeah,
really."
you know, no, he's hurt himself this time. Let me quickly run around that.
Yeah,
His
yeah.
shoe.
No, you do. You know, it's instinct, and you learn it.
Yeah, man. Obviously, like I'm not saying that people will never recognize race. Yeah, I'm just saying that the timeline that I think Ralph was saying for children or sort of babies, newborns to recognize the race of their parent or that they are, I feel like that was a bit short.
You got to understand what Ralph pushes is for ultimate. He says it himself. He's more racist than what other. It's right at the top of the purity scale. So as far as he's concerned, which is quite interesting actually, why he thinks like that. But as far as he's concerned, he just wants to separate everything. Everything to be segregated. Everything. And the only reason that I've come to, because I like watching people, the only reason that I think that Ralph might be like that is because he, in his own country, is very, very. He wants people to go back to his own country and build up his own country or something like that. Because otherwise, I can't see any reasoning in why he's being like he is.
He's the spook that sat by the door. Yeah, the ultimate plan is to get Indian power. That's what the ultimate plan is. Yeah, but he's playing the long game.
Yeah, I think I might tend to agree with you there a little bit. Because otherwise, there's no sense to what he says or what he does. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, because like you're saying, when Nine Ether was saying to him about bringing back the days of
of pea bashing and all them sort of stuffs there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, right, that people like his pops would have got chased down the road and smashed up for just going to work, let alone if he dared to try to hold his hands up to defend himself.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? Like, and worse. So it weren't like, it was like, right, in them days that man's talking about, it was all like, yeah, it was one happy family and everything was all nice. There was still bad issues and problems that wasn't fixed or wasn't prepared for or whatever at that time.
Yeah. Ralph's just interesting to me for different reasons to what everybody else are sort of like horrified by him. I just find it intriguing.
Ruff's a funny guy. So.
Yeah.
I mean, not Ralph. Ralph is my G. You got me? Ralph. Oh, man, I keep getting them mixed up. Ralph is a funny guy. He's a mad guy. He's on some different shit. I don't know what he's on.
Ralph had little good points still, man.
Yeah, Ralph is a smart guy. But listen, you can't finesse. Yeah, listen, you can't be an Indian guy, yeah, and finesse the right wingers like this if you ain't got some sort of plan or smartness about it. You know what I'm saying? How's man finessing man like that?
Yeah, but be honest now to yourself. Some of the points what he's bringing up, you wouldn't want that for Africans to have for themselves and in Africa.
What point?
Like what?
Like Africa or wherever, South Africa for the South
Yeah, but
African.
what point? What point do you mean though?
Like South Africa for the Koya Sands.
South Africa for the Koya Sands. That's not none of his points. He's never made that point. He just says Britain, England for the English, but he's not English.
Yeah, but it's like the same thing, and it what's good for the goose should be good for the gander.
No. But all right, check it like this then, yeah. So do you agree with? He said that he wants more rights for English people and less rights for people that are not English in England. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you want less rights for yourself in England, yeah?
So what about but what about Africans? Why should Africans have less rights than other people that come to Africa than the people that grow there?
Oh, I see what you mean like that. I thought, well, I would put it
Why should Africans have less rights or more rights?
Yeah, than other people that just come there.
What do you mean just come there? They're not talking about people that come there. We're talking about the people that live there. So you live in England now. Yeah, I'm asking you, do you think that you should have less rights than someone from England because your parents ain't English?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah?
The same thing with Jamaica. The Jamaicans should have more rights than the Chinese and all the other people that come there.
Right, I'm kind of both, because my position is this: if you're born in this country, no matter what colour you are, you should have equal rights. If you're newly arrived, there should be some services that you don't, apart from the basics, which is healthcare. But
they don't though. So when you're a new arrival to England, you're not on the housing register. You're not on the you can't. I don't know if you can even just get a job straight away. You have to have a certain amount of. You have to have a certain amount. Actually, I know someone that's married to a man from Jamaica. Yeah. And they're a school teacher. Obviously, they're doing the well. They've got their own property they've paid for. The mortgage is nearly finished. Yeah. So they're married to a guy from Jamaica. When he's been over here for a little while, you can't get no work or whatever. Yes, they have to have a certain amount of money to come over with. Yeah, so his wife had to show that she was going to have a certain amount of money to maintain them two's living standards for the time that they was going to be here and all that says.
Yeah, that is my stance, Velle, that we have already got the best laws possible and that we should be using those laws properly. I don't like illegal. I don't think we should be accepting every single illegal migrant that's coming in from Dover. I don't, especially when they've come from France. There's no reason for them to come here. I might make an exception for somebody that's fucking fell out of an aeroplane or something if they survive, or really gone through some disaster, or come through the ports and declared themselves seeking asylum. That to me would be different, because at least, but when they're just sneaking across from Dover and coming in illegally, and I do think that we need to buffer on the borders. I really do, for the sake of everybody that lives here.
It's got to be tough on the border.
Yeah, but I would like to see immigration, the system changed anyway. I would like to see I would like to see a two-streaming system. So you have one.
Yeah, but wait, before you get on to the next bit, yeah, because I'm a bit confused here. Do you agree or disagree with Ralph's point that English people should have more rights in England than other people whose parents are not come from England, or they may have come from another country?
Not permanently. That's the difference. The way the law stands at the moment, when people first come in, there's some things they can't access for 5 years. I'm quite happy with that. I think people should be here for an amount of time and show that they're going to integrate and everything else. But I do think there should be what I call like a probation period, where if anything goes wrong, like they commit a crime, a serious crime, by the way, not just fucking driving ticket, but say they rape someone, or they murder someone, or they get themselves involved in illegal activities that like drug dealing or anything like that.
So you get deported. Do you know how much people have been deported? Do you know how much people I know that's been deported? That went to school. They ain't got a British passport. Yeah, they went to school over here. Yeah, and they went on a bad boy thing. But went jail. Thought they're coming there. Told everyone they're coming out on so and so time. When they come out, the immigration's waiting for them at the gateway, taking them straight on a plane to drop them off to
if they're not
Jamaica,
legal.
Congo, Nigeria, Ghana. Do you know what I'm saying? That.
Yeah, but I think that's just if they're not legal. If they're not legal and they've got themselves involved in shit, they shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have done that. Do you know what I mean? Look, I don't like illegal immigrants, but if coming in, right, I'm against that. I'm not going to lie, I'm against it. But if you are here and you're already here and you're illegal, at least keep your head down and do only good things until you can legalize yourself. Don't go running.
But if that law's already in place, though, Jupiter, yeah, what extra rights was like Ralph tried to say that
I don't know. You'd have to ask
natural
him.
English people should be having them, because like all the stuff sort of that we're talking about now, the rules are already in place for that to not happen or whatever.
Yeah,
if you do commit a crime.
I think he's in the chat. Let him back on. Tell him to come back on and explain what he means. I'm not sure. I think I know. I once had a conversation, if I recollect, with him, where he was saying something about to do with the numbers. If you got to so many, then you wouldn't allow someone to become a British citizen or something like that. I'm not sure. You'll have to ask him when he comes on. Ralph takes it to the extreme. I call him an extremist. He doesn't like that, I don't think, but I don't think he really cares. Ralph likes it when people are disgusted with him. To him, that's foreplay.
But in a way, it's kind of Christian, because really and truly, even I see the indigenous people of this land getting put to the back burner, i.e., the Scottish, the Irish, and some of the English, due to some of the policies and certain things what goes on. And I see in the same thing in the Caribbean, all over the Americas, same thing in Australia, same thing in Africa. So it's like everybody wants to do for themselves. Everybody want to be center stage. Everybody wants to have their chance of showing some sort of democracy or their way of utopia, in a sense. And I think it's good and that everybody has their individual chance, if you know what I mean.
Yo,
Yeah.
Turok, while Ralph's back on the panel, yeah, is it right? Maybe is it right if I ask him the question, and obviously because he was talking about the point Sammy was making. Ralph, what are the extra laws or things that should be in place for what we'll call a natural English person, rather than
Well, that's easy.
over everyone else in England? Yeah,
Easy access to state housing, access to the NHS, access to languages in schools. English people should have precedence in all those things. So if a new family arrive from India or Pakistan or Somalia, they don't get a house if there's a single English person waiting for a house. Simple
Yeah,
as
but
that.
they sort of don't though, because
But they
if
do right now.
there's like a housing, no, they don't. There's a housing register that you have to go on, and depending on the different levels of vulnerability for your housing is what sort of level you get placed at, and some people
But
will
that's not how
wait
it
up
really
to 10
works,
years.
everybody. Yeah, that's not how it really works. The priority is given to the single parents, kings, families arriving. So if you look at just Tower Hamlets, Borough, I know well. I know Hampstead, Camden Borough, Tower Hamlets. Yeah, you're going to get straight up serving the community that's there first. So obviously, newly arrived immigrants always move to a community with the other immigrants that's there, and they mutually get housing. Right? So every person arrives who gets housing. A new family of four arrives, gets housing. They should never get it before an English person. Same with school places, same with GP, same with NHS. This stuff is not built for foreigners. So there's a simple rules.
Sort of not how it works, though.
Yeah, I know. That's what we would
That's sort
change.
of not how it works, though.
That's
You're
not how
saying
it works right now. Yeah.
But you're saying that
there's no
you're saying
precedence
that,
given to English people. Yeah. I'm saying English
but
people
you're
should be put
saying that.
first.
Yeah, but no, because you're saying precedent is given to foreigners that come to the country, mainly illegal immigrants.
No, legal ones, because they're immediately homeless. So if you're a new family arriving, you've just got your residence, you don't have a job, you have nowhere to go, you have no money, you get bumped right up. You come only second to like pregnant women and stuff. And so no foreigner should ever get a house before but no foreigner should get a house before an English person. Or a school place.
You don't. That's not how it works, though, Ralph. Well, like the way you're saying it is not how.
That's how it works in practice.
Not how it works.
You know, we have 2,000 people, 2,300 people arrive a day to England. 2,300 people a day. Do you think they all bought houses on day one? Do you think they all paid 12 months rental when they came from like poor parts of the world? No, they got straight into social housing.
Wait,
the government,
You're
the
saying
government
illegal
does that
immigrants
for
are
them.
getting housed faster than
Legal, I don't care about illegal.
British
Illegal is
people.
a small number. Yeah, because they get bumped straight away because
Yeah,
they're immediately homeless.
legal or legal, whatever. You're
I don't
just
care
saying
about
that
illegal.
immigrants in
Forget
general.
illegal. Just talk about legal. Just make it easy. Just legal immigrants. They're straight away bumped up because they're immediately classified as homeless, right?
Just whatever. Immigrants in general, yeah.
Correct,
You're
because
saying that
they've never been to England before.
quicker
Yeah,
than
they've never been to England before.
British
They get
people.
school place. Yeah, they get school place. They get bumped up the list because they're immediately homeless, right?
And that's not what
So they're
happens.
classified as homeless because they're immediately homeless. So they're
Hey,
only homeless.
can you actually show us where that has happened? Can you show us a case where
I
that
can
has
bring up
happened?
stuff
That
for
where
you.
they've shown a case of wait, hold on. Let me set the standards at least first of all, yeah. So where there's like an English family who's at top priority of getting a place, where there's been a family that's come over from wherever war-torn place, and they've been housed in front of that family, or they've taken that hospital bed off of someone that's already in the bed or next in line for that or something like that. Because I don't think that's how it works, bro.
Yeah, so look, there's 2,300 people a day when they arrive here. Do you think they just bought a house when they arrived? How do you think they got housed, Velle?
Yeah, that's not. They don't just walk into houses.
So how do they get housed? 2,300 every day. Yesterday 2,300. Today 2,000. Which houses do they get?
2,300 people don't get housed. Are you so wait? You're saying that as soon as you come in from Dover or Cornwall or whatever where you get into the country?
No, not illegal refugees. They're put up in
wait.
hostels. They're put up in hostels. I'm talking about actual immigrants who applied for citizenship and got the citizenship. Not the guys who are coming over the dinghies. Those guys should be shot at sea. I'm talking about the guys who actually came legally.
Right, so you're saying the actual. So so listen, I gave an example already. Yeah, I know someone that's married, a school teacher. Yeah, a Jamaican, born in the UK, is married to a Jamaican man from Jamaica, and
she had to show that she could, for the amount of time, at least I think it was 3 to 6 months, and have like I think it was 20 to 30 grand in a savings account for if they do run out of whatever funds. You know that they had to show a lot of different stuff before he had come over, and she's got her own place anyway, so it weren't like she was going.
Yeah, I think there's different criteria
going to get another place or anything.
Yeah, definitely. There's different criteria for migrants, but the majority of housing, social healthcare, if you look at, I'll bring up the data piece sometimes, Velle, it goes to the new migrants. The government is doing this deliberately because remember, the government wants the migrants in because it gives them a new source of GDP. So this is a part of it. It's not just a casual thing.
Hold on a sec. So you wait. You just said wait. Hold on, Ralph. We gotta go slow sometimes, yeah.
I gotta slow it down. Like I see
you're firing up on our points. Yeah, you gotta slow it down.
Slow it down.
Yeah. Listen to this, yeah. You said you said what did you say? You said about repeat what you just said again. So it's just gonna happen.
2,300 new people arrive a day. Some of them will have a certain amount of economic capacity, depending on what class of migrants they when they got in. Did they get in by chain migration? How they got in here? I'll talk about the refugee cases, and the vast majority of them
migrants. Are we talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, just I'm talking about proper legal ones who've applied. Yeah, proper legal ones have applied to come from Pakistan.
Legal migrants, people that.
I'm not thinking about Dover people.
They've been allowed in.
Yeah, a vast majority of them go get straight social housing, welfare spending, expenditure. They get social security money. They should get none of this.
No, you don't. That's a lie. You don't. Dark Magician. If Dark Magician's in the chat, yeah, he works in this field. Yeah, like he's like a solicitor, but he works in this field. Yeah, he'll tell you. I don't really work in this field.
Remember, you asked me.
I know that. Wait, hold on. Listen, I'm saying that if you're an immigrant, yeah, you can't claim benefits. You can't claim benefits as you get off the plane. That's not how it works, bro. You have to get a national insurance number and do some work first of all.
Yeah. You've got to do basic kind of stuff. But the majority of people coming will immediately, except unless they're high professionals, will immediately be taking. So you asked me something I would change, right? They'll be taking from the social welfare system, the housing stock, the hospital places. And I don't think they should be taking any of those things in a nation state. They should be put at the back of the queue behind any English person.
Yeah, but there's
so that what you said when I said not treated equally. Yeah, you said not treated equally. That's what I mean.
What's not treated equally?
So what I'm saying is they shouldn't be treated equally. So you come here, let's say you're a family of 4, you came here from India or Pakistan, and you got over here. Yeah, maybe you took a bit of claiming, a bit of benefits, whatever it is, you're settling. You shouldn't be in the NHS before an English person. You shouldn't get a school place before an English child. You should get first choice of school. You should definitely not get social housing. You should definitely not get any money from the state. You're not English.
Is there a special benefit that you can claim when as an illegal immigrant or as an immigrant when you first come here? Because I thought how was you able to get immigration status?
There are vouchers that they give them, and from an immigration lawyer friend that I know, he says that if they've got children, what happens is they can claim for children, and that's
exactly
what they live off.
You see, children immediately bump you up all the lists, right? Having kids just puts you up the list immediately, even for natives. But what happens is that's the cost of some other English person. So right now the problem is it's not that they're treated specially; they're treated equally. That's the problem. It's not that they're given special benefits; they're given equal benefits, and that's what I would say is wrong. Or it's not something I wouldn't want to see. Right? You just came over here. You're a nice family of 4 for India. You came over because you're
being treated equally. That's what.
Yeah, you should give me an example of something where you take their rights and not make them equal. Housing, education.
I'll get your argument now. So you're against. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You're right, buddy. It's good. Change the like mobile.
Yeah,
We're doing all right.
I was saying. I was saying. That immigrants get treated equal. So you don't want immigrants to be treated equal.
God no. What should they?
What? So if you're ill, and English white person's ill, yeah, you're saying that, and you got to the hospital before them. If they come to the hospital and their illness is the same as yours, they should be put in front of you to get treatment.
I think you should be getting free NHS if you're an immigrant now. Be paying for it.
I see. Now this is
you
where
you shouldn't be able to get treatment off the NHS. But
Yeah.
so wait, hold on. So but as an immigrant, do you say that you should immigrants be paying towards national insurance as well?
Once they paid enough into the national insurance, then they should. Yeah, if they paid in, let's say, 2 years worth of NI, 3 years worth of NI
So if they pay national insurance, they should be able to use NHS.
If they paid enough national
if they don't pay national insurance, they can't.
Yeah, so let's say I'd say something like 3 years, for example, right?
They paid enough national insurance.
Yeah, so they put
Yeah.
enough into the pot.
But you see, this is where I'm different to Ralph Velle. I agree with what Ralph's saying, but I believe anyone born in Britain should go before the immigrant, whereas he believes English.
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah.
If you have a heart attack, okay, I'll have that exception. If you have a heart attack, okay. Oh, you have a heart attack, I'll treat that as a special case. But you need to have a hip operation. Nah, you wait. Or you haven't actually ever paid into the NHS, you don't get anything. NHS is built on the back of people that weren't you. You shouldn't have what they built. Like this way, Velle, I came around your house, yeah? You've got kids or whatever, yeah? Do I get the rights before your kids? Not in your house, right?
If
I came to your house, yeah, Velle? Should I have rights before your children? Suppose I came to your house, yeah? I wanted to crash out. Should I have that right to crash?
But my house in the country, though. Wait. My house,
that's all right.
My house in the country, man.
Yeah, I can find you wherever you are.
My house is a house in the country.
But if I came to your house, would I have benefits over your children? Who'd have more rights in your house? Your children, your wife, or me?
Easy.
Must have been something I said, man. Like radio silence.
Yeah, no, sorry, man. I've got the kids in the background, innit, man? I just wrestling and that.
You have to learn to send them to work, man.
So, yeah, they're all right. They come out with work. They do actually come to work with you, so.
But that's an example of what most nation states would want to do, right? Yeah, so I was very ill once in my life. A couple of times I was very ill, and I had to go to hospital. I was flown to Japan because I was in Southeast Asia. I mean, the Japanese are the best medicine, the second best medicine in the world. I fucking had to pay a fortune. Japanese people didn't have to pay anything.
You didn't get no.
Japanese, yeah, I had to pay full on. It cost me a lot of money. No, I got dengue fever. I was really ill. I had to have some shit done and stuff. I was in hospital for a few months. It cost a fortune. But Japanese people didn't have to pay.
You didn't get the insurance though. You didn't get.
Yeah, but the principle is but the principle being that the Japanese people shouldn't pay for me. I'm Japanese.
But they never paid. They never paid for you though.
No, they didn't.
You went there on holiday. Talking about someone going on holiday. Wait, hold on. So if someone's on holiday, they should pay for their thing about. But you was on holiday. I'm talking about. So if you lived in Japan and you was working there, yeah, and their system was that you was the same as what? I don't really get the point that you're trying to make.
I mean, the point is, what I'm trying to say is very simple. Let's say you have so many council houses in England, or let's say London. There's so many council houses in London. Not a single one should go to a non-British person, as long as there's one British person who needs a house. You don't get first dibs over the English in England. Simple as that, man.
But no one does though.
Yeah, they do.
No one does though.
They effectively do.
By register.
Yeah, but within the registered system, look, mate, I live in Tower Hamlets. Yeah, I live in Tower Hamlets.
The most vulnerable. Wait, Ralph. The most vulnerable people are at the top of the list, isn't it? So disabled person is
homeless.
Is higher up on the list. Yeah,
homeless is very high.
Then a single.
Yeah.
Then a single.
But new migrants, right? I have a friend. I have a friend.
Disabled person will be higher than homeless.
Right? Imagine this, Velle. Somebody comes in as an immigrant, right, legal or otherwise, with a disabled kid. And there's someone who's been waiting at the top of the list for 5 years, just about to be offered a place. That person comes in because it's got a minor and it's disabled, they will be zombie.
But Jupiter, not just disabled. If you look at just, I'll give you real experiences from Stepney and Tower Hamlets.
Wait, hold
Tower
on.
Hamlets is, Tower Hamlets is run by the Bengali people. It's a 70-60% Bengali area. All the new Bengali migrants move to Bengali areas. They're immediately classified as homeless because they've just got here, and they bumped up the list by the homeless criteria. Whereas an English person living here has been waiting on Jupiter, probably verify you got mates who've been waiting for 10 years on the housing list, right?
Yeah, my
They're
daughter
never
just
getting that.
after 10 years.
Yeah, not getting a, taking 10 years to get a house. But all the 2,000 people arrived, they shouldn't get houses first too. Something as simple as that, man. Nothing complicated, not hard to execute.
So, but I'm saying that. How do you? So, are you saying that in the UK, when people were offered housing, that the council write to them and give them housing, or is there like a process that you got to go through? Is there forms that you need to fill in, or you know what I'm saying? Like, I thought
it's a
it was
process based on
different
points. It's a process based on a point
than
system.
they
But
give
one of
you
the things that
housing.
bumps you up, is you're homeless.
Yeah.
So if you, let's say, two people came from Somalia, they have two kids, they're homeless, they're legal British citizens, they arrived the first week, they immediately get bumped up the list, but they're homeless.
Yeah, so
But they only just got here.
You're saying that. Wait, hold on. You're saying that someone that's homeless, yeah, shouldn't be housed faster than someone that's actually already got a house.
Not they're not.
I haven't got a problem with them being put in a hostel. Why should they be given a property or a house, or even if they were given a flat? Look, some of these people are coming from places where they all live in
But are they given like a permanent address, or are they given like a temporary accommodation? That is temporary until they get.
So do you know, Velle, do you know London well?
That's
Yeah? Do you know London well, Velle?
Do you know where? Where?
Do you know London well? Yeah.
Yeah, a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, you know London well, do you? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know do you know where Somerstown is, right? King's Cross.
Somertown.
Yeah. So there's a large
In
Somali
King's Cross, did you
community.
say,
Yeah, King's Cross. Yeah, large Somali community. A lot of Somali people move there when they first get here into Somertown's King's Cross. I know a lot of people there, third generation English, third generation Irish. They can't. None of their kids are getting a house. All going to the new Somali people. Every house. They've been waiting 15 years, 20 years, scared they lose their council house. New Somali families straight in.
I don't know about that, man.
I'm telling you,
I don't know if that's definitely true.
And it gets a lot of resentment with the working class British people. The working class, the poor working class British people are very resentful about that.
Yeah. Even black British is
Because that don't seem right though. Like that you can move from
can
move from another country to one country.
I thought that's fairly common knowledge, but maybe I'm right.
Yeah, it's common knowledge.
And Jupiter, would you agree? Resentment, how Jupiter? Would you agree there's resentment as well? A lot of white working class people are very resentful.
Yeah. Right across the working classes, even the black community that have been born here, second, third generation, been the same. They're all stuck. I know. Ralph would say, "Well, don't worry about them as much," but even the people, they're angry. They're up in tower blocks. They're being stuck in tower blocks with their kids, sharing a bedroom until they're 16. A lot of the councils have changed the laws now. If you've got a roof over your head, your children can share a bedroom, despite the sex, until they're 16, which is absolutely disgusting. Whilst people who are homeless are coming in and getting a whole home for their family.
And you're right, Jupiter. It's not just white working class; it's the working class are angry. So recent polls I saw, for example, the immigrants who are non-white are very against immigration.
Wait. On that point there, yeah, because that means we're shifting, or you're shifting the blame on the immigrants.
I'm not blaming the immigrants
coming to the place, and not to the people that's providing the places for the immigrants.
I'm blaming the people giving them houses. I'm not blaming. I won't blame a Somali family who came here. They came from a Somaliland. They come to King's Cross. They suddenly get a house. It's not their fault. Of course, they would take it. It's a fault of the system that allows it to happen. They should not be allowed to happen.
So you're
I'm
against
not
the
blaming.
system,
I'm
then,
not. I
yeah?
understand why the immigrant will want that. Yeah, the immigrant's going to be. Yeah, I'll take that shit.
Yeah,
It's
of
better
course
than
they
living
are.
in
Yeah,
Mogadishu.
but wait,
Yeah,
wait. So are you against the system or are you against the immigrant?
I'm against a system that permits the immigration.
Yeah, we're against the system. We want that changed. I would want that changed as well.
Yeah, I don't hate the immigrant for doing that. I hate is not a Christian
So
value anyway.
what's the best process to get policies changed that the government implement?
Political power or the threat of war.
Hmm?
They're not going to
Political
listen
power or
any
the
other
threat
way.
of war?
Yeah, it's the other way to change it, isn't it?
Right, so step one, then, how do you get political power?
You got to make the people change their minds.
That sounds too easy, but and how does that work?
A lot of work, man. You got to wear the t-shirts. You gotta, hey, you got Knox in the chat. Hey, Knox. Yeah, but you have to change people's mind. Look, Jupiter's right as well, right? I saw recent polls from 3 different polls. Someone sent me 3 different survey poll data sets, and the majority of non-white British people, if there's such a thing, are completely opposed to immigration in the lower classes for the very same reason. Working class people from the Windrush generation, working class people, second generation immigrants, they're the ones who get hurt the most by new immigrants.
Yep.
Rich white people don't, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah. So black and brown
wait,
migrants are against
but
migration.
it's not. But you've never voiced your complaint to the people that can actually make the change.
Yeah, we
Which seems
do.
that with
Quite regularly. Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Yeah, it seems like Wait, let me finish, man. Let me finish. Yeah, it seems like it's voiced to the people who haven't got a choice in the thing. Well, all they do is follow the rules of what's already set out. So the rules are set out. You need to do this, that, and the other. They do this, that, and the other, and then when they get whatever is offered to them, now they're looked at as demons because they followed the rules that's set out by the country.
Well, you
In a
can
way,
understand. Go ahead, George.
yeah, I was going to say, in a way, he's correct, because when you get to vote for your local Labour councillor, right, a lot of the community don't vote at all. Okay,
Yeah.
so they don't vote and get in somebody that would actually make the changes. And unfortunately, Labour has made a very good a good case. Yeah, they've been able to convince people that they're actually for the people when they're not. They're actually for outsiders over insiders. And what I mean by people that are already here, that have got legal citizenship or that are born here, right, are the ones suffering the most. For
Especially the working class.
Coming outside, yeah, especially the working class. And the reason is because they want these people coming in from outside to be their new voters. They're only worried about power. They're not really worried about solving problems, which is why I left Labour. I used to vote Labour for years, and I left them. I mean, that Ralph looks down on me for that, and I left them. I left them because they weren't doing nothing for the working class. They were meant to be for the working class, and they sold us out a long time ago.
Correct. Yeah, Labour is no longer the party of the English working class; it's the party of the newly arrived migrant. Right? It used to be 20, 30 years ago, the Labour supported all the working class, black, white, or brown. Now they just support the foreigner. That's what they do. Yeah, they've lost, and that's why the Conservatives won with such a landslide. They won by the white working class left vote. We're just fed up, right? And even Knox, I know Knox in real life, Knox in the chat. Knox is saying the same thing where he lives. Eastern Europeans, fresh off getting houses.
But wait,
why should Eastern European white guy? So no racism. Why is a white Eastern European getting a house?
Hold on a sec. Now, slow down, because we need to take it step by step. Yeah.
You sound like IC3, man. Hail IC3.
District. Yeah. You get me? You gotta slow it down. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Before I forget, yeah. Again, yeah. So you're saying that more Labour supporters voted Conservatives because of the housing situation.
Not just, but yeah, that's one of the reasons.
But that was the point that you made here. The main point that was just made then, yeah. But the council houses that the poorest of England cherish and need was sold off by the Conservatives.
Thatcher started in 1984.
Yes, we agree. No one's gonna say that didn't happen. And that was a double-edged sword. Because what it allowed working class people to do was to be able to get into the game of making a profit from the house that they'd lived in and paid rent in for not hundreds, but for many years. You know, when you work out what somebody as a council tenant actually pays in rent for their lifetime, they've bought the house over more than
Definitely
once.
a mortgage, yeah.
Right.
And you see the fear, right? There's a couple of old timers I speak to a lot up the street. There's one old guy I like a lot with his dog. He's 89 now. And he says, look, if I leave my council house, they try to kick me out. Anything, they're just going to give it to the local Bengalis, right? So he's fought that. His whole family have moved to Essex, out in the way. Some have moved to Kent. And he's like an old, kind of really stubborn old guy with his dog. And he's like, I'm not going. I'm never giving up my council house to one of these people. So he's sitting there almost angry and
He said that to
spiteful.
you, yeah?
Yeah. He said that to me because he said he couldn't give the place to his kids.
Then he's laughing because of your
Hey, what can I say, man? Hey, Velle, man, you got to learn to mix with all the races, fam. You got to learn to talk to white people, bro.
Yeah,
you got to learn to. I can teach
listen,
you how to
man, I
talk to
talk
white
white
people,
all the
dude.
time, mate. Yeah,
Huh?
but I talk to white people all the time, man.
Yeah, but if you learn to talk to people, and he just says, and on principle, he wanted to pass it on to his kids. He's been there since 1930 something, and he's like, they're
Yeah,
like, nah.
Wait, hold on. If it's a council property, how does he have the right to want to pass on the council property to the
Because
children?
they've changed all the legislation because all that is controlled by your local authority, not by national law. So it's by council.
How do you, as a council tenant, who's been paying rent in a council? Wait, hold on. If it's a council property, how do you have the right to pass on your council property to the children?
You did. You used to. When you used to be a council tenant, didn't matter your heritage. Once you had council property, if you was a permanent resident, you was able to change it down once, and that was because quite often, in the olden days, the houses were in the man's name, and when the man died, obviously the wife had to step up and take over the tenancy. So they had that loophole that allowed you to pass it down just once. So what a lot of people did was they passed it down to their children, right? But they've changed the law on, but there is a way around that. I'm not going to tell people what it is because I'll have everybody doing it, and it won't be fair. But there is a way around it. There is a legal way around that as well.
But it's all trickery, isn't it, Jupiter? Because the natural way, even in the 80s, you remember this, Jupiter, even in the 80s, until the late 80s, early 90s, you could pass on your council house to your kids. You can't do that anymore automatically. They're going to assess you as soon as you try to do that because you know who they're going to put in? The newly arrived 2,300 a day. Come on in from India, Bangladesh. Come on in from Somaliland.
Who they'll put in place is whoever's on top of the list that's been waiting for a new property. The same sort of people that you've been complaining about. The people that's waiting at the top of the list for ages. But wait, hold on, because it's like it's like sometimes it's like having cake and eating it, like because you can't say that it's a shame that you can't pass it down to your kids no more, and the people at the top of the list ain't able to get flats as well. Do you know what I mean? Because it's got to be one or the other. How can the people pass it down to their kids?
Well, no, traditionally they've always you got more kids or grandkids than me. You've always been able to pass it on to your children until about the late 90s, mid-late 90s.
You was talking about. Remember, first of all, the complaint was. Wait, hold on. The first complaint, was that the immigrants are coming and just going to the top of the list. What about the people at the top of the list? Yeah, and then it was obviously we've Chinese whispered a little bit now. So we was talking about being able pass laws that you was able to do before. You was able to pass down your house to the council. I mean, to your next of kin, which I still think that's a fair thing. Yeah, you might have been able to do, but then it's still like, right, what about the people at the top of the list? It's like,
right, I'm going to explain. When those things happen, people very rarely use the law, apart from when their husband died. Okay, to make sure that the wife didn't get thrown out when she still had children at home. People very rarely use the law, but when they started bringing in immigrants, and their children wasn't getting housing, they decided that they'd use that law to make sure that their children got housing through them. So they, when they died, the tenancy transferred. Yeah.
Or even if they left, for example, they could still do it by transferring it, right?
Labour realised that that's what the tenants were doing, and they've taken that right away now. There is a way around it, right? There is a way around it because, as with housing, there's always criterias, right? And if you fit the criteria, they can't remove you from the house. But I'm not going to go into what
let me make the question to sort of
Jordan
what I
M.
meant. Yeah, I was
Jordan M.
wait, hold on a second, Rafi, hold on. Yeah, I was saying more council property, like you're saying, like a council property that's about to become vacant, not like the children are still living at the house or the partner, the wife stood, what the husband died or whatever. Obviously, most people would say 9 out of 10 people should say obviously the family that's still living in the house should still be living in the house. It's not that. It was more. I was more talking about the place is about to become vacant, and someone else has passed it down to their children instead of the top of the list getting the housing property.
Well, yeah, because
why there's a housing shortage.
We're not saying that. I'm not saying that's right. I think it's a bit wicked if you're living in a house. And you could go to a smaller property and you could give that home up to somebody that's got a family. I agree with you. However, if I know it's not going to go to one of my countrymen, this is where I agree with Ralph. When I say countrymen, I don't mean just English people. This is where we differ. I mean anybody born here. If I know it's not going to go to somebody that's one of my countrymen, it's going to go to someone who's just stepped off a fucking boat, then I'll fucking stay here because it's my right to stay here.
Yeah, but you don't know. How do you? This is what I'm trying to say. That how do you know who's going to get the? Because imagine, yeah,
we've been seeing what's been happening.
There's people that have lived there for longer than. Wait, hold on. There's people that's lived there for longer than I've been alive, that don't speak English. So you might have thought that they come here yesterday. So how do you know that the people that have been placed into the property are not people that have been there waiting and they're next in line on the council list?
I'll tell you how I know. Not only have I dealt with housing services when with my children when they've needed properties or they've say for example they've been private renting and then the landlord decides he wants to sell the property and everything else, they suddenly become homeless. They're no longer living at home. They could come back home, but at the same time, I've now separated because my elder kids are from my first marriage, right? My younger ones, they're not old enough for all this, right? So I'm now separated from him. The house I live in isn't big enough to take in extra people. The house he lives in isn't big enough to take in extra people, right? Because he's still got certain people living there that they've grown up. They're men now. They've got the rooms to themselves. Whereas when they were boys, they could share with their brother and stuff. You can't move in a wife and that his family into that bloke's bedroom. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I have dealt with housing. I've had to go down there and argue with them on several occasions. Okay, and I'm telling you, I've seen people go in there that are not speaking, like you say, not speaking English. You will hear the interpreter interpreting very loudly between the two, and from that you get the whole story. There was one time I went down there. There was about 30 people that were Gurkhas, right? You know when they changed the law, they said Gurkhas could come here. All of a sudden, all these Gurkhas needed housing. They were all sitting in the housing. Everybody white was being chucked out of the housing, and they were there. And me being the big mouth that I am, I said, "What's going on here? Why are we all being chucked out?" And they're still thinking, I can hear what they're saying, but you think we're all deaf. We can hear what you're saying. We can hear what the problem is, what the issue is. But you think we're deaf.
Jupiter, do you remember from a while ago? Do you remember that?
But wait, hold on. You see that? Yeah, that's not who. That was something that was a policy that was made by the British government. Do you know what I'm saying? Because the Gurkhas helped the
council. It's not. It's local councils. And unfortunately,
but wait, hold on. But wasn't it that the Gurkhas helped during World War II? So there was people in government trying to fight. Wait. Let me finish here. That was trying to fight to make the Gurkhas have British passports so they could get council houses because they had fighted for So that's what I was trying to say. So when that the people in Parliament made it a law that the Gurkhas are now full British citizens and they deserve housing rights the same as any other British citizen. So that's the government more than not even the local council, because the local council just have to follow instruction from there.
It's not what you're getting through your head. We're not blaming the people. Right, so
Yeah,
overnight,
that's what I'm trying to say to you, though.
Overnight, they decided that they were going to bring in the law to allow them people to all be British and come and live here if they had the right to it. But what they didn't do was set in place procedures of how that was effectively going to work in reality. Number one, yes, you've got the right to come to Britain if you want to come and live in Britain. However, you need to sort yourself out accommodation. You need to sort yourself out way of living before you get here. This is where, in a way, I kind of understand where Ralph is going with this, even though I'm a Sivnat, because what he's saying is, even if it's authorized immigration, it still causes problems.
And the same for, let's say, the same for school places, the same for hospitals.
But wait. But I'm saying this is although we're saying the same things here. So we're all three of us are saying the same things here. That it's the government that's putting these policies in places. That means legal immigrants can come to the country to
it's a mixture of both.
To try to move it in, yeah. But wait. What the issue that I sort of have with, say, right wingers and sort of other sort of like right leaning sort of people, yeah, is that it doesn't seem like, to me, it doesn't seem like they put pressure on the people that can actually make the actual changes. They only put pressure on the people that have followed what the government says. That the government have granted these people status in the UK and told them to come here and this, that, and the other, and then you're going to put pressure on them for what the government has given them. You know what I'm saying?
But that's what the politics is about, Velle. We're no one in the right. If you look at all the right wing, you think all our content is about foreigners or Islam. No, I would say at least 65% of our content is against the globalists and against the government. You only see maybe like the race stuff and the religious stuff, but most of it is against the globalist government allying. Don't blame the migrant, blame the migration system, right? They shouldn't be here. They shouldn't have been allowed in here. And now look, another easy example of schools. Every study shows.
Wait. See, when you say
one second, every study shows you that school education depends on class size. The more and more migrants coming in, the worse the education is for everyone. Wealthier people can afford tuition and public school. The lower classes, working classes, they have to take the biggest brunt. You have school classes in London of 45 now size, 40, 45, 13, 20, 24 languages per school.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You see, this is where I say that I'm torn with the Chinese, with the Hong Kong, because I believe on the one hand, that we should bring them in because we're obligated. On the other hand, I don't think we should be bringing them in if the government aren't going to build more houses, more schools, and more surgeries before they bring them in, because
conservative government won't. This is what I don't really get. Sorry, go on, finish your poetry. I can't be there.
Yeah, but it's not really down to the Conservative government, because they can bring in rules and say, right, I'm going to give the local council more funds to do this, which they have done at times in the past. But it's down to the Labour councils how they go about working out those funds. Now, what they normally do, they say they regenerate. They're going to bring down all the flats. They're going to build houses. They're going to make more housing. What they actually do is they bring down the flats, and then they put up another load of flats. They have sort of like 20% of what they're built for social housing, and the other 80% they advertise abroad. And that's what they're doing all the time, Velle.
Yeah. And you know what? If you just step up for a second.
And you're saying that Labour governments are the only ones that are
No,
the Tories.
Just in general, then. You know what? Local councils. Wait, hold on. So local councils are building properties where they've got 20% social housing, 80% private housing, but they're advertising the private housing abroad.
Yeah.
And let's be clear, the conservative, like, so 2 months ago, from the last data set my software ingested, 2 months ago, the most number of migrants ever in the history of the United Kingdom came in under conservative government. So if you understand what's really happening is the conservatives don't care about the people because they care about economic growth. And you don't get economic growth out of successful white people. You get economic growth in the future out of poor migrants who the next generation are going to get educated. They eventually buy cars and fridges. The conservatives are selling out the people in exchange for money.
Yeah. So one's doing it because they want
So
to get back
what are the actions that are to be taken by the people, like the right wingers that are actually class themselves as the people, the true Brits or whatever? What are they doing about these liberties that's being taken by the government? Because
the only solution we can have, the
two
only
in a
real
bath,
solution
mate.
is
They're having a
you can
fucking two in a
stand.
bath, mate.
No, you can stand in the local elections, but local politics is notoriously difficult and notoriously controlled, for example, by certain things like cartels and unions. The only way is to change political power at the national level. And that's the only way the right are ever going to make a change, which is going to be to go after the right wing of the Conservative Party. We know us just under 60 MPs, we know who they are. They're closet nationalists, right? Those are the ones we have to go for. There's no other way to change it. There's no other way unless you want a war. Yeah? But in the meantime, every day, 2,300 new people and some white. I mean, look, we had our glass windows replaced, the huge sliding doors recently, and they're quite a very complicated piece of equipment. And this guy comes in all the way from Kent, around your way, Elton Way and stuff. He's got his 3 kids, Jupiter. He's in his 60s. He's still working because his kids can't get in the council houses. They've been on the list for 15 years. They're never going to get any cross for guarantee. And he's working his way into 60s. He's pushed off his retirement for 10 years. And he says, oh, no, but the new migrants, they keep getting fucking everything.
Yep.
This is a story of an ordinary English working class guy from Kent with his 3 sons along as apprentices. Because he can't, 20, 30 years ago, he would have been retired. But all those people have come in from India, Bangladesh, Nigeria, they've all got straight ahead of his sons. And that is just wrong. Now, I don't care if he was a black, I don't care if he's a black West Indian guy. I don't care if he's a black West Indian guy, for example, to make the argument. Yeah. He should be ahead of his sons.
Example for me, because I repeat that example for me, because
so this guy was in his late 60s.
What was ahead of his son?
His late 60s, from the Eltham area. His late 60s. He's a specialist in this kind of very sophisticated Swedish doors. They need to be fixed a certain way. He says a specialist craft. He should have retired 10, 15 years ago, but his kids can't buy a house and they can't get in the housing. They can't get council houses. They've worked. They've never been like out of work. He's been training them, but he has to keep supporting them. But in his area, they keep shipping in new migrants who get houses straight away.
Yeah.
It's a very, very common story.
So is that, so why is what's the part as the migrant played in to be blamed for that situation happening?
Well, can you imagine how he feels about the migrants and his sons?
Yeah, but whether he can, it doesn't matter how he feels about the migrant. What part of the migrant played in his son not being able to be housed?
They took his house from his sons.
Well, the migrants.
How did they take his house from his son?
If they had not been here, his sons would have a house.
Exactly, Billy.
Okay, but who made it possible? Who made it possible for the migrant to get the house in the first place in front of his son? This is the actual point. That
if you want to keep going back to the question is how far do you want to go back to play the blame game?
No, but but you lot keep. But wait, hold on. It's like you lot keep saying the same thing. Yeah, you're not blaming migrants here, but then when I point out whose issue, who's giving these places, who's giving out the passports, who's giving out the visas, who's giving out the council properties, who gives out the national insurance card, what's the reason the migrants are, or the migration levels,
listen, the ones that are working and contributing, I ain't got a problem with them, so you need to understand that. Because I
understand what you're saying, but I'm just trying to make a point.
Their own property or rent privately. I'm not bothered about them.
The point that come in. I'm trying to make is the point I'm trying to make is is about the migrant is actually following the laws of the land and the route that the council, the government have set out for them to try to get in to the places. So it's not them, it's not the immigrants or the migrants' fault that they're getting housed at a
do that?
faster rate than local people, if that's the way
Velle, you're right.
it
Velle,
may
you're
look
right.
to
But the
some people.
migrants, you're right, Velle. But the migrants are still going to face the wrath of the people. You think
Yeah.
the people are going to resent the globalist system, or they're going to resent the Somali guys who moved into the house they should have had because they lived there for 30 years? Who do you think they're going to blame?
Yeah, it's who they're going to blame. But again, like it's trying to, but I keep trying to say is that they're taking the soft route. They're taking the easy way out because they're not going to the people that are actually causing the issues in the place. They're going. They're
But
going
Velle,
to the
that's not
people
true. Why do you
that's
think we got Brexit?
following the.
Why do you think we got Brexit? They are taking it straight to the politicians, and they're
Right.
taking the anger to the streets. They're doing both things. They're not just doing one instead of the other. That's why you got Brexit. It was a big fuck you to the British establishment, going and fuck off. Well, for the same reason, and now we expect more.
Everybody assumes that everybody on the right is happy with Boris. No, we are not. Boris don't
Not when
pull
he
his
has the most amount of migration ever.
The fact of the matter is, Velle, that the one sure way of getting justice in this country is to put political pressure if we don't want to use violence, right? But what we need, and this is truthful, what we need are indigenous people. I say they're indigenous anyway. Ralph will say they're not, but people that are born here, people of colour that don't vote, you need to get out, wake up to what is going on, and you need to vote and help the fight, united with each other, to sort out this country so that it works for the benefit of all of us that should have a right to the benefits, not people that are coming in from outside. People get
If you don't listen to Jupiter, we'll be there to make sure it's not as nice a message. Right?
The fact is, what you're not understanding is, right, you, me, my grandparents, they all paid into this system for the benefit of their future children, whether people like it or not. They did not believe that they were paying into that system to feed everybody else that's coming in from outside and give them housing and shelter while their own children, don't get me wrong, I've got nothing against them people having stuff if our own children are being taken care of as well. But if our own children are going to be stuffed into tower blocks, right, where kids are falling out of windows and dying, yeah, because they shouldn't, because you do know the rules are they're not meant to be placed in tower blocks if you've got children above the
But it's not who's placing them in the tower blocks?
The council.
These men ain't coming. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say though. This is the actual point that I keep trying to make. That it's not like these men are coming to the place here and kicking people out of their houses and saying, "No, this is our house now." Yeah, the council is giving them the keys and saying, "This is your property. You go there. You live on 9th floor, number 121." You know what I'm saying? Like,
do you think that's right? Let me just ask you that. Do you think it's right that people from outside are getting houses while people inside are not? Do you think that's right?
I don't know. I don't know if that's happening. That's what. This is what I was trying to get to.
All right. So you want to say that you don't know if it's happened? Theoretically, if it happened, would you think
it's happening that if it was? I don't think that it's right. Yeah, that if someone is on a housing council register or whatever, and they're at the top of the list, and someone just drops into the country that day or that week or whatever, that they get housed before them. So if that's happening, I don't think that's right. But I don't think that that's actually happening though.
Oh, that is. You need to look into it. But let me ask you a quicker question. Ben,
where is it? No, wait. So where is that
who did
happening? Because you keep saying
everywhere. I think
every
you're not
time I ask
comfortable
where
how.
it is, you just say everywhere.
Yeah, right. But let me ask you a question. But let me ask you a question, Velle, man.
But why don't you point me in the right direction?
Yeah, but who did you vote for in your local council election?
I don't vote. I didn't vote.
Yeah, see what I mean? That's it. So you have no local council. You have no, you're one line. You're saying you should be blaming the system, voting against council. You don't even vote locally, do you?
No, well, I don't vote because I don't believe in the system.
Okay, yeah,
so I don't
and
vote
that's
for
exactly it. Yeah, but then that's why you're part of the problem, right?
Yeah, but
not you personally,
you believe
but
in the
anyone
system.
who doesn't.
You believe in the system, yeah?
Oh, I want
and
to tear the system down.
You believe in the system, yeah? Oh, you want to tear the system down?
Tear it down.
Right, then see, so that's what I'm trying to say. You're a funny guy, you know, bro.
I want to fucking burn it down, mate.
You want to burn it down,
I want
yeah?
a crystal knocked. Yeah,
Nah, this is wait, hold on. So wait. So my man saying that he wants to burn down the system and tear down the system, yeah? So that's what you want to do, yeah?
No, it's
I
not
don't
what I
think
want.
There's no complaint. There's no one's complaining about that, yeah? I didn't hear no fight against that or nothing. All right,
Yeah,
carry
no,
on.
oh, you haven't given me a chance.
Yeah, go
I
on, Chief.
don't believe we should burn down the whole system, but I do think the system needs adaptation. I do believe it needs changing. And I believe that the only way that you can do that is to be in the system itself and to do it outside. You can't do it from outside. You can't do it from outside without actually bashing it down like Ralph wants to do. Which is why I understand
yeah,
why
but I'm
you
just being silly, obviously.
yeah.
I'm being a bit silly. Obviously, I don't want to burn it down that way, but metaphorically. But no, of course, you have to change it because otherwise, look, Velle, to understand the dynamics is really easy. You have to ask what is the motivations of the left and the right, and they have both the same motivation to flood the country with migrants. The left do it for political power, and the right do it for money. None of them are serving the people, be them black or white, upper class or lower class. They're only serving their own power interest. They're not serving the people.
Yeah, they're not doing
Right?
it. They're not
Labour doing it because all the migrants vote left.
Yeah, so you're saying that the left and the right want to bring migrants to the country?
Correct. Both
So
of
what's
them.
the reason that the left want to bring
Left want to do it because all the new migrants are bringing are non-white will vote left. Every piece of data supports that. The rights want to do it because they get cheaper wages, cheaper labor. Yeah. So the Conservatives are not conserving anything. The Conservatives have let in more people than Labour. They're both corrupt.
So this is what I'm trying to say, man. Your real issue, yeah, is with the people that set legislation and laws for the way things are run in England.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
yeah.
If it look, but put it this way, Velle, right? If the system was run better and it wasn't affecting the population that are already here, yeah, I would still say that I don't want mass immigration because it hasn't worked because it's had a detrimental effect on our culture. But I would say, okay, I'm not opposed to immigration of a certain amount every year coming in, etc., etc., etc. Right? So it's not actually the people. It's the damage that it's doing to the population we have. That is my concern.
Damage that it's doing to the population that stands already, yeah.
Do you know that 70% of non-native Brits are opposed to migration? Did you know that?
70% of
non-native, non-white Brits,
are
opposed to more immigration.
Opposed to more immigration.
Yeah, because it hurts them the most. I can show you the polls, but it hurts them the most. It hurts them the most, right? They're the ones who come in and they're working their way up the socioeconomic ladder, and they're competing with other migrants who just showed up. So first, the Jewish people there first, and the Indians came, and the West Indians came, and each generation of new migrants, and then you remember the Eastern Europeans came, the Poles came. Every generation of migrant gets screwed over by another generation of cheaper migrants competing for that. You're not competing for middle class people. Middle class people, my earnings I don't give a shit how many migrants are impacting my earnings. But they're impacting people in the working class the most, and that includes non-white working class people. They're fucked over by the migrants more because they're competing for their jobs, right? You get those, then the Poles come in, the Poles undercut, and the Indians came in before they undercut, right?
Right. Yeah. And the only reason why they was allowed to come in and undercut was because.
Well, in the initial migration, which remember 99% of England was no migrants in the 1950s. First the Windrush generation, helping rebuild, etc. And then the floodgates were opened by Labour in 1997. And then the Conservatives came in 2010, promising to shut the gates and just opened it even more.
Yeah, so I feel like we keep going around in circles, man. It's like obviously.
Well, let me ask you a different question, Velle. Let me sort of this way, Velle. Do you think there should be more? Do you think there should be more migration or less migration or zero migration?
What do you mean? Should there be more migration, less migration?
Should there be more migration, less migration, or zero migration?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the numbers are for migration. I've never really studied that still. So.
2,000 odd a day, 750,000 incoming a year.
Yeah, but that's Ralph's stats, bro. That's not
that's
actual
the Office of
official
National
stats.
Statistics. Office of National
You know what I'm
Statistics
saying?
data.
That's Reddit stats.
Nah.
You hear me?
Reddit.
That's not HMRC stats.
Yeah, it's not HMRC, it's ONS. Get it right. Yeah, that's a 2,300 a day. So by the next election, 4.6 million people would have arrived since Boris got elected. He would have let in just under 5 million more people, without counting the 3 million Chinese Hong Kong. We let them in. And put it in simple terms, you're black or white,
So
rich or
what
poor.
about what do you
Full
think
up,
about the Hong? What does your group think about the British government importing the whole of Hong Kong to the UK now?
Absolutely opposed to it. When we get to power, we'll reverse any such thing.
So so what's going to happen with the people that's battling for council properties at the moment then?
Well, the good thing is the Hong Kong population will be high IQ, high professional, will have money and stuff, so they will have less pressure, but the pressure will be immediate on schools, right?
No, but it's not everyone. That's everyone that is going to be like a top businessman that's coming.
No, but there'll be relatively less pressure than, for example, inviting half of,
Do they
say,
speak English in
Somaliland.
Hong Kong?
Yeah, they do. They have one of the top education systems in the world.
Yeah.
Some of the most elite schools in the world are in Hong Kong. So in English and in Cantonese. So, but the point is, there's still going to be Hong Kong people competing for education, for schools classes, for hospitals, for bus rides. Yeah, just more people. A lot of Hong Kong foodies running around. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that was during the right-wing government as well, yeah?
Yeah, the Conservatives are not really, they're not conserving anything. They're global homo. They've sold out to global homo. They're not conservative.
We're saying, Velle, we're not happy with Boris. Everybody thinks we're happy with Boris. He was the lesser of two evils. Let me just put it that way. What we really ideally need is a party that actually talks for the working class or for the masses of the country, patriots.
I think for the
alike.
masses, yeah, for more than the working class. There's a lot of middle class discontent too. So it's not just working class discontent.
Yeah. But really, we need a new, fresh party. We need somebody that's actually going to look and say, it's not all about solving problems of people coming in. It's about
Do you
solving
know how
the
Parliament works though? Because
already.
if you think about it like this, then yeah, you get the people that you want into government, yeah, and you've got legislations that you want to put forward, yeah, and then they're legislations that the City of London disagree with because they're going to be helping the majority and not helping the minority. Yeah, they've got people in the Houses of Parliament that sign off and sign on different laws and legislations that can be added and taken away from the thing. So if they disagree with it, it doesn't get signed.
You mean?
So if it's that, what the point I'm trying to make is that, yeah, even if we get let me remix that, yeah, not we, yeah. So even if you get fucking Ralph gets fucking Mark Collett, yeah, into fucking Mark Collett's the Prime Minister of fucking the UK. Yeah?
Oh,
and
mashallah. That would be a good
all
day.
these different flipping laws and whatnot, yeah. If the man them, if the man them in the City of London and the House of Lords, yeah, the Church of England mainly, yeah, don't agree with what these different legislations and laws are coming out, yeah, there ain't no paper. That's not even getting brought into vote, let alone sent to the Queen to be signed.
What you need to understand, Velle, is if we had a party, right, that, look, me and Ralph are not completely aligned in our political views, right? We're on the right, but we're miles apart in a lot of things. Yeah. But there's a lot of things.
Amen.
It's true. But there's a lot of things that Ralph says that I can understand and he can understand from my point of view. And not only that, we'll also go over to people of colour's position as well. Like the housing thing, like I said to you, for the SIVNAT.
Yeah, I understand the points that you're making. Yeah?
We had a party that solved some of those problems for right across the board. There'd be less moaning. There'd be less friction between the
I
ideologies.
understand the points that you're making, Jupiter, yeah, and Ralph even, yeah. I hear the problems that people of the UK might be complaining about, yeah. What I don't understand is why the people of the UK don't take the issues to the people or make the changes with the people actually have the power to make changes rather than
We do.
marching and shouting and pointing at this one, that one, and that one that actually don't have no power. They've come here because the people who do have the power to let people come
Do
here
you
have
say the
said that
same
they're allowed
about,
to come here.
do you say the same about black movements?
Yeah.
So you don't think they should be
Black
marching
movements, black movements,
and pointing fingers?
black movements don't probably, and they don't know when they do when the reparation march does happen. Where do they go to? They march from Brixton to the Houses of Parliament to give in a petition to the Houses of Parliament. So they don't go marching down to fucking Eltham High Street, down fucking Wetherspoons, trying to smash up Wetherspoons, where flipping all the locals are having a drink and all that, and they don't even know what the fuck is going on.
So
As far as they're concerned, as far as they're concerned, they're going to they're going to the head of as far as up in the chain as they can get to.
Yeah. So who marches into black areas and smashes up the black areas?
And when did that last
There has
happen?
been Are you saying that's never happened?
No, I said when did it last happen?
Yeah, I'm asking when that
happened.
happened. When did that happen? When they were looking for better housing? More to the point.
Better housing.
Because what I'm telling you is that we do put pressure on the politicians. But like I said, we need
ever since, yeah. You know, since the first
and when it cuts across, into other communities, instead of being separatists, if they were to vote, if they were even to just get out, understand the politics of this country and start voting and putting the political pressure, because it's all very well you saying to me, oh, when it happens to black people, that what they do is they go to the Houses of Parliament. What point is that when you don't even put a vote, you don't even put political pressure?
Yeah, blacks undervote as an ethnic group.
I don't vote, but I'm only one black person. All the people
but blacks
that might
actually
go on the
undervote.
Wait, hold on. All the people that might go on the reparations march might all vote for their actual candidate that they actually believe in. Yeah, so that was a bit of a straw man. And like I was saying, there's been multiple times, areas and different places in London where there's been either fires in people's houses, people have been killed, attacked, racially abused, had their doors spray painted, windows smashed in, fireworks through their letterbox, eggs all over their cars, eggs through their windows, mums attacked, yeah, and all sorts, yeah, from coming from a different place of the world. But again, it's not their fault that it's not their fault that they've lived. It's not their fault that they've lived in those areas. It's the council again and the local government, yeah, down to the national government, which implemented the people being able to move to these places. And
yeah, that might be true. Yeah, that may be true, but I don't understand what your point is. We've already asserted to you that we know that it's the establishment that are causing the problem. But when you're frustrated, when you're in the community, and don't think I'm saying they're doing the right thing. I'm not. When I'm talking, I'm not saying they're doing the right thing, by the way. But when you're in a community that you've lived in all your life, right? You've got family, you know everybody in that community. Your family's been there for years and years and years, and everybody else has been there for years and years and years, yeah? And your kid's been waiting on a list 10 to 15 years just to move out, and they're having to live in the house with their children. Everyone's overthrown, all cramped in, right? And then they say to you, oh, let's make sure we house these new people coming in, these poor people who live in such terrible living conditions back home in their own country, and they're making us live like that in our own country. It's fucking liberty.
Yeah, it's taking the piss.
Yeah, but no. Wait. Because you see, you skipped from the like it's not the people that come to the country are not making you live a certain way in the country. It's the people that have the say on the rules and regulations of the country that are going to be able. Plus, obviously, your own
Velle,
circumstances.
you're pretending, but Velle, I agree with the first half what you said.
You not keep blaming that. You not, yeah, but bruv, you keep doing this. Yeah, you keep saying that we're not blaming immigrants, we're not blaming so and so, and then you only talk about the immigrants. You don't talk about the people.
But
immigrants in
we
the
keep
place.
telling you. I keep telling you why the left are doing it, why the right are doing it, what their motivations are, what the left did, what the right did. I spoke a lot about those things, but don't pretend for a second that just because the immigrants came in, they've got no fault to blame. Yesterday we went around King's Cross Canal and shit. So Jamie, a bunch of other guys, we stopped in a square, we had a little chill. In no time, 3 of the lovely Somali new Brits, arrive up and were being aggressive, hostile. We're just standing there.
Mm. Well, you're
For no reason whatsoever, except that, you know, we had a couple of lads with us. We looked at them, we're like, are you calling us out? Are you really going to do this? No, the point is, so there's.
I don't get the point you're making.
I made put a bunch of links in there. Integration. After you have immigration, you have it then. After the immigration's happened, you have an integration cost. And even with the best migrants to the worst migrants, the normal people who live here, black or white, whatever you want to say, just keep Egypt happy as well, they have to take the cost of integration. So immigration has an initial obvious cost, housing, schools, pressure, and then there's an integration cost.
Yeah.
And that integration cost is a long cost. It doesn't go away in a month or two. It goes away in generations.
It
takes generations.
All right, let me move the question on a little bit. Yeah, do you believe? Let me move the question on a little bit. Yeah, because we're going a bit in circles and when none of us are agreeing to move on there. Yeah, so let me move on to this.
Velle, just agree with what I say, mate. Just say what I do. What I say, man. Just do what I say, Velle.
Sure, man. Yeah, so listen to this.
Just
one
be quicker.
Then,
be quicker for you.
Listen to this, yeah. Listen to this, yeah. So, do you agree with this point that if you don't vote, yeah, you don't have the right to complain or speak about any sort of policies?
I think if you're not voting, I think your views on politics are less interesting because you don't care enough to vote.
Yeah.
And if you don't vote locally, remember there's 2 types of voting. There's local voting and national voting. If you don't vote locally, don't complain about houses, schools, and hospitals because they're run locally. Don't complain about local issues when you don't vote locally, and don't complain about national issues when you don't vote nationally. I mean, you can complain, but like, what the fuck? You don't vote, right? Unless you're a radical revolutionary and you just say, I don't believe I vote because I'm going to burn down the system or something.
You can talk the talk, but you've got to walk the walk. If you're going to say things, you've got to put your vote where your mouth is, basically. Yeah. Otherwise, it's not worth it. Otherwise, don't sit there saying that you don't like the establishment and you're not going to partake in it, but you're not even going to try and change it. Because what you're basically saying is, just imagine it was a dinner being served to you, right? I don't like that soup because it's never warm. But you've never tried to make the aware that they can warm it up,
or even warmed it up yourself.
All right, but let me make a point. Yeah. So I thought that the right to vote, yeah, was that you had the right not to vote if you made the choice not to as well. So if you're say like you're a working citizen of the country and there might be 10 parties that you can vote for, but you don't agree with all 10 of them, you can still not cast your vote because you don't agree with all 10 of the parties.
Yeah, but that's not the reason you didn't vote, is it?
Yeah, but the establishment don't care about the people who don't vote. They care about the people who vote.
Yeah.
No, but how? What advantages are you going to get for voting, actual casting your vote? Because I'm registered to vote, yeah, for credit purposes, yeah. I just didn't use it, yeah. So what benefits do you get from actually casting a vote than someone who chooses not to vote?
Well, they're more likely to take you seriously when you go and see your local politician. When you go and see your local politician, they will know if you voted or not. They will know. They pretend they don't know, but they do know. They can look it up. They know whether you voted. But more importantly,
they can only see if you're registered to vote. They can't see what.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. You don't.
But wait. I thought
leaflets
it was.
You think they don't know who to send their leaflets to?
Yeah, but I thought you read that unless you become a party member in it, that you're part of the Labour Party, like you're one of the Labour memberships, or you're one of the
But
Conservative
anyway,
members, or Lib
that's
Dems, or whatever.
regardless, right? Even if you might be right on that, whatever, that's another avenue. But the reason, the benefit of voting is that you're applying your opinions through your vote for the person that you want to represent you. Right? Now, if you're telling me you've never voted, but you don't like the government that's in power, you've got no right to complain because you did nothing. You didn't even do the thing that cost you nothing to try and stop that happening.
And the analogy, Velle, is that you talk a lot about football where you don't play it.
No, but obviously you can still have a say and an opinion.
Yeah,
on
but
the
if
way
you don't
things
kick
are
a
run.
football around. Yeah, but if you don't kick a football around,
yeah,
you
but
don't
wait,
play football.
hold on a sec. So you're saying that if you don't vote for one of the parties, even if you disagree with all of the parties that are probably out there and the policies that are made, then you don't have a say, or you don't have a right to speak about what you feel or the way that the country is run or anything like that.
It's not like you don't have a right, but your voice is not your voice won't be weighed the same way. Look, in Australia, it's illegal not to vote. In Australia, you have to vote. Yeah, it's illegal. You have to vote in Australia. It's a major crime not to vote. So you got to vote, which I think is a good idea, right?
Yeah.
I bet you, Velle,
do you know?
in the UK? Let me just check, Velle. Do you even know the name of your MP? No.
What
I'm not going
MP
to
are
tell
you
you
talking
because
about?
obviously you're going to be able to know what area I live in.
Velle, mate, I can find you in 48 hours if I have to. I'm just saying, do you know the name of your MP? I'm not saying what is his name, but do you know the name of your MP, mate?
What, the local MP?
Your MP, yeah.
Yeah.
You do. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, like, anyway, capitalism is broken, so yeah, we need a new system. Yeah.
Ralph's life matters.
Sorry?
Yeah. Ralph's life matters.
I wanted to see.
My
I
name's
wanted to see
Raphael.
what IC3, what his thoughts were on the conversation that we just had. Like,
He's just here for the banking reparations, mate.
No. I was listening, but as you were speaking, I started to visualize and think about the reparations march, and I was wondering. I put this question in the chat actually. I wonder if the organizers do a survey of the people that attend the march in terms of their political views.
They get signatures. Well, I don't know about their. Okay, sorry. I just
exactly.
But they get signatures.
So you've got all those people there, and the issues about reparations. But with all those people there, I would have thought that the organizers would also would try and organize the people to vote as a block. Because if you can expend that much energy to come out and march, then it surely must be easier to organize as a group and vote as a block. I mean,
but that's interesting you say that, because there's one problem we know, and the data shows up again and again of this one. And Nick Griffin made a really good speech about it a few months ago. Is that even with the experiences of the BNP, and because he has a lot of experience, is that when it comes to voting day, a lot of people, whatever their views are, just don't go and vote. They just won't do it on the day. So a lot of political parties need to have a lot of infrastructure support to get the guys, call them, phone them, get their friends, text them, message them, to make sure when the day comes, will they show up to vote. So one of the big reasons that Brexit happened, if you look at the post-date analysis, is all the support for the Remain side was in the young people, and the young people didn't bother to show up on the day. But all the old people, they vote. So big people that carried the weight of the Brexit vote was the elder generations. Whereas the younger ones were like all campaigning, they're on the rallies, they're like, stop Brexit. When the day came, they just didn't bother.
Interesting.
Yeah,
so the young people like to do something physically. Like to do
Yeah,
things
when it comes
physically.
to when the shit hit, when the shit hits a curve on the day, you got to get up, you got to go, you got to queue, you got to put your vote in, right? You got to vote for it. Like, I mean, when I vote for my local election is absurd, right? Because I live in the caliphate of Stepney, right? So there's
Yeah.
only one conservative councillor, and absolutely everyone else is Labour or Muslim councillor of some form. So even if I have to go, and I know it's a lost vote, right? Because there's no way that one independent conservative guy's ever got a chance. But at least I'm making the effort to get up and go there and vote.
Right, but I think
But I think it's
it's
a
very
waste of
powerful
time.
because they'll recognize you. You know, if you're one of the few people that will vote conservative in the midst of a non-conservative area, it's quite a political move actually, because it should give you cred because you're
Well, it's
like
only
one of
giving you credit.
your
It's
value.
not like I'm looking for credit from anyone else. With the point, of course, is as Jupiter said, it's like all talk, no walk, right? When the shit hits the fan, will you put on the t-shirt? Will you go out there? Will you do something? Will you go for the reparations march? Or will you say Black Lives Matter on a live stream but not show up on the march? So it's all the way to how active will you be? Are you just talk? Or are you actually going to actually physically do real things? So like tomorrow morning, I've got a physical, I can't tell you what it is, a physical thing I have to do in real life. So if I care, I'm going to do something in real life. If I don't care, I'm just going to stay online all day and talk. I'll be like James Jones. Yeah, I'll be here 24 hours a day, talking the talk, but not walking the
Here
walk.
we go. Here we go.
But I'll hold this up, right? Take his top
Yeah.
strike out when he's not here.
Yeah, this brother, he's been trying to shoot all day, man. Your bullets are just flying straight all over the places, man. You're wasting bullets, man. You know, you keep wasting your bullets, man. It's straight. You ain't
I thought I'd get belly
you
too.
ain't hit a target once, bro.
So
They're
you
called no
defend it.
ducks or no birds.
So you defend the youth. Magic.
But
The foxes and the deers have got away. They've all scurried away.
Yeah, but imagine what it must be like then to organize people for war.
Well, the difference of war is there's no choice. The great thing about the army is it's authoritarian. It's not asking if you're going to go there; it's telling you to go there, or it's going to shoot you for not going there, right? So,
Or imprison you as a was it
a deserter?
or what does it they say? Conscientious objector or something like that.
Yeah, conscientious objective. If you make the claim that you don't fight, but most people don't do it, right? And you see the BLM stuff. So you saw a speaker's corner. Obviously, the rallies then fizzled out, right? The third one was, we filmed the last couple of people, and they got smaller and smaller. Eventually, they'll be like, yeah, Black Lives Matter, but the pubs are open now, isn't it? So.
Oh, this would be interesting. Jupiter found this article because I thought Black Lives Matter is fizzling out. What I saw physically at Speaker's Corner, that's I've seen the march fizzle out, and it got worse and worse every week. But then Jupiter this week made me aware of this article. I don't know if you've heard about it, about the Meghan Markle wearing white. Have you heard about that article? It only came out yesterday.
No, the missus watches follow, so I don't really. Yeah.
No.
Why is she wearing white?
I wouldn't. I'm not. I usually don't watch those things, but and I thought let me look at the article anyway. So I started to read the article, and I was quite surprised because it seems like I'd like you to read it actually because you're very good at analyzing this stuff. Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Ralph is very good at
It's very
analyzing
serious.
stuff.
Yeah, well, he's good in his style. This is serious. I want to see what he thinks of this because
can analysis be worthwhile? Is the Twitter really dead? Yeah. What's Megan? Megan's a fucking whore.
No, but no. What you got to watch this? I want to. Yeah. In actual fact, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. I just want you to tell me what you think of this and see if you come to the same conclusion I came to. I posted it in the private chat because I wouldn't normally. I don't usually read Daily Mail or anything like that. But
yeah, but Daily Mail makes up a lot of lies too.
Sorry?
Daily Mail makes up a lot of lies too.
Well, yeah, I can imagine, but it's strategic. What are they trying to do? Even if they make up lies or telling the truth, right? They have a mission, they have a purpose,
I'll tell
and
you
they
what
have
the
an
purpose. The
intention.
purpose is quite simple. The purpose is going to be just like Fergie. She's eventually going to be cut out of royal power and become in slowly over time. They'll do it very carefully, degrade her seniority. In the meantime, because she has independent power as an actress, she's going to try to suck as much capital as she can out of being married to one of the royals. That's what's going to happen. Eventually, the royals will just slowly block her out of media because the media work with the royals, right? If they fuck with the royals don't give them access, right? So eventually, they're going to slowly do you hear about Sarah Ferguson much? Do you hear about Fergie? She's just gone from the mainstream. Yeah,
a long while ago.
eventually
Yeah.
but she's going to go kicking and screaming like a whore she is and try to get as much
Ah,
capital. Yeah, because
right.
she's going to try to get as much capital out of that for her own brand value, right? Because Simona has
You
friends
call her
who
a
are
whore, yeah?
in LA.
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah, he's
Yeah.
been caught.
You
He's,
called
he's,
Fergie a
he's
whore,
been
yeah?
trying to trigger you, but you don't. That's a rough house anyway, man. That's it.
What does Fergie do, man? Why is she a whore?
They're fucking whore, right? She just corrupted the house.
Why do you call her?
Yeah.
Like she messed up. She messed up she fucked up the Prince Andrew Festival.
Not
Did she
because of the
send
color of
him
her
to
skin. No, nothing to do with the color of her skin, man. To do with her behavior.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that she fucked up with who did she have an affair with? Was it the cameraman or something like that?
I don't know. I knew she was trouble from day one. I said that when they got married. This is not going to last. She's going to go challenge Her Majesty, and she's going to learn the fucking hard way that the house is bigger than her, and she's going to learn that message. But she's going to go kicking. I know things from Simona's mates in LA. They're trying to build up brand experts. She wants to basically take on. She wants to compete with her house for like publicity and shit. Fuck her. Single bullet, man. SS squad.
So
Sort
okay.
this shit out.
So this. But if Meghan Markle is being backed by the globalist bankers, then the story would be a bit different, don't you think?
Well, but she's got independent money. She doesn't need to be backed by them because she's got enough private net worth, right? What she wants is like any whore of actress fame. She wants fame. That's what whores and actresses want.
So
right?
there's nothing
They want
deeper.
fame.
There's nothing deeper than that.
She's a shallow woman. She's a charlatan, a whore, as I said.
And she wants to get into politics. So you think that's all just a shallow show as well?
No, she's fully progressive far left. She's getting him to do things like she's getting him to do yoga now and all this kind of things like curling his toes. She's undoing all that Sandhurst training, all that fucking training fit for Captain Harry, fit for fucking Prince. She's undoing it with all her left-wing fucking progressive hippie fucking. Don't know what she does in the bedroom, but whatever it is, Prince Harry should have known better, mate. Whatever she's doing, yeah.
Right. So it's just a insignificant kind of waste.
She's got enough. She's got enough net worth and stuff,
funny,
but he's lost the money, hasn't he? Now he's not going to get the same money. So, but she's got enough money. But she's going to milk all the connections, isn't it? Look how much with the royal and stuff, like the whore she is.
Right.
So I've got to spice up the Velle channel a bit, boys. Come on.
Oh yeah, man. Fucking hell, you sound like you wanted Harry for yourself, man. Okay.
No, I think if you're looking for the gay block, I think you found the right place, mate. If you're looking for the G block, it's not me, man. I'm not part of the G block.
Okay. Interesting.
No, I don't think that's any global thing because I think she's already got high net worth, so she doesn't need to be. And the globalists can't interfere with the palace, obviously, for obvious reasons. So, but if she was poor, that would be something else. But she's not, right? She had money before him, so.
Right.
I just think it's a national disgrace. Right? She doesn't know her place. Doesn't know her place. Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know. Am I the only person who thinks that way? Okay. Maybe you guys all love me.
No. I want to understand. Well, why is it? What's a national disgrace versus what was the national disgrace?
Because she should realize that the house and the palace and the monarchy is bigger than any one person. If the Queen can give you 70 years of fucking civil service and she's Her Majesty, some jumped up fucking actress whore doesn't know her place. She should learn from Her Majesty, who has not missed a day's work in almost 60-something years.
Do you think that
it's a difference?
Do you think that the royal family should be above like they should have diplomatic community worldwide?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh,
So you
absolutely.
don't think that Prince Andrew should be facing no charges or be pulled up on any charges,
No.
anything to do with the Jeffrey Epstein sort of stuff? If anything comes out,
No, but Jeffrey
that shows that
Epstein
he
and
was involved.
Hollywood, Jeffrey Epstein, all that corrupt, those people should be burned. But of course, the house should be left intact.
Yeah, but what if Prince Andrew was involved with that?
The
What would you
house.
say about that?
You're gonna say house properly, isn't it? The house. You can do it.
House. Yeah. Yeah, the
No,
house
no,
should be
no,
left
no, no,
intact.
no, no. Hey, listen, don't let him slide away. No. What if Prince Andrew is implicated with evidence beyond reasonable doubt? Yeah, was the word I was looking for. Yeah, beyond reasonable doubt now. Yeah, that the whole world has seen, or not even that the whole world has seen, or that can be shown to the whole world at the end of the court case once it's over, found guilty or not. Yeah,
He should not
if
go to
there's
trial.
evidence that can be shown, what
Yeah, I
should be
don't care about
done
the
to
evidence.
Prince Andrew?
Nah, don't. No, it should be dealt with behind closed doors.
Right. Okay. To
Because
maintain the house. Right.
Because the house represents the nation.
Right. Interesting.
Her Majesty is not just a person. Her Majesty is a symbol.
So you're down for protecting a potential paedophile to save face?
Hey, the potential pedophiles running around these streams and shit. I'd worry more about them than worry about
but we're talking potential paedophiles running about the live streams. Yeah, has nowhere near the power to potential paedophiles that are.
I think if Prince Andrew has done wrong, he needs to be dealt. If Prince Andrew has done wrong, he needs to be dealt with. But should not be dealt with publicly.
Yeah, it's got to protect the house.
The house is more important.
Cards.
Of course it is. The house is more important
Fuck
because
the
the house
man.
represents.
We're trying to smash up the house, B. We're trying to lift off the front door, cuz.
But the house controls the courts
right now, bro. The van's pulling up, mate.
You know what it is, yeah?
Yeah, but we've all seen Zulu. We've all seen Zulu. We know how that story ends, mate. You can roll up and shit.
You know what I've learned? You know what I've learned from talking to you guys, yeah? It's the language that we use to when we talk here. This is what I can say that this is definitely British culture, yeah. When it comes to understanding what person is saying, it's like someone will say something that everyone will say is blatantly what he's trying to imply, but another person will take it and break it down and make it seem like it doesn't imply that. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yeah,
because that's what them right wingers do. They use slippery double words, without trying to confirm exactly what they're
saying. Yeah.
And then,
oh, Velle, bro, you want this to be a pure free? Velle, do you really want this to be a pure free speech channel on YouTube?
Yeah,
I'll go, bro. It's your channel, bro.
Hold on. YouTube has their own rules and regulations, which all the participants of YouTube need to abide by. So if you're planning to break YouTube's rules and regulations, then you need to do that when you're on your live stream.
Yeah, well, we know what would happen if that would happen. We'd be shut down. So no, of course, you've got to dance around certain language, right? But look, I mean, what is the Queen? The Queen is not a person. She represents the symbolism of the nation. Now, if one of the members of the royal family has done wrong, the house and the nation is much more important. He should be dealt with. Justice should be served, but it's not our business. It should be done behind closed doors. Because the house is more important.
Right, interesting.
But then again, remember, I'm a little bit right. I'm a little bit right wing, mate.
Hey, Ralph. You know that there's a girl called Virginia. I can't remember her last name. Virginia something. Yeah, that is putting out tweets on Twitter. Yeah, saying that she slept with Prince Andrew when she was 14.
Oh yeah. I don't really follow. I don't know. I to be honest, I don't really follow much cosplay stuff. I believe you. So some girl is coming out saying that she slept with Prince Andrew or Harry Andrew when she was 14 or something. Is that part of the whole Epstein? That whole kind of
part of the Epstein. Yeah, she was introduced to her by Ghislaine Maxwell. That's what she's saying.
Oh right, the Maxwell woman. Yeah, they all look like dirty, corrupted little fucking. They should all be just swept out. Those people should all be executed. If you ask me, what I want, I shoot that fucking corrupt house of people. You should root them all out and shoot them, man. They go all the way up into the houses of power, right? All the professional, the politicians, the celebrities, all of them doing things to little children. I'd fucking hang them publicly.
What did you say about Prince Charles then? Because he was rolling with Jimmy Savile.
God bless the future King of England. My guy.
Your guy, yeah? Say no.
Yeah.
Say no.
What's wrong with Prince Charles? What's wrong with Prince Charles?
Whoa. I said he was rolling with Jimmy Savile. I didn't say there was anything wrong.
Oh yeah, Charles doesn't do anything. Charles is a good chap. So not really. He's a good man.
Because obviously it's some speculation, isn't it?
Is there with Charles?
Charles is a good chap. Yeah.
I don't know, mate. I don't follow that kind. I believe you. I don't follow that kind of stuff. But nothing will happen.
Yeah, because Jimmy Savile spent about 4 Christmases at Buckingham Palace. Jimmy Savile, and about 12 Christmases or something at Checkers with Maggie Thatcher in there, right women.
But you see that comes under Velle, that comes under like conspiracy theory kind of thing. Even if it's so-called reported, what I'm catching here from what Ralph is saying is that power means that the house is the vessel that holds power. So
it's simple. It's called symbolic power.
Yeah. So the house is that vessel that's holding that power. So you've got to protect the vessel.
Correct.
And they'll ignore anything. The house will ignore any bad rumors or any misbehavior because if that vessel is touched or damaged in any way, that power could start to leak out and go to another source or in another direction. So it's I think it's like they're trying to stick together at all costs, just like war, basically. You got to have your military together, regardless of what propaganda they may drop from planes or put in papers.
Well, again, depends. It depends what you're actually protecting, isn't it? So when you're protecting the house or you're protecting the British monarchy, you're protecting the entire national history. You're not just protecting one person in this time. You're protecting the pedigree across all time. And the British nation is symbolized by the British royalty. Then you're not looking after one person covering my brother's sins or anything like that.
Right.
Yeah. You're covering the sins of the entire nation. Now, if you were saying, no, I'm liberal justice, I want him to face equal trial, my response is, fuck you, to the tower with you.
But that's how it was, though. That's how it was back in the day. Yes, definitely.
The good old days, yes.
Yeah, back in the day, to the tower. What did you say? You're dead.
To the tower. To the tower with you, I said.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Off with his head.
Otherwise, what do you have that's sacred?
Someone doing corruption.
Yo, hold on a sec, man. Men are running away too quick. You got to slow this down, Pete. Let's get past bad things, fam. Yeah. You get me, Carl? Like, right, man said, wait, differently, yeah. Like I said, I asked, what about Prince Charles rolling with Jimmy Savile or whatever? So hypothetically, yeah, because obviously we don't know if there's any evidence of this year. So if evidence comes out in the future that Prince Charles was doing some of the same things that Jimmy Savile was doing, what punishment should Prince Charles be facing?
My opinion, nothing. It should not even be made news.
Yeah, he answered that before. He says it's private.
No, I did. But what it was, yeah. So what I'm trying to show you, yeah, Ralph, yeah, is that although you say that you're against the system that is not able to provide poor British people council houses, that is importing immigrants and keeping people at the below the poverty line, this, that, and the other, is that you're supporting the system that holds it all together. Because
no, the system
when they do something. Wait, hold on. Let me finish here. Because when they do something, or when they're implicated in a crime which is obviously against the law, you're not willing to hold any of them accountable. You're furthermore, you want to protect them.
Not the globalist system or any of these people, but I'm taking exception to the House. I'm giving them a pass, no one else.
To the House of Windsor.
Indeed.
You only give exception to the House of Windsor, yeah?
Correct. The descendants from
so the
Queen
House
Victoria.
of Windsor could have the House of every man, woman, child in the House of Windsor could be involved in every single heinous crime.
Wait, hold on.
So what do you find abhorrent? Wait, hold on. What crimes do you find abhorrent then, Ralph? Do you not support fully?
What do you mean? I find most crimes abhorrent, but this is different. This is political power. So if Prince Andrew had done the things, if Prince Andrew has done the things for which you claim he would have done, and you have incontrovertible evidence, he should be dealt. Justice should be served to him, but it should be done behind closed doors for the House.
How do you serve justice behind closed doors? Or what is that?
It shouldn't be our business. Her Majesty should make sure it's occurred, and if Her Majesty says it was sorted, we should take her word for it.
So what do you count as sorting it?
If Her Majesty says it has been dealt with, we should take her word.
Wait, hold on. So if
they're hearing you, Ralph. I think they're hearing you, but they can't believe what you're saying.
Yeah.
So people hear what you're saying, but they can't compute.
Yeah, we're hearing you, yeah. But wait, we can believe what you're saying. I can't. Well, firstly, I can believe what you're saying because what I keep saying is that you're holding a contradictory position in this thing where you keep saying that you're against the system, but you're holding up the system.
No, but the system I'm talking about is globalization.
You want to burn the
the
system
politics
down,
and all
but
that.
you
But I'm
don't.
not saying Her Majesty does not run the globalist system. Her Majesty is a symbol of the nation. Her Majesty is the bloodline of the English people.
Part of it, man.
So she's not like ordinary English people. She's not ordinary English people.
So without the crown and the corporation, what is England?
No, but she represents. Look, she spent 60 years serving the people in her service because she understands more than I could ever do that what she's doing is she is serving a symbol. The symbol is the nation. She symbolizes the nation.
What service does the Queen provide to England?
Oh, non-stop hospitals, visiting kids. She hasn't missed a day's fucking work in 60 years. It's more than you and I can say for ourselves.
Kids in
Once we've done 60 years of public service, then I think we can compare our track record to Her Majesty. Right?
If you see my face,
I know how many
right,
hands she shook, how many little children, how many children she's made smile, how many hospital beds she's visited, how many people she's made. Yeah. But again, I guess. No, but it's very common. It's very common for first and second generation immigrants not to feel anything. Right? You don't have any emotional connection, right? Your parents and grandparents probably do. I bet your grandparents do, Velle.
What my grandparents care about what?
No, I bet your grandparents have more of an emotional connection to Her Majesty than you ever would.
Yeah, my grandparents, they thought England was the motherland.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I see you would definitely. Your grandparents 100% would have probably had a picture of the Queen, right?
Yeah.
Was that the truth? Was England their motherland though?
Well, there we go. That's a different issue. Yeah, but their view.
Whoa! You're all speaking English in England.
Wait, hold on. No. Don't slide from that one. I see three. Was England your grandparents' motherland? When they came to England and they settled down here, did they realize that yes,
no, it wasn't. It wasn't their motherland, but they believed it to be. They had the faith. Yeah, and that's very powerful. You know, if you have the belief, because when you're not here, you only read news. And you hear stuff, and then that can construct
about
an image of the so-called motherland in your head. But you know when you actually,
Velle, I'll make it easy for you, mate. Which team do you support, Velle? I think you might have told me. I forgot. Who do you support?
Come on. The slave museum capital.
He's gonna stray you from the point, Velle.
No, I'm trying to get you onto the point. Let's say pretend you support some shit team like Arsenal or something, right? So the same feeling you would feel for your team. multiply that by 1,000,000 times and imagine her Manchester. Yeah, that kind of feeling you have, even though you don't play football for Arsenal, you're never going to get on the field.
I don't get. I support a football team, but I don't give a shit about the football team like that, bro. Like it goes to my heart and all that. Fuck, you were crazy.
Anything you care? That's interesting. Is there anything you care about? Is there anything you care about? Like that? Is there anything really you care about? Anything?
Liverpool.
If there's anything I care about,
yeah,
I wouldn't tell you what I care about. If I told you,
Sorry?
I wouldn't be on the live stream telling people what I care about. Deeply,
You'll do the live
that goes to my heart and stuff like that.
Some of the trolls will pick up.
People.
Let me tell your friends
that, of stuff that I actually care about and hold dear to my
what
heart.
the thing is that you care about that same way, that symbolism, that thing you could be a family, it could be fucking Grand Theft Auto, whatever it is. Yeah, that whatever that thing is, multiply that.
Obviously, not like stuff like family. Families, everyone cares about their family, innit? Yeah,
unfortunately, not as many as people should do, but yeah.
Yeah, so caring about a nation or a nation or a people or an ideology that you believe should be part of the people, and so that word sovereignty, because that's what the royal house is supposed to represent. Yes, sovereignty.
It's just sovereign to rule over.
Right, even though it appears that Britain or the British people don't appear to be experiencing sovereignty.
Well, because the sovereignty is removed by them. But I'll tell you what, more people will cry for the death of the Queen when it happens than anything else in my lifetime. Not you people on this panel.
Fucking what, man? What does that mean? But more people are going to cry for the death of the Queen. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that connotate?
That means that
what does that?
That means she symbolizes a spiritual connection to the nation by her presence. They're not going to cry for the death of Michael Jackson or the death of fucking a pop star. They're going to cry for the death.
I bet more people cried for the death of Michael Jackson than they do for the Queen.
I do.
Oh,
I bet you not. I bet you not.
Ralph,
More
would you shed a tear?
I bet you they do.
Ralph, would you shed
Will
a
I
tear?
shed a tear? I will mourn.
You will mourn.
Yeah.
You won't shed a tear.
Yeah, I'll do more than that. I'll mourn. Yeah.
So Ralph, what you say? You want to take that one up then, yeah? You would have taken that one up then, yeah?
How much
when the Queen dies, I bet you more people mourned for Michael Jackson than they did for the Queen of England.
Definitely.
I know.
100%. 100%.
I don't think more people cry for Billie Jean. Not my lover. She's just a girl. No, I don't know. I like Michael Jackson. Crazy fuck.
Yeah. Bet you they did. I bet more people cried, yeah, Michael Jackson when he died, than that we'll be crying when the Queen of England died.
But maybe it's the right kind of people crying it. I don't know.
Even the wedding, yeah. I never even watched it there, but
so wait, hold on a second. So
hear that one? Right kind of people.
As some humans not counted as wait, don't let him slip, man. Don't let him slip and slide, man. Yeah, you tried to slip that one in real quick, man. Yeah. So some people counted as some humans counted are not counted as people. Are there a set of humans that are not counted as people out here?
No, I said the right side of people, right? The right kind of people, right?
So what's the right set of people?
The ones who have a spiritual and symbolic connection to the nation. Yeah, I bet you elderly Caribbean migrants above the age of 17, 18 will cry.
I bet they won't.
Yeah, I bet they will. Yeah. Yeah, you know I'm true. You know it's right.
After the Windrush, it might change a bit.
I think when the Windrush generation dies away, the new generation are ungrateful and stuff, right? So, but definitely the people I know from the
even the ones that were patriotic right now, yeah, they're like, fuck the Queen, cuz.
Yeah.
You see the ones that had King George on their wall, yeah? You see after that Windrush thing, boy, King George ain't on the wall no more, boy. He's in the bin, mate. King George toilet paper right now.
That's
Very.
something. Was there big? You can educate me here. Was there big like backlash from the older generation? Not you lot. You lot yeah, wasted. But the your grandparents. Was there?
Because you got to think, you got to think about some of the people, that obviously this is before the MI5 got involved with this so-called importing of yardie gangs and whatnot, So 9 out of 10 people that came over had come over straight into work, was putting money into the economy, paying their taxes, bought properties. You know what I'm saying? Like, was working and all them sort of stuff. So they got old, collecting their pensions, chilling out, and then next thing you know, they got a letter saying, "Yo, peace, you got to roll out." Yeah, and they're like, "What? Talking to you? Us, yeah?"
But do you know personally, Billy? Do you know people who feel that way, or have you met people who feel that way, or do you know personal experiences, or that's because that's a really interesting thing.
Not personal. I don't have personal experiences.
But you might have heard your connections. Because that's very interesting. That's a very loyal. The initial first Windrush generation
that may have been affected by.
So that would be quite sad because it wasn't anything malicious and deliberate.
Yeah.
It was just
again. That was do you know why? Yeah, I'll tell you what happened.
Incompetence.
You got to think about it. Have you watched any of the stories? Have you watched any of the stories of the Windrush people that have came over? Like any of their stories or whatever?
I watched 2 or 3 documentaries.
A lot of people came over with being quite patriotic or whatever, and was treated quite badly in it. So that obviously made them change their sort of.
You mean when they came in the 50s and 60s?
Right, England don't care about
the recent scandal, or do you mean in the 50s and 60s? Because I've known West Indian people all my life, and the elderly ones I've known have been very loyal to Britain. They're not young generation people in their, let's say, above 60s.
Yeah, from people that's come from Room.
The ones who came first, the ones who were actually loyal.
The people that came and no dogs, no blacks, no Irish.
Yeah,
no
they're the ones. They've always one I've known in my life, mate. Maybe I'm older than you, Velle. I've known those ones. They've been very loyal to Britain. Maybe I've met different ones. I don't know. I'm just saying most of the Afro-Caribbean, and particularly Caribbean people I've met over the years, the elder generation have been they've been church-going, Britain supporting people. Not the young generation. Young generations are like gang, Xbox, yeah. But the elder generation,
and a lot of elder Caribbean people, wouldn't express their feelings of how they feel, or sort of made it happen.
They're going to a kind of denial
around certain younger people, let alone around people who are not. You know what I mean? Like,
you think so?
Yeah, they'll do that in the they'll either hold it to themselves, and just say everything's all good, or talk about it when they're with the man at Domino's and when the ladies are out. So, you know what I'm saying? When they're in the social club and so and so.
Almost, I'll be honest.
In a safe environment, when they're out
through church, though. So
talking about shit on live stream.
No, not live streams. It wouldn't be on live stream. But most people I'm speaking about the last 30, 40 years of my life have been via church. And they've been very open. Christians are fairly open to each other. So it's, I've always thought of them as being quite. But I'm just wondering if the recent scandal has changed that, right? Because that would be a sad thing for the end of their legacy.
I don't think it has actually.
I wouldn't have thought so.
No, because if you think about it, if you go to the churches.
My nan's a Christian. My nan's a Christian. She's got a way that she speaks outside of her house and a way that she speaks inside of the house. So
God bless her.
It's not. Again, I don't feel like they would pass that information to you.
Okay, so you think they'll keep it to their chest?
Actually, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I was basically just going to say what you just said. Basically, that the church goes. People are still going to church. They're still trying to maintain that order. It's only if they're directly hit by the Windrush scandal would people start to think twice. But as long as they're not affected personally, directly, it's just like just conversation that you know that people
Yeah.
pass through.
But let's be honest, yeah. Even this whole, what's it called? They've embraced Britain. Like they'll still tell you indoors. Listen, this ain't your country. You can't just behave anyhow. Like let's not. Yeah, I mean, so even though they might say, yeah, listen, we're all British, we're all this, they're all that. Like honestly, they don't have that. I don't know, man. That for me, my parents would be like, they try to be as British as they can, but when it comes to the certain things, they'll tell you straight away, Raf, this country's not for you.
Yeah, this is Nigeria in this house.
This man.
Yeah, in the doors, behind this door is Jamaica. Yeah, outside of the door is England.
Hey, I've been what do they call them? What do they call them?
You know where Julian Assange went? Where did Julian Assange go?
To
the embassy. That's what it's like. Your house is like the embassy.
Right.
Your house is like the embassy of whatever country
I like
your
that,
parents
actually.
come from. So
The house
outside
is
of the
like the
house
embassy.
is England.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're okay. It's cool. Inside the front door, when it's shut, the neighbors know. Yeah, this is Nigeria. This is Jamaica. This is Ghana. This is wherever. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is China. This is India. This is so and so.
The embassy. Yeah, I like that analogy, actually. Inside your house is an embassy.
So just because they smile in your face and say, yeah, we're all British. I don't mean that. They actually really think, yeah, we're all British.
Yeah.
Well, so would you agree then that the British people or the English people and Scottish people, the Welsh people, they also go by the same standards? So when they come outside their house, oh, we're all multicultural. Oh, I'm not racist.
Yeah.
When they get back inside their house,
I can assure you from the company I keep.
That's where the elders learned it from, because when they first come over, that's where the elders learned it from. When they first came over here, they came out with the attitude like.
Who came out with the attitude?
You're cutting out, Velle.
Blah blah.
Yeah.
Brush.
Yeah, you're cutting out.
You hear me?
Can you hear you now? Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was saying that's the way that the Rimrush dons.
Yeah, you said they came through and you cut out there. So what were you saying? They came when they first.
So when they came through.
Yeah.
And they came out like, we're British as well, and we're all so and so. And there's like no dogs, no blacks, no Irish, and all them sort of shits on doors, and finding it hard to find because finding work wasn't hard for the Rimrush generation. It was more like finding places to live was the issue.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, well, that fits the pattern, doesn't it?
And your stuff's thrown out on the road.
Yeah. So it fits the pattern.
This was white working class people, not rich white people that were doing this. It was white working class people doing this.
Yeah. So for them, their front door, their house is like the hotels that they're running. That was like their embassy. So it's the same model. It fits, obviously. So yeah. Everybody can come over and work. Yeah, we're glad to have you, but no, you're not come inside this house.
Yeah.
So it's the same principle.
It seems like a much more honest time. Right?
Sorry?
It seemed like a much more honest time.
Correct.
An honest generation.
Right.
Much more. But see, in them days there was a group called Teddy Boys, that was rolling about, in packs, that was back up. Your dad, if they see him coming over from work by himself, and there were 6 of them.
Yeah, because the younger generation would take the rules of the embassy or the house and then take it to the street because they hadn't really learnt to keep quiet. So that's what young people do, don't they?
I don't think it was that. I think they were just more. They were just telling you, listen, we don't like black people. You understand? Like they were
Yeah, but
making it.
where would they have got that from? They would have got that from their parents, who are in the embassy or behind that front door, and in other words, so the young people just burst out their energies and
Who's their
took it to the
parents?
street.
Who's their parents?
They must have got it from their parents, but if you went to speak to their parents, they'd probably say, "Oh no, I'm not racist. Everybody's welcome." I've seen some of those old black and white movies and documentaries. You know.
Yeah. Hey, I've got a black friend. I'm not racist.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen loads of them. There's black and white from that period and documentaries. And when they have BBC, turn up at their front door with a microphone in their face.
There was comedies on BBC, man, like Alf Garnett.
There you go. And Love Thy Neighbor and stuff like that.
Calling the Indian man in the shop stupid packy and that. Yeah.
I think even in the 60s, the election camp, the leaflet said things like, if you don't want coloured for a neighbour, don't vote Labour. Yeah. So
there you go. That's strong, isn't it?
Yeah, if you know, so that was
can't get much stronger than that.
Yeah, that was just late 60s, right? So that wasn't that long ago. So.
Yeah, that's right.
The good old days.
Yeah, but you're calling for that to come back.
Did you hear that, Velle?
That's good. That's me.
The good old days.
What's that? Good old. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. You're calling for that to come back. You're calling for that to come back. Like you want to live like that again, yeah?
You can only go forward. You can't go back, bro.
You want wait. Hold on. You want to live in a time where you can be chased to your front door just because you're Indian man coming home from work. Yeah?
No one's chasing me, bro. I just.
But you are getting chased to your door, but I don't know. You think you're some Superman or something? Wait. Hold on. You think you can't get chased to your door by 6 tons who are smaller than you, even if they're smaller than you?
Yeah, it depends. Depends how many times you leave your house when you're carrying your personal Luger. You can come at me if you want, but I'm going to cap you with six different bullets. So, you can chase me.
Yeah, all right, mate.
But I think the point here.
Wait, hold on. So you've got a licensed firearm, yeah?
You've
got a licensed firearm, yeah?
Oh, come on, please.
I need a license, but I'm part of the far right.
That's what I'm trying to say, man.
Yeah. Can I say
in a day where you would have get chased to your front door, like you ain't got the firearm license? You're crazy.
I think the point here is people being able to feel that they can be honest about the values that they hold. And,
you cut to the chase. If you're not allowed to express racial animosity, you're just lying, right? Now you can go around the dance, pretend you're not racist, you're not expressing racial animosity, but it's just a lie. Eventually, the lies break down because the truth always wins. Now the question then becomes, how do you deal? So my father in his 60s, when he arrived, he'd never even been to the West. He came to do this research job and stuff, and it's way ahead of his time in the 60s. He's in a small village in Scotland. I think they'd only seen 3 or 4 non-white people like ever in their fucking life. So obviously he was going to get a lot of stick, but his attitude was to allow them to express racial prejudice. And that worked out as a strategy as opposed to telling them, oh, you're racist. Right, which is not going to work, because if those Scottish guys had gone to India, they would not have given him anything less than the same.
Right.
No. That's a lie of a million degrees. You fucking lying piece of shit. How dare you say that? You are a lying bastard. Wait, hold on. Ralph, hold on, man. You're going too far, man.
Slow down.
You're lying too much, man. You get. I'm sweating and shit with that one, man.
And he's digging around. He's trying to come on, pick me up.
Right.
Yo, did you really say that if a Scottish guy went to India, during the times when the British was ruling India, he would have been treated, or even now, or at that time, he would be treated the same way the Scottish guy, I mean, the Indian guy would be treated in Scotland in the 60s. Is
I
that
think
what
if
you're really
you,
trying to say?
if you take a Scottish guy, no, you have to obviously move because histories of countries change. But if you take a Scottish guy to India, a white guy, I'll tell you what, I have many Scottish friends. I'll take a Scottish friend, take you, Velle. You want to feel some Indian racism in India? You're going to think the N word is fucking nothing, mate.
You know what? Yeah, there's actually. Listen to this. Yeah, you're gonna say that. Yeah, you're lying though. You're gonna say that though, but you're lying though. Yeah. Obviously, there's gonna be some racist people over there. Yeah.
Man.
That you're talking about. Yeah. But there's actually listen. Yeah. Listen to what I'm saying. First of all. Yeah. There's actually a guy. Yeah, with a YouTube channel. Yeah. Who's an African guy in Pakistan right now. Yeah. Who's telling He's telling his actual day-to-day blood. Just watched this video yesterday, yeah. I would have agreed with you, you know, yeah, because all the time I've only heard Indian dons who are here saying that sort of shit, but I've never heard anyone, a black don that's from the place, talking about their own experience. And my man was talking about his own experience, and that his experience is not the same as your dad's in the 60s in Scotland or George Floyd's yesterday in fucking
You're right, it's a different,
in America.
You're right. You can't compare across time, but you just seen the recent videos of the African guys in China getting the shit kicked out of them for no reason.
Now you're going to China, yeah?
No, for example, every country has a racial
forget about
prejudice.
everything else. We'll just go to China.
I'm just giving an example. Every country has racial prejudices, right? That's my point. The honesty is whether or not you're allowed to express it, or you're going to keep it like ICT. You're going to keep it behind the embassy doors, or you're allowed to express it. And I think it's unhealthy when you can't express racial preferences. When you stop allow racist jokes, you allow racial stereotypes, prejudices, you build up racial tension.
Yes, yeah, yeah. Because the way I'm looking at it is that you see, if people are allowed to express their racial attitudes, then just like a lot of my parents' generation, they were talking about, you know, oh, we have to just do our work over here and then make some money and then go home. So this place is not our home.
Yeah.
And so they weren't trying to make it their home. They were kept going back to Jamaica and building something over there. Whilst you got others were saying, well, it's better over here. And, you know, they start investing over here. You know, because remember the partner, even the partner system or the SUSU system, they were trying to have an internal kind of banking system to help each other buy property, whatever, so they could sell it and then, you know, and then go back home. But it's always, I'm going back home.
Yeah, and you know what? The analogy I use is even if you don't go back home and stay, at least if you understand that you're a guest in someone else's place, you're more likely to get along with the person whose place it is.
Yes, yes.
As soon as you start saying, "This is my house," you're going to rub on the back of the people whose house it actually is.
Definitely.
And that's the problem. The modern last 30 years, the left has said,
Can I do a shout out? Let me do a shout out quickly, guys. Yeah, let me do a shout out because big up Easy E. You just hit the PayPal donation. Big up yourself for the PayPal donation, bro. So, yeah, I just wanted to shout him out to let him know. I just see it now, so it might have been a few hours ago. So I literally just see it now still. So big up yourself for that, and thank you for your contribution, man. Yeah, remember, yeah, it is differently. Yeah, anyone that donates money to the PayPal or whatever, yeah, when it gets to a certain amount for equipment or whatever, then I use it to buy, like I used the last amount of money that I had there to buy a laptop or something like that. You get me? So it's not like I'm just spending it on anything.
Hydroponics.
Yeah.
What do you...
I spend it on what it's been donated for, innit? Like for the content to be created or whatever, you know. I mean that stuff. Yeah, but anyway, carry on, guys. Yeah, but I just wanted to say thanks for the people that donate.
No, but that's the thing, isn't it, about the relationship between a guest, and it takes a certain amount of courage on both sides to say you are a guest, And therefore, the burden of proof is also on the other person to say whether or not they're accepting or inviting guests, because also they should also have the same dignity to which you should treat a guest. Racial problems in the last 20 years have been because everything from racist jokes, racist comedies, cancel culture is stopping natural racial expressions of what word did IC3 say? Attitudes. He was being polite. Racial attitudes to be expressed is what's causing this racial cauldron that's building up. That's why the BLM, far right white marches, because it's building up a tension, because the relationship is a false one. You cannot pretend this is your home if you're not from here. And as soon as you start acting like it's my manor, then that's just it's just winding up the tension, right?
Yes.
That's
all right. Let me say something here, because you lot are saying that you just feel like people should just be able to express racial prejudice with but I'm saying that what should happen really is some actual education so people can understand that humans need to be treated like fucking human beings, not like animals, like dogs or like fucking animals, or I'm lower than you because I've got literally just different skin. That's it. Like, there's nothing else that's different between us. It's just our skin color, the place where we was born, or where our parents originally came from. But I'm saying it's an education thing to stop that sort of stuff. Yeah, can you turn that down, please? Yeah. It's an education thing rather than just allowing people to express uneducated hatred, which with education, people will be able to understand that there is not much differences between the different humans that live on up. We're not a different species to each other. We're all actually the same species. You know what I'm saying? Like, because if it was like that though, but wait, if humans were such different species, if humans were such different species, no, I'm not saying that there are some people that think like that, because there's some white people that feel like there's some black people, Chinese people, whatever. There's different races of people that feel like they're special, they're more better than any other race. They're higher than this one because they was born in this place or that place or whatever. Obviously we're in England, isn't it? So as a black person, I would notice that more from English people rather than noticing it from any other black people. Like although I did just say that I do know that it happens in all categories. But that's what I'm trying to say, man.
Okay.
It's a more of an education thing rather than a.
Okay, so you have your house. Yeah. So you have your house, yeah? Where you live.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have your house where you live. If somebody comes there as a guest, are they equal to you in your house?
Yeah, but that's you're talking about in my actual house abode where we sleep, like this like a limited space. You're not talking about in an actual whole country that you're legally allowed to live in and should be treated like another citizen of the flipping country. Like actually, like you should. So you should have all the rights that the citizens should have. Yeah, you shouldn't have no extra rights in my house.
No, I disagree. I see it as a principle, that the same principle that applies to you in your house applies to a community and its area that it occupies, and also to a nation.
So
a nation is for a people.
In your house, you're going to get your own special treatment in it because it's your house. Like,
exactly.
No,
so what if it's your nation?
Yeah, but wait, hold on. No one's asking for extra special treatment. Right. Sorry, go on, carry on.
Okay. Yes. So I'm saying the same principles as your house is the same thing as your nation or your people or your sovereignty.
Indeed. Absolutely. And this is
the
the
principle. there was a bit of noise in the background here, so can we rewind that point so I can
Yes.
try to make
I am saying that the principle is scalable. So the same principle between yourself and your home is the same principle for your people and their nation. The nation is the house of the people.
Right.
So the same principles apply at all levels. So a guest.
Yeah, but it's a guest to your house, yeah, can be the leader of the nation.
Say that again.
No, just like
whoa.
Wait, hold on, chill out.
Okay, say that again.
Yeah,
Say
pause, man.
it
Slow
again.
it down, man.
Yeah, slow
The
it
guest
down.
to your house could be a leader of the nation. So the Queen can come to your house, you know. Yeah. So are you saying that because it's supposedly the Queen's England, that she should have more rights in your house than you?
Yeah, your house is on her land.
So she should have more rights in your house than you.
She does.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, no. Whether she does or not, that's a different thing, isn't it? Yeah. But I'm just saying that in the principle that the point that you're trying to make is that the Queen should have more rights in your house than you. That's the
Yes.
point that
Yes.
Yeah?
It's the same principle. Just like you have your
That means-
house, and then you have bedrooms for your children. Yes, you have bedrooms for the children. So those children.
Then, yeah. Let me
hold. Let me finish. Let me
scale it down. Wait. Let me
hold it. We'll go there. Let me deal with this first, and then test it.
Well.
Yes. Yeah. Let's test it. Just like in your house, you got the house, you bought the house, and then you have other bedrooms for the children. Right. So even though it's their bedroom and it's their private space, you know, every now and then you might look into the private space and say, well, it's about time you tidy your room, because it's a room inside your house. So your house is a house inside the big house
the people's nations, yeah.
Yes,
inside
that's
the
right.
Nation, yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna let that slide with you, yeah, because I want to scale that. I'm gonna let you slide with that, yeah, because I want to scale down the next question, yeah.
Okay.
To see if you fully agree with your principle all the way. Okay. Yeah. So, do you feel that because the Queen is the leader of this nation, that she should have more rights on your property than you should have? Yeah. You agree with that? Yeah.
Yes, she should, and she does.
Okay. So, do you think that a natural citizen of the nation should have more rights on the land than you should have?
Yeah, because a natural citizen is just like a child, one of your children in the bedroom inside. You know, you give a child a bedroom inside your house because they're your children.
Okay, so a natural citizen should have more rights in your house than you should have.
A natural citizen should have more rights in your house.
In your house, yeah, on their land, yeah. Remember, the natural citizen, their country, their land, whatever.
Yeah.
You're just buying the house, live on their land. Should they have more rights in your house than you?
That will be decided by the Queen.
No. It's not going to be decided by the Queen. Yeah, you're gonna have to decide. You're gonna have to decide that today, yeah, because we're going with your reasoning that one set of citizens is above the other. Yeah. So that's why That's why I wanted to scale it down.
Yes.
Are you gonna say that the natural citizen is above the invited citizen, yeah, every single time? That's what I wanted to stare and see.
Yes.
Because in theory, you're sort of saying every single time the natural citizen is right or Thingwob should take precedent over the
Guest.
invited citizen. You'll say, yeah, we're just using it for simplification.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct.
So
yes.
So that's what. So we've scaled it down with the house thing. The Queen should have more rights in the house than you. Yeah. So instead of going down Prime Minister so and so, I scaled it quickly to natural citizen.
No. We rushed a bit there. Slow it down. Let's slow it down and go into the detail. So I'm still holding the principle. Now, just like you have a house, and then you may have maybe 7 children, and you allocate each child a bedroom, and then you let all the children know which bedroom is theirs inside your house. Yes. So you also, if you start seeing fighting going on in one of the bedrooms, you'll go up there and you say, what's going on inside here in this bedroom here? And then one of the children's left their bedroom to come over to come fight one of the other children in their bedroom. And you say, look, go back to your room and let me talk to let's sort this out. Yeah, that's what you say. Go back to your room. Right. So on the scale, so you're making the rules of the house. So the rules of Britain or the rules of the nation are set by those in power or those who the Queen appoints to make the rules. So if your house is a very big house and you have guest rooms and you've invited guests to stay over the weekend because it's a massive house, then because they're guests and you've appointed the rooms where they can stay, even the people that live in the house permanently, if they go into the guest's room and start fighting with the guests, then that's against the rules of the entire house itself. Does that make sense? So to make your point that I'm trying to address your point. So the natural citizen has more rights than the guest, but that doesn't mean that the natural citizen can run around smashing up the place or in and out of the guest's house or in and out of other people's property, because that's why the laws are made. That's why the nation has laws to keep order in the house. So you look after the guests. Just like in a hotel. Even a hotel follows those rules.
You're saying that you don't agree with the natural citizen having more rights than you in certain places on the land.
The natural citizen will always have more rights than you on the land. But the behavior of the natural citizen will be regulated by the owner of the land.
Uncle, can I ask you a quick question there? It's interesting that point because so the natural citizen will have more rights on that land, right?
Yeah.
So when it comes to the situation of Nigeria, right, are you saying that they have more rights on that land than the European powers?
Yes. They're supposed to have.
They're
before you skip back to the other country, Go, finish your point, though. Finish your point.
Oh, sorry, go on. I'll stop.
Finish your point,
Yes, supposed to, because if Nigeria is a sovereign state and looks after Nigerians, yes, and Nigeria is in control of itself, then that's, of course, it applies in Nigeria as well.
Interesting. Yeah, Yeah, did you hear him?
Yo, yeah, man. So, yeah, so like I wanted to see what the point was with the with the powers, with the natural citizen having more
Yep.
power than the invited citizen. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so lay that last bit out again about the rules of the land.
Yeah. So just like you could have a mansion, and you could have a very large family who live inside that mansion, and every member of your family has their own space, or maybe their own flats, or rooms inside, or or suites inside that mansion, which is yours, and that's where they live. Now, there will be other rooms inside that big mansion that you may keep as spare rooms, and that you may use for guests. So just because the members of your family who reside in that mansion permanently and have their own space permanently, and their blood relatives, yes, they overall have more rights throughout the whole mansion. But if you, as the mansion owner, want to reserve part of the mansion for guests for your weekend parties, you may then tell the rest of your family that I'm having this section of my mansion reserved for guests. This is where the guest rooms are. Yeah.
So where do the servants sleep?
Sorry?
I'm only joking.
Yeah, so even,
that was funny. Hey, I sleep under the stairs. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, so
The best servant ever.
Yeah, so that mansion and the grounds on which that mansion is built belong to you. But obviously there's going to be house rules so that the mansion runs smoothly. So if you say that these rooms are reserved for the guests, then you wouldn't expect any of your children to be going over to the guest rooms, and especially disturbing the guests when you're inviting, because sometimes you might be inviting very important people. I mean, over that's what they have. Maybe some of you might know better than me, but when you have diplomatic areas, there's buildings that are embassies, correct? And the diplomats live in the embassy. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some.
Right. So, but that embassy where those diplomats live, who are representatives of a foreign power, that building is still subject to this nation. Is that not correct? So obviously, it depends on your relationship with the foreign power.
Not really. Hold on. The American diplomats owe fucking grands in congestion charge for so they don't fucking live by no British laws, and they refuse to pay.
Okay. So
plus, hold on.
Go on.
Yeah, there's a thing called diplomatic immunity. Yeah.
Okay.
Where if you're at a high enough position and your diplomatic community and you're granted diplomatic immunity, you can commit any crime and not be prosecuted.
So who grants?
Because people have committed murders in the UK, and left when they've been the main suspect implemented in the murder of a person.
Okay.
And they've left on diplomatic immunity.
Okay. So who's the one who grants diplomatic immunity? Where
Same people that I keep telling the right wingers to talk to.
Who are they? Who are they? Who grants
the people that run the shit? The people that actually have the power.
I like the
law.
way Velle goes straight to the people who run shit and have the power. I know it's nice to know our side, mate.
The people that have the actual power, that set fucking laws. That the reason why Ralph is even born in England, those people.
I wasn't born in England.
You get me?
Yeah. But there's another way. The house analogy, without wanting to go into breaking into the house and having a sort of home invasion on your metaphor for a second. Another way to look at it, Velle, do you know what moral foundation theory is? Do you know what moral models of morality are? Yeah, we know, for example, that there's only 6 dimensions of morality. And liberals or left-wing people and conservatives, we all share all dimensions. We share all of those share the dimensions, but conservatives share all 5 or 6 much more, and liberals share the top 2 most. Everything you've said today has been about the liberal.
What are they?
Do you want to put up a picture on the screen? It's easy to see the picture.
Yeah, but you can tell me what they are as well.
Yeah, no worries. So let me just a second, mate. So let me put this up. I don't think it's just a simple thing. Won't spam your chat or anything. But so if you look at this, so if we know now that from computer modeling that all human beings, all moral questions are always in 5 dimensions. You can't ask a single moral question to make a moral statement that can't be collapsed on the 5 dimensions. And if you look at the bottom 3,
what is it? Harm.
The care harm. So let me explain them quickly. Care harm principle, like everyone feels, don't hurt the baby. Fairness is like, hey, I want the same for black and white, for man, for woman. The bottom 3, if you look at the left-hand side, that's where liberals are. They have much less of it. And conservatives or right-wing people on the alt-right. The bottom 3 are authority. Will you listen to the father? Will you listen to the church? Will you listen to your elder? The second one is in-group preference. Do I prefer my tribe over yours, my race over yours, my football team over your football team? And the last one is purity. Do I respect the flag, the Bible, the Quran?
How does this got anything to do with morality?
Wait,
wait.
These
are the only.
You're not going to slip that last one in there.
The purity for example, would be the church, the cross, the flag.
Purity, church, and
yeah. So Muslims would care about. Muslims would care about. Let me give you an example. Muslims would care about the Quran.
No. Stop. You said purity, and then Christianity. Come on, you got to slow this one right down.
Not just Christianity. It could be anything. The purity came from our evolution of, for example, not eating poisonous food. It's the same circuitry that fires, for example, for poisonous berries. And a Muslim would be upset if you harm the Quran. A Christian would be
got nothing to do with religion.
It could be any religion's an example of it. It could be anything. It could be food. It could be poison.
Are you going to make? Are we going to clear up the statement that purity has nothing to do with religion?
No, religion would be an example of a purity moral. It could be burning a flag. It could be, for example, not having your child have a short skirt. These are all examples of purity morality.
Hold on a sec. So what's impure about having a short skirt?
No, for example, that would be your moral judgment. So if you had no moral judgment on it, you would not fire the purity axis. You say, I don't care.
No.
So, for example, if you care, let me give you an example.
No. Hold on. No. Don't try to switch it. Wait, you're trying to make me give you an answer. Yeah. When I asked you the question,
no worries.
I said, what's immoral? I never said I don't care or I do care. I just said, what's immoral about wearing a short skirt?
Because it would be violating the sanctity of women's sexuality be maintained pure.
What?
So women's sexuality, the sexuality of a woman, think of all the Muslim women covered up or Indian women covered up. They're all signs of purity. A white wedding dress is a sign of purity. I'm just telling you what it is, mate.
What about wait, hold on. What about the tribal areas, where there's no religion. Yeah, the breasts are on display all day and all night. Yeah, the brothers' penises are on display all day and all night, and they're not raping and having sex with random strangers and all that sort of stuff.
So different cultures and different societies would have different expressions of these
So
moral principles.
is the tribals people purity higher than the Christians people purity?
It would, no. Yeah,
wait, hold on, because there's less rapes in the tribal people area than of Amazon. Yeah, you know them people in the Amazon basin, walking about and that, compared to the Christians of the UK then.
No, so I think you're thinking about it the wrong way. Think about it as a measuring stick of whether you think that thing is moral. Not you're trying to say, is it this one more moral than that? Don't think of it that way. Think of it are you expressing morality? So a nun in a thing, a girl covered up.
So how is a short skirt immoral?
Because sexuality is a sign of purity.
Sexuality is a sign of purity.
Correct.
Yeah, but
let me ask you this, Velle. Let me ask you this. Okay, Velle, let me make simple test, Velle. Yeah, simple test. Yeah. Do you think your wife should? Do you think your wife or your partner should sleep with lots of men every night?
Should sleep with lots of men every night?
Yeah.
That my wife should sleep with lots of men every night?
Yeah, simple question, moral question. Do you think your wife should sleep with many men every night?
That's dumb, because she's my wife, though.
No, but Velle, I'm just trying to help.
Hold on, man.
I'm just going out the purity moral question.
Stop trying to run off, yeah?
I'm not going anywhere.
Why I'm saying it's a dumb analogy, yeah, is because like I asked you why a short skirt's immoral.
I'm giving you an example that you're not.
You're saying should I think it's okay for my wife to sleep with?
No, what happened? You missed a skip there. Velle, you missed a middle step there, because you said, how is sexuality a form of purity? And I'm helping you out with an example. If you said yes or no, your morality that frames your answer, yes or no, I'm not even picking an answer for you, is going to be a question of purity. You prefer your wife to be pure for yourself. Right? So that's an example. That's an example of purity. So my question I'm trying to make...
There's different schools of thought, though. Yeah, because there is people that may be happy for their partners or their wife, their husband or whatever, to be sleeping with different people as well. So,
yes, exactly. And what would those people be? They'll be very liberal, so they'll have a very low firing of the purity scale. Look at the curve.
So what?
Notice how the more right wing you go, the purity rises.
Are you saying that the people that have multiple wives are very liberal?
No, what I'm saying is, if you look at the diagram, so this very, very one of the most solid piece of scientific models ever made. If you look at the left-hand side, all questions, whether you slide yourself across that yellow line or the green line or the blue line, is you see that all morals, depending how liberal you are, you'll be on the left. So if you were a conservative Muslim and you said, no, my wife would be a virgin at birth, you'd be far on the right-hand side of the purity. If you're liberal, say, I don't care, my woman fucks around with many guys, you'd be very liberal with the low-firing purity axis. The reason I do this, don't get too caught up on one.
At the same time, you're saying that, the guys from Islam will have can have more than one wife as well, not just so, because you was trying to talk about sexual promiscuousness as purity.
Yeah, but before you get, because this is the first time you've seen it, before you get too caught up, you can take your time, think about it for yourself. All moral questions are answered there. So if you go back to your house analogy, what's the difference between conservatives, ethno-nationalists, everything? They rate in-group preference as very high. So if you look at the right wing, on the right-hand side, in-group preference, my tribe, my nation, my country, my home, is not yours unless you're in my in-group. Liberals care.
Wait a second. Unless you're in my own group in there, yeah? You knew what was coming, in it.
So now you can see. So now, Victor, I defy you to ask me a question which cannot be answered against this. You won't be able to. You won't be able to break the moral.
Yeah, go on, Ralph. Go on.
Question. Look, what's it called? 6 levels of morality. Is that what it's called?
So Jonathan Haidt, 15 years ago in Yale, he performed. He went across all the cultures and times, and he kept trying to find models of morality, because we only had 3 different research models into morality before that, and he tried to find out what is common. And then he produced one of the largest studies ever done for statistical fact analysis across cultures, across societies, and found
all of them collapse onto these following dimensions. There's no moral. There's no moral. Jonathan Haidt, H-A-I-D-T at Yale. So if you look up Jonathan Haidt, H-I-A-I-D-T at Yale, it's a groundbreaking piece of work. It's changed everything we understand about morality. Now you ask yourself, any moral question will always fall in these dimensions. And this diagram showing the difference between liberals, left and right wing. So now when you talk about open borders, someone burning a flag, you just find all of these questions answered there. And your home analogy, which IC3 was doing so well, is saying, hey, if I show in-group preference, which is a conservative principle, right? Those bottom three are very conservative. You can see conservatives have more of them. Or purity, not race mixing, for example, is an example of purity. Or open borders is an example of in-group preference. You see all of the questions formed there. So now when you say in your house, hey, should I live here? Should I have equal rights? When you're liberal, you keep firing, hey, I want the fairness principle. Hey, Ralph, I don't want you to be called packy and beaten up when you go down the street. These are all the care harm principles and fairness you're firing. You're firing the bottom top two because you're liberal.
No, I asked you those questions because Nainefa asked you the question first of all when you said you wanted to go back to the good old days and you refused to engage on that one.
I posted something in the back chat. So this is like what he's coming from.
So if you look at this diagram, you see that all those questions, including Nainefa's, so when you look at nationalists, example, they want in-group preference, purity, and authority. So people on the right, remember, all people are firing all five. No one has only one. Everyone has all five. It's just where you are on the five in the scale. And in this case, you can see all your questions. A house analogy just breaks straight onto the curve, right? It's my house, in-group preference, my children, purity, my family. Authority, IC3 goes in and breaks up the fight in the room. Conservative, IC3 is conservative principles. All his answers were conservative, right? All your answers, Velle, have been liberal. God bless you for that.
So is the five? Is it 5 or 6? He says.
Well, there's 6 dimensions if you add autonomy of liberty. So, right? 5 works as well.
Wait, hold on, because is care there?
Yeah, care, harm, care. So each of them have an inverse. So the opposite of care is harm. So the care, harm, the fairness, justice, they all have a pro and anti-label.
Group, authority, or respect, and sanctity or purity.
Yeah. And we've evolved all of these, and Haidt's work, which is groundbreaking, that study has 23,000 sample points, which is an absurd number of sample points. 2,000 to 3,000 will give you convergence. It shows you repeatedly that you can look at political differences, individual differences.
So when they define purity, they're talking abhorrence for disgusting things.
Yeah, disgust sensitivity ratio. Like, let me give you an example. I don't like cauliflower. So I fire my purity axis and I reject cauliflower because I find it disgusting.
What are you talking about? You talked about purity in the beginning being to do with
sexuality, taste, anything to do with purity. Yeah. So race mixing, sexual practices, purity of food, type of music.
Hold on, this doesn't go into race mixing. I mean, actions may be.
Yeah, let's not go there.
So you can see liberals.
No. So I'm just reading you because when you define purity, it was different from what the definition of purity they're given here. So they're going into things like food, actions, opposite of degradation.
Correct. So the opposite of purity is sanctity is degradation.
So give me some examples.
So let me give you simple examples. Like burning the flag, for example, would be considered a sign of. So those who look at it as a positive trait, it would be sanctimonious or degradation, like burning a Quran. I'll give you examples of purity.
But James, so you're saying James SC is liberal now, yeah?
James SC is a well-known liberal, yeah. Because I'll tell you why. Because he doesn't exhibit in-group preference authority compared to harm and fairness. So good English liberals will be on this. So Jupiter's a liberal. She's not going to fire in-group and purity. She's going to worry always about care, harm, and fairness.
But you don't fire in-group and purity, though.
Oh, I'm worse than all those 5 together in my head.
Yeah, but everything you're doing is for the benefit of mixed race Indian people.
No, because my in-group preference is Christ.
That's not your. So
Yeah, no, but any Muslim would agree with me. Any Muslim or Christian would agree with me. Their in-group will be defined by their faith. Any Muslim will tell you that black Muslim is equal to a white Muslim under Allah. Any Christian will quote Galatians
So what sort of
3:28.
Christian? You're like a KKK sort of Christian then?
That's just a trope. You'd be worried if I was a KKK Christian. Don't have to worry about that.
I wouldn't do that. You better be worried if you was KKK Christian.
Hey, you'd be hella
Be worried if you was a KKK Christian, boy. Because once you take off your hood after the meeting,
don't worry about that.
You know
Don't
what
worry
I'm
about
saying?
it.
When you take
But
your
now
hood
look
off after
at
the
us on
meeting,
the
boy, it's
panel,
gonna
right?
be
Look at the
like
panel.
playing big feet.
IC3 is clearly conservative right. All his answers today, as are mine.
I
Chipter is
stopped trying
fairly
to
liberal with
kiss
some
IC3's
conservative
ass,
values.
man.
James SC
IC3
is
only
a
answered.
liberal.
Listen, IC3 only
Muhammad
answered
Hijab is
one
conservative.
question, yeah,
Of the builder is conservative.
about the thing, Bob, and then you tried to take over in it because, like I was saying, obviously the example of a natural citizen, we were saying, yeah, having more rights in the land, just in general, than an invited citizen, yeah, obviously had to readjust that position, because when I started talking about the house, that's why I went straight to the house, like where you live, yeah. So you're saying that someone should have more rights in your house than you. It was like, well, hold on, it's not always that. Then it's only if it's not on my land, and then there was different stipulations to it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't just natural citizens have more rights than invited citizens.
But again, you're firing in group preference, right?
Firing in group preference. What does that mean?
Yeah, but in group preference says it's my house, my group, my
yeah,
family.
because that's what I'm trying to say. So that's why I took it straight to your
okay.
house.
Liberals.
So that's why I brought it to the house. Yeah, because like I was saying, like the point I was trying to make was that if you're saying that a natural citizen, someone whose family say has been English for a certain amount of time, and they look like an English person, which should look, yeah, a natural citizen. Yeah, is why I said that. Yeah. That they should just have more rights than you on the land just because they're a natural citizen. So that's why I was saying that, hold on, that won't work out, yeah, if the way that you sort of want it to, because that means that a homeless natural citizen should be able to walk up to your house, knock on your door, and tell you to get the fuck out of there because I'm homeless.
Yeah,
Is that to me or IC3?
Analogy. You've mixed it up a little bit.
That's not mixed up. That's correct. That's
That's exactly what he's saying. It's not even mixed up. That's exactly what he's saying. That when you're saying that a natural citizen should have more rights, more to housing, to so and so, than someone that's an invited citizen. Because it wasn't about an illegal immigrant. It was about an actual citizen that's been invited to come here, that's been allowed to come into the country.
Oh,
and Velle, do you notice how you keep? But just a second though, actually, you can notice, Velle, that all your framing is from the care, harm, and fairness.
Nah, yeah,
you're asking the question: is that fair?
No, it's not. It wasn't that. Yeah, it wasn't that. It was fair. Yeah, it was making sure that you agree with your analogy when it affects you in your own situation. So you're saying that you want the natural citizens to have more rights than you. So basically, you're saying that a homeless English person, because I know a homeless English guy right now that would love to live in your house, right? You get me? So if that's really what you, if it's not a council, your house probably ain't even a council place. Yeah. But
you're right.
It doesn't matter if you own the place or not. It doesn't matter if you own the place or not.
You're 100% right. Ethno-nationalists would give an English person my house over me because it exhibits strong in-group preference. Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
100%.
So, yeah. Can I add a point here that a poor white person, a poor person who is recognized by the state as being a citizen or a citizen of the land versus a rich person who is considered to be a guest, where you will see the contrast is not that won't be that the poor citizen will walk into the rich guest's house, because even if the poor citizen it is a citizen, what the difference comes out in court. That's where you'll feel a difference. That's where you'll feel. That's where you'll feel a difference. Then you'll know who's who. So even if they're poor, and they're perceived as being part of the in group, and you've got your lots of money, you meet them in court and see what happens. You'll find out.
And again, that would IC3. That would be the use of authority, right? So simple examples for that in countries like India, Vietnam, Thailand, foreigners can't own 51% of a country, of a company.
Right.
The authority will invoke full in-group preference.
There you go.
It won't let you own. It won't let you own 51% equity in a company because you're not in the in-group. Doesn't matter how rich you are. Authority will enforce in-group preference because they're conservative ethno-nationalists.
So it might be so it might not be so blatant. It might not be so blatant here.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I reckon you will find there are companies out there in India and those countries that you mentioned that have foreign companies that own so much of the company, and nothing's been
not in nation states. No, I can tell you that's not true in India. I can tell you it's not true in Vietnam, Cambodia. I can tell you it's not true in Thailand.
I haven't looked into it,
but have a look at it. I can assure you, you'll find I'm correct.
No problem.
Yeah.
Well, so the point here again is, so the point here is when you talk about these things, the whole conversation is often you can see when you put the liberal lens on, and you look at that, you're constantly gauging everything by care, harm, and fairness. And if you put the conservative right wing, you're also adding authority, in group, and purity.
Ralph, what's it called? That moral judgment thing. I looked at it. There's criticism. I've even read the criticism of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Yo, I disagree with that point that IC3 made just a second ago. Yeah.
Which point did he make?
He said that a poor British person versus a rich person that's not of the nation in court, the poor British person will have an advantage over them. I disagree with that wholeheartedly.
Okay, let's go a bit deeper into it then.
Yeah.
So
remember we made the analogy before, yeah?
That because that shows that you understand that it's more about class in this country and not colour.
No, it wasn't that, yeah. It was why I disagreed with that, yeah, because you're basically saying that if you're a person that can't afford good legal cover and you're a rich foreigner who can afford the best legal protection in the country, that person is going to lose against them.
Okay, so let's take it a bit deeper. Now, if that foreigner or guest is perceived to be contributing to the economy of the nation, is perceived as being a very healthy contributor to the overall nation or people, then sorry, yeah, then
someone dropped off, but I can't remember.
Okay, yeah. So the poor person who's a citizen, who's playing chess? Yeah, the poor person who's a citizen. If that poor person is perceived to be a good citizen, even though that they're poor, then the court is in a bit of dilemma. But usually, the police, who are an extension of the court, will kind of can swing or tilt that situation. Does that make sense? Yes. So because policing comes
Before it
into
gets
it.
to court, it could have worked.
Yes,
No,
that's
but
right.
wait,
So the
hold on.
police,
Before it got
hold
to
it, hold
court,
it. Yeah. So the
before
police.
it, wait.
Go on then. Go
Before
on
it
then.
got to court, that could have worked. Yeah. Before it got to court, that could have worked. Yeah. Actually, in court, I don't think that can work.
Okay.
Unless they're admitting false evidence, what they're making up to go against.
There you go.
Said
Beautiful.
person who's
Okay. Good.
Yeah,
Good.
if they're admitting false evidence, yeah. But wait, hold
Okay.
on. If they're admitting false evidence, yeah, and your legal team actually is a actual paid for barrister that can do his job properly, and they find out that, like they should, once they disclose the evidence to them, yeah,
Yep.
that this evidence is false, yeah,
Yes.
then it's going to be obviously dismissed from court, because obviously once the
Right. Yes.
barrister is able to prove that to the judge,
Right.
it's
Yeah.
dismissed, innit?
Let me make this point. It's a bit of a tricky point. It's a very tricky point. You see, the police are the extension of the court.
Yeah.
Therefore, the police and the court in a nation that is sovereign and sees its citizens differently from guests. If that's all being true, the police, because the first person, this poor citizen versus this guest foreigner who has money, this rich guest foreigner who has money versus this poor citizen. It's the police is going to be the first one that they're going to come up against, and the police will be thinking on those terms anyway when they're starting to gather evidence and making notes, right? That they're thinking, they're geared. The original police force would be biased to the citizen, because they would see that person, although they're poor, they're one of them. They're part of their society.
I don't think it's bent like that. Yeah, I think
Sorry?
if it's I don't think it's bent like that. Yeah, I think if it's when it's equal, then it will lean towards thing. I don't think it's bent like if you've got enough money to actually get good legal representative, the police are going to start adding in extra stuff to make sure that the poor white person was just because they're like a poor white person like that.
No, I'm saying before the legal representative, at the scene of the disagreement, the police will be the first one to arrive on the scene.
Yeah.
And then the police will be taking notes and evidence of the situation of the disagreement. So I am suggesting that police with national values and cultural values will take notes and gather evidence in preparation for the court in a way that will look favorably on the person who they perceive to be a member of their society. And so it will make so even if the foreigner who's rich may win the case, it's going to cost them a lot more, because the police can make sure of that by the way that they frame the cases.
How our courts are at the moment, or our legal system.
Sorry?
But right now in Britain, that's not how the legal system is.
Right
now in Britain, money talks. Number one. Number two, class talks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And
but it's where you got to do the racism comparison. Where you do the racism comparison, you got to have the people at the same. They got to have the same crime, the same class, but just different race. And then that's where you do the racism comparison sort of thing, innit? Because if you do it like we're doing a hypothetical situation, that situation, I can't see how the police are going to be able to. Obviously, it can be done. Yeah, I can't see how the police are going to fit up every single case against a poor white person versus a rich foreigner. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? Like every single case. That's a bit of a stretching it. Like, if you're going to go case for case on Thingamabob, like you might be able to find some sort of lean in one way or the other. Right?
The reason why I say this is because there is corruption within the police at the moment. I mean, I'm for keeping the police. I'm not one of these that wants to scrap the police, but I do think that there are some corruptions, because the police's sole job is to find people guilty. Because if they take cases to court and there's too many not guilties, it looks like they're not doing their job and they're biased.
Right.
So they are fighting their own sort of personal, I don't know, agenda themselves as well, because they have to make it look like that they're always on the right side of the law themselves. So their main aim is to find someone guilty. So when Velle says that they will set people up, that's not the only way they do it. Actually, the way that they can do it is to collect evidence that's only in their favour and not bother going and looking down avenues that would go against the narrative that they're trying to spin.
There you go. That's the point I'm making.
To add to that, they also won't submit such things, findings.
I believe that obviously that's possible. But sorry, Sam, what did you say, Ralph?
In the IPCC, a lot of the IPCC trials, if you look at where the police failings are, they won't even look for counter evidence, and frequently they would not have submitted evidence that would have weakened their case. So even when they find it, they might not submit it. So the way to do that is you look at the IPCC trials for court cases and see where the police failings are. That's how they do it. They'll say,
ain't that more citizens versus the police now?
Yeah, IPCC is that's when you get the most. That's when you get the most information about the police works.
But I'm saying that. Yeah, but wait. Are the cases that you are talking about now? Yeah, they're more of a case where it's a citizen, is trying to prosecute a police officer, rather than two citizens, one a natural citizen, one an invited citizen. The invited citizen has more money than the natural citizen.
The police will be involved there. That's a civil case, right? It's not a criminal case.
Yeah, but if say they had a fight or something, in it, like obviously one person being arrested, trying to, see, it's like how would they have a case against each other like
no, a criminal case is not civil. Only the CPS can launch a criminal case, right? You can't take a private criminal prosecution; it must be by the CPS, right? But when it comes to shove, if there was a CPS case, money talks, right? Money and class talks, right?
Yes, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah. When there's no idea that there's no equal justice,
right? So therefore, can I say this then? So the battle,
which is good.
The battle. There's an internal battle of for national identity. See, all goes back to identity. This issue of identity is actually at the root of all of this that we're discussing.
Absolutely.
You see, with a nation that has its identity clear and knows who its people are, the police force will move with a different kind of tone.
Absolutely. There won't be there won't be in-group, out-group policing and nightmares. There won't be Sir Stephen of Lawrence. There won't be all this stuff because it would just be a homogenous population. It would have different problems, but it wouldn't have problems because they're two different types because it wouldn't have split loyalty.
Wait, hold on a sec. You think that there's not been deaths of white citizens in police custody or fit-ups against white citizens by the police?
More than black people, because majority of the time of the police force, it was only white. So the police were corrupt against white.
So it's not,
no, but there'd be different types.
You're talking about in percentage, isn't it? Like black people were a small percentage in the whole thing. So
but also, no,
obviously
it's not so much a percentage as it introduces a new dimension. Well, so look at things like black people get upset about things like stop and search or prison overrepresentation, and you have to ask yourself, well, what percentage of those were actually just not racist, if you like, and how much of them were racist? And for the ones that were racist, as we remember the moral dimension chart, those are police officers showing in-group racial preference.
Right.
In a homogenous society, you don't have an ability to express in-group because everyone's the same group.
Yes, so that's where money comes in. That's where the money comes in.
But the point of the police corruption thing was more of because like it was more of people trying to bring cases against the police in it, because like I was saying, no one's ever been able to prosecute a assault case against a police officer or any like deaths in police
the
custody
burden of proof,
or any of them sort of things. You know what
yeah,
I'm
the
saying?
burden
Like,
of
because
proof.
that's where the state is the state versus the single person, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, because they're representative of the crown. They're representatives. They're representatives of the crown at another level.
Well, it's the crown versus you,
But
innit?
yeah, but you look at a lot of the cleaning of the police force happened before multiracial relationships. Police was very corrupt at the turn of the century, and then over time you get better and better policing practices. But on the other hand, you want the burden of proof against a police officer to be very high. Otherwise, you'd be losing. Otherwise,
Listen to
you'd
this,
lose
yeah.
public faith.
So there's a white guy, yeah. There's a white guy, yeah. There's a white guy, yeah. His name's Crime Bodge. Has anyone heard of Crime Bodge?
No, I haven't heard of
Crime Bodge, yeah. All one word, yeah. Crime Bodge, yeah.
Okay.
The people sending videos of obviously police committing offences, yeah.
Yeah.
So there is one case that he's taken up himself, yeah, where a citizen, yeah, a natural citizen was stopped for no reason. He was obviously on his way home or to work or something like that, yeah. The police officer had a bit of an argument with the police officer because he disagreed with the reasons that the police should have stopped him. The police officer headbutted him, broke his nose and all that, yeah. Gave him 2 black eyes and all that shit, yeah. So he's not under arrest. The other police officers in the van had to get out the van and pull him off him. And this citizen has not been able to prosecute the police officer for that. He's not been able to have his day in court versus the police
Why
officer
not?
because
If there's video evidence, why not?
Yeah, there's video evidence, and
but there must be some reason.
Every time you can look on the guy's YouTube channel, yeah, his name's Crime Bodge, yeah, and because I'm butchering the explanation in it, because obviously it's not my case, yeah, but basically, yeah, the CPS has tried his hardest, the IPCC and others have tried their hardest, the Crown prosecution and whatever has tried the hardest to block any attempts at taking the police officer to court for the charges of what the guy wants them prosecuted for. Obviously, the assault, they're trying to make it a lower charge of something else in it. Basically, if you headbutt the police officer in the thing, Rob, that would be ABH and assault. I think the assault on the care special forces or care thing, that a new law legislation that they brought in is a higher charge than the actual assault on a police officer. So they would charge you with that. So
I mean, the funny thing is, when you look at it, obviously the police force is very conservative, and they would apply in-group preference within themselves. They'd apply authority and purity highly to themselves. So the only way you can get the police to be just when you put the liberal care harm is you need independent inspection. Because obviously police will close ranks.
There's no independent. There's no independent.
That's the challenge. Challenge of the IPCC
doesn't. Yeah, well, who's it? Who do the citizens go to then if you can't? If the people, you can't prosecute or you can't bring any charges against the people that.
But then you won't feel like you won't feel like justice was served, right? Which is why they're trying to create. I mean, the IPCC is not that old, right? But they're trying to create an independent thing, right? Because obviously, otherwise, people don't feel like justice was served, and the police can just do what they want, right?
They don't ever get justice because
but obviously,
the people that work for the IPCC are all ex-police officers as well, so they don't bring charges. Police officers don't charge police officers. They don't arrest other police officers.
No, they're going to show high in-group preference.
They'll probably oust a police officer that's working with criminals, giving out information and shit like that. Yeah, but any police officers that's doing police work versus Joe Public, they'll take the police's side all the time. Doesn't matter what race you are.
Oh yeah, it's not about race. I mean, this is about the police force acting as a conservative, autonomous community, right? They're acting as in-group preference within their own, cover each other policemen, don't betray hierarchy, don't betray
So
sanctity in this case.
does that mean
It's the
that the
same
right
thing.
wing now say that cops are the ops?
Yeah,
Cops and the ops are just a lot of black kids running around making a lot of noise, right?
Yeah. Can I say?
Come on.
Yeah, but can I go back to the earlier part of the conversation where Velle, you was mentioning, it was it? I don't know if it was Prince Andrew, but you're saying, what if evidence? It's gone around in a circle. I think it's what if evidence is found proving that one of the royal family has been involved in, pedophile rings and so on and so on and so on. Then Ralph already addressed that. He said, well, if there's enough evidence, then the Queen will judge it in-house. The
final
house must be maintained. Yeah, the final judgment. It's going to be a private. They'll be dealt with privately. So it's the same
very
principle.
special thing.
Yeah, it's the same principle with the police. So the police are just an extension. The police and the courts are an extension of the crown. So therefore, the rules go right the way down, and they deal with problems internally.
Well, let me give you a better example, even a recent example that's got the nation in an uproar. The grooming gang report has not been published because the government has, against the will, including going against Sergeant Javits' direct words, that he said he would leave no stone unturned and publish it, because they don't believe it's in the public interest. So the government of the United Kingdom, even though there's been 1 million rapes of girls in England, they've not published a grooming gang report because they've said it's not in the public interest. In the same way, a public prosecution.
That's what I'm trying to say, man. The right wing that supports the right wing that doesn't support them, have got their shit twisted backwards. It seems, man.
What do you mean by that, man? No, because it's not in the
Did
public
you hear what
interest.
I said? It's the right wing that supports the right wing governments, but the right wing government doesn't support the right wing supporter.
Yeah, but you mean the right wing government doesn't support the right wing supporter? Not sure I understood. I don't think I understood you, Ben.
Can I add this then? You see, if it's not the right wing or the ways of the crown dealing with issues privately, the other extreme is where issues were dealt with depending on how much money you've got.
In the personal private market.
Sorry,
but even a lot in the personal for an individual, then wealth and more in Britain. Jupiter was right. More importantly, wealth and class will kick in, but ultimately the power rests with the deep state.
Can I do a shout out because someone just done a PayPal donation as well? Yes,
nice.
Can I big up Sepid for the PayPal donation? Big up yourself, sis. Yeah, thank you for the PayPal donation and big up yourself, man. Yeah, thank you for that. Carry on, guys.
No, but right. So the deep state, so an individual case is one thing. But if you look at the grooming report as an example, or how long it took for Sir Stephen of Lawrence's prosecution stuff to go through, which is almost 10, 20 years, sometimes the state, the deep state, will act in what it thinks, not what you and I think. It thinks is in the interest of the nation, right? The biggest example being the grooming gang report, right? They've squashed it, right? Because we all know what it's going to say. Right.
What's it going to say? Wait. We don't know what it's going to say because it ain't been published.
But the reason they've quashed it is we all know in society what it's going to say, and they can't have it said. What do you think it's going to say?
Can't have it said.
Do you think that was a lot of Chinese guys doing the grooming?
Because you talking this double talk all the time, expecting everyone to just understand what you're saying here. But you need to speak. You got to speak it in
clear language.
You know what I'm saying? You got to speak it in layman's, because
but
like you're saying,
the majority
you're saying that they're
grooming...
saying that there's a grooming report that never come out, and we all knew what they're going to say. I actually didn't even know there was a grooming report. Number one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So, it was massive news. They've squashed it, right?
With what was the report going to say that everyone knows that no one's not?
It was running into the ethnic composition profile of the people and the people who supported the grooming. What do you think the answer
certain
is?
ethnicity was supporting the grooming, yeah.
What was the ethnic composition of all the people who did the grooming gangs and their support networks? Which communities? And what do you think the answer is? The answer is what we already know, but we had to wait for it to be official, and they quashed it. And then the state and the newspapers all collaborated, and they said, "Oh, it's in the public interest that we don't say what it is." Having done the whole research and having Sajid Javid, the Home Secretary, saying at the time, the Home Secretary saying, "We will leave no stone unturned." Once they got the report and they looked at what was in the report, they're like, "Fuck this! If we're going to put this out."
So what if it said? Wait, hold on a sec. You're giving my man too much credit, man. Yeah, you're going too far, man. Because you said a lot, yeah, but you didn't say nothing. Yeah, you said a lot, but you didn't say nothing. Yeah,
that's skills.
Yeah, because yeah, them skills. Yeah, bamboozle skills. Yeah, all right. But like I was saying that. So what if the report said that it was all
Chinese
local governors? It was all local governors that was procuring and allotting certain girls for these people to be picking up. Is that what the report was going to say?
That could have been an option, but given that we have other sources of evidence, like the court trials of the girls, we all know it's Pakistani Muslims, including the support networks. Because we know this anyway, right? Because we've already got multiple sources. But the government, the official form,
there's government support networks
covered it up. Government covered it up
of grooming gangs. Yeah.
Yeah, the government covered it up because they want the Pakistani Muslim vote, and they want, more importantly, the general Muslim vote, and the Muslim community would rally around the Ummah. And the parties.
So you're wait, whoa. So the conservative government is covering this up, yeah?
Correct.
Wow. Okay.
Because the Muslim lobby is strong in both the Conservative and the Labour Party, right?
Wow. So the
Muslim community is running rampant. They're running rampant in the Conservative Party, trying to get people struck off Islamophobia.
They hedge their bets, yeah. It's called hedging.
Of course they are. Both sides, just like the Jewish community. They're the left and the right. Yeah, playing both sides of the field. So that's a good example, like the IPCC. Even in the highest court with a government public commission, they squashed the report. Now, people try to take it by FOI request from Freedom of Information request. Every government lawyers crushed it in court, and the government refused to answer and refused to release it, and they've gone quiet. So was there justice served for all the girls? For all the women, girls, no justice. Because power.
And again. Who has the power? Who has the power to hand out justice for?
In this case, the Conservative Party. In this case, the Conservative Party has betrayed the nation.
Who's refusing to hand out justice for the poor
Conservative
English
Party.
girls? Conservative Party.
Yeah, directly we hold the Conservative Party completely accountable because they have full power. They have a majority in Parliament. They don't need to agree with Labour. They can do what they want. So they have betrayed. They have betrayed the girls. No justice. So just like Sir Stephen of Lawrence, no justice. Right. So what's the lesson over there? Justice means nothing compared to power. Power is the only thing that matters, right?
Okay, so how is power accumulated? How do you gain power? Because like you the way that you put this across now, you're saying that the Muslim community have gained more power than the British community, because how are they able to make a report go away hypothetically, yeah. This is hypothetically, guys, anyway, yeah. So hypothetically, you're saying that the Muslim community have been able to make a report go away, a government report that was going to be damning on a certain section, yeah. So they've been able to make this report go away. So you're saying that they've got more power than the right-wing patriots who are trying to get their message across, but can't get a look in or any of their words said in the Parliament.
No, because what's happened is the Conservative Party has betrayed. They have the power. The power is with the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party has betrayed the nation, the people, and sold out to it. Because remember, the only purpose of a political party is to, if it's a Conservative or Labour, is to get back into power. And they know they're fighting with Labour for Muslim votes. So they're scared if they went against and published a vote that all those Muslim people would go vote Labour. So they have betrayed. They have the power to execute the report, but they want those votes because they're fighting the other power base, which is Labour. So what they've done is they've betrayed the people. It doesn't matter if you're left or right, you should be equally disgusted. right? If you're Labour or Conservative, you should be equally disgusted that the people with a full majority of power refuse to go for justice. They chose power, in this case, getting re-elected over justice for the girls.
So, but wait, hold on a sec, yeah, as well, yeah, because we're going to rewind back to an earlier point that was made, yeah. So I heard people complaining that I don't cast a vote for any of these parties, but at the same time, when you're voting for the said parties, they're not doing the stuff that you're voting for them to do.
Correct.
So actually, who holds the actual power then? If you vote these people in and they don't fulfill your job, yeah, and I don't vote, yeah, who's taking the right route?
Well, I don't think that justifies not voting, but the point is, it shows you that the entire establishment and the democratic system is increasingly broken in the West, in the United States and Western Europe.
That's right. I know a few.
If none of the sorry, I see. Hold on one sec here. If none of the citizens of the country voted for any of the parties, no one voted. Yeah, what sort of message would that send to the people in power?
If there was a mass non-vote, you'd have a crisis. You'd have a crisis. You would go into either an authoritarian state or you just go into civil war or something, right?
Yeah. Can I say?
You're going to relinquish power very quickly, so you'll probably have an authoritarian state.
Yeah, exactly. But the justice, the thing is, after all of that 10 years of Tommy Robinson, all of that shit, and eventually the pressure on the government, they didn't publish a report. What does that show you? Well, it shows you that power matters more than justice. And how do we get power? You get power politically by voting, financially by acquiring money, socially by shame.
And Ralph, you know what else it shows you, yeah, is that if they wait long enough, yeah, people will forget about what they was coming out for in the first place.
Well,
we're not gonna. That's what they're hoping. Yeah, we're never gonna forget.
Well, what's happening? But wait, remember it started off with the grooming gangs and all this sort of stuff and all that sort of stuff. I ain't really heard any talk about that sort of things like that. You just said they've brushed a report about it under the carpet, and that sort of stuff doesn't come up in. Well, I don't read the papers or nothing anyway, but it doesn't come up in talking circles that we're in at the moment.
That's why we've got a big march coming up on August the 1st for the groomed girls. Two in particular, the men that groomed them were supposed to have been deported straight after their sentencing. They've been let back
on August
out.
the 1st, yeah?
Yeah, and one of the girls is
So you're not going to the reparations march then, Jupiter?
No, I'm not going
Very.
Black Lives Matter. Uno Guatemala. Yeah.
Shutting down Brixton and that Nation of Islam guy from the park. He's put out a video.
Leo Mohammed.
Yeah, Leo Mohammed.
Yeah, they're shutting down Brixton or something, can't they? But no,
they're not marching this. They're not marching this year. They're concentrating in Brixton. That's right. They're not marching this year.
Yeah, having an event, trying to raise awareness. I think it might be a better route to go, trying to raise awareness among the youngers and even the social media community about what they're actually trying to do, especially at this time when a lot of people are sort of getting interested in what's Black Lives Matter and who's Black Lives Matter and so people with actual real causes that are
can I ask
that afford
can I
hope Velle, can I just say this? I hope that when they shut down Brixton, I mean that's up to them. I ain't got no problem with them doing that for whatever cause they want to do. But I hope it doesn't end in a stabbing or a shooting because that would just make it as shit as the one in the
Oh dear.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna let that one slide. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. But let me. I've got to answer.
Why you let that one?
No, I've got to let that one slide. Yeah, because obviously we're gonna have to go into like another 10-hour debate about whatever. Like obviously, like wait. Yeah, but the answer I was gonna give you is that when they said they're gonna be shutting down Brixton, it wasn't that they're gonna actually be shutting Brixton down. It was a figure of speech in it, like for that they're going to be holding an event that's going to be a shutdown in Brixton. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to basically block the streets and all that shit. That's all.
No,
And then
no,
they're going
no,
to go
no,
home.
no. They're not going to be blocking the streets to do this, that, and the other. They're going to be holding an event that's going to be such a good event. The name that they've give it, yeah, that the people, the young people, the people that go to parties or whatever, they say it's a shutdown. So if the event was good, it was a shutdown. Rah. This happened, that happened. There was loads of girls there. There was drink, and we partied all night. We had a brilliant time.
Hey, Velle, can I ask you a personal question, man? Just a personal note, yeah? Is that the wrong place for me to wear my White Lives Matter shirt then?
No, do you know what? I think you would actually be welcomed with open arms. Do you know what? I think that's a good idea, Ralph. I'll tell you what, I will meet you there. I will meet you there, yeah, with the camera crew. I will meet you there with the camera crew for that march, yeah, with the White Lives Matter t-shirt, yeah. I'll wear my White Lives Matter t-shirt as well, yeah, but I'll meet you there with mine, yeah.
Yeah. Well, are we not going to go together and stuff?
No, we're going to go together, but we're just gonna meet there though.
Okay, yeah. So you think I'll make it from Brixton all the way to the town hall in my White Lives Matter shirt if I meet you? Do you think I'll make it that far?
You might do.
There's only one way. There's
might
only
be
one
surprised,
way.
man. You'd be surprised if you go to Brixton nowadays, mate. Yeah, because you're. I don't know. I don't know when the last time you went to Brixton was. Yeah, but
a couple of
if
weeks
you go
ago.
to Brixton on a Saturday night or Friday night, you won't see a lot of
Black people. No, I know because I was there a couple of weeks ago for dinner. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Gentrification. Yeah.
I quite like it.
Can I
Nice.
can I ask a question?
I'm sad that the both events are happening on the same day because I would have liked to have gone to both actually. But, I'm going to choose the groomed girls over reparations. I'm sorry to say.
I think the only way I'll be safe is if I wear my White Lives Matter shirt, but I also clearly have a suicide vest. So just that way, touch one, touch. Touch one, touch the block. Yeah, you can touch me, the whole block's going. All of us are going, man. Mashallah.
Actually, I know what it says. This is why Ralph doesn't turn around because you know what it says on the back of his shirt. White Lives Matter. After they pay reparations. That's what it says on the back of the shirt. Yeah, so it says White Lives Matter after they pay reparations.
What it should say, White Lives Matter after they pay reparations. Call IC3 blank banking for your application form.
Whoa,
interesting.
interesting.
If you got that bit written on the back, yeah.
Really, I didn't know.
Shirt, yeah.
PayPal,
you know what I mean?
IC3.
You might end up on stage with that t-shirt there. You know what I mean? Like, you might end up parading on stage.
I like it. I like it. Got that word in there.
You know,
the magic
word. My age, mate. I don't want to get on the stage and teach the black kids how to dance and shit, man. I don't want to show them up. I don't want to be busting any moves out there.
So, can I ask a question? I know a few people that run as or keep trying to run as independent candidates. How does that work? You know, if people are not happy with the Conservative, they're not happy with the Liberal or the Labour, can they all get behind an independent candidate and
yeah, you can. That's
the change?
Them like UKIP and all them other sort of parties started, isn't it? Like an independent sort of party, and then
right.
Like,
so
build up the following, and they got sponsoring and whoever sort of. Because really, I feel like it's the lobbying and the funding thing, which is really gonna.
Well, you want to stand for. You want to stand for
positions of having. Well, IC3 is going to stand for.
All you need is you lose your deposit, right? You can stand.
It's called the BNP.
You can put your name down.
The Black National Party, yeah.
Black National Party, yeah. But you can put your name down. All you do is you lose your deposit if you don't get exports, right? So you can, if you don't care about the deposit, you can just anyone can stand. You don't have to be a part of a party. You can just stand as an independent.
Yeah, you could be an independent as well, yeah.
You want to stand for, I think you should stand in Brixton for reparations. I think you might get some votes. Might get your deposit back.
Deposit back. So the meeting in Brixton for reparations.
Are you coming? You coming along, IC3? Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
the organizers, if they could kind of focus a number of the people that are gathered there and get them to think about the political side, maybe they could promote an independent, a new type of independent person dealing with certain issues. Maybe, I don't know if you could have a reparations independent candidate. Would that work?
Party.
Sorry?
A reparations party or reparations man.
I don't know. I don't know much about politics, how it works.
I'll tell you who was trying to get into politics here was, do you know Stephen Lawrence's friend that was with him when he got attacked?
Yeah.
So he was standing in Lucian.
Okay.
So, yeah, and obviously he's from Lucian Borough and all that as well. And
right.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. Like, you might, like, there's people that are working in this political field or whatever. But again, you sort of have to start speaking to some of the people that are in these things, innit? Like, to find out like what route you take and even what direction they're trying to go. Because
because
you
I've
get
never
me.
heard
Like, you might
anything.
feel like sometimes someone might be like a black person, yeah, but obviously what they're doing is not in the interest for the whole of or even the community that they come from. They might be a flipping Jamaican guy from Kingston, yeah, and they've just joined or are going to be running on policies that every Jamaican from Kingston is not allowed to come to the UK or something. You know what I mean? So it doesn't mean just because they're from where you're from that man's going to be doing good for you. I think that's where a lot of, say, especially black people are sort of gone wrong in it, like relying on just because you're black, then you're going to be doing good for air quotes the blacks.
Yeah, and they won't trust it. Yeah, so maybe an independent candidate might not be suitable. Maybe a group representing, the different elements of the black identity, of the black diaspora, could create a party with the focus of reparations. And at least they might get into parliament, and then they might have their 2 minutes speaking once a month to give their speech. So rather than all gathering outside parliament, they just get one person or a group of people, well, not a group of people, but of the group of, say, 5 or 6, one, they'd always select a speaker to speak at different times on the subject. This is just an idea.
Do you seriously think in your lifetime that you're ever going to get something like reparations?
Oh, definitely. The goal is
this is a good conversation, yeah. Ralph and IC3 on reparations, man. Because I've been trying to make this conversation get started for a little while.
I'll be to the point. It's just it's never going to happen unless you can do 2 or 3 things. And no one's ever answered my questions. Perhaps IC3 can. So maybe I have a quick one. So my first thing is, if I have to do the accounting on a piece of paper, there's got to be a cost function and a benefit function, right?
Correct.
You can't just say it's been one side only, because that makes no accounting sense. So then the question is, how are you going to calculate the benefits? Question number 1. And follow-up question number 2 is, when you enter the reparations going, if you owe money, will you pay it?
Okay. Let's see if I understood that question. See if I can answer it. So, fundamentally, what's different about the concept of a black bank for reparations is that we would not be asking for this large reparation check, and then spending lots of time trying to calculate the exact size of this check and whether it's justified. I perceive the whole project a bit like the rewards for justice. So therefore, everything would come in as a claim by claim basis. So therefore, maybe the first claim would come in and it might be just for £300. And then if that's a successful claim, obviously the claim would have the accompanying evidences.
So, folks, give me a working
yeah.
example. So, IC3, let's say Velle is going to make a claim, and who's he claiming for £300? Who's he claiming against?
Right. So it would not be an individual processing reparations claims. The bank itself would represent all issues to do with reparations for people identified as black. So it would be dealing with reparations for enslavement, colonialism, and perhaps the Arab slave trade.
So there would be no individuals who'd be allowed to make a claim. Is that right?
No.
Okay. So you'll be claiming like a class action lawsuit. You're claiming on behalf of the entire African diaspora in the West or something.
Yes, but it wouldn't be just one main claim. An individual may come along with evidence and issues, and then that would be put. It could be processed as an issue for the individual, but the claim would not go to the individual. It would be for the actual
collective.
Collective. That's right.
Okay, so who would you be claiming against? Okay, so I understand the one side of the counterparts. Who would you be claiming against?
Right. Okay, so claiming against, there will be a variety of organizations and institutions and perhaps individuals that the claims may be against. So there might be a claim against museums, there might be a claim against the banks, there might be a claim against the state or Department of State, and so on. So
you'd be targeting. So let's keep it focused and simple in England. You'd be targeting, for example, the British Museum, Barclays Bank, and the Foreign Office, for example, right?
Yeah, let's say that. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So, and then in this claim, just to break down the contract, the claim, are you saying you owe me money only on one side, or is there a counterclaim on both sides?
Well,
so the two types of contracts: you either owe me money or I'm netting the contract. I owe you something, you owe me something. So, simple example: you took I make a small claims court. You stole £100 from me. One claim. Yeah. Second claim is you sold me a car for 600 quid and it was broken.
Exactly. So I imagine.
So the question is it the first type of claim or the second type of claim?
I imagine it will be both, because what will happen as evidence is gathered and then put forward, then there'll be counterclaims. So there'll be a kind of battle or a kind of like a trade negotiation.
Yeah, because that's the thing I don't understand, because I can't see how anyone on the other side, why it would be the lawyers for the opposition, if you like, would not immediately come back with a counterclaim, but you have to tell me how much you gained. Because that would just mean the most. If I was a lawyer on the other side, the first thing I'd be like, okay, all right, you're saying I sold your car, it didn't work, you used it for 3 months, it broke down. How much did you gain for it for 3 months? Without that conversation, I can't see how the lawyers would just be like, forget about it. You're just saying I owe you money, and you got nothing out of it.
Okay.
So you're going to have to account for how much you got out of it.
Right. Okay.
And can I just quickly ask you both a question there, and then you can both carry on? Wouldn't the fact that we were paying out of every British taxpayer's tax up until 2015, paying back the cost that it cost our country to buy the slaves and free them, wouldn't you have to equate it with how much it's actually cost the people of this country, of this nation?
Not exactly, Jupiter, but not just that, but a bit further than that, Jupiter. Also, if you let's take a guy from Ghana, and he was taken into slavery, and all the other guys in Ghana were not. How much did the guy from Ghana and all his ancestors actually gain by coming to the West? He lost stuff, but he also gained, right?
Whoa, well, see that itself could be an issue that would have to be negotiated or discussed, because the word gain, I imagine the opposition will be saying, "Whoa,
the lawyers would be straight
there's
on
all
you. They'd be like,
all
"You
these gains."
gained."
Yeah, I imagine. Oh, yeah, yeah. So
They
it
wouldn't
will be a
waste
matter of
time, man.
leverage. Yes, it will be a matter of leverage.
Imagine me, the lawyer ICT from the other side. First thing I'm going to be, okay, even before I entertain this claim, I want to see both sides of the cost accounting balance sheet. You came here, you're 17 generations down. But if I compare your per capita GDP, if you had never been taken from a poor African country, you gained so much in health, medicine, education, all these things. Can I have that number as well before I can subtract it too? If you say, oh, I don't have a number, there's no gain, they're going to throw you out of court.
Okay.
Because all they have to do is prove that you gained. And then you have to come back again with the gain, right? You'll have to come back again with the gain.
Right. So the opposition would be saying that you've received a gain as a result of colonialism and
being a descendant of slaves. Correct.
So yes. So I imagine that they'll be saying that, and that they'll be presenting those cases, and then.
But they won't be presenting it. That's how contractual claims won't work. They'll just kick it out and say, "We want you to come back with it." If you say no, I won't, then they'll throw the case out. They're going to say the burden of proof is on you to tell me. You're saying you took so much from me, and I gave so much. You're making the claim. You're initiating the claim.
Right. Okay.
They're just going to say, "Give me both sides of the accounting." If you only show with one side of the accounting, they're going to be like, "Well, you're wasting my time."
Oh yes. Okay. So the way you're framing it, it appears to me that you're framing it to be within a courtroom, a crown court or something like that. Is that correct?
No one's going to pay you any money without the lawyers being involved.
Right. So the court itself is also part of the issue.
What do you mean?
Right.
I mean, are you running this in England? You're going to be subject to the law of the land wherever you run the bank.
Oh, okay. So that you just have you have different types of court, don't you? You have the international courts and the local courts and laws courts of the land and so on. But the way we're approaching it is that the court and the value of the court and the way the court would process the whole issue would be biased.
Well, the court would be impartial. The problem would be the court. The court can be impartial. It's the lawyers for the opposition.
Right. So
the lawyers for the opposition. Let's take a simple example. Let's make it very real. Let's make it Barclays that has a colonial past, right?
Yep.
So you take a Barclays with a clear colonial past. You're going to Barclays. The first thing Barclays shareholders are going to tell is that we're paying who what? And they're going to send out the lawyers.
That's right. Definitely.
They're going to send out the lawyers. They're going to send out the Barclays lawyers. The first thing the Barclays lawyers are going to be like, let's run this to contract court. Forget whether it's payable or not. What is the contractual claim? You have only two types of claims. You owe me money and I owe you nothing, or we have to trade money. If you're saying, you owe me money and I don't owe you anything, all they have to prove.
Okay, let's slow this down.
I'm pretending I'm the lawyer for the opposition, mate.
yeah, that's right. So you're just firing like a machine gun.
My job is not. My job as a lawyer for Barclays is not to give you any money.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm being paid a shitload of money. I'm being paid a shitload of money to make sure you get no money.
Of course, that's right. That's right. So it's all about slowing the entire process down and thinking about every process.
It's about winning in court. Yeah.
But let's talk about the court itself.
Okay.
So what is your?
I want to make it very real. I want to use Barclays.
Oh, it'll be real enough. Don't worry. It will be real enough. Yes, but you see, a lot of the words that we use, a lot of people think just like, oh, right. Let's have this debate, and then we're gonna settle it in court. But they're not thinking about the court and what is a court and what are the values of the court and what is the culture of the court. So the whole issue of courts itself
Yeah, but that
It-
sounds
it's
like we go through a long explanation. My simple thing is that if you really want to raise money and get money out of Barclays will take you to court.
Oh, okay.
Normal court.
Okay,
Yeah.
watch this. Right. So, we also know that there's lots of so-called out of court settlements. Correct.
Correct. Yeah, they'll out of court settle if they think they're going to lose in court.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Right.
Right now, I don't think I'm losing in court.
Right. And sometimes, it may not be the losing in court. It could be that the issue they don't want on public records or whatever. They don't want the issue to become public or discussed or be shown or put on record. So let's say.
I'm trying to make it. I want
Yeah,
to
I know. I
understand how it works.
understand.
Yeah,
I
I
understand.
want to make it
That's
real.
right.
I'm like, so you could threaten
Yeah.
me and say, I'm going to disclose this. I'll get a court order sealing it and preventing you disclosing anything.
A court order, right? Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
So
Remember,
that's
I'm
why I
working
wanted
for
to dig into this
Barclays.
word. Yeah, I
I've been paid about
understand.
£10,000 an hour to make sure I don't give you $100 million. So I'm going to make sure you don't.
Good. So this court order. See that thing that word you said there, that phrase, a court order. So as if there's going to be a court that is not
entertains the claim.
Yes, and is not biased, because the court itself, like just like you have issues in Africa where the European, is it International Court based in The Hague? They can make judgments and they just zoom into Africa and just arrest leaders or and then bring them to Europe to court. And then there was a big issue where the Africans would say, wait a minute, why are African leaders being taken to Europe in The Hague and being arrested to go and face justice in a European court? So the very issue of court itself has to be looked into as part of the entire project. Now, would you agree that if you have two sets of business people, international business people, who sit around the table to negotiate, would you say that's the type of court?
Oh, that's you entertaining a contract. So again, I want to keep it real. So I'm Barclays.
Yeah.
And someone has the money you want, right? The money you want is in the business of the government. So let's make it easy. Let's go to business. I could go to government and pretend I'm working for Her Majesty's Treasury. But either I'm the lawyer for Her Majesty's Treasury or I'm the lawyer for Barclays. Let's keep it Barclays. I'm like, right, you want my money. I'm going to say no. And I'm going to see in court. Either you're going to try to come and convince me out of court because you've got some damning evidence and I don't want to go to trial. But given the amount you're going to be asking for.
Leverage.
Given the amount you're going to be asking for, Barclays will make a calculation going, you want what, 2 billion, 3 billion, whatever. Okay, fuck that. I'm going to get a £10,000 an hour lawyer. And he's going to be, no, I'll see you in court. Now, then your next step is going to have to be, you have to show up in court. You can say, I wonder, if you want to invent another court system and stuff, then you've got a long way of your thinking to go, because Barclays is still not going to attend your court.
Oh, all right. So it's unless there's leverage.
Yes.
They just ignore. Say, well, who are you? We don't know who you are. We never heard of you. So we haven't even got time to talk to you, and we don't want to talk to you.
You won't make it to the secretary. You won't make it.
Exactly right. So you've got to have the leverage. So
you'll be cock blocked. Yeah.
Okay. So would you say, when two groups sit around a business table to negotiate a very serious deal, high-level deal, that's a kind of court?
No,
I want to watch my language.
No, that's a commercial contract. So I've sat in many of those in my life, my work.
Okay.
Life.
Okay. All right.
Contract negotiations, right?
Good. Right. Okay. Contract negotiations. Right. Okay.
The lawyers are going to ratify it against something that will hold up in court, but you don't need to go to court. You just need a lawyer to ratify it according to law.
Right. Okay. Good.
Right.
So when these people are sat round that table, judgment is being made because there's no contract yet. They've just taken seats on each side of the table. Yeah, there's no contract yet. Correct?
Yeah, there's no contract. I'm trying to work out why I'm even in the room.
Oh, okay, good.
Like,
That's right.
forget the
Right.
sitting at the
Yeah,
table. I haven't even
I'm
entered the
just
room.
going slowly. I'm just going slowly. Right. So, yeah, obviously, to get into that room, there has to be some issue why they think it's worth their time to be in that room with
a claimant.
You see, even that word claimant.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I'm using
yeah,
the correct
yeah,
speak.
these are tricky words. So maybe some new words might have to be invented. But so I'm trying to keep it simple. So you have just like if you have two groups of people maybe representing their nations in the middle of a war where they're about to see if they can negotiate a peace treaty. So there's people still being shot and bombs are still flying, but these leaders of the nations still come together around the table. So I'm just trying to get all the language right. Yes, so that scenario is realistic. Yes, so we got two nations.
The deepest respect. I don't need the analogies. We can just cut to the chase. With the deepest respect, I represent Barclays, and you have to give me a reason to show up in the room.
Yes, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. So I'm just painting scenarios to make sure that I can. You might know the correct language. I might not have the correct words or the correct language. So I'm just kind of visualizing the scenarios and painting the scenarios, and then we can perhaps.
I can give you the short language that makes sense. Is there are two counterparties and there's a contract. One side is making a claim and the other side is a commitment. You could create such a contract privately, or you could try to enforce a contract under a court. That's the only option.
Right. So
and then you and I sit down. I'm the Barclays guy. And you say, hey, I got a case here. Yeah, that's it.
Right.
There's no other way out. There's no other way forward.
This contract, the way you're using contract, the word contract.
No money be exchanged without a contract.
Yeah, that's right. But I'm talking pre-contract or pre-treaty.
Yeah, we're talking about this contract. We haven't done the contract. It's not been written up. Barclays are not signing a single thing.
Right, that's right. So that's what I'm talking about.
And strictly that word would be called a preamble, right? Yeah, it's a preamble.
Right, good. Because the two sides are kind of sizing each other up and sizing up the entire situation, even before they start discussing so-called contract or treaty. So I see the whole scenario a bit like a war. Yeah, I see the whole scenario like that. I don't see it.
I can see how you're fantasizing about it, but I'm just making it very real. I'm the guy from Lawyers from Barclays. I'm like, I don't have any reason to meet this guy. Give me a reason.
Yeah, good. Yes, I know that. I'm expecting that attitude. I'm expecting that attitude. Yes. So that's why I'm going very slowly. So it's like the scenario I'm trying to paint, because I don't have the words or the language or the official terminologies. So I'm just trying to paint scenarios because I haven't got the terms. So if you have two groups that are at war and there's death going on each side, at some point, the leaders, whilst the war is still going on, may decide to meet to negotiate whether it's a good time to end the war and what deals can be had. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very long ramble. You don't have to go slow with me at all, man. I'm just trying to get to the bit
I'm
where
going slow for myself. Yeah, I know the rush. I know you're rushing, but I'm going.
I'm just going to wait. Let me put it this way. I'm waiting for. I forget about. I'm waiting for the meat. I'm like, at some point,
Yeah,
you got to show up with a deal.
Don't worry. Okay, right. So because
I've played with my vegetables at the side of the plate. I've tossed them around.
good.
I've
Right.
picked
So
the salad about. I'm like, where's the
right.
meat? Where's the meat?
Right. Okay. So that's right. So as you know, with fine dining, sometimes you have to wait a bit longer for the chef and so on. Right. Fine dining, especially the top level dining. So this is
While
what this is
Africa's
like.
burning and stuff. Yeah, go on.
Right.
You take your time.
That's right. So sorry for being so slow, but it's just because I'm got the
I'm just trying to work
language.
out if you've got a kind of model or contract model or something. I'm trying to work out what you have here.
Yeah, you see this word contract. We're talking pre-contract now. You see, the word contract might not be the right word. It might be treaty. Sorry to make it so slow. Let's. What's the difference between a contract and a treaty?
Okay, IT3, let me ask you a question. Right, you're saying that you're going to take people to the table to talk about this because you believe you're owed something, yeah? But
help me,
if,
Jupiter.
Yeah, what if the action says to you, that says, let's say he represents the bank, and he says, "I'm not coming to the table. I don't feel I owe you anything."
Yeah.
You need to say what proof have you got to show that those individuals have suffered because of what happened in the past today?
Okay, all right. Hold that point there.
Sorry, ICT.
Right.
I'll be back in 10 seconds. Go on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, see this word contract. We'll get to where you're saying, Jupiter. I just want to clear up this thing about contract. So Ralph was mentioning the word contract a lot. It says a written or spoken agreement, especially one concerning employment, sales, or tenancy that is intended to be enforceable by law. Okay, so I'm not too comfortable with this word contract. So we look at the word treaty.
Right.
Okay, treaty. Treaty, a formally concluded and ratified agreement between states. Now, I think that's a bit nearer the issue. There might be another word that I don't know of, but it's a bit nearer the issue because the identity, black identity, I'm seeing as a nation, the black nation.
Right.
So it becomes the embodiment. In order for reparations to happen, the idea of blackness has to formulate into a kind of state, because of the so it'll be a contrast between, say, the banks, because there are no black banks, and I suspect that the banks that we'll be talking to are white supremacist banks.
Okay, IC3, let me just cut to the chase. If you want to treaty with someone, right?
Yeah.
The other side you've got to have something that the other side wants. If you haven't got nothing the other side wants,
Yep. Good.
They're not going to talk to you, are they? So what is it you believe that
the leverage?
What's your leverage? What is it you believe?
Okay, good. So this is where it gets interesting. In short, the leverage will be and is consultancy services offered by the black nation to help avoid a bank run or a run on the banks. That's the short, simple answer. And we can dig into that.
Okay, what's a bank run for I don't know.
Okay, so let's go. So that's a short answer. So let's dig into consultancy service for the avoidance of bank runs. So a bank run,
yeah,
also known as a run on the bank, occurs
yeah,
when many clients withdraw their money from a bank because they believe the bank may cease to function in the near future. In other words, it is when, in a fractional reserve banking system, where banks normally only keep a small proportion of their assets as cash, numerous customers withdraw cash from deposits accounts with a financial institution at the same time because they believe that the financial institution is or might become insolvent. They keep the cash or transfer it into other assets, such as governmental bonds, precious metals, or gemstones. When they transfer funds to another institution, it may be characterized as a capital flight. As a bank run progresses, it generates its own momentum. As more people withdraw cash, the likelihood of default increases, triggering further withdrawals.
yeah,
This can destabilize the bank to the
yeah.
point where it runs out of cash and thus faces sudden bankruptcy. So, last sentence, to combat a bank run, a bank may limit how much cash each customer may withdraw, suspend withdrawals altogether, or promptly acquire more cash from other banks or from the central bank, besides other measures. So, what I said in answer to your question was that the Black Bank for Reparations would be offering services and advice on how to avoid bank runs.
So what if what if you go ahead and you did this, right? Because that sounds, oh yeah, that sounds like you're doing something brilliant. But what if you go ahead and do that and everything crashes and we go into anarchy? How are you better off?
Okay.
They still haven't given you any money. You're still in the same position. You've crashed all the banking system. You've only took back the money.
Slow down. Whoa. You've crashed all the banking system. No.
No, you would. It would have a knock-on effect. It would have a knock-on effect, right? So you do that. You do that.
Oh, no, we wouldn't
How
do
does
that.
that benefit you, and how does that benefit anybody else?
Yeah, we would not be just crashing the banking system. What we would be doing is offering advice on the
You
best
wouldn't be
way.
offering nothing because they've refused your offer.
Oh, well,
You've
then
had to use your leverage. You've had to put your money where your mouth is. So you've had to draw it out. You've only got the money that you're standing with today. How does that benefit your Black community that they say is impoverished, and that's what part of the problem? So how does that benefit the poorest in your society?
Right. So let's So what we do, let's approach it from a different angle. So, seems that everything is based on identity
Mm.
as a social construct, and banking itself is a form of social construct. And as we've just read, it's the strength of a bank is the belief and faith in the institution itself. So, if the people classified as black, IC3 black, were to believe and have faith in themselves as a community, they would have the power to focus their energies and their abilities to create and produce things and create faith and produce faith in themselves. Yes, because that's how banks work.
Okay, I see. Let me just put it simply to you, right? Because I'm not as intelligent as you and Ralph, right? But for me,
I'm not until I'm learning because I haven't got the words. Ralph's got the words.
Right. To my basic mind, right? You go there, you say to them, we want to speak with you and we want to sort this out because otherwise we're as a community, as a large community, 3% of this country, we are going to draw 3% of our money from your banks. And in amongst that might be millionaires, but in amongst that, there's going to be a hell of a lot of poor people, yeah? So you order your community, they say they don't want to listen. You order your community, take your money out. You're now saying that collectively with the money that you got, you're just going to have your own community. But if you're not trading with the rest of the community, what you're going to end up with is a poverty cycle of communism and poverty. Because you're going to have
You mean like Black Wall
you're
Street?
never going to increase unless you start making trade deals with other countries. Yeah, you're never going to be able to increase the money that's coming in to your circle. It's never going to get any bigger than what you've drawn out on that day. Meanwhile, the poorest in your community are going to end up starving.
Really?
Well, what are you going to do? The millionaires that pull their money out are going to pay for the ones that haven't got nothing, which is communism. Is that what you're going to do? You're going to share the money equally.
You're jumping ahead here to share the money equally. So,
well, that's what I'm asking you. If you pull the money out,
hold it. You're firing lots of questions there. So I'm going to try and think of the best way of addressing a few of the questions that you asked before. So, yes, I agree that any community that identifies itself and has a clear view of its own identity and its own values and its own mission can effectively trade with other communities, nations, and peoples. So if the black IC3 black community was to decide to withdraw resources from certain institutions, that would not stop them from continuing to trade with other people, just that they would have a different basis because they're the understanding of their own self and their own identity, and then be able to operate more efficiently as a collective.
Right.
And the efficiency of their collective operation is based on a clear identity of who they are and what the intention is.
Okay.
So
let me ask you this then, right? You're
go on
going to
then.
do that. You're going to do that. What do you think the reaction from the rest of the communities is going to be?
Beautiful question. So the reaction from the rest of the communities, as is actually taking place now, actually, is that they will also start to clarify their own identity and their own shared values.
Yep.
And they'll start to mirror, which will not stop, which will improve relations all round as people begin to become more focused within themselves and their people and their values.
So
Yeah.
you think?
So yeah.
Wow.
So hold it. So the rise of Black nationalism would cause the rise in white nationalism.
True.
And Asian nationalism and Chinese nationalism and so on. Yes.
In the confines of Britain, which is where you're trying to get the money from.
No, it's not confined. No, it's feral. So
Okay.
it starts off. It starts off as the project starts off as it means to continue.
Okay.
So it will be established with local interests, but also international interests. So the same model will be taking place.
Hours, I'm sitting, I'm so tired.
Hello. Yes. So it'll be happening.
A moment.
He didn't realise we could hear him, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it'll be started. So the rise of Black nationalism would be a rise both in the UK, in America, in Africa's, and so on, in the Brazils, the Caribbean, all at the same time, as the networks communicate with each other. So and that would spark off, that would spark off a rise in Asian nationalism. And then they wouldn't just be based in India. It'll be Asians everywhere. It would also spark off the rise of white nationalism. So just like Rondo enjoys coming to this stream and speaking as a white nationalist.
Yeah, he does.
From Germany. He's speaking to the English people, and the English people are speaking to American white nationalists, the English white nationalists, the Scottish white nationalists, and so on. So the nationalism all rises all round at the same time. It's not just focused to one country.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah. And I believe that attitude would result in less violence, less chaos, in the same way as
I put it to you that you would cause the most chaos that you could ever cause in Britain, because
of course I know people would think that, yeah, but it's the opposite. Yes, I know a lot of people will be arguing in that way
because it will lead to protectionism. But not only that.
Hold it. What is protectionism? I've heard that term. So let's just lead to protectionism. Let's see how bad this protectionism is and why you hate it so. So protectionism. So protectionism. In economics, protectionism, the theory or practice of shielding a country's domestic industries from foreign competition by taxing imports. Okay. So I think yes, but I'd change the word countries. I'd say the theory and practice of shielding a nation's or a race's domestic industries and businesses from foreign competition by taxing imports. Yeah, no problem. What's the problem with that?
No, the problem is this: that most of the money and the wealth, yeah, is in the very countries that you believe you're going to take your little amount of money away from. The minerals that you've got are only worth something if those rich countries buy them.
Rich country.
Yeah. If the
Okay.
countries that have got the money buy them. There's no point holding it. It's like somebody living in a cabin, right, with a fucking big pile of jewels, but they've got no food. They've got a cabin. They've got a big bucket of jewels there, but they're holding on to them because they're theirs, and they don't want to sell them to the people that have got the money that will make them have money to make them be able to trade to buy the stuff and the better home that they want.
Okay, interesting. So quite a number of points you've raised there.
Yeah.
In the reparations bank, there are certain assets that are deemed tradable and other assets that are deemed untradable.
Right, okay.
Yeah. And the untradable assets are those assets that will be used for the development of the nation and its culture and education of the people. So not everything is for sale. There are some things that have cultural value. But there will be other assets that are tradable. So I'll just like to make the differentiation there between, because some people, they have the attitude that everything is for sale or everything has its price. But there are other people, in contrast, who will trade, but there are certain things that they hold sacred to their nation, their identity, and their culture.
Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that point there.
Yeah, but that still doesn't explain what you're going to do to rectify that situation, because what will happen is the countries that have the money will say, okay, they've taken their money out, they want to hold on to their minerals, that's fine. We'll readjust ourselves. We'll do what we do between ourselves, the nations that you've took your money away from, right? Basically, what you're saying is all black people will take it away from every other nation, right? All the other nations will just say, right, we'll be protectorate, we'll trade amongst ourselves, and we'll leave them on their own with their money that they've got, standing as it is, and their minerals, and just leave them to it, right?
Okay, hold that point there. Hold that point there. So, nations, you see, with the rise of black nationalism, there will be rise of other nationalisms, like white nationalism, Asian nationalism, so on. Hold it. Yeah, so they'll rise. So the actual shape of the world, or the world of trade, will change.
Yeah, obviously.
So just because black nationalism is on the rise and it's has protectionism, protectionism in this context is that they're protecting what they see or what anybody sees, even what the other nations will see as their core cultural values. So the white nationalists, they'll be protectionists. The Asians will be protectionists. But just because you're protectionist, it does not mean that you will cease trading with other people and other nations.
No, but what you're missing, the point you're missing is, right? Look, just take it down to a basic level. You come to me and you think that years ago my ancestors owe you something. Yeah? I say to you, I don't believe I owe you anything, because I believe the benefits of you living here, when your ancestors came here, outweigh now the fact that you had losses at that time. The gains, what you've gained, it's hard to debate what the losses and that are without doing it individually, and that would take too much time, right?
Too much.
I said to you, I'm not going to bother getting into this. This is too complex, too complicated. It's not worth my time. You say, okay, fine. I've invested in your bank. I'm taking my money out your bank. I'll say, okay, take your money. Take everything that you believe is owed to you, all your gold, your jewels, your minerals, everything. But don't come and ask to trade with me, because I don't want to trade with you, right? That's the first reaction. The second reaction will be, when you go and do it to the other countries that you do it to, those people will feel exactly the same. They will start protecting their own. But they won't feel that way about us, because we didn't take anything from them. Everybody else will feel that way about you, because you're going around, hold on, let me finish. You're going around saying, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this, right? You've now collected it all together. You're sitting in your living room. You've got all this stuff all around you. Yeah?
Yep.
But you've now got to start from scratch. You've got to build your infrastructure. You've got to do all that. Meanwhile, while you're doing all that, all the others are still trading. They've still got their infrastructure. They've still got their people. They've now got their people more united than ever.
Good.
You know, to increase the value of what you've got to trade. But these people are refusing to trade with you. So you're now going to have to go back to these people and say to them, look, I really do need you to trade with me. Now, they can either be cutthroat and say no at that point, or they can at that point say, okay, we want some of their minerals and stuff. We want some of it because it helps us along our way.
Yep.
Right? And they'll go, okay, then let's negotiate. And they're going to negotiate in their favor. They're not going to negotiate in your favor.
Of course. That's how negotiations work.
Exactly. The power is still with them.
What
they're going to say to you is, okay, yeah, we'll buy that oil, but now instead of buying it £5 a gallon or whatever it was, we're going to say that we'll buy it at £3 a gallon. And because you want money to come into your society, right, from the value of your minerals, you're going to have to take that deal.
Really?
Yes. Otherwise, you're going to.
Hold it. You raised some good points. Okay. So you're going. See, you raised a good issue, but when you start to drop statements in there, that's when it got a bit difficult. So like, we're gonna have to do that, and they will have power, and they, yes, they may have that attitude, but exactly what they can and can't do is a different thing. So now, with the rise of white nationalism, black nationalism, and Asian nationalism, and Chinese nationalism, and so on, real nationalism, just like we set up the black bank for reparations, they may set up a Chinese bank or Asian bank and so on. But there's another entity that is not nationalistic.
Right.
And is extremely wealthy.
Okay.
And I suspect that majority of reparations will be coming from the international globalist, not national, oligarchy. Now, it could be that the IC3 black nationalists might decide to team up with the IC4 Asian nationalists and the IC1 white nationalists on a particular issue that could be seen to be beneficial to all three nationalist groups.
Yes, I can see that happening. It's happening now. Yeah. Go on.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I already know that.
Okay. I know it's happening. I know it's happening now. See, this has been foreseen. This has been planned. So, okay. So let's slow it down. So, the teaming up does not negate or dilute people the other nationalists' identity, and it's not an attempt to try and dilute their nationalist identity. It's just a joint project. It's just a joint project.
Absolutely nothing to do with identity and everything to do with money. So let's
slow down. Okay, hold it. Wait, what did you just say? Hold it. Wait, what did you just say just then? What did you just say just then?
As far as I'm concerned, this has nothing to do with identity and everything to do with money. You've now got
what a statement. Hold that there. Hold that there.
It's true.
Oh, hold that there. Right. Interesting. So nothing, you believe it's nothing to do with identity, but everything to do with money.
Economics, yeah.
Okay, good. Now, what is the relationship between identity and money, and even deeper, currency? See, that is the question. You've raised a very good point there. See, what is the relationship between money?
At this point, apart from the fact that you've created a load of separatism, right? At this point, nothing.
Okay.
But it's not about money now. It's about every man for himself, because that's what you've created. And every man is going to go to their group collective, because that's what you're creating. And they are going to ensure that the group collective that you've got, is not going to rob them again, because that's how they will see it. That what you did was you have pulled your peg from a system and tried to break it. It won't break the system. What the system will do?
You don't want to break things.
We
don't want to break anything.
It will close against you.
Okay, hold it. So we don't want to do any breaking or destroying of anything. You know, we just like we're having this conversation. You see, you're representing, in a way, a kind of nation or identity, and with a particular view, and we're talking on this stream. See, so I'm not asking Velle to kick you off. You're not asking Velle to kick me off the stream.
No,
right?
Don't talk like that.
Yeah, but it's the same. It's a scalable. It's a scalable attitude. Yes, and so just like two individuals can have a discussion, two nations can have a discussion. So nothing has to be broken or destroyed.
Yeah, it won't be destroyed. What I'm saying to you, IC3, even though discussions can be had, right? Just like the black community believe that they can do what's best for them. At that point, once you've decided that you don't want to be in a coexisting society, you want to become separatist and you only want to do right for that community,
Yep.
the other community will say that's fine. We don't
Yep.
mind you doing that.
Yep.
We are just going to concentrate on ourselves and we will not include you.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Right.
So yeah, so you stay over there at separatists, and
Yeah,
we're not
even when-
included. Hold it. We're not included in your affairs, and you're not included in our affairs.
Yes.
Good. Okay, no problem. Oh, hold it. Let's go. Let's hold this. Right. Okay. Right, because they've just found, we have found our identity, and they've found their identity as a result of us finding our identity. So they kind of mirrored what we're doing. The other nationalists arose and gained strength and gained clarity. Hold it. Wait a minute. I'm approaching it. Wait a minute. We'll get there. Right.
I'm already there. I'm already there.
No, you're not. Not yet. This is why I'm being questioned. So now, once identity is established of the communities of nations and countries and so on, it works just like an individual. An individual that has become aware of himself or herself may spend a moment or two alone for a time being to get themselves together. When they feel that they've got themselves together as an individual, they then might leave the house and then begin to make friends and formulate relationships from a different standpoint, from a standpoint where they are now clear of themselves. They know themselves, they know their identity, they know what cultural values they hold, and they can then negotiate and talk to other groups without compromising themselves or compromising their core values and identity. So just because somebody knows themselves, or a group or society now understands itself, it may spend some time alone, but that alone is just getting itself together. And when it is together, it will be in a better position to respect others and others' cultures, others' ways of life.
Okay.
And so on, and then the negotiations and the deals will be a lot sweeter.
No, I see three. If you need time alone, right?
Mm-hmm.
You had a little time, yeah. Think it over. You had a little time.
Yep.
You don't come back, and then say, "Oh, I've got myself together now. I want to start again." No. If black people are going to hold on to 200 and 500 years ago, what do you think all the other communities are going to do? They're going to hold on to the fact that you took all your money out of the bank and you tried to collapse the system and you put people in.
You got there again. You've got there again. Tried to collapse the system.
Right.
Hold it. You've got there again.
Why? Hold on. Because you will have collapsed the system by causing a knock-on effect, a domino effect of separatism right across the board. And in a country like Britain, where we have so many nationalities, the knock-on effect won't just be financial. Let's be real about it. I'll tell you exactly what will happen. People will get so angry about it, they will say, everybody of colour out. And it's all right for people that are black nationalists who say, yeah, we all want to go to Africa or we all want to go to Jamaica. But believe it or not, there are some people that don't want to go. There are some, and quite a few of them. But all of them people are going to get stuck, being chucked out. That's the reality. You're going to have everybody all over the place. You're going to have, and you think that they're going to say, okay, take 20 or 30 or 40 years to get yourself together. And when you decide to come back and say you want to trade now, they're going to go, okay, we'll trade with you. I don't think so. I don't think you're understanding human people, human nature.
Okay, good point. Very good point. And thank you for your prophecy. But I have an alternative prophecy. So, as I said, with the rise of black nationalism, there will be a rise of white nationalism.
Yes.
And the rise, if we just to talk about England, just to simplify it, the rise of white nationalism in England might not be a bad thing. It might not necessarily end in violence. In fact, I'm quite confident it will not. Sorry?
It's not ending violence. You are given, you would be giving the extreme white nationalists exactly what they want. They're not going to be violent with you.
All right, they'll be my friends then. I'll make some new friends.
We haven't paid you a dime. Pull your money out. We haven't paid you a dime. You want to take your money? Fine, that's it. We don't care. And take your people. Go. That's what they're going to say to you.
Not quite, because
no, they will.
The white nationalists, I dare say, have cultural values that are very different indeed from the banking class that dominates Britain. I'm saying that the white nationalists, the English white nationalists, the Scottish white nationalists, the Welsh white nationalists, and the Cornish white nationalists, they have a view of the world, of Britain, that will be completely different from the current view. And the black reparations, I suspect, would not be coming from those white nationalists. It will be coming from the globalist banking elite, oligarchy, who have power and who are keeping the British so-called nation down.
So who are these people that you could think are keeping us down?
The globalist banking.
Yeah. Who are these people? Name them. Who?
Right. Okay. So these people would just like when those when the police offer a reward for evidence.
Let's not go on.
No, we will. No, that will be part of the reparations process.
He's still not answered the question. I see, Freak. Can you just tell me who this?
No. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. We'd have to have the documents, and there'd have to be agreements before those names start being dropped. Because remember, we just had the same problem in the discussion earlier on when we were discussing the idea that Prince Andrew may be linked up with so and so and so and so and so. It's all gossip. So we have to move forward. Sorry?
You're saying this global entity. Why would the global entity, right? So what you're saying is the globalists.
Yeah.
Right. Let's just say Soros, for example. Right. Let's say Soros. You believe that those same globalists are going to pay you lot money, reparations, yeah? Yeah? And so you're not going to take nothing from Barclays at all, not one penny. You're not going to disturb Barclays at all. It's all going to come from them, yeah?
But Barclays...
But earlier on...
Hold it. Barclays, hold it. No, let's slow down. Barclays, I suspect, I can't say, I can only suspect, but I believe the banks like Barclays, HSBC, Lloyd's, and so on, they all need to be investigated.
Right,
Then the
exactly.
names will be
Hold
discovered.
on. Exactly my point. So
Yes.
if you go to any of these big bankers, which
Mhm.
is where the British people all over, not of any just one creed, all bank. When the black people start taking the black community start taking all their money out, it's going to have a knock-on effect, which you yourself agreed. You agreed.
Yep.
That all the other communities are going to start looking after themselves, right? Yeah.
Brilliant.
Right. And I've told
Discovering
you
themselves.
part of that way that they will get protectorate is to say, right, we don't want you in our country because you're not participating in our country. You are deciding you want to be your own community. So fuck off. That's what they'll say.
Good point. Okay. So what do you think of this? What if the white nationalists and the Asian nationalists and the black nationalists, they all start to think in terms of reparations that they are owed, that is specific to their situation?
Hey guys, sorry about that. I just got back. What did I miss?
You missed quite a few. Yeah, Jupiter. Let's slow this
Jupiter,
down.
did IC3 tell you how it works yet? Because I don't know.
That's right. Don't worry, it's coming out bit by bit. See, it's the idea. See, when you have new ideas.
It's been very enlightening. It's been very enlightening for me.
Can you give me the short version? How much is owed? Who's going to pay
Right,
who?
what you reckon, Ralph, is that he's going to go to the banks and he's going to get, if the leverage, the basic leverage is, if you don't have a treaty, if you don't sit down and make a treaty, they're going to draw all the black community are going to draw all their money out of all the other communities' banks. Okay.
Hang on. If they don't make a deal, all black people in the UK will pull their cash out of the banks.
Yes.
It's not quite that, but you know, it's not quite like that. But that's the same kind of flavor.
That would cause immediate division on racial lines, right?
Oh, beautiful! That's what we want. There you go. That's right. And therefore,
am I right or wrong that if that happens, part of the reaction would be, well, if you don't want to be part of our community, get the fuck out of our country.
Yeah, there'd be an immediate kick-lash. Now that you've taken your money, we just need to escort you on the way out, right?
Of course. And then the nation, and then the white nation, hold it, then the white nation will be able to look after itself and build itself with its own banks and not be subject to foreign offshore banking from people that have no interest in the British people, in the English people, in the Scottish people, in the Wales people.
But why would
hold it? People in Wales and the people in Scotland, and then they would construct by the construction and clarification of their own identity. And yes, I believe that they have a right also to claim reparations from the same globalists. White reparations from the same globalist banking oligarchy. It may be of different kinds, but they will know what they need to do and they will do it.
No, they won't.
Oh, hang on. Just let me understand. So you're saying if the black people do a run on the banks first, then that will weaken them, and then the white people will want to do the same thing for like reparations. I think the white people would just say they would disengage from black societies, right?
Yeah,
remember,
that's
most of
okay.
the white people. No. Yeah, I'm not saying it's okay now, but I think what I don't understand is even if you manage to get all the black people to collectivize, piggyback on BLM and stuff, what's in it for black people to pull out their money and run? How are you going to sell it to Velle?
Yeah, it's more than just pulling out money and running. It's more than just money. There's issues of cultural things of cultural value and cultural worth, and I think you missed it, Ralph. That saying that the rise of black nationalism will spark a rise in Asian nationalism, which will spark a rise also in white nationalism.
I don't know about Asian nationalism. It'll spark white nationalism. It already has with BLM. Asian nationalism, in fact, Asians don't have any threats because they're very secure. They have no immigration problems. Asians are going to be fine. But it's going to, white nationalism is already responding to black nationalism.
Brilliant. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'm saying that's a good thing, because as the white nationalists start to clarify their own identity and their own cultural values, just like in parallel with the black
so I get it. You're trying to use nationalism. You're trying to use nationalism to break the bankers.
Oh, see that word break? Stupid was throwing all words like break, but destroy, crash. I said, no, it's not necessary. Just that we're having a conversation. Hold it. Wait a minute. Just let me clear this up for.
No, but I mean break. I mean the soft term. You're going to try to break the stranglehold of the global north. The global
regulate. Let's say regulate. Regulators mount up. Yeah.
But I still don't understand a simple question. Why would black people, for it to work, given black people don't have much economic power, or more importantly, numbers, why would the black people sign up?
Right, because it wouldn't be just UK based. The rise of black nationalism would happen simultaneously, or is happening simultaneously, in the UK, in Africa, Europe, Brazil, the Caribbean, all at the same time. So black nationalism becomes a global phenomena, just like white nationalism.
Yeah, but I think, forgive me.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Why would a black look? It would only even begin to work if you had black people doing mass scale. So if I told Velle, take your money out of the bank, I mean, if he said no, you need enough people to do it. If you said, I'd rather keep my money in the bank.
No, it's not.
What's he going to get for it?
Right. It's not about just taking money out of the bank. The money itself would only come under issues of tradable assets. So there'd be tradable assets and untradeable assets. The untradeable assets would be things of cultural value that would not be for sale. That would be for the communication, cultural development of the nation itself.
Yeah, you kind of lost me there. I'm just trying. I thought this was all about reparations. I thought you were going to go say, "Hey, white people, you fucked us over.
I know.
Give us some cash back."
That's right.
Okay, so maybe it's a kind of strange name then. Okay, so you're saying your strategy is if you have the pressure to pull money away from the globalists, they're going to come to the table. Is that what you're hoping?
That's just one aspect. I'm saying that the rise of nationalism.
I like that bit.
Yeah, the rise of nationalism, the rise of black nationalism, as well as the rise of white nationalism and Asian nationalism and Chinese or whatever.
And nationalism
that itself, that itself will make it advisable for the internationalists or those who have no cultural values, those who have no national values, to come and talk to the nationalists.
Because they're going to be scared that their order is being broken, or their order is being threatened. Their stranglehold is being threatened. Is that what you... I'm trying to work out the reasoning behind your strategy.
Yes, just the words that you're using.
Don't
I'm trying to
worry,
think of better words.
I'm on my good behavior. It's not the words I want to use. So don't worry about that.
Yes. I would say that those who don't have nationalist values, or these multiculturalists or whatever, Marxists or whatever, it would be advisable to start speaking to nationalists.
No, I'll tell you what would happen, right? This is what I believe would happen, Ralph, and you tell me if you think I'm wrong, right? They take their money, Yeah, they want to be their own community. Yeah, that's a win for the white nationalists. Yeah,
But
that's
just
a
move
win.
on. Yeah, it's like a red flag to them. They'll be like, let's go.
What they will do is they will exclude you. And when I mean exclude you, the reality would be they
You
would
cut out.
start backing you from the jobs. They would remove you from the
Who's they?
would remove you from the country. The collective, the white collective that you've
white
left behind,
collective.
that you've said that you want nothing to do with.
Slow down, slow down. Right. Now, to use Britain, just for this, just to illustrate this point, it's a globalist. I'm thinking globally, but I'd like to use Britain to illustrate this particular point. So, I'm saying, which could be challenged, that the true nationalists, the English nationalists, the Scottish nationalists, the Welsh nationalists, and the Cornish nationalists, they are at odds with the power of the globalist banking oligarchy.
Correct.
And their agenda, they are upset, and they don't like the direction the country is heading in.
They're at war with them. Yeah.
That's right. So they're at war. So they say that your enemies. I've forgotten things, but yeah. So the enemies of black nationalism are also the enemies of white nationalism and British nationalism. They are also the enemy of the English nationalists, the Scottish nationalists, the Welsh, and the Cornish nationalists. So I'm saying that the nationalists become our friends.
No, hold on.
Become our friends.
No, they
Yeah,
wouldn't.
but can I just quickly, white and black nationalists will only cooperate, and white nationalists support black nationalists. I know they do. If the condition is reparation, not that you have racial separation. So that would mean white people say, yeah, whatever this deal means, all non-whites have to go.
Of course. Yeah, it's not a problem. Not a problem.
But do you think the black community is going to agree with you?
Yes.
Okay.
The IC3 black community will.
Okay. All right. No. All right. Because the white community is going to be, okay, if you're trying to break the global system, my enemy is my friend. Not a problem.
Right. That's it. You got it. That's the term.
But then, you appreciate, you're telling black people they're all going home, though, right? Because the white nationalists, once they're free or have weakened the globalists, they're just going to turn around and kick everyone out.
Of course. But hold it.
All right.
Hold it. Yes, I agree. The white nationalists are going to kick everybody out.
Okay.
Now,
the globalists are stopping them.
Exactly. But the globalists are also destroying them at the same time.
Correct. They're devouring them.
Yeah. So okay, there'll be maybe a big kick out. Get all the darkies out. Well, okay, that's all right. But then,
no. But my question is, do you think the black people will sign up to this side of the agreement?
Oh no. When they hear this whole story,
I think a lot of black people will be like, I'm not sure I'm going to take my money in the bank and then get kicked out.
Okay,
I'm not sure. Maybe I can't
okay.
speak for the black community.
Right. Okay.
I think a lot of black people will sign up to taking the money out of the bank, followed by going home to Africa.
Yeah, it's not just about money. Yeah. But okay. But here's the point. I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
Yes, the white nationalists will I suspect will be in the mood to kick everybody out.
If you
kick all darkies out.
Yeah. If you could.
Yeah. Okay. I understand that. I understand that.
Yeah,
yes.
But
you missed it earlier on when what I said is when identity is clarified, because I like to make everything I say scalable, just like an individual. Sometimes an individual may no hold it Jim, wait a minute, this is very difficult to explain. And I've got it's very difficult to explain, so and I haven't got the words. So just like an individual may experience something that makes them want to get to know themselves and actually start to rethink who they are and what they know about themselves, they may want to take a moment by themselves. And then after that moment, and they've got themselves together, they then may want to leave the house and then start negotiations and relationships with others. But I'm saying that those relationships with others will be improved because as that person begins to know themselves and respect themselves, they'll also be more skilled in respecting others. And I'm saying that that is scalable up to the level of the nation. So yes, the white nationalists might start kicking darkies out as they try to get a hold of themselves and understand themselves.
Okay. Yeah.
You understand? But that'll just be a phase. After a while, they'll say, okay, we'd like to trade with you. But when they want to trade with the black people, it will be from a position of strength and clarity about who they are and what their values are. And the black people will also have a clear understanding of who they are and the values that they hold. And then, yes, the white nationalists may agree with the black nationalists to set up embassies in Africa or in the places that are dedicated, right? And the black people may start to set up new embassies in some.
No,
But it's
so that's a
embassies.
different point. I can get the emancipation message. I can get the self-actualization message at the nation level, at the individual level. I mean, God knows I spent most of this is a rare day for me. I spent all day with nationalists, so I can get that for black and white nationalism. But what I'm not really quite getting still is, or maybe it's the word reparation that throws me. You think this is the strategy to get the globalists to pay you? Because this sounds like a dead cert strategy to weaken the globalists and to have all the non-whites kicked out of Europe. Because the only thing stopping white nationalism is globalist power. If the globalist power is weakened, white nationalists will have a field day. And you know what happens.
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
But if the objective is to get black people some money and power, let's pretend, for example, I'm the lawyer for the opposition, the lawyer for Barclays, and I say, look, maybe there's a claim for your PPI claim. Maybe after some netting, you owed some money. And is your objective to get money for black people? Or is your objective to break the globalist system?
Getting money for... Hold it. Good question. Getting money for black people, the process, I'm trying to get my language, the process of getting reparations for black people, that very process will in turn regulate the bank.
So your primary objective is to get the reparations of black people, but the side effect is you're going to weaken, damage, or re-regulate the global system. But is your prime objective reparation money for black people?
Yes, but reparations money for, it's not just money. I don't like to use that word, but reparations, hold it. Reparations for black people, the process of reparations for black people at the same time itself regulates. That's the word. Simultaneously regulates. We're the regulators.
Right, Ralph,
because if I was
problems that I see in this, and then you tell me if I'm wrong. First of all, like I said, the first stage will be that they will chuck the black people out, etc., etc. And bear in mind, IC3, you've been chucked out because they're not negotiating with you. They haven't gave you nothing. So the first loophole I see is now white people are going to be thinking, hold on a minute, what if we give them reparations and then they fuck off and do this anyway? What would be the benefit to our community? That's number one. So you've just added another good reason why they won't do it.
Let's do one at a time. I'll lose track on this. Well, one at a time. What's the first one? Let's deal with the first one and write down the second one. No, you can't bombard with too many questions. I can't handle it. Do one at a time. So what's the first point? And then write the second point down in case you forget it.
The first point is that all you've done is strengthened the argument for the people not to give reparations.
Hold it.
Okay.
Hold that point there. Are you making statements or are you asking a question?
You're telling me to tell you what the first point is, and I'm telling you it.
Okay. Oh, right. So, okay, you're making statements. Okay, go on then.
Yeah. The first point is that you've strengthened the argument not to give reparations because, number one, if they give you reparations, like we've already established, all you're going to do is increase the white nationalists. They're going to get excited. They're going to be, yes, they're going to be rubbing their hands.
Oh, yeah.
You come to the table and ask me this. What my role? You've now
Jupiter,
given
you're
me
right. Jupiter, you're right. The only white nationalists will only even entertain the idea of reparations if it's explicitly tied to repatriation.
Yeah.
They'll see it as a payoff.
If you're going to go without them giving you anything, you've
Well,
given
they're
them
not going to
an
give you anything. They're not going to give you anything unless you agree to go. So forget that. That's not happening. Right? There's no way you won't get white nationalist support for black reparations without black
he's
people
already,
leaving.
Okay.
He's already said that they would only pull out their money if you don't agree with them. So they pull out their money and then you kick them out anyway. And they're happy to do that. So they're gonna go without any extra money.
I see the biggest problem, Jupiter. I see this as a fucking hard sell for black people. I'm trying to figure out what's in it for black people here, man. I can see a lot of benefits for white nationalists. I like what you're saying.
But when I see the second point,
I'm trying to work out when do the black people get paid? They could get screwed over.
Where
How
I
do you get paid?
see the second problem coming in, he's talking about, they'll get to know their own culture and they'll be much more stronger and they'll be able to come.
They can watch Roots. They can go for African holiday and watch Roots. They don't need to do this together.
I'll be back in a minute. I'm listening. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just listening. I'll be back in a minute. I haven't run away. I'm just, I'll be back in a minute. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Okay. What do you think, Ralph, the white community are going to do when after they've gone away, took a little time,
they'll exploit it. White nationalists will exploit it.
They come back and they say they want to trade. What are we going to do?
White nationalists will exploit it and go like, right, that's all we need as an excuse to hurry on the job. Yeah, of course. They wouldn't even blink. Ideally, it'd be repatriation without reparations, but there's reparations as repatriation, right? It's not going to be reparations without repatriation. That's going to be civil war. What I don't get, maybe I missed it from ICC, is that I don't get what the benefit for black people is here yet. I don't understand that. I'm missing that. Did I miss a part of the conversation? Why would Velle gain out of this deal? What does he gain?
He didn't explain it because at the end of the day, all these poverty-stricken black people that he reckons that he was going there to get reparations for, he's now not got reparations. They've had to draw their money out. They've got to get out of the country. And then whatever country they go to, they've got to go through the hardship of being accepted by those people who are already struggling in the main.
Oh, they won't like them. African countries would not like tons of Western blacks. Shut up.
Hello, Ralph.
Hello.
God. Oh, hello, Jim Jones.
Who's
Who
this?
are you?
Jim Jones.
Hopsky.
Oh, hello, Hopsky.
Oh, it's Hopsky. Hello, Hopsky.
How you doing?
You change your ID again, man.
I change it on a daily basis. I change it more than I change my underwear.
Oh, bloody hell. How you been, Hopsky, man? Long time?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Yeah.
One thing, sorry, I'm just listening to all this talk, and it just, I mean, I want reparations.
How much you want, mate?
I want reparations from. So how did, I mean, this is the thing. I find some of this talk just completely ludicrous because how did this country and the royal family garner their wealth over the centuries before slavery? Let's look back in history. Yeah, so I've got quite a fucking I've got a claim to some reparations because the royal family in this country over the centuries, they made their money off the back of the taxpayer.
You could argue that the largest amount of wealth transfer is through the Middle Ages in England from
the populace,
from the populist peasants to the feudal lords.
Yeah.
Easily, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I could, I could hold up that torch, and I could go down to Buckingham Palace with a pitchfork and a lighted torch and say, "Where's my fucking money?"
Good luck with that, but yeah, you could, mate.
Exactly. But I've got just as much claim to argue for reparation than anyone else.
Oh yeah, I'm not even entertaining that. I mean, the reparation argument is one thing, not whatever. But yeah, the problem with reparations, I tried this with IC3 before. Is like, where do you stop the chain of contracts? Why do you stop at slavery? Why did you keep going and going and going? First slaves were 4,000 BC. I mean, where do you stop the chain? Right? Where do you prove? Because like you say, you could argue that the entire wealth of the English nation should be given to the English working class, right?
Exactly.
You could argue that the entire wealth of the nation, you could roll back capitalism, right? But
the thing is, Ralph, the narrative is that what's being spread in this day and age is that the myth is that England, the British Empire, made their back off slavery and invading other countries, and
that's lies. That's
these people have no idea of history. I'm no historian, but it's quite fucking evident that this country garnered its wealth from the back of the fucking peasants.
Yeah, but also more importantly, it's if you look at slavery, the myth is this is the myth, and this is why I keep trying to tell black people you're being sold a left-wing story in the West, because they were slaves well before white people ever came. White people stopped and kept slaves in Europe of other white people well before whites went to Africa. It's only the left trying to tell you that, hey, look, white man owes you money. White man owes you money. No one's going to give you any no white man today owes any black African any money, and nor should they pay him a penny. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Maybe not Africa, but definitely the
Yeah, wait,
descendants
hold
of
on a sec.
slavery.
Hello, Turok.
Did you say? Who made a statement?
That sounded like Velle, though. Is that Velle back?
Yes, it's me as well.
Yeah, I thought that told me
a
a voice. I didn't see icon, man. I just
yeah. It's me and Torok, man. We come into rescue IC3. We left him deep in you know what I mean? We left him deep in the dunya, man. So yeah, we come. The Navy SEALs are here now, beat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I wanted to ask, is it not true that the majority of the city of London's wealth had come through colonization and slavery of
the Industrial Revolution?
Africans and Indians.
The Industrial Revolution.
It came through the Industrial Revolution.
Because we figured out that we could make factories that produce loads of stuff that we could sell.
Yeah,
and that was in the early 1800s,
17s.
Okay, but I read because we done obviously you're quite new over here, yeah. But we done a thing where we had people on trial in it, yeah. So we done Britain on trial, and I read out
traitors.
A document, yeah. We found them guilty anyway. You know what I mean? Britain's doing life in Belmarsh right now. Anyway, yeah. But we was reading out
prison break.
A lot of the. We was reading out a lot of documents that was saying a lot of, not all, obviously, because there was wealth before and wealth after that was created via the exploration to different countries, the colonization, obviously the taking over of India and Africa, as well as the Caribbean and the Americas.
Yeah.
What can you hear? Can you hear the kids talking in the background?
No,
like someone's scratching something.
I mean, the industrial revolution was fueled by steam power.
Steam power. So the industrial revolution. What year was this?
1760.
Well, come on, man. You can't say the industrial revolution fueled.
The industrial revolution started in 760 with the invention of the steam train.
Yeah, but that is way after the first trip commissioned by Queen Elizabeth I, by I can't remember his name, to make his first trip to Africa to purchase slaves to sell in the Caribbean to bring back gold. That's way after
King
that
George,
that industrial
King George and
revolution.
King James.
But it started off with King James, didn't it? Like his first one was the Virginia Company and all them ones. But
Sorry,
Elizabeth.
Sorry, what are you trying to say? Where the wealth have happened? The majority of the wealth, Hopkins, right? The majority of the wealth happened not because of colonization, it happened because of the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution made Europe wealthy because we went from agrarian to mechanization economy.
It's the materials that they gain, because the only way the only way Europe gained wealth was going to India. And where they buck up into America now, they had all different types of resources now to make lucrative money. So
correct, they took the resources, but the resources are not as important as the ability to do anything with them, right? So in standard economic theory, I might be sitting there with a bunch of cobalt or a bunch of, let's say, I might be sitting on uranium in Africa, but if I don't have any technology that can process uranium, then you don't have any net value of the uranium. So if someone stole your uranium and did something with it, the value is not your uranium. The value is the value of the process that used the uranium, right?
Exactly.
Mostly it was tobacco, cotton, a lot of food products. So
no, but
really,
tobacco
really
and
truly,
cotton. But tobacco and cotton were only used because of the Industrial Revolution's ability to mechanize making clothes, right? Without the textile mills, there was no need for the raw products of tobacco and cotton.
without the cotton, there's no point having these factories.
No, that's the point. But the cotton
They could
was
all
just a
factories.
part of the input to the industrial. Until you could mechanize the mills and spin things out, the cotton was of. So the final product called shirts and pants, the value of that is not just the cotton. The value is the Industrial Revolution that made mass production.
The invention of the steam engine had little or nothing to do with cotton or raw materials.
Yeah, because it's because of
No,
these
but
materials.
it was funded. Wait, hold on. It was funded by the explanation of obviously the trade in coffee, the trade in sugar, the trade obviously, and the free labor to build up these
Oh
sort of
yeah,
things that came
you're
before
right.
the Industrial
Yeah,
Revolution.
no. The resources the real wealth came from the Industrial Revolution. Yeah, the resources were taken by the empire from India, Africa, around the world, actually the whole world. But the real wealth was not the value of those resources. Let me put it this way: the Africans weren't doing anything with the resources; they weren't generating economic
What do you
value.
take from Africans?
Stop being silly, man. You always people say
you
that
took
all the
gold.
time. You know why? Yeah, why that's a lie. Yeah, because like we're saying, obviously we know about the golden stool of Ghana and the different practices that they had for using gold in Africa already. So because it wasn't what you wanted them to use it for, it doesn't mean that it had no value or anything. You can't say that.
No. You're right. They would have
Even
been
if they
using
was
it for
using
different things.
diamonds, yeah,
Oh no,
to
they were
fucking
using it
brush their
you're right.
shoes and
I'm not
throw
saying
them
that.
down and
I'm not
fucking
saying
using them
that.
as pavement stones. Yeah,
I'm not saying
you
that.
know what
They
I'm
were
saying?
doing
That
it. Yeah,
it doesn't
they
mean
might
that
have been
there
playing
was no, they
marbles.
didn't.
They could have been playing marbles with diamonds and just playing marbles in the streets with it, and that would have been completely
With
useful.
diamonds. You know what I'm saying? That, but
But the point is,
right.
that the value economically was not by the raw materials. The value was by the process of the Industrial Revolution.
I mean, you got to understand as well that Britain had a long history in producing textiles and wool, linen, and cotton and stuff like that. Even, and this had nothing to do with colonizing the world and spreading the Commonwealth.
No. That's not right.
No, it is right. It
That's
is
not right.
right.
That's not right. Yeah, because you know
It
why?
is right.
I tell you why. Yeah, because wait, hold on. No. Not with cotton. Not with cotton and that, bro. Because
maybe wool.
Hold on a sec. Let me go there because that they had the Silk Road and all them sort of stuff, other countries and all that before this Industrial Revolution, right, boss? Yeah. So there was places that was trading in cotton and making them in like so where was they getting the cotton to make them in Britain before the Industrial Revolution.
The talk is right with it, with wool, especially with wool,
done
and
any
linen.
sort of colonizing or anything.
Wool.
Yeah, but that's wool, silk, all the other
Okay,
material.
That's
get
different.
from
But you
Asia.
said you did say
I did
cotton.
say cotton.
That's why I disagree.
Wool, hemp, and leather.
Yeah, if it's wool, then I can't disagree with that.
Yeah, but all the other things like what they call it, the cotton, the silk, that all comes from out of Asia. And
Yeah, silk comes. Yeah, silk comes
Out
from
of Asia, yeah. The silk came out of Asia.
yeah, and the cotton mostly as
The
well
cotton comes
came
from
from the
Africa.
Americas and no, the Americas and
America as well.
Yeah, but the iron industry, the iron
what cotton did they
industry,
take out of Africa?
the iron industry was very indigenous to this country in terms of the steam engine and
I think there's something
railways.
called Egyptian.
Oh yeah, that one.
I've
Yeah.
got fluffy towels.
That's from the Middle East, isn't it, or something?
Belly's tails are fluffy.
Well, Egyptian cotton is some of the finest grains, right?
And try to dash away Egypt real quick, boy.
So like
Well,
6,000.
he's laughing at my fluffy Egyptian towels.
No, Egyptian cotton can be spun to like 4,000, 8,000. Yeah. But no, I know what the point is anyway. The point is Europe was going to become wealthy by the Industrial Revolution, was becoming wealthy anyway by the Industrial. It took other people's resources and amplified its value. So is there a claim for some of that resource money? Yeah, possibly.
So that's
yeah, but to say that Europe became rich because of Africa.
Wait, hold on, because the reparations debate that you and I see through, yeah. So far, I've not been able to listen to all of it, yeah. But what it was that we jumped in, obviously, because the uncle had gone away and then you not tried to rush him real quick. Was like, we can't have that. You got to jump.
Nothing happens quickly around IC3.
You know what I'm saying?
Nothing quickly around IC3, Belly. There's no rushing of IC3. It's nice and slow.
He put out the bird call. You didn't see it, yeah. You know what happens, yeah? You see when Thundercats does his fucking eye of whatever in the fucking sky. Not everyone sees it. Only the Thundercats see it. So when he said regulators, only the regulators heard it. So that's why me and Tori said we jumped on that. Right, what's going on? What's happening around here? You know what I'm saying? We strapped out. We had straps in hand. We didn't come with in waist. We don't walk with gun in waist. We walk with gun in hand. Trust me. Trust me. 2-1 in and no gun in a waist.
Yeah.
So now that ICT is back, the Velle is back, right? So I have a.
Is that the real Wendy? Yeah.
I have a quick question of Velle. This will help IC3 clarify. Velle, man, if you had to name your price today, yeah, to move to Africa or the Caribbean, how much would you move? How much would you want? Just pick a number.
Oh, let me turn.
How much would I move to Africa for?
Yeah, Africa or
Caribbean. How much would I move to Africa for? What? Like
how much?
If Britain said, "Listen, we're sorry about everything, and here's so and so."
Here's the final settlement. Here's the final settlement.
Well, I don't even know, because final settlement. I've not calculated that still. So
would you do it for a million? Would you do it for $1 million?
Actual number right now.
Yeah, but would you do it for £1 million?
No way.
I think I'm worth a little bit more still, but £1 million.
Right, let's make it easy.
Give me £1 million and I'll go anywhere.
Belly, would you do it for 10?
Would you? Hopsky,
listen, give me £1 million. I'd leave right now. Listen.
Yeah, but Hopsky,
I'd leave everything here. I'd come gone. Give me £1 million. I'm gone. I'll go back to Germany to my ancestors.
But Belly, man, but would you do it for 10?
But come on. But listen.
Wait, hold on. Billy, it's not about you, mate. I'm trying to show IC3. I'm just trying to show IC3 how much it's going to cost.
Listen. You don't want what he just wants a yes, innit? He don't want a yes with no explanation or no with no explanation. He just wants yes.
That's right. I can wait.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, although I would hypothetically say yeah, you know what I'm saying, that unless they're going to be going, say, to each fucking person to person and say, how much are we going to have to offer you for you to leave or something like that? Yeah, which probably won't ever happen like that. Yeah.
No, but listen, I just want to calculate. I want to help IC3. It's not you, Millie. I just want to get a rough number from anybody.
No, that doesn't help. That doesn't help.
No,
It doesn't help.
IC3 listen, you can't offer IC3 the checks, man. IC3 ain't getting no check here. You can't offer him the check.
I can assure you, IC3 ain't getting no check.
IC3's got the bank here. We're only employees in the bank.
He's not getting the bank.
We can say that we'll take money or whatever, yeah. But we you know what I'm saying, that we can't say that that's reparations here. We can only say that that's that.
Okay, but let's pretend. The reason I'm trying to say, is, yeah, but let's say the hush money was a bit. Let me just make it £1 million. Just make it easy, yeah. So there's about 8 million people, right? There's 8 million black people roughly, right? 8 million something black people in the UK. So even if you had 10 million quid each, right? Yeah, so 10 million quid times what? 8 million people. Yeah, that's how much the payoff would be, right?
No.
If you all got 10 million each.
No.
Why?
No. What? It's the currency. See, this is where currency comes in.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm trying to calculate how much money your bank needs to raise.
No. You can't calculate. This is
Yeah, I
unprecedented.
can. I'm fucking good at math.
No. Your maths won't work on this project. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, it would.
It won't work on this project.
If my maths doesn't work, your project ain't gonna work.
No.
What if he pays you? What if he pays you in gold? What if he pays you? Is there a commodity he could pay you with, which doesn't his value, which you would accept a payment?
I'd take gold. Give me gold.
No, because let me try and clarify this. You see, I know most people think of it in terms of money, but you know, for example, if let's throw this out there. If reparations was to be paid, everybody's to get £1 billion each, something ridiculous. If the system that is in place now is still in place, they could change the whole currency within 24 hours, and then all of that will be worth about $6.66.
Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, let's pretend.
So let's slow this down. Wait a minute. I just want you to make that point sink in.
Okay, but let's say okay, so I get you. So let's say it's devoid of it. It's devoid of inflation, and let's say you picked a number that wasn't subject to deflationary measures, right? So you kept your money, or everyone lost their money, right? So the question is, I still want a number. Now, if I'm saying it's 1 million and there's 8 million people, that's 8,000 billion pounds.
Yes.
If it's 10 million, I'm going to have to 800. So already I'm looking at numbers that very few people have.
Yes.
Let's put it this way: it'd be quicker and cheaper for them just to kill you all.
Right. I understand.
It would cost a lot less.
Right.
It'd be just cheaper to kill you.
Yeah, but remember, remember, I said in the beginning of the conversation, the whole idea of starting to think in terms of a number and a check, that whole way of thinking is off key. It won't work.
Okay,
hold it. Wait, hold it. I think you missed this. Hold 1 second. Let me explain the difference of reparations. This is unprecedented. It will be process. It's a process, deal by deal, claim by claim, treaty by treaty, and with each treaty or with each deal, new evidence will be uncovered, new history, new information from the archives. So anybody who's looking for a sum of money
would want more.
They'll be taking it in ignorance, and then there'll be a big party. Sorry?
I see. So I have a simple question that I see. I have a simple question I see. What's in it for white people to pay you this?
Right. So this issue of white people,
I'm
saying it won't be the white people paying, because the English nationalists. Hold it. No. They haven't. The English nationalists, the Welsh nationalists, the Cornish nationalists, all the nationalists, they are not in control. Hold it. They're not in control of Britain. They are being controlled by the globalist bankers. Britain is being run by the banks. So the nationalists are not in power. So, and the money would not be coming from the nationalists.
That's
Okay,
a first. I've never heard of the Cornish nationalist. What about the Devonshire nationalists or the Essex nationalists?
No, to be fair, he's using correct ethnic terminology, IC3.
Yeah,
Of
but
course, he means, yeah.
Wow.
But the point is, I still don't understand who's the people. I mean, I'm trying to make this really simple. I'm
The
not very
bankers.
bright.
The bankers.
But the bankers are only
people-
but the bankers are holding white people's money.
A lot of these peoples are what you call dukes and earls and all these different types
What?
of things. And we can
Look,
link them
dude,
back
let me
to
be honest with
companies.
you. You're talking about getting white people's money. All right? The
No,
bankers
we're
just
talking
run and
about the
manage their
dukes
money.
and the earls. We're talking about a corporation. We're talking about
I'm
a
going to go.
corporation.
Yes.
I'm going to make a claim for reparations off you for all the stress, right? That you my
Very
nation
funny,
for the last
Jupiter.
4
Very
years.
funny. Very funny.
I'm serious.
Yes.
This is
No,
very
no, no,
stressful
no.
for
I'm
white
saying yes.
people that have
Yes.
not done anything wrong.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
very
I
We're
agree with
going
you.
after the companies.
Yes. And
But listen to
corporations.
this
That's right.
though. We got
It's
reparations
much
though.
cheaper to
We got double
kill you all
reparations.
that.
I'll tell you why, yeah.
Much cheaper to
Because
kill you.
yeah, as descendants of slaves, yeah, we've paid off in taxes the money to pay off the slave owners.
Huh?
So
But we've all done that, haven't we?
yeah, so we want the refund on that as well, man. Shit.
Yeah,
Well,
that'll come.
I'd like a tax rebate on the 1,200 fucking pounds a month I pay in tax.
So we're all owed
Yes.
reparations.
I'd love a fucking
Yes.
rebate.
Oh, yes. Yeah. This is the twist. Hold
I
on.
like.
This is the
I
twist.
I
This
want
is a strange twist.
£20,000
Let me talk on the white issue now.
But £20,000 for every time a bunch of black guys cross the street when it's not me coming.
I want to go to the dole office. I want to go to the dole office, yeah, and I want to join the
No, I
queue and
want-
say, "Are you eating?"
You just raise the price now. You
And when
made
they
it £10
say
million
yes, I'm
for every
eating
racist
tonight, I say,
comment
right, well, I'm
Russ has
coming
ever
round
made in
your
his
house
life.
to eat the food that you're cooking, and they'll say, why is that? I say, because I'm fucking paying for it.
Okay, right. Okay, so here's the twist. This is what's unusual.
What?
Yeah, here's a lot of things are unusual.
Yeah.
See, with the rise of black nationalism, I suspect there'll be a rise of white nationalism.
There already is, yeah.
And that the white nationalists will be creating their own bank, just like the black nationalists are doing. And then they will hold it. Those white nationalists. I'm going to talk about white people now to drive it home.
Yeah, because their money after.
No. That's how it seems to come across, but it's not.
You do realise that we'll have to calculate
Oh
all
my
that
God!
all the aid that's been given to Africa since
we will
slavery. We'll have to calculate all that and take it off.
Yeah,
as
don't
well.
worry. Everything will be calculated. So, the white nationalists, as Jim Jones was saying, yes, they may well have a case for reparations for the way white people have been treated by the same globalist banking offshore.
I'm not saying white people. I'm
oligarchy.
saying the indigenous population. I never said white people.
Yeah, well, I did. So the Scottish people, English people, Cornish people, and Welsh people. Yeah, we'll say that, and they're all white anyway.
I didn't know that Cornwall was like the fourth state, but carry on.
Yeah, it's there. Yes, right. It's all on record.
And Newcastle people.
Right. So
and all those people in Hartlepool. Big up,
Yeah.
Will. Big
Yeah.
up, big up, big up.
Yeah, I'm
Fuck
quite
Hartlepool.
sure.
They hung monkeys in Hartlepool.
Yeah, I'm quite sure if I speak to some of those people up north.
They did. They hung the monkey in Hartlepool.
Yeah, I'm quite sure if I speak to any of those nationalists up north, they would have have a thing to say. Sorry.
I see.
A thing to say about the bankers in the city of London and the money in the south.
ICT, you're making a very serious technical mistake. No disrespect. The
Oh,
money
okay,
that the
what is it?
bankers control, the money that the globalist bankers control, the assets under management, the trillions of dollars, is white people's money. They're just running it. It's not their money.
As
Now,
we said
you're-
before,
at the end of the day, at the end of the day, for the globalists to pay black reparations, they're paying it with white people's money, white people's mortgages, white people's houses, white people's shit. So white people are
Okay.
going to ask, "Oh, what is in it for me?" If you're just saying it's a way to get back at the globalists, white people are going, no deal, man.
Yeah, well, the white people can't even get their own money. The white people can't even access, get control of their own country and their own money.
But white
the Bank of England is not even English.
No, but white people's primary interest will not be. They'll be, of course, getting back their country from the globalists, but their objective will be to remove black people.
Yeah, we know that. But the point is that the white nationalists or the indigenous nationalists, they have not even got control of Britain itself, and the Bank of England